Alright, you and I are starting this story on a rainy battlefield, with Qin Feng atop a mountain of corpses. Even while suffering from aging 100 times faster, he still successfully sweeps clean the ruins of the ancient god. A woman holding a dagger praises Qin Feng for being impressive, then decides to steal the artifact called the Eye of Judgment. Gravely wounded and close to death, Qin Feng asks his sister Qin Xiaoyou why she betrayed him. Coldly, she reveals that he is just an adopted brother whom her parents took in. She never actually saw him as a brother, since they do not share any blood. A blonde man named Song Fei appears, saying Qin Feng was indeed useful, as he places a hand on her shoulder and takes the artifact. He smiles and thanks Qin Feng, mocking that without his efforts, he and Qin Xiaoyou would never have acquired this ultimate treasure. To completely drain Qin Feng's life force at once, he went through great trouble to find the soul-stealing blade currently stabbing him. He asks if Qin Feng likes this parting gift. Qin Feng had raised Qin Xiaoyou after their parents passed away, working hard to fund her education. Even when the game descended upon the world, he risked his own life countless times just for her sake. But seeing her betrayal now, he realizes his trust was a total mistake. Xiaoyou argues that ever since their parents died, Qin Feng constantly micromanaged her life, commanding and controlling her. In the past, when Song Fei needed his protection, he still had some remaining value. But look closely, because now that they have the divine artifact, his remaining value to them is completely gone. Song Fei lunges at Qin Feng to end his life, promising to take good care of Xiaoyou. As death draws near, Qin Feng fiercely vows that he will never let them get away with this. Before he can even finish his sentence, Song Fei brutally takes his life. In 2025, the God-forsaken game descended upon Earth, where the absolute only currency is lifespan. Dying drains your years, while slaying monsters rewards you with more life. Players can spend their precious lifespan to bring their in-game abilities directly into the real world. The strongest can literally crush army tanks bare-handed, slice fighter jets, or survive nuclear explosions with their bare bodies. From that very moment, the entire world changed drastically as chaos spread everywhere. He fought for survival alongside his sister, enduring endless hardships to barely break into the top 100 global rankers. After surviving hundreds of extreme dangers and escaping death countless times, he finally conquered the ancient god's ruins to secure the legendary divine artifact, the Eye of Judgment. He finally had the qualifications to rise to the absolute peak, but who could have guessed that the ultimate price for his success would be betrayal by his only living relative? All his lifelong efforts were labeled useless, and his struggles only paved the way for his enemies. If he could ever live again, he vowed to fight solely for himself. But then, something impossible happened. And let's pause here, because Qin Feng suddenly opens his eyes, shocked to find himself back in his own room in the real world. He is completely confused, remembering clearly that he died. But checking his phone, he sees the year is 2025. Looking out the window at the beautiful city, he realizes he has been reborn 9 years in the past on the exact day the game descended. The next day, his sister Xiaoyou kicks the door open, only to find Qin Feng calmly sitting there drinking coffee. She furiously demands to know why he did not answer her calls. Kicking the trash can, Qin Feng recalls that on this launch day, he and Xiaoyou had a massive fight over Song Fei. The walls of her room are covered with posters of Song Fei. Before the game descended, Song Fei was a fairly famous underground idol, and Xiaoyou was his obsessed fangirl. Song Fei looked flashy on the outside, but he was actually a scumbag who scammed fans for money and took advantage of their bodies. To prevent Xiaoyou from being scammed, Qin Feng had banned her from contacting him, but she ultimately accused him of trying to control her entire life. Pointing her finger, she asks if he is deaf, screaming that his mistakes cost Song Fei the #1 spot this month. She threatens that if he does not give her money to boost Song Fei's ranking, she will explode. Right then, with a cold expression, Qin Feng slaps her face so hard she hits the floor, leaving her cheeks swollen, nose bleeding, and eyes filled with tears. She cannot believe he actually struck her. With a chilling gaze, Qin Feng makes it clear he has no time to argue, warning that if she barks again, he will break her jaw. Tossing his credit card over her head, he tells her that it contains the inheritance left behind by their parents. No matter how difficult the past years have been, he never touched a single cent of it. Out of respect for their parents, he will not lower himself to argue. But he makes one thing clear. They are no longer siblings starting today. Xiaoyou bursts into tears, unable to contain her rage. In his past life, protecting her cost him too many opportunities, hidden treasures, and dangerous dungeons that he had given up. He takes out a few sleeping pills and swallows them down with some water. He wonders how far he can go without this burden. This time, he will use his future knowledge of the game to stay ahead of everyone else. From now on, Xiaoyou is entirely on her own. As for Song Fei, Qin Feng decides he will personally end him. Qin Feng drifts off to sleep, waking up inside the class selection hall, a place he remembers all too well. The first time here, he was so tense it took hours to choose a class. But this time, you and I are about to watch him rush through much faster. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a wild rebirth story. To protect Qin Xiaoyou, his past life was a warrior, but not this time. Free from the burden of Qin Xiaoyou, he can solo grind much faster now. Speed and reaction time are everything in this run. Without a second's hesitation, Qin Feng locks in the assassin class. Suddenly, a massive system alert pops up. The divine artifact, the Eye of Judgment, has successfully bound to his soul. With the Eye of Judgment now active, its incredible passive authority is unleashed. Upon entering the godforsaken game, Qin Feng will automatically receive the absolute highest ranking class and talent available. He stands dazed, seeing the artifact bound to him after rebirth. Understanding its mechanics, he realizes that once this divine treasure recognizes its master, stealing it becomes completely impossible. This artifact must be the real reason he got a second chance. Right then, dark energy begins coursing through his entire body. His body undergoes a transformation, his hair turning snow white as his physical form dissolves into shadow. Qin Feng's appearance changes completely. This shadow form is the ultimate hidden subclass for assassins, worlds apart from the warrior path he walked before. Simply unlocking this hidden class grants him terrifying power. Qin Feng's eyes widen in shock, remembering that normal players only have a microscopic, near impossible chance of ever unlocking a hidden class. Watch closely, his divine authority turns that microscopic chance into an absolute certainty. A system notification chimes, declaring that the authority of judgment is the most ancient and primal power in the entire universe. Its power completely transcends all rules and established order. While Qin Feng cannot actively trigger it yet because he lacks divinity, the passive effects are already fully operational and working in his favor. This revelation leaves him utterly stunned. In his past life, it took 7 long years, after the descent of the god-forsaken game, for a top-tier player to finally escape this abandoned land and enter the realm of order. Only then did humanity learn about the power of order. Though realistically, even years later, nobody ever managed to wield it. Qin Feng never imagined reaching such heights. Yet right at the start of his journey, he already holds a primal power far above order and rules. All he needs to do is leave this god-abandoned land, enter the realm of order, and claim divinity to fully awaken this power. Now, he has an ultimate new goal for this lifetime. With his class set, the system asks for an in-game name. Qin Feng hesitates briefly before choosing Shadow, fitting for a class born from absolute darkness. Instantly, Qin Feng is teleported to the god-abandoned land. This desolate wasteland is crawling with lethal monsters. He must move carefully. These beasts are always ready to rip him apart and steal his precious lifespan. Players can venture outside the town, hunting monsters to farm tradable lifespan. But if they die, they lose half of their total life force, both tradable and non-tradable. Qin Feng spawns in Shelltown, a designated safe zone. No monsters spawn here, and player versus player combat is completely disabled. Let that sink in. Lifespan drains in real time here as countless people are dragged in. Some fell asleep after dinner, others were exhausted from work, only to wake up here. Right now, every eye in the square is locked onto Qin Feng. Nobody knows his class or why his appearance looks so different. But spotting his twin daggers, a few players realize he chose the assassin path. Before long, elite players from all over the globe will start showing up, ready to rewrite the balance of power on Earth. If Qin Feng wants to stay ahead of the pack, he cannot afford to wait around. Time stops for no one. Suddenly, 3 men and a female archer are forcefully teleported back to the town square. In this game, dying while hunting sends you straight back to the safe zone. The group is in a total panic, terrified by the monsters outside. A single bite was all it took to end their lives. They went up against a level 1 crawling worm, supposedly the weakest creature, yet their entire squad barely shaved off a third of its health bar. Now that they are dead, their lifespans are slashed in half. As they desperately ask their archer, Liz, what to do, Qin Feng studies her, recalling that standard archers start with short bows. Realizing she holds a hidden class, Liz also senses that Qin Feng is carrying one. Flashing a friendly smile, she asks if he wants to team up. The monsters outside are too tough for solo players. Since her team was wiped once, they already have valuable combat experience. Qin Feng coldly declines and walks away. Liz's teammates immediately mock him, laughing at him for trying to act like a pro. If their 5-man squad couldn't even slay a basic mob, how can he do it solo? To them, this guy is marching straight to his grave. Using her system interface, Liz inspects his profile and spots his nickname Shadow. As he walks toward the town gates, she decides to follow him, eager to see if they can uncover his hidden skills. She smiles, confident she can gather fresh intel on the mobs while getting a front-row seat to watch Qin Feng get torn apart. The god-abandoned land is a terrifying place where one mistake means death. Quietly, Liz slips into the shadows. Following, she doesn't understand how she got trapped here, but using her years of online gaming experience, she quickly assembled a functional squad. Too bad the very first monster they encountered outside the safe zone completely wiped out her entire team. She knows deep down that this creature is not something a level 1 player can defeat. Meanwhile, Liz's teammate is pissed, noticing Qin Feng's starting weapon is different from their own assassin. Their assassin has a basic dagger, while Qin Feng wields dual short swords. That guy is burning with envy, because Qin Feng is clearly faster. And that's where we leave it with Qin Feng's gear breaking all rules. The real show is about to begin. Alright, you and I are about to watch a gamer so mysterious that L decides to shadow him for secrets, but Qin Feng suddenly stares right back. Sensing the gaze, Liz quickly hides away, completely unsure if their cover has already been blown. With a sharp skill called Shadow Hide, he vanishes without a trace, melting into a dark shadow. Liz and the others are left completely baffled by his sudden disappearance. But their assassin realizes it is stealth, a basic starter skill. Now that Qin Feng is invisible, Elle decides to head back to town to find ways to get stronger. Venturing out is too risky since they already died once and lost half their lifespan, so they search for an NPC to unlock hidden rewards. Shadow Hide is a unique skill that grants the user complete invisibility for a limited duration. Attacking breaks the stealth, but the very first strike right after reappearing deals massive bonus damage. Mastering this stealth technique doubles its duration and boosts his overall concealment, proving the Dark Shadow class is absolutely insane compared to normal assassins. But this exclusive class skill ensures that even high-level monsters cannot spot Qin Feng during this early phase. He cannot help but mock Liz and her friends for being naive, since the starter town offers absolutely nothing to boost power. It is merely a basic shelter. And in this brutal, abandoned game, the weak are nothing but food for monsters. A few seconds later, Qin Feng's stealth state finally ends. But luckily, the cooldown started the exact moment he first activated the skill. In just moments, he can vanish again as his status window pops up, showing his alias Sado and class Sadu. He has 75 years of non-tradable lifespan and exactly 0 tradable years. His stats show 13 strength, 13 constitution, 18 agility, and 15 spirit, knowing every player starts at 10 and gets unique bonuses based on their class. The warrior class he chose in his past life only granted 3 extra strength and constitution, but this time, the Dark Shadow class raises all stats while boosting agility by 8. He still has 5 free attribute points left to distribute. Most players dump their points into strength or spirit to maximize physical or magical damage. But that is a massive trap, so Qin Feng immediately dumps all 5 points into agility, reaching 23. This stat is vital because early on, no matter your build, monsters will still deal devastating damage. The only way to survive fights completely unscathed is by maximizing speed, and right then, a strange sight catches Qin Feng's attention. Hidden behind a tree is a common level 1 crawling worm, but it is actively evolving. Qin Feng warily watches it absorb lifespan, realizing this is the exact beast that slaughtered the party of 4 earlier. The worm detects Qin Feng's presence, though it is slightly weakened from losing some health. The monster lunges to attack, but Qin Feng dodges with a quick leap, knowing monsters can absorb a player's lifespan to evolve once they steal enough. Now watch closely as Qin Feng triggers Shadow Hide and draws his dagger, vanishing into thin air just before the worm can strike. As the worm frantically looks around to spot him, Qin Feng drops from above to unleash a devastating ambush strike. He plunges his dagger deep into its skull, dealing 174 damage to instantly slay it and gain 10 experience points. He never expected a single hit to do the trick, but remembers that striking a worm's neck triggers a critical blow. Right then, a notification confirms his backstab skill doubled his damage because he attacked from outside the target's field of vision. This explains why the worm died in one shot, as his backstab skill had stacked with multiple other abilities, resulting in absolutely devastating burst damage. Qin Feng stares silently at the corpse, remembering how his old warrior class dealt a pathetic 40 damage even on critical hits, taking forever to kill a single worm and nearly costing him his life. Upon its death, the monster drops a glowing orb of lifespan. Qin Feng tightly clenches his fist and absorbs it, gaining 3 tradable days alongside 54 years and 155 days of non-tradable lifespan. 5 dead players lost over 100 years in total, but because the worm digested some of it first, Qin Feng only recovers 54 years. But right then, watch this, his Eye of Judgment activates, granting him an insane talent called Infinite Evolution. By soloing monsters, he gets a rare chance to earn evolution points to upgrade his skills. He receives 5 evolution points every 24 hours, and defeating boss monsters completely on his own guarantees he will earn even more points. With 5 points ready, he can immediately begin upgrading his abilities using Infinite Evolution. In his past life, he had never heard of anything like this, since all dropped gear and skill books always had fixed, ungradable qualities. This power completely defies the world's rules, so he decides to upgrade Shadow Hide and Backstab. He spends 4 points to successfully upgrade his basic Shadow Hide from common to bronze, extending the duration from 12 to 16 seconds. Damage hits 90, cooldown drops, and Backstab upgrades. Trust me, you're going to want to see what he breaks next. Alright, let's look at this crazy build. 5 bonus damage, 16 seconds of Shadow Hide, doubled to 32. With such an insanely long stealth window, he can basically stay invisible forever. Honestly, if he upgraded this earlier, he could have one-shot that crawling worm easily. Just then, a smug boy walking with a woman brags about how incredibly easy this survival game is. He mocks Qin Feng, saying even a weakling like him can slay beasts. The woman flatters him, claiming he could take on 10 men with that physique. The boy smiles, promising to protect her, but Qin Feng notices a terrifying beast hiding inside a tree trunk with a twisted grin. When the boy invites him to team up, Qin Feng senses extreme danger and immediately vanishes using Shadow Hide. Seeing him run, the cocky kid assumes his massive muscles scared him off. Suddenly, a giant spider creeps down, sending them into a panic. It is a level 1 bronze rank beast called the Breeder, and it quickly ends them. Qin remembers that the Breeder is a starting boss with 1600 health, definitely not meant for beginners. On top of that, it controls endless baby spiders. Pay attention now. This is his chance to test his upgraded skills. Activating his stealth break strike, Qin Feng drives his sharp dagger right into the spider's eye. The beast retaliates instantly, but Qin Feng quickly dodges, backs away, and fades back into the shadows using Shadow Hide. His hit dealt 338 damage, while taking 9 himself, barely surviving thanks to high agility. With only 130 health, a direct hit would have killed him. He is stunned to see his strike deal over 300 damage. Infuriated, the Breeder goes wild, slashing trees left and right. Qin Feng realizes these monsters are actually smart, and this spider will not just stand there and take a beating. It blind attacks the surrounding area to flush him out. With the spiderlings on high alert, he cannot just rush in blindly. The moment the giant beast hesitates, Qin Feng hurls a rock directly at its soft belly, dealing 299 damage. Qin Feng grabs another stone, realizing his crazy theory is working perfectly. Since his main damage comes from stealth break bonus and class enhancements, even a simple thrown rock hits like a truck. Now, he just needs to wait for Shadow Hide to cool down and chuck rocks. This way, a simple stone triggers Shadow Hide to activate sneak attack, backstab, and weak point damage bonuses. As soon as Shadow Hide cools down, Qin Feng hurls another stone, dealing 279 damage to the spider before cloaking again. His plan is simple. Stay invisible, wait for cooldowns, then strike. Meanwhile, You and I can see the town leaderboard updating. Sato just killed the bronze breeder boss and hit level 2, taking the number 1 spot. Other players are completely shocked, since most are dying to basic mobs and cannot comprehend how someone already cleared a boss. L and his party are left speechless seeing Qin Feng took down a boss and hit level 2. They cannot even handle ordinary monsters, so they assume the entire system must be glitched. The couple killed by the spider respawn back in town. They are horrified to see someone cleared it, suddenly realizing Sato is actually the boy they met in the woods. Back in the forest, the system announces Qin Feng defeated the breeder boss, rewarding him with 300 experience and 2 evolution points. Plus, the Shell Town level ranking unlocks, granting him 1 fame point. Qin Feng begins draining the spider's lifespan. With the mother dead, the tiny spiderlings scatter. What a massive waste. He regrets not wiping out the small spiders first for easy bonus experience. He walks away with 46 tradable lifespan, a bronze rank skill book called Greedy Hand, and a sweet corrosive dagger that adds 35 damage and 4 agility. Once he learns Greedy Hand, Qin Feng can cast it on defeated monsters to gain a 20% higher chance of extra loot. He is genuinely shocked, never expecting a bronze boss to drop such a god-tier assassin skill. This skill boosts in-game looting massively, granting a 20% chance for extra drops when killing high-tier bosses. From his past life, he remembers a member of the Ghost Slayer Guild who was pretty average, but became highly sought after because of this. That guy had personal bodyguards escorting him everywhere. Qin Feng's eyes go wide, realizing that although it is only 20%, when combined with infinite evolution, he can infinitely scale both his drop rate and the amount of loot. The next day, students are walking to school. Shu's friend asks if she is going to call Qin Feng to apologize, reminding her they skipped exams yesterday to sneak out and cheer for someone else. She is sure Qin Feng must be mad. Sha snaps back, saying she did nothing wrong, and his drama almost made them late for admission anyway. To her, he is the one who should apologize. Her friend tries to convince her since Qin Feng was always so nice, then asks about the marks on her face, but Shu remains stubborn. She claims Qin Feng only knows how to meddle in other people's business, lying that she simply tripped and scraped her face. Entering school, they notice a huge crowd of students gathered outside a classroom. Her curious friend pushes through the door, only to find Jiang Wei's body slowly turning transparent. And that is where we leave it, as his friend reveals Jiang Wei only said he was going to take a quick nap. By the time they turned around, he was already like this, and trust me, they are not alone. The internet is flooded with identical cases from all over the globe. Experts claim that going to sleep turns your body translucent like a ghost, and absolutely nobody knows why. Her friend immediately tries to call her parents to warn them, urging Xiaoyou to warn her brother too, but she refuses, saying she would rather see him dead than make contact. Meanwhile, Qin Feng evolves his new Greedy Hand skill from bronze to gold rank, boosting his extra loot drop chance from 20% all the way up to 70%. Thanks to this upgrade, he successfully masters Greedy Hand and gains 2 extra points. Qin Feng clenches his fist to activate the skill, instantly securing 2 evolution points and 46 days of tradable lifespan. Extremely pleased, he knows upgrading Greedy Hand to level 3 requires 3 points, meaning a 100% extra item drop rate is just around the corner. He realizes that governments worldwide have already caught wind of the situation, and with hordes of players about to flood the game, he must gear up fast. He equips a bronze rank corrosion dagger, adding 35 attack and 4 agility. Next, he activates his shadow hide skill to sneak past nearby monsters undetected. Think about it, what happens when people realize they can bring game skills and gear into the real world? Total chaos will erupt. Extracting items requires 2 conditions: reaching level 10 and having enough tradable lifespan to spare. Farming small mobs is a waste of time, so he hunts for stronger bosses instead. Moving through the area, the sound of battle echoes. Reaching the cliffs, he spots a group of players locked in combat with a bronze tier, level 2 Swift Hunter Beast. Just as the Swift Hunter Beast lunges in, a player wielding a massive shield and mace easily blocks the blow. That heavy defender is Wang Meng. Qin Feng never expected to run into him here, proving the rumors completely true. Word on the street is that upon entering Foxaken, Wang Meng assembled an elite 6-member team made entirely of hidden classes. Wang Meng summons his sacred shield, conjuring a brilliant golden barrier that forces the beast back. His Sacred Shield Warrior hidden class doubles a normal warrior's stats and grants innate immortality. Seizing the distraction, the team's mage fires a massive fireball directly at the beast's arm. She possesses a rare mage hidden class, known as the Prophet. This class deals double the magic damage of standard mages, and comes equipped with the powerful prophetic fireball skill. Their archer holds the sharp-eyed marksman hidden class, boasting doubled base stats compared to normal archers and a deadly rapid-fire skill. Meanwhile, their priest is an oracle, doubling normal healing output with a powerful group heal skill. The archer and mage coordinate their attacks, but the beast dodges easily and charges, forcing Wang Meng backward. The archer panics as his ranged attacks fail to connect. This boss is way too fast. As the priest heals Wang Meng, he decides to play defense while letting the mage focus on damage. Watching him slowly chip away at its health, you and I both know that's way too optimistic. But they forgot the golden rule of the wild, drawn-out battles inevitably attract other predators. Right on cue, two massive creatures emerge right behind Wang Meng. Qin Feng instantly recognizes them as standard level 2 plague-infected monsters, coated in dark brown mud, and specializing in ranged attacks. Their swordsman charges one, unleashing a hidden class skill Qin Feng has never seen, dealing only 33 damage. The swordsman quickly realizes this creature's defense is incredibly high. The beast spits mud at him, triggering an earthbind skill that tanks his movement speed. Meanwhile, the other monster chases the terrified mage, leaving her in tears as she runs. But out of nowhere, Qin Feng leaps into action in a flash, decapitating the monster for a massive 441 damage, saving the mage and leaving the entire team frozen in absolute, utter shock. The trembling mage looks around, confused as to who rescued her and why they are helping. Propping himself up with his sword, the swordsman is stunned that a level 2 infected was taken down in a single blow. After all, killing a mere level 1 beast usually takes their whole squad 10 seconds. As the second monster strikes, Qin Feng moves like lightning, cleanly taking its head, shaking. The swordsman asks Li Jie if she saw who just pulled that off. She frantically shakes her head. Wang Meng gets up, urging everyone to stay focused, while secretly praying this mysterious helper is an ally. Now, only the swift hunter remains, and Qin Feng watches from the treetops after clearing the 2 level 2 infected. He pockets 40 experience points, 1 evolution point, a common tier poison dart skill book, and 8 days of tradable lifespan. Without wasting a single second, he immediately evolves the poison dart, creating the ultimate mid-range damage-dealing skill. Once upgraded, the level 2 silver tier skill lets him hurl deadly poison darts up to 14 meters away, dealing 120 damage on impact and poisoning targets with a 5-second cooldown. This inflicts 50% damage every second for 5 seconds, and trust me, the enemies are not ready. Wang Meng blocks with his shield, but gets stabbed in the gut. Trust me, you and I are about to watch this get wild. Dropping his shield and mace, he can only scream in sheer agony as the beast seizes the chance to stab him with another leg. The archer trembles and the priest panics, knowing they can't heal him in time. In desperation, Wang Meng screams at them to run. Qin Feng fires a dart straight into the swift hunter's head, dealing 845 damage. The mage and archer freeze as the boss's health bar drops by half. Both the monster and Wang Meng writhe in extreme pain. Soon, dark poison begins seeping out from the beast's deep wound. Finally, its massive body collapses, triggering multiple ticks of 324 damage. Since Qin Feng dealt over 90% of the damage, the loot is all his. For slaying the swift hunter, he receives 600 experience points, reaching level 3. He also gains 2 evolution points and 55 days of tradable lifespan. Unbelievably, the poison dart's damage over time has triggered his class's broken passive skill. Using stealth, he can stay hidden while throwing infinite poison darts, making him completely unstoppable in the early and mid stages of the game. Valuable loot begins exploding out of the beast's corpse. Nearby, Wang Meng watches in utter shock, horrified by the insane damage numbers. Seconds later, the loot disappears. Wang Meng stands up and thanks Qin Feng for saving their lives. But Qin Feng bluntly warns them never to trust anyone in the wild, a harsh lesson we all need to remember. Wang Meng humbly thanks him for the advice, and they quickly step back so they won't disturb him while he sorts his loot, adding that they're always ready to help him later. As Qin Feng loots, he realizes Wang Meng seems trustworthy. especially since he is backed by the highly resourceful Daxia government. He decides it's time to find a secure trading channel to liquidate all his unused gear. Activating his greedy hand, he extracts 3 evolution points, 55 days of tradable lifespan, and a sweet pair of bronze-tier Swift Hunter leather boots. Equipping them immediately boosts his strength by 9 points, physical defense by 5, all-element resistance by 5, and grants a 15% cooldown reduction. This is a massive haul, especially since his inventory is already packed with other gears and high-tier skill books. With a full bag, he heads back to town to cash everything in for lifespan. His eyes burn with confidence this time. His growth is 100 times faster than his past life. Not far off, another group of players finds themselves swarmed by monsters. Seeing their numbers rapidly multiply, they make a desperate run for it. But before they can escape, a much larger, horrifying beast suddenly materializes, blocking their path to safety. The monster lashes out using razor-sharp, deadly vines, instantly wiping them out. They respawn back in town, venting their frustration about how these monsters always pack up and flee when low on health. They say hitting level 3 is the only way to escape this game, but it feels completely impossible. Some argue 3-man squads aren't enough, suggesting they need 6 to 10 players to survive. Others quickly shoot that down, claiming they saw a 10-man team get surrounded and wiped out, plus larger groups only attract deadlier bosses. Just recently, a 40-man raid triggered a Curse Master boss, and over 30 of them were instantly obliterated in a single strike. Liz's squad also respawns back in town. If they can't reach level 3, they will be trapped in this digital hell forever. Everyone was dragged here while asleep, meaning only their consciousness is inside the game. If they don't escape, their physical bodies will starve to death. Liz is desperate, unable to understand why this game is so brutally hard. Her friend panics since they've died 3 times already, leaving them with under 10 years of non-tradable lifespan. At this rate, they'll die in the real world, and let's face it, none of us can afford another fatal mistake. Seeing that Shadow has already reached level 3, she is stunned, realizing he must have figured out some secret exploit. They desperately need his help to level up and escape this nightmare. Clenching her fists, she orders her squad to spread the word. They must convince Shadow to help them hit level 3. In return, she's determined to pay him 10 million cash once they return to reality. The others are shocked, but she knows Shadow won't be able to ignore $10 million. Deep in the forest, Qin Feng takes down a level 2 infected monster, gaining 20 experience points and 1 evolution point. After absorbing the monster's precious lifespan, Qin Feng decides he has accumulated enough evolution points and spends 5 of them to upgrade his signature greedy hand. The skill rises from platinum to emerald, boosting extra item drop rates by 160%, with a 20% chance to upgrade those items to higher tiers. Qin Feng is absolutely stunned by this broken effect, realizing that if he keeps evolving it, it could reach 100 or even 200%. Suddenly, through the heavy rain, a massive entity catches his eye, the legendary Curse Master boss roaming the forest. This creature is currently a bronze-tier boss, actively absorbing life force to evolve into a silver-tier nightmare. Knowing it wiped out a 40-man team makes perfect sense to Qin Feng. However, his inventory is totally full, meaning he can't carry any new loot even if he kills it. For now, he simply marks its location on his map. Since the boss's evolution takes time, he plans to empty his inventory first. Meanwhile, rumors of a massive $10 million bounty for Shadow's help have spread throughout the town, hoping the top-ranked assassin can boost them fast. As players continue to drop dead, desperation is reaching a boiling point. With everyone losing their lifespan, the wealthy are buying their way out. And that's the harsh, unfair reality we're left with. Let me show you a story that will blow your mind. As players gossip, Qin Feng suddenly appears, stunning everyone. Using his system, he sets up a stall to sell top-tier gear and deadly skills. The stall only lasts 10 minutes. Players gasp seeing him wear 2 bronze pieces while selling 2 more. They still cannot believe he slayed a bronze-tier boss all by himself. Someone asks why Qin Feng is hiding his face. Another explains he enabled the mask function to hide his real-world identity, keeping himself shrouded in total mystery. A female mage approaches his stall, curiously asking for the price of the Ice Spike skill. Qin Feng demands 100 days of tradable lifespan. She is Grey Rose, ranked 11th in Shell Town, also hiding her face. To Grey Rose, 100 days is too much. so she asks for a discount. Qin Feng explains that the common grade Ice Spike skill helps mages level up fast early on, so 100 days is already a steal. Rose asks to pay with real money, but Qin Feng refuses. He advises her to buy lifespan from others first, promising that if no one bids higher, he won't sell it until she returns. Pondering the offer, she turns to her party chat to ask her teammates if they should buy it. Since she carried them to level 2 so fast, they have no objections. With this spell, reaching level 3 will be faster, and survival is everything. Watch closely. She has them pool their lifespan for her, promising repayment in the real world. She hands over 100 days of lifespan to him. Seeing her squad at level 2, Qin Feng realizes they slew 30 to 40 crawlers. Their combined lifespan is easily over 100 days. Qin Feng sells it, boosting his lifespan from 268 to 368. Just then, Jiang Li appears, thrilled to have found Shadow. Smiling, she offers a deal. Help her reach level 3, and she will pay him $10 million in the real world. The crowd is stunned. This is Jiang Li. In his past life, she led a brutal syndicate eventually destroyed by the government. Smirking confidently, she boasts that her father is the chairman of Dejiang Industries, telling him to look it up if he doubts her. According to the news, she used to lure people into selling lifespan, then kidnap them for slave labor. Those who resisted were murdered in reality. Knowing she is absolute scum, Qin Feng gives her a cold refusal. Jiang Li admits Shadow is strong, but claims no one yet understands how this mysterious game really works. She urges him to partner up, promising luxury, cars, mansions, women, and everything he desires. Unmoved, Qin Feng tells her to stop blocking his business. You and I both know the ultimate truth here. Cash is worthless. Soon, the only currency that matters will be lifespan. Jiang Li turns arrogant, snapping that if this were the real world, she would teach him a lesson. With a chilling gaze, Qin Feng warns her that if she utters another word, he will kill her until her lifespan hits 0. Sensing his heavy killing intent, Jiang Li and her squad flee instantly. Minutes later, he sells his final item, the bronze-grade Glim Cloak. Now, carrying 546 days of lifespan and completely sold out, he slips into stealth to go hunt down the silver boss named the Curse. No one else knows yet that lifespan can be used to extract game skills into reality. Soon, this godforsaken game will plunge the world into total chaos, rendering all status and family backgrounds useless against raw, individual strength. Jiang Li and her squad stop to catch their breath. Gasping, she complains that Shadow not only rejected her but threatened to murder her. She swears she will find and kill him back in reality. As she fumes, an archer named Mao Lijun, also called Lao Mao, approaches. Lao Mao claims he is already at level 2 and knows some tricks to level up super fast. He asks if he can take the 10 million Shadow rejected to help her and her squad to level 3. Cautious, Jiang Li asks what his trick is. Lao Mao replies he usually keeps secrets but will make an exception for her. He explains that to level up fast, they should dump all attribute points into agility, making them run much faster than the monsters. This allows them to win fights without taking damage. Jiang Li gasps, having dumped all her points into strength. She accepts his offer but states she will only pay 5 million, since he is not as strong as Shadow. Lao Mao accepts, muttering that while Shadow is incredibly strong, it is bizarre to turn down such a huge fortune. Meanwhile, an invisible Qin Feng successfully reaches his marked map location. He spots the boss already evolving into a silver rank, with gray mist indicating the process is still ongoing. Unwilling to wait 7 or 8 hours for it to evolve into a gold-tier monster, he readies his deadly venomous dart skill. Launching the dart from stealth, he hits the beast, dealing 659 damage instantly. With poison ticking for 219 damage per second, he rapidly charges directly toward the monster. Activating his Shadow Blend skill, he knows a silver boss possesses double or triple the health of a bronze. Suddenly, the beast concentrates massive magic power, expanding its entire body. Qin Feng calculates that hitting it with poison darts 2 or 3 more times will do the trick. But the monster unleashes a colossal attack, obliterating the entire surrounding area. We are in for a wild ride. This magic boss has massive area of effect damage. After launching his toxic dart, he retreats instantly, barely escaping the attack zone while staying completely invisible. Let's be real with his low health and defense. One hit from that beast means instant death. The battle rages on as the beast charges up another massive skill, turning its giant body toward him, but he stays calm, carefully moving around the battlefield while tracking his shadow cloak cooldown. It is not ready yet, so he must wait for the boss to show a weak spot. His plan is simple: wait for the right moment, strike hard, then vanish. Seconds later, the creature stumbles, losing its focus for just a split second. This is his chance. Without hesitation, he leaps forward and lands a perfect poison dart strike, dealing 659 damage. Almost instantly, the poison kicks in, draining the monster of 219 health every single second. Sensing danger, the beast tries to run, but Qin Feng will not let it escape. He chases closely with a cold, determined gaze. With the monster on the brink of death, its struggle is useless. In a flash, Qin Feng vanishes and reappears above it, slamming it into the dirt. The system immediately confirms his victory. He has defeated the silver rank boss, and notifications flood his screen. He receives 1,800 experience points, instantly jumping from level 3 to 5. He also gets 4 evolution points and 124 days of tradable lifespan. Laughing, he realizes a single boss kill gained him 2 levels. As the carcass turns into loot, he activates his evolved greedy hand skill. The air trembles as the system confirms the loot is collected, and the rewards are better than expected. An extra 4 evolution points and 124 days of lifespan double his haul, making him smile. This double bonus is incredible. In total, this silver boss brought him 12 evolution points and 372 days of lifespan. As he reviews his rewards, another system notification pops up, revealing that the greedy hand passive triggered, upgrading 1 loot piece from silver to gold. He stares at the gold rank item notification with pure excitement. Now he gets why greedy hand is deemed a jade tier skill. It can upgrade item quality far beyond its original limits. His eyes drift to the scattered loot. 7 or 8 pieces of gear dropped, but his inventory has only 10 empty slots. He sighs, realizing that trekking back after every single boss fight will waste too much time. He knows a storage ring or something similar would solve this inventory headache instantly. Just as Qin Feng inspects a specific item, the scene shifts to Seashell Town. Pay attention here, the mage from Wang Meng's party spawns in a flash of light, looking completely relieved. She finally made it back, all thanks to Wang Meng. As the other party members spawn one by one, they thank him, admitting that without his leadership, they never would have hit level 3 and made it back alive. But Wang Meng just smiles, saying the victory belongs to everyone. Yet, the mage still looks deeply regretful. Sighing, she wishes she had sent a friend request to Qin Feng back in the forest, thinking maybe she looked too muddy then. Her teammates tease her, saying she looks beautiful in her new gear now, so that mysterious player definitely won't reject her. While they talk, a system announcement echoes across the town. The leaderboard updates Shadow has reached level 5. This news shocks the local players, leaving them stunned by how fast he jumped from 3 to 5. The only logical explanation is that he defeated a massive boss. Another player mentions seeing Shadow casually selling items in the plaza just 10 minutes ago, while someone else jokes about his 18-year-old sister. If Shadow likes her, their family will hit the jackpot, since getting boosted by him would change their lives. His friend instantly dismisses it, pointing out that Shadow ignored 10 million cash, let alone a blind date. Over at Wang Meng's camp, his team starts panicking. I know what you were thinking, they just hit level 3, and Shadow is already miles ahead. But Wang Meng stays calm, telling them to ease up. They need to log out, return to reality, and warn their loved ones about this highly dangerous game. As their bodies fade, the system confirms their logout. Wang Meng's final words carry deep gravity. If the world is slipping into chaos, they must protect their loved ones. In reality, Wang Meng opens his eyes as a voice calls for the captain. He is not just a player. Wang Meng is a police officer, and his teammates rush over in panic. One confesses they got terrified because his physical body started turning translucent while he was unconscious. A terrifying truth unfolds. If a player dies in-game or runs out of lifespan, they do not just log out, they vanish from the real world. But there is no time for fear. Wang Meng stands up and calls a meeting. As someone asks for his mission report, Wang Meng explains that his squad formed a party with hidden classes, giving them a massive advantage. Even so, they were nearly wiped out, saved only by Shadow. As Wang Meng confirms the report, you and I are left wondering how far this beast of a player will go. Alright, let us dive into this. Sato was only level 3 when he first helped Wang Meng. By the time they caught up, Sato had already skipped 2 tiers to reach level 5. This insane jump terrifies the top brass. They are all wondering, is he now the strongest player on Earth? How did he level up so fast? Theories start flying. Wang Meng guesses Sato might have slain an elite high-level boss or accomplished something legendary. But another officer in the room spots a glaring contradiction. If Sato was already at level 3 when he saved them, why did he not log out of the system like everyone else? Does he not have any family waiting for him in the real world? Suddenly, a female officer pitches a wild theory, suggesting Sato might actually be a transmigrator, a mysterious guy who appears out of nowhere, destined for godlike power. She adds that these transmigrator types are almost always orphans. That would explain why Sato has not returned to reality. Her bizarre theory instantly silences the entire room, feeling the awkward tension. She blushes in embarrassment. Her senior officer, visibly annoyed, snaps at Aniu to stop making ridiculous jokes during a serious military briefing. He dismisses her fantasy, telling her she reads too many web novels, before steering the conversation back to a much more critical piece of intelligence. An ultra-confidential report reveals that government researchers are currently tracking a deeply disturbing anomaly. Now pay attention, because when they compared mysterious deaths in sleep to people who escaped the forgotten game of the gods, they uncovered a horrifying truth. Those who died in their sleep had died repeatedly within the game. This confirms a terrifying rule. If your lifespan in the game drops to 0, you die in the real world too. One worried officer points out that this forgotten game of the gods is a full-scale anomaly. It is far beyond human comprehension. The commander agrees they might actually be facing a massive invasion from higher-dimensional entities. A heavy silence fills the room as the gravity of the situation sinks in. Without wasting a single second, the chief moves to their urgent mission. He announces that the government has declared a state of emergency, ordering all officers to immediately deploy vanguard squads in their respective sectors to enter the forgotten game of the gods and extract as much intelligence as possible. This is no longer just a police matter. The administration is establishing a highly specialized task force to handle this. He emphasizes that this is now a global crisis. Every nation on Earth is racing to comprehend this new reality, and falling behind means losing global power. For national security, they must secure vital information at all costs. The chief then announces his decision to put Aniu in command of Squad 1. She accepts the high-stakes assignment without hesitation. Wang Meng is named vice captain, giving them full authority to select their members. He nods, fully grasping the weight of their objective. I know what you are thinking. What about Sato, that mysterious top-tier player Wang Meng encountered? Judging by his actions, Sato does not seem hostile. Therefore, he orders Aniu and Wang Meng to get close to him, with the ultimate goal of uncovering his true identity and securing his full cooperation. He explains his choice in Aniu. Her deep knowledge of the game's hidden lore makes her the perfect candidate to investigate someone who acts exactly like a legendary character. He hopes Aniu and Wang Meng can turn Sato into an ally, acting as their proxy inside the dangerous game. If successful, they will secure vital information for a strategic advantage, while other officers are tasked with keeping order and stopping public panic. With that, the briefing adjourns. As the sunset paints the city in gold, these officers prepare for the trials ahead. The next day, we shift to a local high school, where our main character's sister sits quietly at her desk. All around her, classmates are buzzing with gossip, with a small group discussing some massive news about a student named Trang Wai. This student, whose real body had previously vanished, reached level 3 in the game and made it out alive. One girl explains Trang Wai revealed a crucial secret. If multiple people in the same neighborhood sleep at the same time, they land in the same starting village. This news triggers sheer excitement and deep anxiety. Another girl panics, insisting this is a disaster, because she wants to bring her inexperienced parents into the game with her. She worries they will perish without preparation. But her friends object, telling her not to rush into things blindly. They must level up first to protect their families when the time comes. Meanwhile, our main character's sister stares at her phone, harboring intense frustration. Why has her brother not contacted her yet, especially with the forgotten game of the gods taking over? She expected a text, but got absolute silence. No check-ins, no apology for hitting her. This is completely unlike the brother she knows. In the past, whenever they fought or she made him angry, he would always try to make peace first. But today, there is only radio silence. No apologies, no peace offerings. Even her parents never hit her. Yet her own brother did, and he still seems furious. She tries to justify it. She only skipped classes to watch Song Fei perform. What is the big deal anyway? Pouting. She decides that unless he calls and apologizes at least 1,000 times, she will never forgive him. But trust me on this. Her mood instantly flips to pure excitement as she starts daydreaming about Song Fei, glad she sneaked out. With the forgotten game of the gods expanding, she might never get another chance to attend his concerts. Her eyes drifting away as she relives last night. All right. You and I are starting with a girl daydreaming about being super close to her idol, Song Fei, on stage. Then she realizes something huge. If people enter the game while sleeping, that means Song Fei will be there too. Her face turns red just picturing them meeting in-game. Is this her golden chance? Destiny is pulling them together, and her heart is absolutely racing. As she gets ready for bed, she suddenly remembers that Sung Wai leveled up to 3 super fast, meaning he has experience. To play well, she needs advice. Zero hesitation. She texts Sang Wai, asking for any pro tips before she finally dives in. Meanwhile, Song Wai is hanging out with friends when the text arrives. He looks at his phone and smiles, totally surprised. Who would have thought the main character's sister would ask him for help? He sees this as his ultimate lifetime opportunity, whatever that means. Sang-gu replies instantly, boasting that she asked the right guy, and immediately shares a major game secret. At the start, she must dump all stat points into agility. Otherwise, she won't outrun monsters and will just keep dying. She asks if that is true even for a mage class. Sang-gu insists it definitely is. He explains agility helps mages by boosting spellcasting speed, which is incredibly crucial during the early stages. Still unsure, she asks him, "What if I boost agility and still lose?" Sang Wai confidently tells her not to worry. Once anyone hits level 5, the village portal activates, linking all starting villages together. Then, she can just join random parties to grind, and he will find her once the portals are active. Hearing this makes her super happy. Lying in bed, she smiles, thinking how convenient guys like Sang Wai are. Just like that, she already has free help. As she drifts to sleep, another thought strikes. This is perfect. She will enter the game before her brother and get strong fast. Once he joins, she will make him suffer. No help, no support. He will have to fend for himself. Satisfied with her plan, she drifts off. Now, pay attention here. We are shifting back to our main character standing over his freshly defeated boss Lude. Among the pile of treasure, a glowing sphere immediately catches his eye. Picking it up, a system notification pops up. He just scored a gold tier cursed ring. The system displays the ring's details. It can be used by any class, boosting all stats by 8. It adds 26 dark resistance and boosts weak point damage by 1.5 times, requiring grade B to equip. Looking at the benefits, that is a total of 32 stat points. That is equivalent to leveling up 3 times. Plus, dark resistance is huge for battles, and extra weak point damage is a massive bonus. Realizing this, he knows the cursed ring is an incredibly valuable asset for his journey. Before he can even process this, another notification pops up. He just learned a new skill, called Flash Shadow Slash. As a silver grade assassin skill, it allows him to unleash multiple forward slashes with a range of up to 15 meters. It also grants temporary invincibility for 5 seconds, striking all enemies within 2.1 meters. Each strike deals 100 damage and counts as a backstab, though it doesn't trigger weak points. With a 12-second cooldown, our main character knows this is a powerful area of effect attack combined with temporary invisibility. I know what you are thinking. What about his leftover points? Well, he uses them to boost his broken greedy hand skill. The system consumes 8 evolution points, boosting the skill from Sapphire to Diamond rank. The effects of greedy hand skyrocket. The extra loot chance jumps from 160% to 220%, and item upgrade chances go from 20 to 40%. Analyzing this massive upgrade, the main character realizes its true potential. He will now secure double drops on every kill, basically tripling his rewards. Not wanting to waste leftover points, he levels up Flash Shadow Slash 3 more times. The system consumes 3 points. The skill rapidly evolves from silver to gold and finally hits platinum tier. Its attack range expands from 15 to 21 meters for longer reach, while the invisibility duration increases to 7 seconds. The slash count jumps from 3 to 5, shredding targets within 3.1 meters. Cooldown drops from 12 to 10.43 seconds. This makes the skill highly efficient, especially since each strike now deals 200 damage, doubling his previous power. Every hit counts as a sneak attack, triggering his backstab skill effects even without landing a weak point strike. Seeing these upgrades, our hero knows that even with a slight cooldown reduction, longer stealth is a massive combat advantage. Sorting through the remaining loot, he finds most of it useless, but one specific item instantly catches his eye. A silver-grade warrior skill book, Battle Roar. Selling this will easily net him some extra trading lifespan. Just as he finishes organizing his loot, he senses movement. Turning around, he spots 3 massive creatures lumbering toward him. Instantly, he recognizes them as level 4 legless reptiles, hideous, aggressive, and highly dangerous monsters. Instead of running, he tests his new skills. Trust me, you and I do not want to miss this flash shadow slash. Alright, let us dive into this absolute slaughter, where, in a flash, our main character becomes a blur, shredding these reptilian monsters before they can even react. As the dust clears, the system screen flashes to confirm his victory, rewarding him 80 experience points and 5 days of tradable lifespan. Standing amidst the carnage, wrapped in a dark aura, he calmly reflects on his new strength. His monster hunting efficiency has reached a whole new level. He calculates his strategy, realizing that combining poison darts with a swift shadow slash means he can win battles before they even truly begin. Checking his tradable lifespan, he sees he has 618 days, but bringing his skills and gear into the real world requires at least 900 days, about 2.5 years. With that goal in mind, he plans to sell his valuable items first. If things go smoothly, he will hit that milestone soon. Once he reaches level 10, he will finally bridge both worlds. We cut to our main character back in the starting village, invisible thanks to his shadow stealth skill. Moving silently, he overhears a conversation nearby. A man is congratulating a woman for reaching level 3 while reminding her of a promise. He recognizes them as Lizzie and Lao Mao. Their talk reveals a deal where Lao Mao promised to help her reach level 3 to escape the game for 5 million in cash. Now that she achieved her goal, Lao Mao wants his money. Lizzie reassures him, asking if he really thinks her father's Duyang Corporation cannot afford such pocket change, promising to log out and transfer the cash immediately. Before leaving, she hands Lao Mao her number. But then, she makes an unexpected offer to buy all of his tradable lifespan, offering 10,000 cash for every single day. Lao Mao eagerly agrees, celebrating his massive profit with a smug, triumphant grin. He mocks Qin Feng as a fool for turning down her offer, suggesting they discuss things further in the real world. But check this out, neither of them realizes Qin Feng is moving right between them, perfectly hidden from their sight. Completely disregarding the true value of his in-game lifespan, Lao Mao figures it is easy to recover. To him, converting virtual accomplishments into real money is the best strategy. He boasts about how incredibly smart he is for figuring this out as we head back to the village, where Qin Feng stands before the teleportation portal. As he raises his hand, the gateway glows with a brilliant blue light. As the glow intensifies, a system window pops up to congratulate him on activating the Shelltown teleportation array, awarding him 1 reputation point. The system explains he can use the portal once a day for free, but any additional uses will cost him tradable lifespan. Since no other portals are active yet, this feature is currently useless. Qin Feng analyzes the teleport system, knowing it requires a 2-way connection, meaning activating only one side does nothing. Another player in a different village must reach level 5 and open their gate for it to work. He recalls that in his past life, Song Fei was in Firefly Town to get ahead, setting up a warning altar for when the portal activates. He is not just waiting, he is preparing. The moment that gate opens, he will be ready to face Song Fei. As he walks deeper into the city, his focus remains entirely on his main objective. To him, traveling between villages is just a minor step. His true challenge still lies ahead. His ultimate goal is reaching level 10 and entering the God-forsaken land, where he can finally unlock his true power. Only then will this forgotten game truly begin. A short while later, he sets up a stall. and a loud system announcement alerts everyone nearby that he is selling rare gear and skills. Now, you and I both know how crazy players get over top-tier loot, and they immediately crowd around, calling him a master. Some claim they have been waiting for this exact moment, saving up their tradable lifespan just to buy from him, with one boasting he saved 150 days. Others recall his last sale, where he sold the Frost Arrow skill that helped Gray climb all the way to second place on the leaderboards. Another player squeals with joy upon finding a silver-grade skill book, Battle Roar, an exclusive warrior skill, and buys it instantly. The system screen flashes, confirming the Battle Roar book sold for a massive 300 days of tradable lifespan. The surrounding crowd is stunned, with one player asking if a single skill book could possibly be worth that much. Another quickly fires back, explaining that Battle Roar drastically boosts a warrior's mob farming efficiency. With this, 300 days of lifespan can be recouped in less than 2 days, making it a steal. Everyone realizes the immense value of Qin Feng's stock. The remaining players rush forward in a frenzy to grab whatever they can. Within mere seconds, the entire stall is completely sold out. Qin Feng checks his profits on the screen. In just 1 minute, he gains 650 days, bringing his total to 2,174. Yet, he is still not satisfied. To bring his skills and equipment to reality, he needs far more lifespan. While some disappointed players whine about missing out, they ask if he will open his stall again, and he confirms that he will. Suddenly, a female player calls out to him, claiming she has a rare treasure and asking if he would be interested in trading. Turning around, he immediately recognizes her as one of Wang Meng's teammates. The system quickly identifies her treasure as a rare spatial ring with 12 inventory slots. Furthermore, the system notes that this ring does not take up any space in Qin Feng's backpack or equipment slots. Qin Feng freezes in shock. Trust me, you and I both know the insane value of a rare storage item that does not take up any ring or backpack slots. Stick with me here since players only get 3 storage backpacks. An item like this is worth a literal fortune. He knows spatial rings can drop from any monster, but the actual drop rate is almost next to 0. For a merchant-class girl to score 1 this early is mind-blowing. Her luck is just off the charts, no doubt about it. He asks for the price, already calculating its true worth in his head. In his past life, a 12-slot spatial ring like this sold for 3,600 days of tradable lifespan. But instead of asking for his lifespan, the girl completely shocks him with her offer. She does not want his years at all. She only wants to add him as a friend and team up to take down a boss monster. Qin Feng agrees immediately, and a system notification pops up, confirming that the player Big Bloom has officially accepted his friend request. As they leave Shelltown behind, Qin Feng asks about the boss she needs help with. Bloom explains it is a gold-tier threat, but she did not catch the name from that far away. She says it is on a rotting boat in the swamp. Qin Feng freezes. Could it really be the legendary gold ghost ship? Now pay attention, he knows this ship is a super rare boss that can actually spawn at any level. The spawn rate is incredibly low, but back in his past life, major guilds always fought bloody wars over its overpowered loot drops. Just spotting this monster is enough to trigger a massive war. But based on Bloom's story, this version is likely only level 5, making it the easiest to kill. Still, he cannot help but wonder how she managed to find such a rare boss right outside the starting town. His mind races to connect the dots. A rare spatial ring, her connection to the Wang Meng team, and a gold-tier boss appearing out of nowhere. Suddenly, a thought hits him. Could she be the legendary Lucky Charm from his past life? He recalls old rumors about a player in the Wang Meng guild who possessed absolutely insane luck, finding rare bosses, hidden palaces, and ancient temples just by wandering around. Back then, he thought those stories were just a cover to hide their real details. But looking at Bloom now, he realizes those wild rumors were true, and she is standing right in front of him. Lost in thought, he stares at her, trying to process everything. Bloom notices his intense gaze, blushing as she asks why he is staring. Qin Feng snaps out of it, muttering that it is nothing before focusing back on the road. As they walk through the town gates, they have no idea they are being watched. Watch closely as a bald player lurks behind a tree, tracking their every move. The scene shifts to a rough-looking crowd, where a long-haired man stands proudly in front of a group of bald players, speaking with absolute authority. He brags about their past victories, like leading his team to conquer the powerful Sand City Lord, confidently promising that following him guarantees success in this game. Before he can say more, the bald scout rushes back to report that Qin Feng left town with a girl, making the leader smirk. He bursts out laughing, instantly dismissing Qin Feng as some weak kid easily distracted by a pretty face. Gathering his group, the leader orders them to move because it is time to act. Meanwhile, on the road, Qin Feng explains his terms for helping her squad. He states that if the boss drops any gear or skill books she can actually use, those go directly to her. The rest belongs to him. Bloom hesitates, asking what the other members, like Wang Meng, are supposed to get. Qin Feng explains that since everyone has different roles, there is no guarantee any assassin gear will even drop. If that happens, he would be fighting for absolutely nothing, which is completely unfair. Understanding this, Bloom agrees to his terms but asks for one small favor. If loot drops for their captain or other members, she asks if he would sell it to them cheaply, and Qin Feng agrees. With the deal sealed, Bloom suggests heading to the boss once Wang Meng and the rest of the crew log back in. But after walking for a bit, she realizes she has no idea where they are heading. Once he clarifies their destination, she panics they are going to fight the gold-tier boss right now. Bloom is stunned. That is pure madness. Qin Feng is an assassin who can easily use stealth, but as a mage, she cannot take a single hit from something that strong. Taking on a gold-tier boss this early is basically suicide. But Qin Feng remains completely calm and confident. He has no intention of letting her fight. His plan is to solo the boss while she watches from safety. Still, Bloom finds it impossible to believe. She knows he is incredibly strong. But soloing a gold-tier boss is absolutely unheard of. Just as she is about to ask, Qin Feng suddenly stops, sensing danger. Without a single word, he activates his stealth skill and completely vanishes. Bloom is left standing there in shock. She looks around, trying to make sense of what just happened. 1 second he was right next to her, and the next, he is gone. She calls out his name but gets nothing but silence. Meanwhile, the bald players hiding behind the trees are still watching them from afar. The leader smirks, fully convinced that they have the absolute upper hand. But then, they realize Qin Feng has vanished. Shaken, they look to their leader. He laughs, thinking the guy fled, and orders them to advance. Trust me, you and I know they are making a huge mistake. He plans to capture Bloom first and toy with her. All right, you and I are jumping right into a wild ride where a cocky leader promises his crew the good life, bragging that even women will throw themselves at them. But as they draw close, a dark silhouette materializes right in front of them, making the leader freeze. His smirk fades instantly. Staring into the swirling black aura, pure panic flashes in his eyes as he mutters, "What is this?" Before they can react, Qin Feng unleashes his shadow slash. In a flash, a cold light cuts the air, and the entire gang collapses lifelessly. Their bodies are torn apart before they even realize what hit them. Qin Feng steps back into the shadows and vanishes without a trace. A system notification pops up, confirming his kills 5 rival players have been completely wiped out. He claims 12 days of tradable lifespan. A quick glance at the corpses, but he does not care. Their cheap loot is worthless to him. Ending them was no different from slaying low-level mobs. Leaving absolutely zero evidence behind, Qin Feng reappears right next to Bloom, looking completely casual. Confused by his sudden disappearance, Bloom immediately asks where he went. Qin Feng shrugs, claiming some stalkers needed to be sent back to town. Bloom feels relieved at first, but her curiosity gets the better of her. She teases that she thought he went to handle private business, joking about how incredibly convenient his stealth skill must be. With it, he could do anything unseen. Qin Feng cuts her off, clearly annoyed by where this weird conversation is heading. He tells her to focus and hurry because they need to reach the gold thief monster. Now, pay attention to the town. The ground begins to glow. Right at that moment, Qin Feng's younger sister spawns in as a healer. Her eyes widen in pure awe as she spots her magic staff. Picking up the staff, she realizes this reality is so vivid she can actually feel nearby players staring, instantly knowing she is a total newbie. She is thrilled to have unlocked a hidden sacrificial class, convinced it must be insanely overpowered. With this class, she believes she will definitely grab Song Fo's attention. Still, she wonders where he is and if he knows the starting point secrets. Her eyes flare with anger thinking about Qin Feng. He always took care of her, but failed to show up when it mattered most. She brushes those thoughts aside. She has her hidden class now, and Jiang Wei promised to help boost her levels anyway. Qin Feng can fend for himself now. Shifting her focus to the leaderboards, she freezes in shock. The rank 1 player, Xiaoyou, is already level 6. She gets annoyed that Jiang Wei bragged so much while only being level 3. It is obvious that Xiaoyou is the real top-tier master here. She figures teaming up with Sato would make leveling a breeze. But I know what you're thinking. How on earth is she going to find him? Not far from there, a group of players are talking, feeling anxious because they cannot contact Swan, who is the healer for Wang Man's squad. Knowing they are running out of time, he asks if anyone has a plan. One worried player points out they cannot hunt monsters without a healer. Another snaps back that they are not like Sato, who can solo hunt, suggesting they find a replacement healer to party up with instead. As they scramble for a solution, a voice calls out. Turning around, they see Qin Feng's sister, who knows this is her golden ticket. Smiling warmly, she asks if they need a healer, proudly revealing that she possesses the hidden life sacrificial class. Meanwhile, in the forest, Qin, Feng, and Bloom stand on a cliff, looking down at the gloomy swamp below. Spotting the golden ghost ship hiding there, Qin Feng activates stealth and vanishes, warning Bloom to stay hidden in case of an ambush. While he goes to handle the boss, Bloom is slightly confused, but nods, telling him to be careful. Dropping into the swamp, a system window flashes a warning. The ghost ship's curse has turned this place into a chaotic zone, accelerating lifespan decay by 100 times. Doing some quick math, Qin Feng realizes that at 100 times speed, 15 minutes here drains a whole day of his life. But to him, this chaotic time zone is barely an issue. The system identifies the golden-tiered ghost ship as a level 5 boss. Suddenly, a countdown timer of 45 minutes and 25 seconds pops up on his screen. Qin Feng is slightly surprised by the sudden time limit for a special boss like this, but feels lucky since 45 minutes is plenty of time to kill it. Using his Shadow Slash, Qin Feng moves like lightning, striking the boss with fierce blows that deal a massive 15,000 damage. While the boss is still trying to process what is happening, Qin Feng cancels his stealth and shoots a toxic arrow, striking the ship bell directly to trigger a critical blow and break his concealment. As the poison deals continuous damage, Qin Feng maintains his distance while climbing the golden ghost ship. But this fight has some tricky rules. For starters, many players do not know its actual weakness, assuming it to be the skeletal body or the ship itself. But the true weak spot is the phantom flame bell at the bow. Outraged by the sudden attack on its weakness, the boss manipulates the surrounding water. The boss prepares a massive area of effect attack, summoning towering pillars of water. Dodging the strikes, Qin Feng closes in on the boss. These water pillars deal insanely high damage, easily wiping out early-stage silver-armored warriors in a single hit. He is glad his Shadow class grants him such high agility. Otherwise, dodging would be impossible. And trust me, things are about to get wild as rotting hands rise from the swamp, summoning hordes of undead ghosts. You and I are about to see Qin Feng recall that after the area attack, the boss summons 12 decayed water ghosts. Each ghost is silver rank, but thanks to Shadow Stealth, they cannot sense him even when he stands right among them. These 12 monsters are about to attack in a frenzy, sending most regular squads into a panic. And that is not all. The Golden Ghost ship summons another ghost every 3 minutes. If they do not act fast, their numbers swell, leading to a total party wipe. Since he has been hidden from the start, they cannot detect him. He just needs the perfect angle for an instant Shadow Slash, moving like lightning to wipe them all out at once. While he handles the monsters, Plum watches from the cliff, trembling and blushing as she witnesses the power of a top-tier expert. To her, this shadow player is incredibly strong, appearing and vanishing without leaving a single trace behind. In a blink, he shreds over half of the boss's health without letting it land a single counter. Suddenly, Qin Feng chats her up, calling her Little Black and confidently claiming he is about to die, leaving her totally stunned. Qin Feng tells her not to worry, saying her only job is to wait for him to revive. Plum panics since he seemed to be winning, then asks who Little Black is. Qin Feng calmly asks if that is not her name, but she explains her nickname is actually Big Plum. Hearing a nickname like a dog, someone stomps the ground hard. It is the guy he killed earlier. This time, he brought his entire guild, absolutely furious over his past carelessness. Back in his glory days, He slaughtered legendary players, yet now he is getting bullied by a little girl. Just then, a minion brings good news. They find the girl on the cliff. Now, pay attention, they realize the shadow player is soloing the boss down there. The leader feels confident he can win now with his squad. Down in the swamp. The boss rages and its bell glows. Qin Feng is in phase 4, the absolute hardest part. Raising its anchor, the boss unleashes a massive spiritual tide across the swamp. Towering waves surge across the entire swamp, making Plum's eyes widen in absolute terror. The spiritual tide completely cancels his stealth skill, as something dangerous begins to rise beneath his feet. Next second, a giant water column erupts, dealing 1,059 damage and triggering the system death alert. He loses 326 years of bound lifespan and 1,087 days of unbound lifespan. The smug leader watches from above. To him, Qin Feng was a total fool to believe he could solo a gold-tier boss. Seeing Qin Feng's lifespan loot scatter on the ground, the greedy squad rushes down, shocked by how rich he was. Realizing that massive orb contains at least 100 days of lifespan, they decide to kill the weakened boss too. They think they can steal his loot. But don't blink the next second. They are teleported high into the sky, completely confused. He and his teammates are forcefully teleported right back to Shell Town. They fume in anger, unable to comprehend how the boss is this strong or how the shadow guy managed to solo it. They cry about getting wiped by the water column instantly. Plus, the arena is way too small to execute any real tactics. The leader grinds his teeth, refusing to accept defeat, and orders his squad to move out for another attempt. Right then, someone else leaps down. It is Qin Feng, already returning to the swamp. He is slightly puzzled seeing so many lifespan orbs scattered around. He chats Little Black to say he is back and asks what happened here. Little Black is shocked to see him return so incredibly fast. She explains that the lifespan belongs to the idiots who rushed the boss, only to get instantly wiped out. Qin Feng cannot help but laugh at their overconfidence, though he remembers struggling against this exact ghost ship in his past life. The boss is still lingering around. Checking its status, Qin Feng knows the ghost ship only casts its confinement skill once, making it vulnerable now. Once its health falls below half, it has a fixed chance to teleport far away, making it a nightmare for casual players. Without wasting a single second, Qin Feng fires a toxic arrow. It strikes the ship's bell directly, causing the enraged boss to prepare another massive attack. Seeing this, Qin Feng uses Shadow Stealth to go completely invisible. After analyzing the boss's movements, he unleashes a rapid Shadow Slash, easily countering its predictable pattern. The enemy leader and his minions arrive back at the cliffside. A scout reports that Qin Feng is fighting the boss again, prompting the leader to plan a double kill. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. Plum isn't about to let these annoying bastards ruin Qin Feng's boss fight. Gripping her staff, she channels a massive lightning storm. A devastating bolt strikes down, incinerating several players and leaving the survivors paralyzed with pure fear. The furious leader screams, demanding to know who attacked them. Stick with me, we start right as a guy points at Xiaoyou, blaming her. He grabs his axe and commands his men to kill her. Terrified, Xiaoyou runs for her life, screaming for help. The leader and his goons charge right after her, absolutely determined to end her. Not far away, a man watches from the shadows of a tree. But he is not alone, there is another figure lurking right behind him. Seeing Xiaoyou and the pursuers close in, they slip back behind the trees, heading toward the swamp. Keeping his distance, Qin Feng locks his eyes on the boss, realizing its life is slipping away. Just as he predicted, even a level 5 gold ghost ship boss is tough to solo. With his low damage output, the prolonged fight has already drawn a massive crowd. Spotting players up on the cliff, he quickly realizes they are the ones who just died. And here is where it gets crazy. Another group is waiting by the swamp, ready to kill him and steal the loot. The poison finally kicks in, making the boss's eyes glow. Seconds later, its massive body begins to disintegrate. System alerts confirm the gold ghost ship is dead, awarding Qin Feng 480 experience points. He reaches level 8, gaining 7 evolution points and 216 days of exchangeable lifespan. He activates his shadow skill, but the sweet dream is over. It is a pity he miscalculated. A server-wide system announcement echoes everywhere, revealing the player's shadow from Shell Town is the first to solo a gold boss. earning 3 reputation points. That shocking announcement instantly grabs the attention of every single player in the entire region. Nobody knows who Shadow is or how he got so strong. Everyone is furious because the first gold boss kill should have come from West City. Over in Shelltown, Wang Men stares at the system alert in disbelief, remembering how Shadow was just fighting a bronze boss solo. Yet, in a flash, he has already soloed a gold boss. He cannot comprehend how the gap between Shadow and everyone else is this massive. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's sister's eyes burn with determination. Knowing Shadow is truly the strongest, she believes that if Shadow helps her level up, she can finally meet her brother Song Fei. The boss's body fades away, leaving lifespan and tons of loot on the ground. Hidden behind the trees, the rival leader grins greedily at the massive drop. With a wicked smirk, he realizes Shadow is still cloaked and has not grabbed the loot yet. Knowing he must stay alert, he orders Quang Tung to use his detection skill to find Shadow, planning to kill Qin Feng and steal the gold loot. Gong nods, drawing his bow to activate his phantom horned eagle skill, releasing a single arrow straight into the swamp. The arrow transforms into an eagle spirit, soaring high before exploding, scattering glowing feathers all over the swamp. Watching closely, Qin Feng is surprised the hunter learned an anti-stealth skill so fast. No wonder they are confident enough to try robbing him. Too bad for them, his assassin class gives him an extra stealth level. Since Quang's skill is only level 1, it cannot break his cloak. Confident, Wang turns to his leader, claiming that Shadow must have chickened out and fled after seeing their numbers. The leader and his goons move in to secure the loot first. He warns them all to stay alert and be ready for a fight at any moment. The boss's loot protection lasts for 5 minutes. Once that timer runs out, all of it will belong to them. You and I both know what is coming next. Suddenly, Shadow materializes right in front of them, making their eyes widen with fear. Before they can even react, Qin Feng moves like lightning, instantly wiping them all out. As the dust settles, Qin Feng focuses on the loot, but then wonders where Tu Hack is. He decides to put it aside and search for her later. With enough evolution points now to upgrade his greed hand, he decides to level up the skill before picking up the drops. Upgraded from Diamond to Legendary, Greed Hand can now be used on corpses with a 220 to 300% chance for extra loot. The extra item has a 100% chance to be 1 tier higher. As he loots, he aims to harness this guaranteed chance to condense the shining items. As the Greed Hand begins absorbing the loot, a satisfied grin spreads across Qin Feng's face. Suddenly, a dazzling pillar of light erupts from the deep forest. Using Greed Hand grants him 21 evolution points, 648 days of exchangeable lifespan, and 2 unique ghost bells. Qin Feng's eyes widen in shock upon receiving 2 ghost bells. These special items ensure he will not lose lifespan when he dies. Featuring a 15-60-second cooldown, the item possesses 2 unique skills, 1 passive and 1 active. Soul Absorption is the passive, boosting dropped lifespan by 20 upon killing monsters. Carrying both ghost bells doubles this insane effect. Soul Shock is the active skill. He can ring the bells to stun all enemies within 100 meters for 3 seconds, with a 512-second cooldown. Better yet, they are classified as items. They do not clog up equipment slots, and both bells fit into a single inventory space, making them incredibly convenient. Mid-distraction, Tu Hack sends an urgent message begging Shadow for help. Snapping alert, Qin Feng asks with growing worry where she is, deeply concerned. The only thing he hears is her screaming for them to stay back. Let us see what happens next. Stick with me, you are going to witness Xiaoyou, cornered by a ruthless leader and his gang. They mockingly praise her high defense, claiming there is no escape, and tell her to submit with sickening promises of a pleasure that will make her fly. Clenching her fists, she looks back to find herself at the edge of a cliff, determined never to let these scumbags humiliate her. Without hesitation, she throws herself backward off the cliff, leaving the gang completely stunned. Her body plummets rapidly, crashing into the hard ground below in a horrific, bloody pool of agonizing pain. Her broken body begins to dissolve, converting directly into lifespan points. Peering down the cliff, the leader feels genuinely baffled that she actually jumped, muttering that she was surprisingly stubborn. Xiaoyou messages him, saying not to rescue her since she already died and respawned in town. She feels relieved that the team's tradable lifespan is safe in the hands of Captain Wang Meng. Qin Feng breathes a sigh of relief, telling Xiaohei to wait there as he will transfer her items soon. She feels happy and praises his hard work. Meanwhile, he gathers all the lifespan in the area. This time, he hit the jackpot, reaching 3,115 tradable days and gaining 21 evolution points. He decides to use these points to evolve his greedy hand skill. A system window pops up, warning him that this skill has reached legendary tier, requiring 10 times more evolution points to upgrade further. The system asks if he wants to spend 210 evolution points to develop it. Qin Feng is not surprised at all. It is totally normal since high-tier progression gets exponentially harder, and higher skill ranks demand way more evolution points. Now, pay attention here. He decides to skip this for now and prioritize offensive skills instead, knowing higher damage melts tough bosses for better loot. He focuses on upgrading Instant Shadow Slash, bringing it directly from Platinum to Diamond tier. The skill range increases from 21 meters to 27. Stealth duration goes from 7 seconds to 9, and he can unleash 7 slashes instead of 5. With a 10-second total duration, slash length increases from 3.1 meters to 4.1, adding 300 bonus damage per hit instead of 200. He spends 10 evolution points, leaving him with only 3. His basic backstab skill jumps instantly from common to gold tier, bypassing bronze and silver. When executing backstab, damage increases by 30 instead of 15. Qin Feng is thrilled that Instant Shadow Slash's damage has doubled after 2 evolutions. Even without being in stealth, he can deal 3,000 damage, and breaking stealth with backstab can push the total damage of 7 slashes up to 6 to 7,000. Using the system window, he analyzes his rewards, recalling that gold tier bosses usually drop 2 to 4 silver gears and rarely any gold pieces. Now, thanks to his crazy greedy hand effect, he scored 11 gold gears, a skill book, 2 platinum gears, and 1 platinum skill book. This loot is incredible because 3 items fit his assassin class, including the rare platinum ghost ship twin blades. This assassin weapon boasts 136 damage, 22 agility, 24 attack speed, 17 armor penetration, requiring level 5 to use. Let's look closer at this. Normal attacks hitting twice sounds cool, but since he relies entirely on active skills to deal damage, it is not that useful. Still, the raw attack power of the weapon is massive, granting an extra 22 agility. Attack speed also speeds up skill casting and reduces cooldowns, making it highly valuable, while the armor penetration is a huge bonus. Next, he equips the gold tier Ghost Fire Leather Armor, boasting 25 physical defense. It provides 50 fire resistance, 14 damage block, 419 health, and requires level 5. He is shocked because leveling up doesn't boost constitution. His base health is 350, but this armor adds 419. Once equipped, average players cannot even scratch him. Through the system, he hides the defensive gear, keeping the default stealthy look of the assassin class. This way, others cannot see his powerful gear unless they manually open the game menu to check. And he is not done yet. There is one last item. Checking his inventory, he finds a gold tier skill book called Phantom Blur. This assassin skill passively grants 15% evasion, and successfully dodging completely negates all incoming damage. Qin Feng is absolutely thrilled to finally obtain a vital survival skill. But then he remembers this skill is normally weak, since boosting evasion in this game is incredibly hard. Stacking evasion leaves your other stats dangerously low, and if a dodge fails to trigger, you are basically dead. But his body begins to glow with power because he is different. He can evolve skills infinitely to boost evasion without sacrificing any other stats, making this a pure, broken win for him. Qin Feng leaves the clearing, deciding it is finally time to head back to town. The remaining loot consists of items for warriors, priests, and archers, which he can sell to Wang Meng at a 10% discount. They might not have enough cash yet, but knowing Wang Meng, they will happily buy on credit. This massive power spike was all thanks to Xiaohei. Without her, he never would have found that level 5 ghost ship to raid, so he resolves to properly thank her. As Qin Feng passes by a massive tree, the furious thug leader and his gang suddenly cross his path. You and I can guess what happens next. They recognize him, turn pale with absolute terror, and desperately try to flee into the shadows. But Qin Feng has no intention of letting them go. Activating his stealth, he takes a deep breath and quietly sighs. You and I are about to watch Qin Feng move like absolute lightning, wiping out every lackey while their terrified leader runs for his life. But Qin Feng is not about to let him escape. He flashes right in front of him, turning off his stealth. Face to face with Qin Feng, the leader starts crying in absolute terror. He begs for mercy, swearing he won't do it again because he only has 1 year left to live. Staring down coldly, Qin Feng asks if he ever considered his own fate when he was busy hunting down others. Zero hesitation. Qin Feng fires a poison arrow, leaving the leader thrashing in agony on the ground as he coldly walks away. For killing so many players, he gets flagged with a murderer status. At level 1, dying means losing 75% of his lifespan. But Qin Feng is completely chill because his Ghost Fire passive means a single death costs him absolutely nothing. Qin Feng arrives back in Shelltown, immediately drawing the attention of everyone around. The crowd whispers in shock because he took down a gold tier boss. Since he is not wearing any gear, some even accuse him of using a glitch to cheat. As he walks through the plaza, a player approaches and asks him to stop for a second. Qin Feng turns around, and the guy hands over a skill book with a friendly smile. The man claims they bought an assassin's skill book by mistake, asking him to take it and bury the hatchet. The system identifies it as a common skill called Pierce. It is a single target attack that adds 20 points of attack and stuns for 2 seconds. With a 22-second cooldown, watch closely as Qin Feng takes the book, his eyes widening once he realizes it is a crowd control skill. With the book in hand, he walks off, while the guy and his party head the other way. But one of his teammates is furious, complaining to their leader that letting Qin Feng off after being killed is pathetic. Another nods in agreement. No one has ever humiliated them like this. They decide to call in every favor to assemble a massive army. With enough players, they can easily crush Qin Feng under their sheer numbers. With a serious look, they agree that this guy is leveling up way too fast. He must have a massive secret. Their ultimate plan is to track him down in real life and kidnap him. That way, they can steal his secrets and force him to harvest lifespan as their slave. The lackey praises the boss for this brilliant plan. To start, Josie decides to send a gorgeous girl to seduce Qin Feng. He recalls Qin Feng's voice sounding quite cheap, realizing the guy is probably dirt poor in the real world. So, hiring a professional seductress is the perfect trap. There is no way Qin Feng resists her. Meanwhile, Qin Feng meets up with Little Black, requesting a trade to hand over some of his loot. Her eyes light up, though she pouts that her username is actually Dom Mei. He hands over a powerful skill and a gold tier necklace. As she tests them out, massive flames erupt from her magic staff. She is ecstatic because her damage is now multiplied, and her mana regeneration speed is more than doubled. She thanks him from the bottom of her heart. Qin Feng shrugs it off, stating he is just keeping his end of the deal before asking for the dimensional ring. She happily hands it over for him to keep. Her cheeks flush bright red. She mentions finding a hidden cave that looks like ancient ruins while running through the woods, asking if he wants in. First, a golden ghost ship, now, ruins? He is stunned by her luck. Let's pause for a second. Befriending her totally pays off, proving that mutual sincerity is everything. If he had not gifted her those 2 gold items, she probably would have kept this secret. Plus, the ring expands his inventory to 27 slots. He asks where Wang Meng is, promising to head to the ruins right after finishing their trade. She waves her hand, explaining that the captain and the others are training new priests, so they won't be back anytime soon. Pulling up her map, she marks the hidden entrance, pointing out a stone slab concealed behind some thick bushes. She pushed it aside to hide while fleeing, but after taking only a few steps, a blood-curdling scream echoed from deep inside. Terrified, she bolted. Otherwise, those pursuers would have caught her. Deciding to hit the ruins immediately and trade with Wang Meng later, Qin Feng vanishes. Leaving a confused Da Mei behind, he heads straight into the forest. He originally planned to find a standard grinding spot to reach level 10. But this dungeon changes everything. In the starting town, there are 3 main types of ruins: ancient tombs, cursed ruins, and temples of faith. Whichever it is, even common mobs inside are bronze grade, with potential silver elites. For him, this is a goldmine of lifespan and evolution points. Navigating through the coordinates, Qin Feng quickly arrives at the hidden entrance. He slips inside without wasting a second, reviewing what he knows about starting town dungeons. Ancient tombs, cursed ruins, and temples of faith. Tombs are straightforward, packed with endless, difficult mobs, and capped with a gold boss. Cursed ruins, however, are filled with monsters twisted by the dark curse of ancient deities. And that's where we leave it, staring at former humans turned into mindless, cursed ghosts. All right, you and I are about to enter a deadly temple filled with ancient evil god worshippers. The layout is crazy complex, but clearing the last two areas rewards players with legendary items or powerful skill books. As he examines the ancient murals on the wall, he realizes this is a temple of faith. He studies them closely, finding the designs strangely familiar, when suddenly a loud roar echoes. Walking down the dark corridor, he realizes this temple belongs to the ancient god of judgment, sharing a direct link to his own Eye of Judgment. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, Wang Meng and his party are in a brutal fight against a monster. Wang Meng raises his shield to block, but the beast lunges too fast. Before he can react, a violent claw swipe sends his body flying through the air. He takes devastating damage. Panicking at their leader's injury, the party's archer desperately screams at their healer to cast a recovery spell. Instead, the young girl stands completely frozen in fear. Tears streaming down her face, she grips her staff tightly, crying out for help. With the team distracted, the monster leaps for a killing blow. The swordsman draws his blade, urging the terrified girl to use her skills. Instead, she drops her staff, falling to her knees in tears. The beast strikes again, completely wiping out Wang Meng's entire party. Respawning back in Shelltown, Wang Meng and his team are furious, while Xiaoyou stands nearby. She smiles and greets them, wondering why they returned so early since the shadow expert isn't back to sell gear yet. The angry archer points at the crying girl, yelling that she's totally useless and doesn't even know how to dodge or cast. Xiao just weeps, completely helpless. Now, pay close attention to this part. Xiaoyou steps forward, asking the archer why he's being so harsh on a new player. Glaring, the archer tells her to back off. The swordsman then explains that they didn't just die once they wiped 3 times in under an hour. Hearing this, Xiaoyou's eyes widen with a smug grin. She begins showing off the rare necklace Qin Feng gifted her. She decides to join them, boasting about the 2 amazing items she got from the top expert, bragging that she's strong enough to keep them alive. Wang Meng steps in and orders them to stop arguing. To him, her offer is actually pretty good. Having her along might make things easier, and they might meet the shadow expert on their return. Though burning with silent rage, Xiaoyou plays along, faking her gratitude while promising to do her best. She can't believe these losers are blaming her for their own failures. If it weren't for their connection to the shadow expert, she wouldn't waste her time with them. She is absolutely furious. Meanwhile, Qin Feng enters a hidden chamber as something catches his eye. 2 monsters are kneeling before him, identified by the system as loyal ancient god worshippers called the Judged. They are level 10 silver tier elites. Narrowing his eyes, he wastes no time and strikes them with Shadow Instant Slash. He turns invisible, but when he strikes, trust me, you and I did not expect their health bars to barely budge. Even with a stealth break backstab, their health pool only drops by a tiny fraction. It makes sense since they're level 10 silver bosses, and their combined health is higher than the gold tier ghost ship. Just then, something strange catches his attention. The monsters are kneeling again, but this time, they're facing directly toward him. It's bizarre because he's still stealthy. He wonders if they can sense his Eye of Judgment, and if that's why they aren't attacking. Qin Feng asks if they know the way and demands they lead. The beasts look up and roar. He realizes they are fully corrupted, decayed, and completely out of their minds. They've turned into wild beasts that only exist to steal human lifespan. Suddenly, their eyes begin to glow. Seconds later, they spin around and bolt. A group of players has just arrived at the doorway, and the monsters rush straight for them. Recognizing them as silver tier bosses, the players realize they stand no chance and immediately try to run. Before they can escape, the beasts strike, and poison bone mist melts their bodies away. They vanish, dropping spheres of tradable lifespan. It's the party of the girl who bought ice spikes from him, Grazos. He didn't expect them to find these ruins. Looking at their current gear level, Qin Feng concludes no normal player is ready to go deeper. Breaking stealth, he collects the lifespan, and the monsters immediately kneel before him again. They lost over 100 days of tradable lifespan. Surprised by their wealth, he heads back inside to search the room. After spending several minutes searching every corner, he finds absolutely nothing, no traps, and no hidden treasures. He concludes, there are only these 2 silver mini-bosses here. Glaring in annoyance, he decides to stop wasting time and launches a venom dart without hesitation. The darts pierce their skulls, rewarding him with 4,000 experience points for taking down the 2 silver bosses. Reaching level 9, he earns 4 evolution points and 188 days of tradable lifespan. As Qin Feng activates his greedy hand, the monsters' bodies begin to dissolve. He's thrilled. His legendary greedy hand is crazy. Trust me, it only gets wilder. Alright, you and I are about to watch him pull off some crazy loot. He gets 32 evolution points, 154 days of lifespan, and summons a golden assassin pendant. He is thrilled to score a gold-tier assassin accessory called the Believer Pendant. This massive gear boost grants 15 agility points and decreases his overall skill cooldowns by 20%. Its special active effect allows him to summon a silver-tier believer to fight alongside him in battle. With a cooldown of 6,000 seconds, Qin Feng grips the pendant tightly, loving these incredibly powerful stats. That 20% cooldown reduction cuts his stealth skill down from 22 seconds to 19. Toxic Arrow from 4.35 to 3.75, and Instant Shadow Slash from 10 to 8. Grinding will be way more efficient now. Since the other high-tier gear requires level 8, making them unusable for anyone else right now, he decides to store and sell them later. Just as Qin Feng prepares to leave, the ground begins to violently shake. Curious, he turns around to see a small pillar rising. And we can see his eyes sparkle with pure joy. With all the monsters wiped out, the temple's mechanism finally triggers. Qin Feng inspects the pillar closely, realizing it is a hidden switch. Moments after activating the mechanism, a platform materializes right beneath him. A heavy door in the stone floor slides open, and the lift slowly begins its deep descent. It is a hidden elevator. After descending a few meters, the hatch seals shut above him, stopping completely after a few minutes. Qin Feng estimates he has dropped about 300 to 400 meters down. The area is pitch black and gloomy, and he keeps his eyes peeled. Drawing from his past knowledge, he realizes this is the temple's hidden labyrinth. He already knew there was a high chance of a secret maze spawning here. Having explored plenty of similar ruins in his past life, he is well aware of the endless deadly traps hidden inside. However, as long as he has some disposable shield to trigger the traps, navigating this place will just take time. With a confident smirk, he pulls out his newly acquired pendant. His current frail stats mean any triggered trap would instantly kill him. Fortunately, this accessory lets him summon a loyal silver believer to scout ahead. Channeling the magic of his new necklace, he summons a zombie-like believer onto the stone floor, pointing it toward the dark labyrinth corridor. He commands the creature to march forward and scout. The summoned follower rises up and begins pacing down the hallway. I know what you're thinking. Using minions is smart, and Qin Feng agrees as he crosses his arms happily. But with danger lurking, he decides to safely upgrade his passive evasion skill first. Spending 11 evolution points, he upgrades his Phantom Blur skill all the way from gold tier to legendary. His passive evasion rate skyrockets from 15 to 75%, now granting complete damage immunity on a successful dodge. That is an insanely high dodge chance. He still has enough leftover points to boost Instant Shadow Slash to legendary. Dropping 13 evolution points, Qin Feng elevates this ability from diamond to legendary tier. The range increases to 30 meters, with a 12-second duration, allowing him to deliver 9 massive slashes instead of 7. With an 8.8-second cooldown, slash width grows to 5 meters, and damage jumps from 300 to 400. Qin Feng's eyes gleam as upgrading from legendary to fabled requires 10 times more evolution points. The higher a skill's starting tier, the more beneficial it is to evolve. For example, if a skill starts at legendary tier, upgrading it to fabled for the first time only costs 1 base point, but because the target tier is fabled, it multiplies by 10, meaning he only needs 10 points. This means that if he possesses a legendary skill, he can rapidly evolve it to fabled and then straight to mythological, followed by ancient and immortal. But starting from a common skill requires 7 evolutions to reach legendary, requiring hundreds of points once the multiplier kicks in. Thankfully, no matter where a skill starts, it takes very few points to push it to legendary. In other words, from now on, all his skills will be legendary at minimum. Having 11 evolution points left, he can only upgrade his basic Shadow Slip skill. Spending 8 points, the skill rises from silver to platinum, increasing its duration from 16 seconds to 24, and boosting stealth breaking damage by 90 points to 150, while its cooldown drops from 26 to 22 seconds. With his 35% cooldown reduction stat, Shadow Slip lands at 16.3 seconds, which is still a bit too long with mediocre stealth breaking damage. As they traverse the corridor, the believer steps on a pressure plate, triggering a trap that drops a massive boulder, crushing its body into pure light. With his summon destroyed, he decides to wait for the cooldown to summon it again, navigating this complex and dangerous maze slowly in hopes of uncovering high-tier loot. Upstairs in the temple, a shielded warrior and a hooded girl peek their heads through the massive entrance door. The man reports to Captain Grayos that the monsters have vanished, leaving the captain completely stunned by the news. Stepping inside the chamber, Grayos notices that even the monsters' harvested lifespans are totally gone. Realizing someone wiped out the mobs and claimed the lifespan, the warrior suggests only a master of the shadows could take down 2 silver bosses. Grayos agrees, feeling relieved they are finally safe from death. The hooded girl places a hand on her chin, recalling seeing someone communicating with the monsters earlier. She wonders if he is a shadow master or if he possesses a boss charming skill. Either way, such power is truly terrifying and incomprehensible. And that's where we leave things today as Qin Feng's summon triggers yet another trap on the temple's 2nd floor. Let's join Qin Feng as he faces a long path leading to a massive door. He's been exploring for 3 hours, and this might finally be the end of the maze. Based on his past life experience, using human lives to trigger traps would easily kill at least hundreds of players. Using his necklace, Qin Feng summons another follower to scout ahead. The minion takes the lead, while Qin Feng follows closely behind. Qin Feng orders his summon to push the gate. Doing exactly as told, the monster puts all its strength into it, but the door refuses to budge, leaving its body trembling. Suspicion flashes in Qin Feng's eyes when he sees the beast fail. He slowly walks up to the gate and places his hand on it. As he does, the door slowly creaks open, shocking Qin Feng. Instantly, a wave of thick, heavy smoke starts pouring out from the other side. Sweat drips down his face, knowing something is seriously wrong. Inside, he sees a pillared room with a spiked chest sitting right in the center. Stepping inside, Qin Feng carefully examines the chest, covered in sharp thorns. It is locked, and standing nearby is a female non-player character. Her lower face is completely bandaged, and the system fails to identify her stats. Qin Feng's eyes widen in absolute shock at the total lack of information. This is the very first time he has encountered such a mysterious non-player character. The woman begins whispering in a strange, ancient language. Then, she kneels down as her body dissolves into pure light and vanishes. Qin Feng watches closely, completely baffled by her sudden disappearance. Right after, the thick thorns wrapped around the treasure chest start to fade away. Qin Feng refuses to let his guard down. Even without any information on that mysterious woman, he is certain she is connected to the Eye of Judgment. The chest begins glowing with a bright golden light, revealing a legendary item inside, but he remains highly cautious of potential mimics or deadly traps. Now pay attention. Qin Feng points at the chest, ordering his summon to open it. Following his command, the monster pops the chest open, releasing a blinding light from within. His eyes shoot open in pure amazement at the skill book. Inside, a god-tier assassin skill loaded with both passive and active effects. This legendary assassin skill book is called Cloak of Forgiveness. Its passive effect grants 100% weakness correction and doubles all damage dealt to weak spots. Additionally, it grants a deadly active skill, Throat Slit. His next Shadow Strike will trigger this effect, dealing 100% damage per second for 3 seconds. The 60-second cooldown is reduced to 44.4 seconds by his abilities. He realizes the passive skill literally doubles the enemy's critical weak spot area, but the most broken part is the active skill itself. If his next strike deals 300 damage, the effect inflicts 300 damage every second for 3 seconds. That is 1200 total damage, triple his initial strike. Qin Feng reads the details carefully. While multi-hit skills like instant shadow slash strike repeatedly, Throat Slit only applies to the very first hit. Plus, being a legendary skill means it only needs 10 evolution points to reach mythic rank. This loot is absolutely insane, multiplying his burst damage output like crazy. Qin Feng heads toward the exit. Knowing he owes much to Tu Hack, he decides it is time to return and sell the spare gear to her party. Via chat, he asks Tu Hack to tell Wang Ming to return to town because he has gear to sell. Learning that the Shadow Master has finished exploring the ruins, the party immediately teleports back. You and I can probably guess what happens next. The moment Qin Feng returns to the starting town, he freezes. A massive crowd of players is waiting to friend him, with some even begging to become his loyal followers. Even a wealthy guild president from Zhanghai City has personally come to recruit him. Qin Feng even has passionate fans from Firefly Town welcoming him, while players from other distant regions flock over just to party up. Seeing this chaos, he realizes the inner town portals are finally open. Now, he can finally travel to Firefly Town to find Song Fei. Without hesitating for a single second, Qin Feng vanishes into thin air, melting into the shadows. Activating his stealth skill, Qin Feng slips away from the crowd, leaving the confused players arguing among themselves, thinking they annoyed him. Qin Feng approaches Tu Hack and gets her attention. She quickly raises her hand to signal their captain that the Shadow Master has arrived. But suddenly, someone catches Qin Feng's attention. It is his little sister, Qinu. Smiling warmly, a rush of questions floods his mind. He has no idea how she managed to join Wang Meng's party, especially since her presence might put the team in grave danger. He must play this extremely safe. Now that everyone is looking for the Shadow Master, he cannot risk exposing his true identity. He still cannot utilize his powers in the real world, and with so many eyes watching him, even a kitchen knife could end him. Meanwhile, Du blushes as she senses his overwhelming power with just a glance, realizing that compared to him, Wang Meng's party is basically trash. She believes that with his help, she could easily meet Song Fei again in just a matter of days. Through the system, Qin Feng explains to the captain that this gear perfectly fits their classes, and the skill book will massively boost their combat power. He sets the initial price at 220 days of lifespan. For Wang Meng, this is a fortune, but the gear is gold and silver tier. They cannot afford it right now, but Qin Feng tells them they can pay later. Wang Meng offers his deepest thanks, completely overwhelmed by his generosity. If Qin Feng ever needs them, trust me, they will be there. Let's dive into this wild story where a swordsman gets a gold helmet, praising Shadow for providing top-tier gold equipment so incredibly fast. Wang Meng also gears up, unlocking a gold skill that triples his damage, and he breaks down in tears because Shadow actually let them buy on credit. Feeling deeply trusted, Wang Meng checks his inventory but finds 0 items for priests, leaving Xiaoyou standing there extremely confused. The archer gets highly annoyed that she only leeches experience from the group. Xiaoyou then approaches Qin Feng, introducing herself as their priest to ask for gear. The system suddenly notifies him that a player named Little Graceful wants to send a friend request. Her eyes widen in shock. Qin Feng gives her a freezing glare before instantly vanishing into thin air, leaving her completely stunned. She desperately asks where Shadow went. Wang Meng reassures her that maybe he just didn't find any priest items this time, but might next time. The archer bluntly points out that Qin Feng was clearly ignoring her on purpose. Shadow is incredibly cool, vanishing like a dragon in the wind. But as Qin Feng walks away, he knows his inventory holds a gold-tier priest staff and skill book. However, there is absolutely no reason for him to give such valuable items to Qin Xiaoyou. As he progresses, he knows he will soon end up with tons of unused high-tier gear and skills. Selling them one by one is too slow. But since Wang Meng has government connections, wholesaling everything to him is perfect. Trust me, he cannot let Xiao ruin this deal, so watch how fast he finds a strong priest to replace her. His eyes turn dead serious. He needs to find Gu Yeshua immediately. In his past life, this elite manager was a hidden class player known as the White Bird Priest. Backed by a white bird that heals and buffs, she is the only priest he knows capable of soloing legendary bosses all on her own. She was his ultimate ally. Compared to her, Qin Xiaoyou is nothing but useless dead weight. Qin Feng activates the teleport gate, remembering Gui Shi is in Firefly Town, the exact same place as Song Fei. Perfect. Once he recruits her, he will place her in Wang Meng's team. Stepping through the portal, he teleports straight to Firefly Town. Arriving there, he finds the area completely different from the starting zone. While walking around, he overhears two players urging each other to hurry because a silver boss is already at half health. They cannot let anyone else steal their kill, or else all their hard work goes to waste. One player curses, complaining that Song Fei brought too many fangirls to compete with, wondering why a washed-up celebrity has so many blind followers. Qin Feng immediately catches a lead on Song Fei. Tailoring behind the two players, he arrives at a deep valley. This is the level 5 zone, Wailing Valley, where dangerous ember fiends roam around every corner. Walking further, the chaotic sounds of battle echo through the rocks. Peeking over, he spots players fighting a giant, blazing two-headed beast. Qin Feng recognizes this two-headed ember fiend as a silver boss, noting the absolute chaos as players aggressively fight each other. Look closely here, yes, that's the absolute trash of a villain Song Fei standing right there. Two angry players confront Song Fei's squad with weapons drawn, eager to avenge a past ambush. Having his lifespan stolen, he vows bloody revenge. Their tank mocks him, asking if hiding behind fangirls makes him safe. He brags about having a counter-mage skill, but before he can even make a move, one of Song Fei's mages crushes his skull. Qin Feng recalls that in his past life, this arrogant scumbag belonged to the mage class. The bastard manipulated his fans into playing mages just to steal their gear and skills, boosting his own power instantly. Since a full mage squad is terrible, his fangirls built weird stats. Some went intelligence for damage, others built agility for speed. Others poured points into health to act as shields, while some went full strength to become melee mages. This bizarre squad was incredibly strong early on, stealing lifespans everywhere with absolutely no one to stop them. But eventually, most of his fangirls died off. Hypocritically pointing at the boss, Song Fei fakes a heartbroken sigh for his hard-working fans. He hopes the boss dies quickly so they can rest, dreaming of a world filled with love and zero violence. As the two-headed beast charges, a devoted fangirl yells that they can win, because Song Fei is working the hardest of all. She cries out that he shouldn't suffer anymore, pointing her staff at the monster and swearing to slay it to protect him. His brainwashed fangirls unleash a barrage of spells, ready to fight to make him king and follow him to the very end. The beast unleashes a massive wave of fire straight at Song Fei, but before it hits, a girl jumps in to take the full impact. Song Fei dramatically holds her hand as she disintegrates into particles. Crying, she vows that she will always sacrifice herself for him. Grasping her staff, another girl in a pretty hat rallies the entire squad to unleash their burning rage. Defeating this ugly beast will push their beloved leader to the #1 rank, finally surpassing Shadow, sending the fangirls into a frenzy. Raising their weapons high, they vow to conquer the skies by his side, casting powerful lightning magic that completely floods the battlefield. And as we leave off, Song Fei wonders how anyone could solo a gold boss when this silver one is so damn hard. He is sure Darkness exploited some game bug, since even with a massive fan army, Song Fei is only level 7. You and I are watching him smile, hoping to hit level 8 from this silver boss while wondering how Darkness leveled up so fast. Knowing Darkness has been stuck at level 9 for a while, he's determined to surpass him as the top player in Go's Forkson. Just then, a hand cloaked in shadows violently clamps over Song Fei's mouth. In a flash, Qin Feng decapitates Song Fei, shredding him with an instant shadow slash. Blood gushes as his fans watch in absolute, stunned silence. Before they can even breathe, Qin Feng strikes again like lightning, utterly slicing through the remaining fans and the silver boss itself. The system screen flashes, confirming the boss is slain and rewarding him 1,500 experience points. The corpse falls, dissolving into pure lifespan energy. Surrounding players gasp in shock, unable to believe Darkness just took down the boss with a single attack. His single strike dealt thousands of damage compared to their measly 100. This guy is 10 times stronger. Qin Feng unstealths as the corpse turns into lifespan. Clever players quickly realize that was an area of effect skill. They can't believe one strike wiped out Song Fei and his entire fan crew. Looking closer, they suddenly remember Darkness is the legendary first player to defeat a global gold boss. Wisely backing off to let him claim the loot, they start cheering and thanking Darkness for taking out the annoying Song Fei gang. Qin Feng knows they are just cheering out of pure fear. In his past life, he wouldn't have hesitated to slaughter every last one of them. Pay attention to this part. Song Fei respawns at Firefly, devastated by the system alert that he lost 1,106 tradable and 18 years of non-tradable lifespan. Fear grips Song Fei as he realizes darkness has arrived here. He cannot believe that out of hundreds of Jianghai towns, darkness chose this exact spot to steal his kill. His respawned fans, especially the chubby girl, are utterly confused to see him dead. Another girl is furious, not understanding why darkness targeted them, while someone else assumes he just wanted to steal their silver boss. To them, it was incredibly cowardly and cruel of him to ambush Song Fei while his guard was down. Just then, a female archer anxiously approaches Song Fei, asking if she can join the team since she has a Hawkeye skill that can easily detect invisible targets. Song Fei's fan tells her to beat it, snapping that he only wants mages in their elite party. The chubby girl worries her low damage output would only drag down Song Fei's progress on the server leaderboard. Opening his arms, Song Fei dramatically explains that even as an archer, she can join his family, preaching his belief that love always conquers all. Grabbing her hand, he softly tells the emotional girl that he can truly feel the deep passion inside her heart. Reassuring her, he welcomes the archer to his party, solemnly promising that they will grind and level up together. I know what you're thinking, this cult-like devotion is absolutely wild. As she blushes with happy tears, a female assassin steps forward, vowing to use her own stealth to make darkness pay. A mage then boasts that she just unlocked a brand new area of effect spell capable of freezing darkness solid. Spreading his arms wide, Song Fei declares his family is built on love, welcoming any loyal girl who wants to join them. Overwhelmed with joy, the girls burst into tears and vow to stand by their leader forever. They declare darkness has zero honor for launching a sudden sneak attack, swearing he will pay a heavy price. Once they track down darkness, they plan to let Song Fei execute him to show the cost of their wrath, drawing the attention of two nearby players. While clueless about Song Fei's plans, these onlookers are secretly thrilled that someone out there actually managed to kill him. Remembering how many girls constantly protect Song Fei, they wonder how he even died, quickly realizing only the legendary darkness could pull off such an incredible feat. Watching the girls weep hysterically over him, they can only conclude this entire group has lost their minds. Smirking confidently, Song Fei believes that defeating darkness in front of so many witnesses will prove to the entire server that raw power is completely useless if you fight alone, especially as a solo assassin. To him, darkness is just a pathetic assassin who foolishly dared to challenge a noble and truly magnificent mage like himself. Meanwhile, Qin Feng activates his greedy hand skill to gather all the dropped loot. He gains 16 evolution points, 217 days of tradable lifespan, 6 silver items, and 1 gold. He decides to spend 19 points to evolve his graceful release skill. The skill upgrades from legendary to epic tier. Its passive weak point modifier spikes from 100 to 200, doubling the damage multiplier, while the active effect gets a major boost too. His next strike will trigger a throat slit, dealing 150 damage per second instead of 100 for 3 seconds, with cooldown drop to 18.5. Boosting the modifier to 200 effectively doubles the target's critical zone. If amplified further, the entire upper half of an enemy's body will become one giant weak point. He realizes with awe that even his basic Shadow Slash might now trigger critical damage on impact. A default legendary skill starting with 0 evolution points can indeed be fully upgraded to epic rank. But jumping from epic to mythic requires 100 times more power, needing a massive 200 points to reach that ultimate godly stage. And that's where we leave it. Greedy Hand requires 210 points to evolve and 340 at epic. With 9 points left, he upgrades Enhanced Backstab as we gear up for the next chapter. Alright, let's jump in. Qin Feng spends 8 points to upgrade his skill from gold to platinum, boosting his passive damage from 30 to 40. A silver boss and a group of players handed him over 1,400 days of tradable lifespan. With the quest complete, he decides to return. But while Qin Feng is distracted, a girl attempts a sudden surprise attack. She wants him dead, but the silent shadow easily dodges her strike. She attacks again, but he slips away without breaking a sweat. She stands stunned after he dodges every single strike. Without hesitation, she activates her stealth and completely vanishes from sight. Right then, Song Fei's fans show up on the cliff. They corner him, vowing to get revenge for their beloved idol. Song Fei's mages prepare their spells, while a new archer aims directly at Qin Feng. They are absolutely furious and demand payback for Song Fei. Qin Feng activates his stealth, vanishing into thin air and blending into the shadows. Now watch closely. The archer activates her eagle eye skill, claiming his stealth is useless as her arrow transforms into a flying eagle spirit. Seconds later, it explodes into a rain of falling feathers. But they hit their own female assassin instead, forcing her out of stealth. Exposed, the hooded girl clenches her fists in joy, thinking she found Qin Feng. She immediately orders everyone to unleash their ultimate skills and attack. Hearing the command, Song Fei's fans launch their ultimate attacks, raining powerful magic straight down on their own assassin. Terrified, she panics and tries to explain she is not Qin Feng. But it is too late as the magic blasts her into a massive explosion. Instead of feeling guilty, the hooded girl gets angry and acts like it is no big deal. Since the victim was not a mage, she claims she never truly loved Song Fei anyway, calling it a divine punishment for fakers. She orders the archer to summon the eagle again to find the shadow. The archer nods, but Qin Feng pulls out his Trung Hoa Lin and shakes it. This activates an active soul attack skill, freezing all enemies within a range of 100 meters for 3 whole seconds. With a cooldown of 521 seconds, the energy wraps around them before the archer can recast Eagle Eye, completely paralyzing the squad. They panic instantly. Before they can even draw breath, Qin Feng appears with a lightning-fast strike, tearing through their bodies before they can react. Hiding behind a wall, Song Fei peeks out in complete confusion, unable to understand what just happened or why they died so suddenly. At first, he suspects the shadow did it, but quickly dismisses the idea, because doing so would have forced him to reveal himself. Qin Feng, still completely invisible, approaches him with an incredibly arrogant glare. It is clear his end is near. Hearing Shadow's voice, Song Fei's eyes widen in sheer terror and shock, leaving him trembling. Without wasting a single second, he activates his magic shield, summoning a powerful barrier to protect himself. But to his absolute horror, Qin Feng fires a toxic dart that pierces straight through Song Fei's magic barrier effortlessly, completely shattering it into tiny pieces. The dart lands directly in his forehead, sending Song Fei crashing to the ground as he begins to scream in agony. Song Fei's body quickly dissolves into floating orbs of lifespan energy. Qin Feng deactivates his stealth, and seeing how much lifespan Song Fei dropped, realizes the guy originally had over 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. You and I both know that makes no sense, right? Qin Feng watches him vanish, deeply confused as to why his fans don't have any tradable lifespan. He realizes they must have donated their entire lifespans to Song Fei. It is crazy that after all this time, people still treat this cursed game like a playground. To him, these fanboys are genuinely terrifying. It is such a waste, because their combined tradable lifespan added up to hundreds of years, and now it only belongs to nearby monsters. Back in Firefly Town, Song Fei and his followers respawn. He is absolutely furious that his pool of 2,000 days has shrunk to just 500. Looking completely bewildered, he demands to know why the archer failed to locate Qin Feng using her detection skill. She explains that she did activate her skill, but the only person she managed to detect was their own ally assassin. The hooded girl mentions that she can check her stealth level directly on her status screen. She wonders if Shadow's stealth rank is far higher than they assumed. The archer then reveals that her eagle eye skill only has level 1 true sight, meaning she can only detect targets with level 1 stealth. If the opponent's stealth level is any higher, she remains completely blind to them. Song Fei feels hopeless because Shadow attacks and vanishes without a single trace. Touching his face, he has no idea how to defend himself. Song Fei reasons that he never personally offended Shadow, and now that the assassin has also stolen the boss kill reward, Shadow should have no reason to hunt him anymore. But then, he worries Shadow might be jealous of his gorgeous looks and will strike again. Song Fei's loyal fans raise their weapons, deciding it is best for everyone's safety to go level up somewhere else entirely. Wherever Song Fei goes, they vow to follow. Not long after, Qin Feng also makes his way back to Firefly Town. After searching for a while, he finds it odd that Song Fei has already left. He deactivates his stealth, wondering if they moved or logged out. And just like that, we leave them in suspense. Terrified by Shadow's sudden appearance, the man trembles and points him in the exact direction they went. Stick with me. This desperate man is begging Shadow to kill Song Fei, and he has one final request. Once Song Fei is dead, he begs Qin Feng to spare his girlfriend, a female hunter known as Flying Cat. Qin Feng tells him to look elsewhere. Realizing this guy's girlfriend is actually a hunter who can detect stealth. Activating his stealth, he vanishes again, leaving the desperate man pleading about how hard it was to find her. Even though Qin Feng knows their general direction, he has no clue where they are headed, and searching would take forever. The man cups his hands and shouts for Shadow, knowing everything would be much easier if he could locate him. Just then, a woman passes by, causing him to freeze in surprise as he realizes she is none other than Gu Jisoo. Deactivating his stealth, he grins, calling her a beauty and asking if she could lend him a hand. Seeing Shadow, she is completely shocked. Qin Feng pulls a gold-grade staff from his inventory, saying he heard her class can detect targets over a massive area. He promises that if she helps him find Song Fei, he will sell her this gold staff dirt cheap. At that, Gu Jisoo's eyes light up with excitement. She opens her system window, wondering how he knew about her tracking skill. Now, pay attention here, she remembers keeping her skill a secret, but when asked if she wants this gold weapon, she says yes. Looking surprised, Qin Feng asks if she really does not even have 500 days of lifespan to trade, revealing that the retail price is at least 700 to 800 days. Checking her system, she sees she has exactly 700. He instantly initiates the trade and hands over the staff. Once the successful notification pops up, she clutches the weapon and starts drooling. He gently taps her cheek to snap her out of it, urging her to hurry. She blushes deeply, smiling and nodding in agreement. Wielding her new staff, she focuses her power. Even though this is her first time meeting Shadow, he feels strangely familiar to her. As her owl circles overhead, she playfully asks if Shadow is worried she might just run off with the staff. He calmly asks if she does not hate Song Fei. Realizing he knows her grudge, Gu Jisoo's eyes widen in sheer shock. She wonders if Shadow could be a real-life friend, but his voice sounds completely different. Qin Feng just smiles, letting her guess. She raises her arm, letting the owl fly as she gives up guessing. But right then, her eyes stretch wide with surprise. The owl soars past the town, spotting Song Fei and his loyal fans gathered far off in the rocky canyons. Having located Song Fei's crew among the deep, rocky ravines, her owl reports back to Qin Feng. She warns him to move quickly before the target decides to leave. The owl can fly fast, but tracking for too long will exhaust it. Shadow prepares to set off, telling her not to worry as he will be there soon. In an instant, Qin Feng shoots forward like a lightning bolt, tearing across the rugged rocky terrain without ever slowing down. You and I both know that's bad news. The owl suddenly stops, meaning something is actively jamming their tracking. He scans the area, spotting a tree marked with a strange symbol. Wanting answers, he contacts her to have the owl scan the surrounding woods. Soon, the owl spots two more trees with the same mark, one 100 meters ahead and another 100 meters to the left. Qin Feng approaches each ancient trunk, carefully touching the strange carvings with curiosity. As he channels his energy into the three symbols, a beam of bright light connects them, causing the ground in between to glow. Suddenly, a treasure chest radiating green and gold light emerges. Qin Feng is stunned. A legendary chest appearing in a simple place like Firefly Town is unheard of. He can hardly believe his eyes. These rare chests left behind by ancient gods are incredibly scarce and can spawn anywhere. Some trigger deadly monsters, others unleash raging beasts. But rare ones like this contain unimaginable, game-changing wealth. Watching through her owl, Gu Jisoo is equally shocked. That green chest could be worth thousands of lifespan days or over 10 million in real money. Qin Feng cannot help but admire her sharp perception. In his past life, a year of lifespan started at $10,000, skyrocketing to $50,000 by day 2. Meanwhile, she takes notes on the symbols to study later. A clever spark flashes in her eyes. No one knows what other deep secrets her tracking skills might soon uncover. Stepping forward, Qin Feng slowly opens the chest, revealing a dark skill book radiating a sinister black mist. It is the Blooming Curse, an incredibly powerful emerald-grade skill. Once activated, it causes cursed flowers to sprout from defeated enemies, violently reducing their tradable lifespan. Best of all, it has 0 cooldown, but it must be used within 15 seconds of a target's death. Qin Feng remembers how terrifyingly dangerous this spell was in his past life, meaning every single enemy he defeats will now become his ultimate advantage. If he can take down Song Fei just one more time and guard his corpse, He can strip him of absolutely everything. A sinister smile creeps onto his face. This time, Song Fei will not just die, he will be completely ruined. As Qin Feng rushes toward his target, the scene shifts. Way out in a rugged canyon, Song Fei's most loyal, brainwashed fans are currently busy battling a massive raid boss. They beat it down while Song Fei waits to steal the final blow. Trust me, his karma is coming. Trust me. Overconfidence is deadly. And Song Fei thinks Jing Feng won't chase him here. Especially after Jing Feng crushed a silver boss and totally humiliated him twice. He honestly thought this nightmare was finally over. But Song Fei was dead wrong. Just as their boss is about to collapse, his plus-sized ally spots another group fighting a nearby boss. Slick as always, Song Fei manipulates his fangirls again, claiming that rival fans are trying to steal his spotlight and humiliate him. His fans' faces twist with absolute fury. None of them will let anyone surpass their beloved idol. Without any hesitation, they charge straight at the other group. The unsuspecting team welcomes them warmly, expecting help. But before they can even speak, the heavy girl slams her staff down, instantly killing their leader. The survivors watch in utter shock as Song Fei's fans launch a chaotic assault, screaming wildly about destiny and their idol. When one victim tries to ask what is going on, she is instantly silenced and blasted by a deadly spell. Then, in a bizarre turn of events, the fangirls start chanting weird poems, praising Song Fei like a god, completely clearing the path to their target. The Golden Prince Song Fei delivers the final blow. He keeps up his pathetic act, showering his brainwashed fans with fake gratitude. He makes up a lie about a close ambush, calling them his heroes, making them blush and lose themselves in his fantasy world. Now, watch closely, because right then, a dark shadow suddenly appears at the canyon edge. Song Fei feels a sudden chill down his spine, knowing something is wrong, but it is already way too late. Jing Feng's blade tears through the air like a sudden bolt of lightning, decapitating Song Fei in one clean, merciless strike, sending his useless body crashing to the ground. This time, the dark shadow does not just vanish. Instead, he kneels right beside Song Fei's fallen corpse. A massive red flower blooms from Song Fei's chest, its pulsing petals draining every single second of the young brat's tradable lifespan. His fangirls look on in absolute horror, completely clueless about what just happened before their eyes. Meanwhile, Song Fei respawns back at Firefly Town's teleportation portal. Confused and furious, he cannot understand why the shadow keeps hunting him, concluding in his twisted mind that it must be jealousy. Maybe the shadow hates how many girls adore him, or perhaps one of his fans is actually the shadow's secret crush. He convinces himself that the shadow's constant presence in Firefly Town is all part of some elaborate, petty revenge scheme. But think about it. While he is lost in these wild theories, a sudden system warning pops up, revealing that his tradable lifespan is dropping way faster than normal, even for a standard death. He initially assumes it is just a penalty for dying repeatedly, but before he can even wrap his head around it, his screaming fan club starts spawning at the portal. The chubby mage gasps, telling Song Fei about the terrifying red flower growing from his corpse that was clearly stealing something incredibly vital. Song Fei instantly realizes the truth. The cursed flower and his draining lifespan are the work of the shadow's terrifying new skill. Panicked by this realization, he commands his fans to log out immediately. He knows that if they keep losing to the shadow, their tradable lifespan will hit absolute zero, which means real-world death. Yet, he still plays the leader. Calling them his family, he promises to step into the real world to save them, swearing to return with epic gear bought with their hard-earned lifespans. Still completely brainwashed, the girls agree, already daydreaming about coming back with overpowered gear to crush the shadow once and for all. As Song Fei logs out, rage and frustration twist his face, refusing to ever accept this humiliating event as a true defeat. After spending 2.5 years building his status, he cannot stand being humbled by a nobody. In his mind, as long as he has money, he can crush any obstacle. He just needs a little more time. Back at the battlefield, terrifying red flowers are blooming everywhere, each one sprouting from the corpses of fallen players, silently draining the tradable lifespan of Song Fei's devoted fans. With the shadow's ruthless, relentless onslaughts, his assassin class level rises to Tier 4, pushing the lifespan loss rate upon death to a terrifying 96.8%. But the shadow does not care about that. He realizes this surprise strike just added around 1,000 days to his own lifespan. And it is all thanks to Song Fei's crew, who farmed monsters all day only to hand their rewards to him. But the harvest does not last forever. Soon, the flowers begin to wither and the energy flow stops entirely. He realizes the players logged out to protect their lives. High above, the white owl glides silently. Yui has witnessed the entire scene, completely stunned by this display of absolute power. Finally witnessing what a legendary peak-tier player is truly capable of doing. When the shadow asks Yui if Songfei really logged off, she nods, confirming the entire squad vanished to save their lives. The shadow calmly instructs her to keep watch and report back immediately if Songfei ever returns. So what do you and I take from this? His work isn't done yet. He just unlocked a gold-tier priest skill, Sword of Divine Judgment, and things are about to get even crazier. Trust me, she is absolutely desperate for that skill. Seeing her interest, Shadow offers a trade, 500 days of her lifespan for the skill, but he'll cut it in half if she agrees to one condition. Yui's eyes narrow instantly. She snapped that she won't trade her dignity, completely freezing Shadow in his tracks. He quickly explains she got it wrong, he only wants her as their main healer. Relaxing, she laughs and agrees, but warns him that if the team fails, he is taking full responsibility. Shadow reassures her that their squad is rock solid, then decides to contact them right away. The story then shifts to another part of this game world. There, Wang Meng feels incredibly proud after taking down a venomous beast. Celebrating his massive experience points, he calls Du over to heal him and purge the poison, but Du just panics, clueless about what to do. Wang desperately reminds her of a priest's detox ability. But before she can even comprehend his words, she accidentally casts the skill on a nearby tree instead of helping Wang, who is actually dying. As the timer runs out, Wang collapses, undone by the poison, rendering their victory totally useless. The rest of the team stands frozen, pure rage boiling as they glare at Feng's sister. I know what you're thinking, she is completely useless. Standing near the teleportation stone, the captain now faces a brutal decision. He knows they desperately need a new healer since every hidden priest has been recruited, but they simply cannot carry on like this. Yet Du remains completely oblivious to her screw-up, totally lost in her own fantasy of being the chosen one, a literal goddess of this new world. She believes fast leveling is her grand destiny, eager to join her brother Song Fei in ultimate glory. But right at that moment, an exciting message from Shadow arrives for Wang Meng. A rare hidden class, the White Bird Priest, has agreed to join them. Plus, she's highly capable in other roles too. This is the exact breakthrough they needed, and the captain immediately asks Shadow for her location. Shadow reveals she's in Firefly Town. It is not a prime grinding spot, but completing the squad is what matters. Wang agrees, preparing to set off. But he must handle Jiao first. He carefully explains that they are moving to a higher level zone because Shell Town is just getting too overcrowded. He lets her down gently, blaming her low level to avoid hurting her feelings. But before she can even reply, the squad leaves. While the team is thrilled to dump a healer who can't even heal, Jiao doesn't seem to care at all. In fact, she sees their departure as a win, believing they were too weak for her anyway. Now, she decides to find Shadow and force him to carry her. Meanwhile, Wang Meng has arrived in Firefly Town, meeting up with Shadow and Du. Without delay, he hands over the lifespan points earned from their previous fight, eager to lock in the deal and launch their new team. Moving forward, we're about to see just how brutal this game is. While discussing plans, he mentions a new ally, a captain named Yu. Hearing that name makes Shadow freeze in his tracks, his mind racing. That name isn't random. Then, out of nowhere, she actually appears, greeting them with a cheerful wave. Yu instantly captures the undivided attention of both men. Shadow can't believe his eyes. The woman standing before them is indeed Yu, famously known as the Executioner of Justice, the only player in the game with the Hidden Dragon Swordsman class. In Shadow's past life, she was a top 20 player globally and held a key role in the nation's official forces. She was a legendary national hero, both deeply respected and feared. And here she is, shining brilliantly ahead of her time. Looking at Shadow with clear admiration, Yu introduces herself with a warm smile, openly acknowledging her respect for him. She even half jokes, asking if he's a time traveler or a reincarnated hero because of his insanely rapid progress. Shadow stays silent, his mind drifting back to his past life, where they met much later under far darker circumstances. Back then, she was never a member of Wang's team, making this early encounter incredibly unexpected. Perhaps she has amassed a massive pool of tradable lifespan, likely used by the government's elite squad, as a dragon swordsman known for unmatched endurance. She is the absolute perfect candidate to hold such massive power. Shadow recognizes the sheer wisdom in the government's strategy and respects it. And Yu is also incredibly straightforward. She mentions that, if he has any gear to sell, her group is ready to buy. She gently but firmly reminds him of the heavy responsibility she bears for her city. Shadow knows there is zero benefit in opposing her, and they both clearly understand this dynamic. He agrees, telling her that it would be incredibly foolish to pass on such a mutually beneficial deal. Even though Yu seems completely cheerful and harmless, Shadow knows that there is a lot more going on beneath the surface. Song Fei's loyal fangirls log out of the game. They've just read the official announcement, leaving them completely paralyzed with fear. Lifespan in this mysterious god-abandoned game is absolutely real. If your countdown hits 0, you actually die in the real world. The female archer is furious, realizing this isn't just some harmless game. She had already gifted her entire tradable lifespan to Song Fei. With some members down to just a few days of life left, the female assassin faces an even worse fate, having killed other players. Another death will cost her double the lifespan. They are absolutely speechless, and honestly, who would have thought dying 3 times costs that much? Alright. You and I are diving in as this chubby girl reads texts, sweating bullets. She curses her own stupidity. As a tank mage in the game, she always rushed to the front lines, racking up kills but dying constantly. Now, she is down to her last day of life. If that countdown hits 0, it is game over in the real world too. Just then, something catches her eye. A guy named Song Fei is buying up extra lifespan. This is perfect. She decides to find Song Fei, confident that he will definitely save her life. She quickly changes clothes, choosing to dress herself head to toe in Song Fei branded support gear. She is absolutely convinced that this look will help her find the one man who can definitely save her. She even brings up his latest product line, the ultra-thin, leak-proof protective gear. Decked out in her Song Fei merch, she bolts out the door toward the concert venue. Meanwhile, not far away in another apartment complex, Qin Feng's little sister has just logged out of the game as well. She stands there dazed, barely able to tell if she is actually back in the real world anymore. Checking her phone, she smiles upon seeing that a single day of lifespan is now selling for $15,000. With 200 days left, she is practically a millionaire. But then she freezes the player named Shadow just killed Song Fei 3 times. Tears stream down her face in anger and grief. She remembers the ultimate rule: if your in-game lifespan hits 0, you die in real life. Even with a century of bound lifespan, those 3 brutal deaths slashed her remaining time down to just 12 years. She wonders why this Shadow guy targeted Song Fei. According to the chat groups, despite being surrounded by dozens of players, Shadow still managed to execute Song Fei 3 times. Now, watch closely. This Shadow guy is clearly a straight-up monster. Back to our chubby girl, who starts spamming the chat rooms to rally support for Song Fei. She begs everyone in Donghai City to meet up and pool their tradable lifespans together. She leaks his location at Digging Square, announcing an insane exchange rate of 1 day for $10,000. It is the perfect chance to get rich while saving him. Over on her side, Qin Feng's sister throws on some clothes. She can't believe Song Fei is right nearby at Dagyang Square. There is no way she can just sit back and watch his life drain away. She has to help. Thanks to her careful playing, she has saved over 200 days of tradable life, plenty to keep Song Fei alive. Wasting no more time, she rushes straight toward Dagyang Square. Meanwhile, back in the game, our main character is tearing through high-level monsters like wet paper. Suddenly, a massive system notification pops up. He has finally hit level 10, gaining a major stat boost and 5 free attribute points to distribute. His class promotion is unlocked, making him the absolute first player in the entire Jiangsu region to reach level 10. This achievement grants him 7 fame points. Being the first in the country earns him 14 more, and he secures another 21 points for topping the global leaderboards. But there is a catch. The teleport portal to the continent of forgotten gods will only open once 7 players in his region hit level 10. A server-wide system announcement echoes through every single town. Players everywhere are completely losing their minds over Shadow's speed. Everyone agrees that Shadow is a beast. He soloed the first gold-tier boss and secured the global first to level 10. Rumors fly that he is totally unstoppable, especially after repeatedly hunting down that popular gaming influencer, Song Fei, earlier today. Honestly, we all know he deserved it, but others are just bitter. They curse their own slow progress, crying that even with rare hidden classes, they are barely level 8. They cannot comprehend how Shadow is moving so fast. Out of 1.5 billion players worldwide, nobody has a single clue how to catch up to him. Standing near the quiet coastline, our main character decides to dump all 13 of his evolution points into his skills. His Platinum tier backstab skill instantly evolves to Emerald tier, boosting its passive damage buff from 40 to 50%. Even though his tradable lifespan has climbed past 7,000 days, he knows this is only the beginning. To escape this starting zone, he needs 6 other level 10 players to help activate the portal to the mainland. But since the next highest player is only level 7, he is stuck waiting. He decides to log back into the real world to handle some personal business. His digital avatar dissolves like fine sand, leaving the game world behind. Waking up in his room, the system prompts him, asking if he wants to spend tradable lifespan to bring his skills to reality. Without any hesitation, Qin Feng accepts. When the system prompts him to select what he wants to bring to the real world, he stands up and chooses his main class. The system burns 1,000 days of his tradable lifespan to successfully extract his core class skill, Shadow Clone. Instantly, his new passive traits kick in, granting him +3 strength, +3 constitution, +8 agility, and +5 spirit. Next, he decides to extract his actual levels. The system chimes in, confirming he has successfully transferred them over. That costs him 2,000 tradable lifespan days. Instantly, his real-world level jumps to level 3, boosting his stats further with +4 strength, +4 constitution, +14 agility, and +4 spirit. Finally, he spends 900 days to bring over his platinum-grade Shadow Step skill. Trust me, things are about to get wild. Let's dive into the moment Qin Feng spends 262 days of his lifespan to extract a silver-grade poison dagger skill. He is thrilled to still have 1,292 days left, though he cannot extract other skills for now. Trading a low-tier skill for a platinum-grade Shadow Step was an absolute steal. Clenching his fists, he cannot help but feel a surge of rage thinking about that bastard Song Fei. Now, his base stats are double those of an average human, and his agility has reached 32 points, breaking past human limits. Armed with permanent invisibility and a poison dagger with a 14-meter range, he can easily find the perfect chance to end Song Fei. Qin Feng begins scrolling through his phone, shocked to see Song Fei frantically buying up lifespans online. He wonders if that bastard is planning to enter the game to hunt him. The bastard is currently at Dajiang Plaza. Calculating the 7 to 8 kilometers between them, Qin Feng realizes his new speed can get him there in just over 10 minutes. Right then, his hand vibrates as a text message arrives from Hu Qibin, his arrogant and overbearing company supervisor. Hu Qibin is furious that Qin Feng is ignoring her calls now that he got some power. She knows the young mistress is interested in him, making this his big break. She refuses to believe he would turn down this partnership. Qin Feng simply blocks Hu Qibin. Walking away, he tosses his phone aside and fades into thin air, knowing these fools will soon learn what it truly means to be forsaken by God. Now pay attention to Dajiang Plaza, where Song Fei's fan concert is packed. Stick with me, because Qin Feng's own sister is also in this brainwashed crowd. On stage, a blonde woman approaches Song Fei. With a smirk, she mentions hearing rumors that the mysterious Shadow killed him 3 times in the game. She tells him not to worry, as she already sent investigators to uncover the Shadow's real identity. Curious, Song Fei asks for an update, and she reveals they tracked him to Firefly Town, sending agents to make contact. They are offering a massive sum he cannot refuse. Once he steps into the real world to collect the money, they will trap him, ensuring Song Fei can unleash his rage on him. Song Fei smiles, telling her to make sure she informs him the very second they catch him. He asks if she knows that her Dajiang Corporation has already used this method to control several other players, forcing them to work for free. Hu Qibin laughs, claiming those players were just weak fools who barely had any lifespan worth taking anyway. In her eyes, Song Fei is surrounded by legions of women ready to donate their lifespans and even die for him. Song Fei lets out a sly laugh. Suddenly, a man in the crowd starts shouting, begging everyone to stop recklessly giving away their lifespans. Turning to Song Fei, "You and I both know lifespan is a matter of life and death, yet this guy keeps brainwashing fans to steal theirs." The brave man calls him out for endangering lives and threatens to report him. Song Fei just smiles, thinking there is always some idiot trying to cause trouble. He stands up to address the crowd, claiming he is well aware of the recent public debates. He announces that his campaign to acquire lifespan has unfortunately monopolized public resources and caused inconvenience to the community. Because of this, he feels deep regret and offers his most sincere apology. His brainwashed fans immediately scream that he does not need to apologize for anything. Flashing a warm smile, Song Fei declares how deeply grateful he is for his fans' unwavering support and love. He gently reminds them that true admiration should be positive and uplifting. He asks his beloved fans to remain rational while following their idol during this critical phase of the game, while keeping themselves safe. He encourages them to work together to contribute to society and spread positive energy everywhere. Tears stream down his face. He explains that as the nation struggles with the game's arrival, he has been actively cooperating with officials to make progress inside. That is why he spends his personal wealth buying lifespans, aiming to become an elite player who is truly worthy of their love. He is doing it all to give back. He wants them to find success beyond the game and live happy, peaceful, and safe lives, building a brighter future together. He claims he never expected his good intentions to cause so much trouble. His dramatic speech leaves his fans sobbing. He apologizes for causing a scene, filling the entire crowd with deep sorrow. They scream that their idol did nothing wrong. Furious at the protester, they call him a savage and order him to get out, yelling that they chose to help their beloved star and he has no right to insult them. A chubby girl climbs onto the stage, urging the crowd not to believe the ridiculous rumors going around. She cannot comprehend how anyone could doubt him, claiming only complete idiots believe those lies about in-game lifespan affecting the real world. Placing her hand on her chest, she proudly declares she is ready to die for him. She reveals the system warned her that she had less than a day left, but she is perfectly fine. Even if the rumors are true, anyone afraid to die for him does not deserve to call themselves a true fan. Her words whip the crowd into a frenzy, with everyone instantly offering their remaining lifespans to Song Fei. He watches with greedy satisfaction. And that's where we leave it. Watch this fake idol reach out to his fan, claiming her blind devotion is his greatest honor. Wild, right? Trust me, you and I are about to watch the craziest twist. Just as a chubby girl is weeping, ready to die for Song Fei, a projectile pierces his skull, leaving everyone frozen. Song Fei starts coughing up blood as his hair begins to shed like falling leaves. His lifeless body collapses right onto the chubby girl's shoulder, paralyzing her with sheer terror. She falls to the ground, screaming at the top of her lungs. She has no idea what is happening. Once the crowd realizes Song Fei is actually dead, absolute panic erupts. Bodyguards scramble to escort Hookabin out of the chaos. The poor girl simply cannot stop weeping and screaming. She hysterically explains that as Song Fei died, his body was wrapped in a glowing lifespan energy sphere, urging everyone to run. She knows for a fact the killer used an actual game skill. Terrified, she wonders how on earth skills from a video game could possibly manifest in the real world. Is that even possible? But pay attention here, the killer assassinated Song Fei, turned invisible, and stole his lifespan. The only person capable of that? The Dark Shadow. Right then, a lethal throwing dagger pierces her head, killing her instantly and leaving the surrounding bodyguards completely paralyzed with shock. Standing in the panicked crowd is Qin Feng. Dusk falls as news of superstar Song Fei's tragic, high-profile death at the plaza spreads like wildfire. Reports state his most loyal fans literally sacrificed their remaining lifespans, dropping dead right beside Song Fei's lifeless body. The ongoing police investigation quickly reveals that this tragic incident is directly linked to supernatural abilities. Qin Feng's little sister and her friend are absolutely terrified, crying their eyes out. She is devastated, unable to believe they were just at Song Fei's concert yesterday, and now he is dead. Her smart friend realizes the throwing dagger and invisibility are definitely skills from the abandoned gods game. She wonders if the Dark Shadow is indeed the killer, recalling rumors that he had already brutally murdered Song Fei 3 times inside the game. She is utterly baffled, trying to comprehend how virtual game skills can suddenly cross over into reality. But she refuses to believe that the Dark Shadow would do such a thing. Remembering how many times the Dark Shadow targeted him in-game, she concludes that he is the only real-world suspect. Besides, aren't throwing daggers and turning invisible the signature skills of an assassin class? The killer is definitely the Dark Shadow. With her beloved brother taken by this mysterious figure, her entire world has lost its light. If the Dark Shadow figured out how to bring game skills into reality, she must find a way to get close to him and grow stronger, no matter the cost. From that moment, she has only one goal. Stepping out of their taxi, her friend asks with concern if she is going to be okay. Xiao's eyes burn with pure hatred. Her sole desire now is to slaughter the Dark Shadow to avenge her fallen brother, Song Fei. Meanwhile, our main character is calmly eating a bowl of noodles in a quiet restaurant. In the Abandoned Gods game, players might have immortality in reality, but they still consume energy and need to eat. Just then, his phone starts ringing. Unlocking the screen, he finds a frantic text message warning him that Fathu is absolutely furious. He is blocked on social media, and if Qin Feng does not show up soon, he will be fired without a single penny of this month's pay. The text is from Yang Jiao, a kind but fragile girl who was constantly bullied in his past life. She was also a loyal member of his guild back then. Qin Feng texts back, telling her not to worry about him or his job, but to focus on leveling up in the game instead. Confused, she asks if Qin Feng is also playing. She heard the game is brutal, with many players already running dangerously low on lifespan. Our main character advises her that no matter her class, she should prioritize boosting her agility stat in the early stages. She agrees, but mentions that in-game lifespan is selling for crazy high prices right now. Let's see what she asks next. She wants to know his progress and earnings. Our main character casually replies that he has not saved much since he spent almost everything. He knows Fathu is just a puppet. The real threat is the boss, Qian CC, daughter of the powerful Qian Group's chairman, which owns his former company. This spoiled young woman spends her entire day doing nothing but chasing attractive men. She once hooked up with several wealthy foreigners for fun, and now she is setting her sights on him. Qian CC is absolutely obsessed with foreign culture. After the game launched, she left the country for North America, where she eventually founded Alice's Wonderland, a top 3 guild over there. She was extremely hostile toward Great Shy, causing endless trouble for their nation and his own guild in his past life. Our main character realizes he needs to take her down before she manages to flee the country. Once she reaches North America, she will be untouchable. If Qian CC dies now, that powerful guild will never even be founded. Rumors suggest that all the key founders of the Alice Guild are directly connected to Qian CC herself. The moment she disappears, their fragile alliance will naturally fall apart. Suddenly, his phone starts buzzing once again. This time it is a call from Xiao, who is slightly surprised to hear Qin Feng's voice, thinking he had already died in-game. Knowing he is alive, she tells him she made enough money to buy a house, so he can stop worrying about her. Playing along, our main character asks if she has anything else to say. She snaps, telling him to stop bothering her forever. She warns him never to look for her, severing all ties. And that's where we leave it. Our hero smiles, completely relieved. Alright, stick with me, because our main character is heading back to level up before anyone else can. Hitting level 10 means bringing game skills into the real world, and once that happens, all peace is gone. Shortly after, Jill and her friend log back in. The friend is uneasy, asking if cutting ties with her brother was too extreme and suggesting they make up. Jill flatly refuses, revealing she sold her lifespan to the Ken Corporation for a cool $2 million. That leaves her friend completely speechless. Jill adds that she bought a house for them to live in together. She boasts that she will soon meet the Shadow, and after that, Qin Feng will not matter at all. Just then, a passing player catches her eye. Smiling, the man hands her a book, telling her it is the exact assassin skill book she has been looking for. He cheerfully reminds her not to forget the promise she made to him. She nods, promising to fulfill her end once everything is done, but internally she sneers at him as a pathetic bootlicker. Once she meets the Shadow, nobody will care about this loser. She contacts Wang Meng, boasting that she got a crowd control assassin skill book. She asks him to check if the shadow needs it, offering to gift it for free. A smug smile spreads across her face. In her mind, Jiang Wei, that bootlicker, actually proved useful by getting this great skill. This book will be the red thread connecting her to the shadow. Soon, she will get close to the shadow, quietly staying by his side to heal him, slay enemies, and level up together. Now watch closely, because her plan is to make him depend on her until he views her as his soulmate. But once she grows strong enough, and he is no longer useful, she will personally slaughter him to avenge her brother Song Fei. Yet, in a hilarious twist, Wang Meng replies that the shadow called her skill absolute trash and told her to just sell it. A short while later, the shadow logs in and immediately hears the echoes of a fierce battle against an extraordinary boss. Following the noise, Qin Feng spots a shield warrior locked in a brutal clash with a massive, multi-armed boss. The warrior tries to run, but it is completely useless as the monster ruthlessly shreds him to pieces. Our main character immediately recognizes the beast as a level 8 gold-tier boss called the Golden Spider. It has a level 2 anti-stealth skill, meaning his cloaking ability is going to be completely useless here. As the beast unleashes a deafening roar, Feng gathers his power, leaps from his hiding spot, and strikes with Shadow Slash, dealing thousands of damage. He normally gets a double damage multiplier when striking from outside his target's field of vision. But since this monster can see right through his stealth, that multiplier will not trigger, dropping his damage output significantly. Luckily, the legendary effect of Graceful Liberation boosts damage to the spider's head and heart weaknesses by 200%. Out of 9 shadow slashes, 3 land perfectly on its weak spots to deal triple damage, fully making up for the loss. Truly a legendary skill. He has to thank Xiaoyou for helping him find that Temple of Faith. Meanwhile, a female mage is watching this entire clash. Can you believe this? She watches in sheer shock as just one skill takes out 1/6 of the boss's health pool. Qin Feng follows up with a poison-throwing knife, piercing its head for 1,783 damage. But since that poison-throwing knife is only silver tier, its damage is starting to fall off. He still needs a class advancement to get higher tier stealth. Qin Feng is momentarily surprised as the massive beast lunges forward to counterattack. The watching mage panics, but our hero's eyes only burn with absolute confidence. The monster strikes, but he evades it with ease. The mage and her companion stand frozen, completely baffled by his ridiculous speed. They realize it is not just raw speed, his reflexes are godly, and he seems to predict every single move the boss makes. Its attack patterns are all too familiar. Matching the boss in speed, he dodges every strike, as if he has fought it 1,000 times before. In his past life, he teamed up with Qinjoy, who could barely even protect herself from harm, let alone keep him healed up. Because of that, he had to master these dodging skills over time. After all, a true warrior cannot just tank damage. Perfect movement and evasive maneuvers are absolutely vital. His eyes flare with cold anger, remembering how this exact mastery allowed him to reach the global top 100 as a basic warrior. He unleashes a barrage of rapid slashes on the boss, instantly shredding its health bar down to less than half. Fading back into his stealth, our main character notes that compared to gold-tier evil spirits who have completely unavoidable attacks, managing this golden spider is a walk in the park. The mage watches in sheer disbelief as the boss actually tries to run. But Feng has other plans, swiftly slicing the monster's throat. A system window pops up, confirming he defeated the level 8 gold-tier boss, granting 64 experience points, 7 evolution points, and 497 tradable lifespan days. He then activates Vampiric Greed to harvest 21 more evolution points and another 497 lifespan days. He is absolutely thrilled that a single gold-tier boss just yielded 28 evolution points and nearly 2,000 tradable lifespan days. But trust me, the real surprise comes when another notification pops up, gifting him a powerful Dark Light Shield skill. Alright, you and I are starting today with a Broken Rogue skill that turns all evasion into a shield for 8 seconds. With a 60-second cooldown and requiring level 8, every 20% of evasion converts into 1 shield layer. This shield disappears, and his evasion rate goes back to normal once the timer runs out or it gets broken. He cannot believe a skill book like this actually dropped. If he pairs it with the 75% evasion from his epic Open Illusion skill, this Dark Light Shield can stack 3 massive layers of damage reduction. With a skill like this, He can take down massive bosses without taking a single scratch. Spending a total of 6 evolution points, he upgrades his Dark Light Shield all the way from Platinum to Epic rank. Its duration jumps from 8 seconds to 10, 12, and finally 14, while the conversion rate gets even better. Now, every 10% of evasion grants a shield layer, improving from 20, 15, and 12%. He is thrilled to have 7 layers. This lets him scout out high-level areas ahead of schedule, and he still has 22 evolution points left. So he decides to evolve his Toxic Throw skill to boost his damage. Spending 16 evolution points, he upgrades this silver tier skill all the way to Emerald. Its maximum range increases from 14 to 17 meters, dealing continuous, non-stackable damage for 5 seconds, without weakness bonuses. Direct damage spikes from 120 to 240, and the poison now deals 80% damage per second instead of 50. He knows evolving this Toxic Throw 3 times has easily doubled its damage. With a 5-second cooldown, its constant damage output is just as deadly as Shadow Slash. Now, check this out. He also secured 2 incredible rogue items and equips them immediately. First is a Platinum Grade Agility Ring, boosting his agility by 20, and adding 20% to both his movement and attack speed, along with 20% cooldown reduction at level 8. He also equips Gold Rank Red Leather Gloves, giving him 18 physical defense, plus 15 elemental resistance, 12 constitution, and 588 health at level 6. His cooldown reduction now hits 55%, cutting Shadow Slash down to 7.7 seconds. He also gains 51 constitution, 106 physical defense, and 1,517 health. Not bad at all. His new stats let him tank 3 hits from a gold spider, and with his Dark Light Shield, his survival rate is off the charts. The mage and the rest of the party walk up to praise our Dark Shadow, saying the boss was absolutely nothing to him. They honestly cannot believe he took it down completely solo. The mage then asks if he has any gear or skills she could buy off him. Our guy replies that he actually has a gold tier ice ball skill book perfect for her. It is an area skill that bounces an ice orb 10 times, and it is yours for 800 days of lifespan. She hesitates, thinking 800 days is a bit steep since she saw a level 5 gold skill go for only 400. Looking serious, he explains this is a level 7 skill with 40% higher damage than level 5, so 800 days is a total steal. Hearing that, she does not hesitate for a second and instantly trades Qin Feng 800 days of lifespan to buy it. With the deal complete, our guy slips into stealth. And let me tell you, no early game boss can touch him now. He decides to head back to town to post a bounty, gathering intel on where the silver and gold bosses spawn. This keeps his boss hunting streak alive and maximizes his leveling. Meanwhile, Wang Meng reports that Xiaoyou, their female priest, wants to send him a skill book. He is pretty intrigued about what kind of skill it could be. Qin Feng is actually quite surprised that Xiaoyou is sending him anything at all, especially since it is only a bronze tier book. He wonders what her angle is, but decides to take a look anyway. But our guy is no fool. He knows rumors are spreading about him killing Songfeng, and now she suddenly sends him a gift. He politely declines, wondering if she is trying to cozy up to him or plot some revenge for Songfeng, or maybe both. Wang Meng relays the message, telling her that the Dark Shadow called the Skill Trash does not need it, and she should just sell it for cash. Qin Feng tells Wang Meng to meet him in town with some lifespan ready because he has items to sell. But with a dead serious face, Wang Meng asks him a sudden question. Is he about to ask if he was the one who killed those people? He calmly admits that yes, he did indeed kill them. To Qin Feng, Wang Meng is a trusted friend who already pieced together the perfect timing of his logouts and motives. The fact that Wang Meng is asking means the government has already figured out almost everything. Qin Feng openly asks him if he plans on arresting him now, because in just 2 hours, other players will reach level 10, and bringing game powers into the real world will no longer be a secret. He actually sees this as the perfect, golden opportunity to test how the great Xia government is going to react to his power. Qin Feng returns to Firefly Town and meets up with Wang Meng and the crew. They immediately ask if he really admits to killing Songfeng. Qin Feng just nods with a casual smile, and Niu points out that he was their prime suspect all along. But they also know Songfeng and Jiang Lai targeted him first, and the Great Jiang Corporation has been capturing and abusing players to force them to work. And honestly, you and I both know Taking down those two was pure self-defense. Alright, let's jump in. Qin Feng realizes that since they can't uncover his real identity, they're settling for a temporary partnership. He recalls that in his past life, working with the authorities kept his records spotless. But this time, he directly took out the double Buddhas. This is bound to change things. Now, he's eager to see how much his reincarnation will disrupt this entire game of destiny. For now, he plans to sell off his unused platinum-grade gear since these guys have government backing. They'll take any gear or skills. Plus, they actually have the deep pockets for a high-value deal. Our main character opens up his system interface. The moment they see what's inside, their jaws drop at the sight of actual platinum-grade gear. They're absolutely stunned, wondering if the Dark Shadow just secured the world's first platinum-level boss kill. But they quickly doubt it since there was no global announcement. Our main character just chuckles, claiming he got lucky. He says he just found a few treasure chests, and Xiaoyou can back him up. Even the mage confirmed she saw Qin Feng open that emerald chest. Xiaolan and Xiaohei can't help but feel jealous seeing Qin Feng give her a cute nickname while being cold to them. Our main character decides to call her Xiaohei instead of just Xiaohei. That gets her annoyed, so she tells him to stick to Xiaohei. Wang Meng sighs, realizing ordinary people can't compare. While they struggle to take down a silver-tier boss, this Dark Shadow is casually opening platinum and emerald chests. Qin Feng lists his prices, setting the Platinum Archer skill book at 2,500 days of life. The Platinum tier combat weapon goes for 1,500 days. The Mage skill is 3,000, and the entire gold level pack goes for 8,000 days, covering all remaining Platinum gear. For all 25 items, he offers a bulk discount of 16,000 days. Wang Meng is stunned and tells Aniyu to pay up, asking if she even wants to bargain. Smiling, she says the price is totally fair and even rolls the debt Xiaosu and Wang Meng owe her into the deal. With the trade done, Qin Feng praises her as a truly bold and decisive heroine. Now pay attention to this. Qin Feng knows once traded lifespan exceeds 10,000 days, units convert to years. 60 years equals 22,000 days. Worth 400 million cash. Even for the high-ranking officials of Jianghai City, this is a massive sum to drop. But the payoff is worth way more than cash. With these skills and gear, their squads can level up much faster than planned. He knows a stronger government means avoiding a lot of headaches down the line. They might even gain an edge on the global stage. Then, Aniyu warns Qin Feng that players are being held by the Dajiang group. They are planning a high-stakes rescue mission right now, and they want him to join them. Qin Feng wonders if they want to recruit him or cover up his kill. He declines the mission but drops a massive truth bomb. Their suspicions are dead on. He absolutely used his in-game skills to execute those two in the real world, leaving everyone completely paralyzed. He explains that at level 10, players can sacrifice their lifespan to bring virtual skills into reality. Aniyu suddenly realizes why the Dajiang group has been desperately buying up lifespans. If their enemies reach level 10 and extract those abilities, the rescue will turn into a bloodbath. Satisfied, she gets it. Qin Feng walks away. Moments later, he dissolves into a dark shadow and vanishes. With a deadly serious expression, Aniyu turns to Wang Meng. They must split up to level solo since their 6-man squad is already high level. Together, they waste too much damage over killing weak mobs. But if they split up to lead individual squads of their own, they can maximize overall efficiency. Wang Meng nods, and Aniyu tells everyone to hit level 10 while she logs out to report. Nearby players notice the Dark Shadow setting up shop again, but this time, he is buying instead of selling. His system broadcast shows he's buying silver boss locations for 30 days of life and gold bosses for 100 days. Spotting the offer, a nearby player grins with greed. Stick with me here, he approaches our main character, saying his young mistress will pay 3 million and give him Dajiang Group shares. He smugly warns him that a life-changing chance like this won't ever come around again. Other players realize this idiot hasn't logged out. He clearly has no idea the Dark Shadow already slaughtered the bosses of Dajiang. Some can't believe the heiress is dead, whispering about what a massive waste of beauty it is. The man's face contorts in anger, remembering that she brought this absolute disaster upon herself. She tried to kidnap the Dark Shadow to force him into compliance, only to get instantly executed. He's terrified, realizing Jiang Lai is dead. He remembers Jiang Lai offering 10 million for a power level. When the Dark Shadow refused, his own greed made him accept her offer. He expected 5 million, but they knocked him cold. Trust me, you and I are about to find out where he woke up. You and I are starting with a nightmare whipped daily, forced to farm lifespan in-game and made to trap others. He never expected the Shadow to kill Jiang Lai, letting out a bitter laugh. He believed that hateful woman finally got what she deserved. He once mocked the Shadow for being a fool, but turns out he was the real idiot. Reading his face, Qin Feng realizes this guy helped her trap plenty of players. Terrified, the man denies it, claims coercion, and runs off. Qin Feng knows he is pure trash, so he leaves him for the authorities. 2 players approach Qin Feng, offering to trade the coordinates of a silver-tier boss for 30 days of lifespan. Someone just arrived in the city, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. It is S of Space, rumored to be Qian CC, the wealthy heiress of the Qian group in real life. Players whisper warnings to stay far away from her. She has slaughtered many people, and she will ruthlessly steal your lifespan. Qian Shishi logs into the game with her lackeys, smiling. To her, this highly feared world is nothing special. Just spend cash to buy the best gear and skills. As long as her combat power exceeds everyone else, she dominates. Anyone holding precious lifespan is just her prey. Right now, she is mostly furious this damn game made her miss her flight. By now, she should have been in North America, enjoying wild pleasures with Big Dick and Michael, drowned in raw desire. Now watch closely, she focuses on 2 trembling players while complaining about being stuck in Great Xia's magic city, unable to leave. To her, these local men are weak as insects, nothing like Tony's attractive crew. Tony smiles, praising her excellent taste and claiming his men are vastly superior to any man in Great Xia. Smirking, he adds that once they return to reality, she can experience that power herself. Hearing this, her face turns tomato red. She then brings up the rumor that the useless Song Fei has already died. She fought him once, and he folded in under 1 minute, a total loser. But she is highly intrigued by the legendary Shadow who ended his life. Even as a Great Xia citizen, he ranks #1 globally. She is eager to get close to him. Knowing the Shadow could crush Song Fei easily, she assumes wiping out regular people would be absolute child's play for him. Seeing this as her golden ticket, she tells her minions she is logging out to make calls and arrange contact with the Shadow. She is certain that while the Shadow might ignore paper money, he will never turn down 3,000 days of lifespan. To get that lifespan, she can just snap her fingers and kill some nobody. She sneers inwardly, feeling absolutely unstoppable. She vows never to forget Qin Feng's smug face when he rejected her, whispering to herself that he will be dead very soon. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a player slays a beast, watching its body dissolve into pure lifespan energy. As his healer works hard to restore his health after those brutal monster strikes, the exhausted man tells Gio to heal him more gently next time, or he'll end up meeting his ancestors. Gio turns around with a puzzled face, asking why he is acting so dramatic since he is clearly not dead yet. He grumbles back, claiming he is not being dramatic, just giving her a friendly heads up. You'll love this part. She suddenly gets a system warning that her hunger is at 90%, so she logs out with her friend Yan Yan, leaving him totally baffled. He curses internally, furious, because she used to call him her big brother boss. But after catching a single glimpse of the Shadow, she started looking at him like absolute trash. He silently vows to tear her clothes off soon. At the same time, Gio and Du log out of the game, waking up in their new home with completely empty stomachs. Checking her phone, she is shocked to find every delivery app shut down with 0 active drivers. She wonders if literally the entire world has plunged into that cursed game. She bitterly recalls how Qin Feng always cooked delicious meals for her back home, never requiring her to lift a finger. Anger flashes in her eyes, but she forces the thoughts away, fueling her ambition instead. It is just food, she tells herself. Compared to true freedom, hunger is nothing. Clenching her fists, she psychs herself up, believing she is destined for greatness and will survive on her own. Without Qin Feng holding her back, she will absolutely thrive. Meanwhile, back in the game, a crab monster scurries out of a small cave near the shore. But the moment it emerges, a swift blade slices it clean in half. It is the Shadow. He sighs, having hunted down 4 silver-tier bugs in just over 1 hour. A solid farming session, indeed. Each bug yields 16 evolution points and dissolves into precious lifespan. averaging about 3,500 exchangeable days per kill. Thanks to this, his entire gear set is now gold tier or higher. He smirks, noting his cooldown reduction has jumped from 55 to 75%. His Shadow Slash skill cooldown dropped from 12 seconds to just 6.8, massively boosting his overall firepower. Since there are 0 platinum tier bugs around the safe zone's outer edge, gold tier gear remains the absolute peak for now. To grow even stronger than this, his only option is upgrading his class. He knows the future platinum tier beasts he faces will possess at least level 2 stealth detection. He must rush his class level to unlock level 3 stealth, but he still needs over 20,000 experience points. Only with level 3 stealth can he survive platinum bosses, and trust me, we are about to find out if he succeeds. Alright, you and I are diving into a world where a platinum boss took a 20-man team to defeat. With that in mind, he heads back to town first to sell off his loot. Activating stealth, he plans to slip ahead of the crowd and claim the world's very first platinum boss solo kill. Qin Feng returns to the town, currently holding 105 years of tradable lifespan. Passing through the area, another player asks him to sell them any extra gear he finds next time. With nearly 40,000 days of tradable lifespan, Qin Feng knows he can extract plenty of skills. Suddenly, a mysterious man peeks out from behind a pillar, wearing a sly grin. Recognizing him as a shady figure, the man approaches with an assassination contract, asking if he will accept it. The target is someone in the real world, promising a massive reward. But our main character simply ignores him and walks away. Panicked, the recruiter quickly blocks Qin Feng and begs him to wait. He explains the target is just an ordinary guy named Qin Feng, offering to provide the address. Having easily taken down Songfak before, he warns him not to pass up free money. With a cold gaze, our main character asks if this Qin Feng guy did something to deserve death. The broker tells him not to worry. With an arrogant smirk, he promises the payout will be absolutely massive. If he completes this assassination mission, he will receive 3,000 days of tradable lifespan. Qin Feng notes that 3,000 days is worth 50 million. Now here's where it gets interesting. Who actually wants him dead? He has never met this broker in real life, nor does he recognize him from his past life. Clearly, this guy is just a messenger. The mastermind who wants Qin Feng dead is someone else entirely. He recalls how in his past life, major grudges only started surfacing during the later stages of this cursed game. The broker smiles, confident this massive bounty is too tempting to refuse. But Qin Feng knows being targeted so early means it is a grudge from before the game even started. Only someone with deep hatred would pay this much. He wonders if it might be Qin CC. Qin Feng knows better than anyone that she has both the motive and the money to put a hit on him. Yet, with the Quan Corporation's massive wealth, if they truly wanted him dead, they could have done it before the game started. So this contract must have another angle. He suspects her real goal is to get close to Xiaoyou. Getting rid of Qin Feng is likely just a bonus, especially since he previously rejected her buyout offer. Laughing silently, he finds this turn of events incredibly amusing. He has not even gone after her yet, but she already came to him. Smiling, he tells the man he will take the job. He demands half the deposit up front and makes it clear that he alone will decide when to strike. The broker panics. Pay attention here, he quickly tells him to wait so he can contact his boss first. After consulting his superior, the broker agrees to pay half of the deposit up front. He transfers the payment directly, and once the transaction clears, Qin Feng receives 1,500 days of tradable lifespan. He happily accepts the deposit, viewing it as pure interest. Inwardly, he scoffs, telling Qin CC to wait because he will be coming for her very soon. The broker hands over the target's address and personal info, confident that with Xiaoyou's skills, finding him will be effortless. Qin Feng is stunned to see his own accurate details, but he calmly walks away, telling the broker to wait. The broker gets annoyed by his arrogance, thinking, isn't he just another pawn working for Lady Qian? Just then, a woman calls out to him, having heard that he is looking for boss coordinates. She asks if he is interested, claiming she has the coordinates for a gold-tier boss. Smiling, she sets the price at 100 days, payable only after he sees the boss. Qin Feng agrees to the deal and follows her. She leads the way, explaining that the location is far to the north of the city. Qin Feng asks for the boss's name, and she reveals it is called the Plague Spreader. Surprised that she knows the boss's specific name, He asks if she has actually seen it herself. Doubting if he can solo the monster, she asks if he wants to bring a healer along. She warns him that the boss deals severe spreading poison damage, but he refuses and decides to go alone. Qin Feng knows very well that the plague spreader is indeed a dangerous gold-tier boss. This monster radiates a toxic aura, constantly draining the health of anyone nearby every single second. To survive, he must take it down quickly. Fortunately, unleashing a few of his skills should be more than enough. Before long, the woman leads him to a dark cave and points inside, claiming the boss is waiting. She adds that her team cleared out the minions, but simply could not defeat the boss. She leads Sadu into the depths. They step inside the cave, and she begins pointing. She points to a giant tree rising from a toxic swamp, revealing the boss's location. Satisfied that she did not lie to him, Qin Feng decides to pay her the agreed lifespan. A system window pops up, confirming the transaction is successful. He transfers 100 days of lifespan. And that's where we leave it. Trust me, you and I need to see what happens next. Alright, you and I are about to dive into a crisis where his shadow soul dodge rate of 75% is crucial, as a sweating woman warns him about an upcoming trap. It is a deadly trap. The absolute second he starts engaging in combat, they will send people to kill him. She specifically warns him they possess a Tier 2 anti-stealth item. This means absolutely nothing to a powerhouse like Qin Feng, but she goes on to reveal their devious scheme. They ordered her to pretend to hold them back, use that exact opportunity to get close to him, and ultimately extract his true real-world identity. He silently glares at her, utterly disappointed by how predictable their little scheme is. Blushing deeply, she anxiously explains she was forced into this. She wants to confess so he can track down the mastermind, especially since they are actively blackmailing her in real life. She wants them dead just as much as he does. When Qin Feng asks who is threatening her, she finally reveals it as Dong Feng Zhan. She explains his in-game tag is Jionian, and he claims that Qin Feng previously killed him once in the past. Hearing this, he realizes it must be Dong Feng Zhan, the first guy who ever tried to steal his golden evil spirit boss. That same coward later sent him a skill book to beg for mercy. She frantically remembers that since he defeated Song Feng, he can definitely crush Dong Feng Zhan. Putting all her hope in him, she begs him not to betray her. Now, pay attention here. She warns that he must eliminate Dong Feng Zhan, or she is totally done for. To Qin Feng, this is just a childish game. He never even heard of that guy in his past life, assuming he probably got eliminated early on. Qin Feng decides to start by slaying the boss, knowing he could easily slaughter anything that crosses his path. Slipping into stealth, Qin Feng leaps off the cliff, telling her to stick to the script. She should let her people approach, and he will handle the rest. Panicking, she thinks everything is over and they are doomed. In her mind, there is no way he survives this. She recalls Dong Feng Zhan leading 3 teams of 18 players against this boss, only to get wiped out in 30 seconds. As Qin Feng lands near the boss, she warns that the poison damage is insane. They could not even scratch its health. No matter how strong Shadow is, facing this massive poison attack means certain death is the only possible outcome. So they must find an escape route. But Qin Feng simply activates Blessing Release as the boss prepares to strike. Our hero triggers his weakness amplification effect, followed by his throat slit skill, as his eyes flare with cold determination. Qin Feng strikes with blinding speed, carving away thousands of the boss's health points in an instant. Its health drops below half. Now, I know what you are thinking, but a single skill just erased 2/3 of a gold-tier boss's health, dealing over 800 damage. She genuinely wonders if Qin Feng is even human anymore. Our hero vanishes, reappearing right behind her. Luckily, the active effect of his Blessing Release only has a 25-second cooldown. With his 75% cooldown reduction, it drops to just 14.3 seconds. Deciding not to kill the boss yet, he waits for Dong Feng's lackeys to arrive and die, while letting his skills recover. Before long, Dong Feng's group charges into the cave to assassinate Shadow. With a furious glare, their leader warns that anyone standing in their way will be ruthlessly slaughtered. As she draws her blade, Qin Feng is annoyed that out of everyone, it is this guy again. Now that Dong Feng Zhan is involved, he questions their plan of having Snowy pretend to block this group. He is not sure if it will work or how strong Snowy really is. Over 10 enemies are rushing her, and he doubts she can hold. Snowy unleashes her power to summon a golden shield. Seeing this, Shadow finally understands why they chose her for this role. With a massive defense like this, barely anyone can break through during this early stage of the game. As they batter the shield, Qin Feng realizes she must have received an ancient god's blessing and a gold-tier treasure chest. His eyes flashing with intent, he activates Instant Phantom. Qin Feng strikes with supreme speed, slicing their bodies to pieces. With a fiery glare, Qin Feng casts Blooming Curse, turning the fallen men's corpses into a field of bloody flowers. Snowy is absolutely horrified. To her, this is terrifying, a single skill wiping out everyone. She wonders what those crimson flowers are, glad she did not listen to Dong Feng Gone, or she would have died like Song Feng. She begs Shadow to add her as a friend, promising to reveal Dong Feng's real-life location when she gets the chance. Qin Feng decides to go along with it. Snowy blushes and whispers that if he ever needs any special services, they are completely free for him. Qin Feng finally puts two and two together, realizing why things got so incredibly heated. Then he leaps down and scales the cliff, launching a barrage of heavy slashes right at the boss. To Qin Feng, the lifespan absorbed from those dozen weaklings is nothing compared to what this boss offers. He remembers that instead of safely grinding their levels, they chose to cause trouble, making their swift deaths completely deserved. She says no and departs. Qin Feng uses Greedy Hand with a smirk, because you and I know how rare assassin skillbooks are, and one has finally dropped. Let's dive into a crazy skillbook called Dark Hour, a platinum-tier assassin ability that blasts dark light from the blade, completely blinding any enemy nearby. It has a 60-second cooldown, requires level 10, has a 20-meter range, and lasts 10 seconds. The higher the target's spirit stat, the shorter the duration. Clenching his fist, Qin Feng decides to learn it right away. He unsheathes his dagger, knowing that blinding enemies lets him trigger double damage even when he's completely out of stealth. With this, no matter how high a boss's anti-stealth tier is, it won't affect his damage. This dagger is the legendary Plague Blade, an assassin weapon providing 216 attack power and 42 agility points. It also boosts his weakness multiplier by 0.3, requires level 10, and triggers explosive poison 3 seconds after any attack, dealing 50% of the original attack's damage. Qin Feng decides to leave the cave after an incredibly profitable day. He has accumulated 98 evolution points and is close to upgrading his epic Hand of Greed to legendary tier. He leaves the cave, sending nearby monsters fleeing in terror. Realizing he only needs 10,000 more experience points to advance his class, he decides to hunt monsters directly. Now pay attention, because what follows is a complete bloodbath. He slaughters every monster in sight, and before they can even run, he wipes them out in a blink. He can't help but smile, knowing his class advancement is finally ready. Golden energy envelops his body, as a system notification confirms his shadow class has successfully leveled up. His class rank rises from Tier 0 to Tier 1. His basic stats skyrocket. Strength and Constitution jump from 3 to 9. Agility from 8 to 24. And Spirit from 5 to 15. The class's first passive skill now doubles his stealth duration and unlocks an insane new ability, allowing him to activate his stealth skill again while already hidden. His second passive skill upgrades his overall stealth level from +1 to +2. Finally, his third passive boosts damage whenever he strikes from outside the enemy's field of vision, raising it from double to triple. Looking at his hands, he realizes that advancing his class to Tier 1 has tripled all his core attributes. He realizes that activating stealth while already cloaked means if his cooldown is short enough, he can remain invisible forever. Not only that, but damage from attacks launched outside the enemy's sight is upgraded from double to triple. He thinks to himself, this is only Tier 1. No wonder this is considered the ultimate stealth class. Right then, a system-wide announcement declares that 7 players in Jianghai City have successfully reached level 10, warning that the teleportation array to the God-forsaken continent will activate in 10 minutes, urging qualified players to get ready. The regional leaderboard appears, showing Shadow taking the top spot, closely followed by Grazos. Sitting at third place are Milk White Snow, Black Star Doll, and Wang Meng. Finally, in fourth place are Xiaoyou and Yu Han. Qin Feng realizes it is already 8:30 p.m., shocked that so many players in Jianghai have hit level 10. The rankings are filled with familiar names, and he recalls that in his past life at this exact time, the leaderboard was dominated by foreign players. You and I can probably guess why his selling of top-tier gear and skill books is already beginning to reshape the entire player landscape. He thinks to himself that the old world order is about to change, and he honestly can't wait. Meanwhile, under the cover of night, police officers have apprehended several suspects, reporting that the key leaders of the criminal Dajiang Industrial Syndicate are now successfully in custody. However, he adds that 3 of the high-ranking members are still logged into the game. Their physical bodies are currently intangible, making arrest impossible, so the officers wait for further instructions from their commander. The commander praises his team for a job well done and instructs them to find a way to force the suspects to log out. He explains to his colleague that this method works because even if criminals hide safely inside safe zones in-game, their physical bodies still feel hunger in reality. Nodding, he points out that hunger will eventually force them to disconnect to eat, and the moment they do, they will be busted. They are thrilled everything has gone so smoothly, and it is entirely thanks to Shadow. He didn't just hand over critical intelligence on Dajiang Industrial, but also warned them that game skills can eventually be brought into the real world. If he had acted even a moment later, the core syndicate members led by Jiang Li would have reached level 10. By then, they would have materialized their skills in reality, and any arrest attempts would have ended in massive casualties. Many countries are already suffering minor rebellions with thousands dead. However, their elite squads are finally hitting level 10, largely thanks to gear and skills supplied by Shadow. They know Shadow is an irreplaceable asset to the nation, and they must find a way to bind him to their faction. Meanwhile, Qin Feng returns to Firefly Town, where Snowy admits she never expected him to be the great hero who would free the town from evil. She looks at him with pure admiration. Qin Feng asks what nonsense she is babbling about and tells her to just speak her mind. She sticks out her tongue and smiles, telling Qin Feng that there's no need to act humble since the authorities already made the news public. She reveals that Dajiang and Song Fei were kidnapping and murdering players. Stick with me, because next time, things get even crazier. Let's jump into why he officially had to take out Tong Fei and Jiang Lai. Qin Feng stays quiet. He doesn't buy that the authorities are clearing his name, suspecting they just want to make him easier to work with later. When Qin Feng asks if she found Dong Fengxian's exact location in the real world, she says he hasn't logged off yet, telling him to wait because Cam Dong will send the details immediately. Qin Feng begins roaming the city, believing everything else can wait, while heading to the abandoned God continent is his absolute top priority. He notices many players using the town's teleportation array, but absolutely nobody has managed to trigger the continental array yet. Activating the town's matrix, he teleports to the abandoned God continent. He knows this current zone is just a tutorial, and the real game starts once he lands there. Nearby, players stand there utterly stunned, seeing nobody around and wondering who on earth just teleported away. One screams that it has to be Shadow. Another is completely baffled, claiming his level 2 anti-stealth skill should have easily spotted him. Someone immediately calls him an idiot, explaining that this simply means Shadow's stealth level is way higher than level 2. Seconds later, he materializes on the abandoned God continent. Exactly as he predicted, everything matches his past life dead silent, with not a single player in sight. And watch closely here, a lurking monster with glowing eyes suddenly locks its gaze on him. These are the familiar ruins of Zhanghai City, where players from different regions land when they first enter the abandoned God continent. They all spawn in their own ruined cities. The layout of these ruined metropolises perfectly aligns with real-world geography, a bizarre mystery that nobody has ever been able to explain. As the beast creeps out, Qin Feng whips around, facing a massive, worm-like creature that unleashes a deafening roar. It attacks violently, shattering the ground. Activating Shadow Blue, he dodges, then executes an Eastern Shadow Slash to cut the beast in half. A system window confirms he just slayed a level 11 seismic beast. Suddenly, a swarm of other seismic beasts emerges, instantly lunging at Qin Feng, but he leaps high, dodging the onslaught. His eyes flash as he triggers Blessing Release, then unleashes Instant Shadow Slash, shredding the pack into pieces. Their remains dissolve into lifespan. He quickly realizes there are no safe zones here like back in the starter town. Monsters are lurking in every corner, ready to ambush him at any moment, but he knows that finding a hidden shelter among the ruins will allow him to build a fortress and rule this region. He remembers the ultimate shelter in Zhanghai City lies northwest. the exact same hideout used by the god-slaying guild in his previous life. Meanwhile, in another part of this abandoned continent, a different group of players has just arrived. It is Wang Meng's squad. I know what you're thinking. Why is this fantasy world full of ruined skyscrapers? Wang Meng doesn't get it either. The area feels incredibly familiar. Xiaoyou points toward a crumbling tower, asking if this isn't the ruins of Central South City. Du Yihua nods, confirming her suspicion. She points out that the prominent towers of Central South City are indeed still standing tall. Xiaoyou eagerly looks around because she heard rumors that Shadow teleported here, and she is absolutely desperate to find out where he went. Gu Yihua tells her to calm down, reminding her that he can turn invisible. Just then, two seismic beasts burst from the earth. Reacting instantly, Wang Meng raises his heavy shield, shouting a warning to the team that they are under attack. Gu Yihua unleashes a skill called Elven Blessing. The monster strikes with blinding speed, but Wang Meng blocks with his shield, enduring the blows with boosted strength. Gu Yihua urges Wang Meng to be careful, warning him that standard monsters here are actually deadlier than the silver bosses around the starting town. The squad's archer quickly fires a skill called Binding Arrow straight at them. Instantly, the arrow generates energy ropes that wrap tightly around the monsters' bodies, making the archer smirk. He claims these beasts are easy to crowd control, planning to lock them in place so the team can dump all their damage. Xiaoyou raises her magic staff high, summoning Prophecy Fireball, sending two massive streams of flame slamming into the creatures, slaying the seismic beasts as their bodies dissolve into valuable lifespan. Wang Meng tells Yihua to send her owl high up to scout the terrain. She nods quickly in agreement, and her owl immediately takes flight to scan the area. She reports that monsters are swarming everywhere, and the noise from their recent battle has already started drawing several packs toward them. They are charging straight for their position, and she warns that there are no safe zones nearby, asking her leader what to do. Wang Meng freezes upon hearing there are no safe zones, while the archer panics, cursing whatever cruel continent turned this into a brutal survival game. Xiaoyou urges Yihua to locate Shadow, arguing that he arrived 10 minutes before them and cannot have gone very far. She is certain they will be safe with him. At first, Yihua sees nothing, but then she spots a bright glow of lifespan. She notices a massive cluster of light in the northwest, realizing it is the massive loot dropped from defeated monsters. She guesses it's Shadow's work, leaving loot because his inventory is full. Now, with more beasts rising, you and I will have to wait and see if they survive. Alright, you and I are diving into this wild story, where she runs to tell everyone that Shadow cleared out the monsters. It is safe now, and if they follow the glowing loot, they will find him. The captain tells everyone to stay alert, keep formation, and not fall behind as they fight and retreat. Meanwhile, not far away, more earthquake beasts rise from the ground, ready to strike. But someone moves like lightning, slicing them to pieces. It is Shadow. He knows that even without the active buff of releasing Yuanmei, the total damage of Shadow Slash can still hit 20 to 30,000, instantly killing these monsters. This place is a total hunting paradise for him. Minutes later, he reaches the shelter and looks around. He knows that beneath these ruins lies a massive underground palace, which took a long time to discover in his past life. That underground palace has over 1,000 rooms and dozens of halls. It was the largest shelter in Trunghai City and his guild base. Before the Godslayer Guild claimed it, this place was like a dungeon full of traps, monsters, and a boss. The larger the shelter, the stronger the boss. He steps inside, remembering how, in his past life, after founding the Godslayer Guild, he had gathered 3 separate teams, totaling 18 elite members, all of whom were level 15 and geared to the teeth. Even then, they barely managed to conquer this palace. He begins walking down the stairs to the bottom of the ruins. The system screen confirms his arrival at the shelter, a monster-filled area known as the Soul Purification Zone. His eyes gleam with absolute confidence, knowing he can conquer this place completely on his own. Now, pay attention. A system screen pops up showing that if he defeats the Area Guardian, he can claim ownership of this territory. Suddenly, all the monsters lock onto Qin Feng and charge straight toward him. He stays calm and draws his dagger, realizing he is facing a level 12 gold rank monster, an elemental spirit. Just before they strike, Qin Feng activates his Darkest Hour skill, follows up with Shadow Flash Slash, and wipes them out in a flash. Qin Feng moves like a ghost, slicing up every monster in his path, and turning their bodies into lifespan points. He is thrilled because as long as his enemies are blinded, all of his attacks deal boosted damage. Even his basic attacks are enough to one-shot level 12 monsters. Though 15 monsters in this hall are dead, the Soul Purification Zone has dozens more halls and thousands of rooms. A faint smile plays on his lips. This is definitely a massive grind. He closely tracks his gathered lifespan, calculating it against the massive mob count in the shelter. He realizes that after clearing all the monsters, he will have enough to finally evolve his Hand of Greed. Looking down at the floor once again, his eyes flash with serious intent. He knows that once each sector is fully cleared, the Guardian will emerge shortly after. Meanwhile, players inside a bookstore get teleported to the Forsaken Continent of Gods. One man looks around in confusion, wondering if this place is even real. You might be thinking the same thing as them, wondering if this abandoned continent is real. For the girl, it feels incredibly strange. She wonders why this place feels so familiar. Looking closer, they suddenly realize these ruins are actually Chiyoda. As they explore, they come across the ruins of Chongqing, and just hours later, they reach the ruins of London. The man is stunned, wondering if players from different regions were all teleported to the ruins of their own hometown cities. The girl agrees that it is incredibly bizarre, wondering if the geography of these ruined cities perfectly matches the real world. But as they lose focus for a second, something approaches, putting them on high alert. Turning around, they see several earthquake beasts staring at them with glowing, menacing eyes. Terrified, they make a run for it as the beasts launch an attack, forcing them to quickly escape the area. Meanwhile, in the Jianghai ruins, the ground is littered with glowing lifespan orbs, while Wang Meng and his group hide under some nearby rubble. Wang Meng pokes his head out and sees no monsters nearby, so he tells everyone to take a break and recover. One girl blushes, completely awed by Shadow. She used to think they were strong, but they ended up just shivering in his shadow. Wang Meng coughs softly, telling her to watch her words. Flustered, she asks if she said anything wrong. Xiaoyou pokes his head out, adding that it is a miracle. Shadow cleared the area, otherwise they would all be dead by now. She also wonders where they would even respawn if they ended up dying in a place like this. As Gu Yishu controls an owl to scout the area, Wang Meng suggests that the 6 of them should put their exploration on hold for now. He wants to wait until everyone reaches level 10 before moving forward. She nods in agreement. Yixu's owl flies overhead, showing monsters dropping like flies. But she wonders why Shadow suddenly stopped in his tracks. It is as if he vanished into thin air. She also notices a massive pile of loot, including gold rank items. She desperately wants to grab them, so Wang Meng seriously decides to message Shadow to ask if he still wants that loot. He slices one last mob, filling the room with lifespan. That is where we leave it. You and I are definitely going to want to see what happens next. Let's dive into his crazy run clearing 40 halls, 1,000 rooms, and 400 monsters. He also smashed 4 bronze and 2 silver bosses, racking up 80,000 experience points and pushing his evolution to an incredible 205. He moves forward, knowing that just 5 more points are needed to finally evolve his greedy hand. Wang Man contacts Sedao, asking to collect the loot left behind from the slain monsters in exchange for a fair amount of lifespan. Hearing this, he realizes that Wang Man and his official squad have finally made their move and arrived. He agrees, letting them gather the loot, and mentions he will follow up soon to sell a large stash of gear. Wang Man expresses his gratitude, promising to wait at coordinates 89, 554, 666 inside the shelter. Just then, electricity crackles, catching Qin Feng's eye. The energy rapidly moves toward him, making Qin Feng realize that the boss guardian has finally spawned. An electric knight materializes before him, known as the Purified Soul Knight of Tier Platinum. According to the system window, this is the guardian of the Purified Soul Zone, and defeating it will make him the absolute master of this domain. He begins to analyze, knowing the strongest mob in the city ruins is level 15. This Purified Soul is indeed the ultimate, highest-ranking boss of this entire zone. Pay attention here, this boss has 750,000 health and 3 phases. Using Eastern Shadow Slash, Qin Feng strikes first, but the impact is minimal. Without wasting a second, he immediately triggers his throat cut skill. This time, the attack successfully chips away some health. In response, the boss raises its hand to summon a deadly lightning spear. A massive rain of spears begins pouring down from the sky towards Sato, but he moves like lightning to dodge them all. While dodging, he realizes that taking a direct hit with his current defense and lightning resistance would mean certain death. He knows that any skill or attack from a platinum tier boss or higher comes with an automatic hit correction system. With his evasion rate at 75, normal mobs have only a 25% hit chance, but this boss has at least a 50% probability. However, his agility stat has already reached an impressive 182 points at maximum speed, running at over 40 meters per second. If he simply concentrates, he can easily dodge the lightning before it strikes. His eyes burn with rage, remembering how he only survived last time thanks to a priest's shield and pure luck. He unleashes everything. To finish this quickly, the boss loses a quarter health. The devastating throat cut combined with his enchant release, Shadow Slash, and the sudden Plague Blade explosion instantly shreds 250,000 HP, forcing the boss straight into Phase 2. Now, watch this twist as the boss summons electric spheres. Qin Feng realizes it is entering an invincible state, spawning endless lightning balls. He knows the absolute priority in this phase is destroying those 3 electric spheres before the boss goes completely berserk. Qin Feng recalls his past life, where his entire squad was wiped out by this boss's insane, relentless area of effect damage. Back then, Tan Xiaoyou yet got furious and quit. So on his second attempt, he left her behind and cleared it on the very first try. Throwing poison daggers, he targets the spheres, knowing that breaking each electric ball deals massive backlash damage to the boss itself. Once all 3 spheres shatter, it will trigger the final, third phase. Qin Feng hurls one last dagger, exploding the 3rd sphere and dropping the boss below half health as its eyes glow a menacing red. Extending its arms, lightning floods the arena, but Qin Feng stays calm, expecting the Purified Soul's continuous area of effect electric strikes in Phase 3. He remembers his old guild needed max lightning resistance gear, 4 priests, and constant healing shields just to survive this exact onslaught. Qin Feng leaps high into the air as a protective barrier forms around him. He doesn't need any of that hassle this time, instantly casting Enchant Release and his Dark Light Shield. With endless lightning surging across the floor, he decides the ground is too dangerous and focuses his full power to attack directly from midair. Activating both Enchant Release and the Dark Light Shield, determination flashes in his eyes as he prepares a final Shadow Slash. He strikes with blinding speed, decapitating the boss, before Qin Feng gracefully touches down on the ground. The system alerts him that he has successfully slain the level 11 Platinum tier Purified Soul, earning rewards for this legendary achievement. His 4 main attributes increase by 4 points, and he gains 10 free stat points. Additionally, he receives 20 evolution points and 1,520 days of tradable lifespan, plus 10 fame points for the world-first Platinum tier boss kill. Even better, he is now the master of the Sanctified Zone, where the ground glows with lifespan light. According to Qin Feng's vast knowledge, the sanctuary he just secured holds a significance far beyond any simple game. He knows this sanctuary does not just provide shelter and storage, but crucially, it can be brought into the real world. This is absolutely vital because once the game merges with reality, real-world weaponry will begin to rust away. The most powerful weapons, especially nukes, fail instantly, while tanks and jets turn to scrap within months, and trust me, we have a front-row seat to the chaos. You and I are about to see a world where real-life survival depends entirely on the skills you pull from a video game. Once this shelter is brought into the real world, it can activate a magical barrier and become an absolutely safe sanctuary. Qin Feng starts thinking in silence before finally leaving the area, remembering how in his past life, his Godslayer guild used this exact place as their base to grow non-stop. Even though he holds onto many happy memories from that era, he also saw countless people come and go with schemes and lies. His eyes burn with determination. This time, he won't walk the old path. He will grow stronger on his own until he reaches the very top. Outside, the rain pours as a monster swings its heavy axe. Tudu's friend dodges on the ground, yelling at her to move as she screams for help. She cannot react in time, and the axe slices her clean in half. Respawning in town, the system alerts her that she died, losing 14 years of untradable life and 2 days of tradable life. She stands frozen, shocked to be dead again. Her friend furiously calls her an idiot, snapping at how she could possibly fail to dodge the giant axe swung by the boss. Enraged, she asks who he thinks he is insulting, blaming him for playing Wang but failing to properly draw the boss's aggro. She claims she knows how to dodge, which only makes him angrier, calling her a fool for asking him to aggro with only area of effect skills. But look closely here, because their tank suddenly quits the team, leaving Qiudu's friend panicking and screaming for help as the boss attacks. The boss swings its axe again. Moments later, her friend also respawns back in town, looking completely terrified. She suggests Qiudu focus on hunting small mobs to level up first, admitting she is anxious because her remaining lifespan is running low. Qiudu thinks in silence, and right then, the system announces that player Sato from Jianghai City has achieved the first kill on a platinum-grade boss, earning 10 reputation points, instantly drawing everyone's eyes to the system window. No one can believe their eyes. They think it is absolutely insane for someone to solo a platinum-tier boss. Shocked players comment that they haven't even reached the main continent yet, while Sato is already grinding over there all by himself. Sato's name echoes everywhere, as everyone wonders about his true identity. Such a feat is truly legendary, especially when most players haven't even faced a gold-tier monster. He is clearly a monstrously powerful player. Qiudu feels a bit confused, wondering why everyone else is actually so weak. She knows they only struggle to kill silver bosses, making her wonder how Sato could secure a first kill on a platinum boss. Back at his shelter, he starts collecting the lifespan orbs. After taking down the soul purifier, he has finally reached level 11. Since he knows that leveling up past 10 adds 4 points to all stats plus 10 free points, he dumps every single free point straight into agility. Let's pause here, because with his insane speed and infinite stealth, he can literally hunt down bosses without ever taking a single hit. He is absolutely stunned that killing the boss rewards him with 20 evolution points. This means he can now evolve his broken greed hand skill once again. He is thrilled as his loot reward increases from 3 to 5. Plus, he gains 100 extra inventory slots. Spending 210 evolution points, he has 15 left. As a result, his greed hand skill evolves all the way from epic to legendary. This assassin skill now has a 500% extra loot drop rate, and those rewards have a 100% chance to tier up. Plus, he gets 100 more inventory slots. Qin Feng decides to unleash his legendary greed hand skill to collect the dropped loot, instantly gaining 5 extra items. He also secures another 100 evolution points, bringing his total to 115. Checking the system window, Qin Feng spots 2 assassin gears and an assassin skill book, but since his level is too low to use them, he safely stores them in his shelter. Qin Feng summons a loyal follower and commands them to gather all the loot inside the palace and pile it up. The loyal follower quickly gets to work. Qin Feng is extremely satisfied, knowing those remaining 115 evolution points can upgrade his lower skills. He spends 42 points to boost his Shadow Hide skill to epic rank 3 times. Consequently, his stealth duration increases from 36 to 60 seconds, and attacks that break stealth now inflict 300 to 500 damage. Cooldown drops from 22 to 15 seconds. Next, he uses 34 evolution points to upgrade Enhanced Backstab twice to reach epic rank. This boosts backstab damage from 50 to 75. Then, he spends 6 evolution points to push Dark Hour through Platinum, Emerald, and Diamond ranks to reach epic. The skill now releases a wave of dark light, completely blinding all enemies within 50 meters. The base duration increases to 16 seconds, though it remains shorter against targets with high mental stats. Finally, he spends 33 evolution points to upgrade the Blooming Curse skill to legendary rank 3 times. The skill can now target player corpses within 60 seconds of their death, unlocking a powerful new effect. It can simultaneously absorb 50 years of the target's remaining untradeable lifespan alongside any scattered untradeable lifespan light orbs, causing any corpse consumed by the Blooming Curse to completely disappear. And that's where we leave it, with him shocked to realize he can actually absorb untradeable lifespans. Stick with me here, because he remembers that in high-level zones and boss rage areas, specifically, your lifespan decays hundreds or thousands of times faster there. And this brutal drain directly impacts your non-tradable life force first. Snow contacts Qin Feng to congratulate him on securing the first platinum boss kill, while sharing some great news: the East Sage has finally logged off. She reports that his clan is gathering at the Jiangnan Hotel, apparently buying up massive amounts of lifespan to convert directly into raw in-game combat power. While his loyal follower collects the loot, Qin Feng gives her some well-deserved praise. She brushes it off, saying it is just her duty. But she warns him to defeat the East Sage at all costs, or she will face absolute disaster. Qin Feng tells her not to worry and packs his loot, realizing everything fits easily, leaving half of his storage space still completely empty. Admiring the incredible convenience of his 100-slot inventory, he decides to find Wang Meng to dump all this gear on them. Seeing Sato return, Endu and Xiaoyou widen their eyes in pure joy. And Endu excitedly rushes over to wrap him in a big hug. But Qin Feng stops her with a raised hand, getting straight to business. As always, he sets the price, take it or leave it. He explains that over 30 items are just common and bronze tier, so he will discount them to 950 days of lifespan. With Qin Feng's handprint hilariously left on her face, a smiling Endu immediately agrees to his terms. They estimated the previous loot was worth around 1,000 days, so to keep things simple, they will pay 2,000 days for everything. But Qin Feng corrects her, stating this batch actually contains silver, gold, and platinum gear. Look closely, because that brings the total to a whopping 18,000 days of tradable lifespan, absolutely stunning her as she checks the system. She can't believe there is platinum-grade equipment inside. She only has a single gold item herself, and thinks only a true boss would sell gear like this. Thrilled, she realizes this massive haul will definitely boost the development of Central Sea City and thanks Sato repeatedly. He calmly replies, they are just mutually helping each other. With curious eyes, Xiaoyou asks Sato how he has so many inventory slots, wondering if he is secretly Doraemon. Qin Feng guesses their bags must be completely full, dropping a hint that a hidden staircase under the Central City ruined statue leads back to the starting town. As Qin Feng begins to leave, he warns them that returning here for the first time will cost 500 days of lifespan. Though it is free after that, they must be careful. They need to weigh the costs. Chuckling, he walks away while Endu points at him and happily claims she was totally right. She reveals that Sato must be a reincarnator, because there is no other way he could know such top-secret information. Watching her intense reaction, Wang Meng gets creeped out and begs his captain to stop acting so weirdly. Blushing hard, she suddenly asks how they would feel if she tried to hit on Sato. Now, I know what you are thinking, can he bring these powers to reality? Yes. The system prompts him to extract his skills. Without hesitation, he decides to trigger the level synchronization and class advancement sync. The system chimes, confirming he has consumed 27,000 days of lifespan to fully complete both level and class advancement synchronization. Qin Feng is buzzing with excitement because the next phase is extracting his active skills. Recalling his previous stealth skill extraction was only level 1. This time, he is not just upgrading his real-world stealth, but extracting a whole arsenal of new skills. He spends 1946 days to max out stealth to level 10, then extracts multiple combat abilities. Enhanced Backstab takes 900, Greedy Hand, 1000, Shadow Flash /3200, Shadow Illusion 536, Blooming Curse 16,000, and Dark Shield 11,000. Once the skill extraction finishes, he has 7,480 days left. Finally, he drops 3,600 days to extract the gold tier stealth boots and another 3,394 days for his gold faith amulet. While carefully checking his newly extracted equipment, he realizes the faith amulet does not just reduce cooldowns. Far more importantly, the silver follower it summons is basically invincible in the real world. After spending it all, he has only 486 days left. But with his real-world strength now matching his in-game power, he slowly fades away without leaving a single trace. Knowing he still needs to accumulate more lifespan, he must ensure his next logout achieves total, absolute synchronization. Moments later, dark energy surges from his body as Qin Feng wakes up in reality, sinking into quiet contemplation. Now that his enemies know exactly where he lives, he decides the safest move is to leave this place immediately. He knows that extracting the soul-purifying sanctuary will require over 1,300 years of lifespan, so finding a temporary hideout is crucial. With a sharp glare, Qin Feng activates his greedy hand skill to absorb everything in the room. As everything vanishes without a trace, he smirks, deeply satisfied with the massive storage capacity of his greedy hand. With everything packed, he leaps straight out of his window. Checking his phone, he notices Dong Fengxiang is currently staying at the Jiangnan Hotel, just 15 kilometers away. He glances down at the street below, turns completely invisible, and swiftly drops to the ground. Calculating that his current speed will get him there in 10 minutes, he starts moving, dashing through the night toward the Jiangnan Hotel. Minutes later, he arrives, and trust me, you and I are about to see a very tense dinner meeting. Trust me on this. They realize that in-game skills and lifespans are actually leaking directly into the real world. He sees this as a massive opportunity for the Dongfang clan, praising Tuong for wisely establishing an early faction in the game. With a smug smile, Tuong replies that it was nothing. His grandfather nods, deeply pleased with how well Tuong's progress is going. The old man explains they just bought a massive amount of tradable lifespan to purchase elite gear and powerful skill books. Their goal is to power level Qi clan members to level 10, secure an early advantage, and expand their dominance into the real world. With this unstoppable growth, the Dongfang clan will definitely dominate everything, making their dream of a 1,000-year dynasty an absolute reality. Tuong silently stares at his grandfather, a dark, sinister gleam flashing in his eyes. In his head, he utterly despises the annoying old geezer. This old fool has one foot in the grave, but still clings to power, dreaming of immortality. Meanwhile, Tuong's actual plan is to corner Sadao, extract his secrets, and farm lifespan for himself. Once he tops the rankings, he will slaughter them all. Now pay attention, the grandfather suddenly asks how the plot against Sadao is going. Smirking, Tuong replies, "Do not worry, grandfather." He assures the old man that a reliable woman is already investigating Sadao's real-world identity. With intel arriving soon, his grandfather orders him to capture Sadao alive, forcing him to serve the Dongfang clan to maximize their benefits. Meanwhile, Qin Feng has already silently slaughtered the guards at the hotel entrance. Inside, they toast to the rise of their clan, chanting "Long live Dongfang." Qin Feng's gaze turns serious. He did not expect these wealthy elites to possess actual firearms. He knows his blur shadow skill and dark light shield cannot guarantee absolute protection, especially since he has not materialized any defensive armor into reality yet. He understands that if a stray bullet hits his heart or head, it is instant death. Deciding to play it safe, he raises his hand and uses his faith pendant to summon a loyal follower. He orders the beast to storm the room and leave absolutely no survivors. He knows that a silver-tier loyal follower has high damage resistance and can easily tank heavy gunfire for a decent while. Catching everyone off guard, the monster bursts through the door with a deafening roar. Total panic erupts, as nobody understands where this beast came from. With glowing red eyes, it charges directly at them. Instantly, a grim Tuong stands up, pointing at the beast and ordering his guards to aim their weapons. He cannot believe an in-game monster is standing before him and immediately orders them to open fire. Bullets pelt its head but do absolutely nothing. With a massive swing, it crushes one guard, then drives its sharp claws deep into another guard's chest. As it tears through the guests, Tuong breaks out in a cold sweat. Then, the beast turns its fury toward his helpless grandfather. Let's pause for a second. Instead of helping his screaming grandfather, Tuong immediately turns and runs, knowing he must escape right now. Because as long as he escapes and logs into the game, he'll be safe. Terrified, he thinks that once he reaches level 10 and extracts his skills into reality, absolutely nothing in this world will ever be able to threaten him again. But right then, he sees Qin Feng standing at the exit. Before he can even gasp, a lightning-fast strike sends Tuong's severed head flying into the air. As blood erupts from the neck, Qin Feng calmly turns his back and begins to walk away. Tuong's eyes glaze over in utter confusion. Moments later, strange, beautiful flowers begin to bloom directly out of his lifeless body. Qin Feng watches closely as system alerts confirm he has absorbed 2,700 days of tradable lifespan and 482 years of non-tradable lifespan. His eyes gleam with absolute satisfaction. This really is an incredibly massive haul. As Tuong's body completely dissolves into a bed of flowers, Qin Feng is highly satisfied. His blooming curse skill has truly proven its terrifying value. It not only erases every single corpse and bloodstain, but it also drains every last drop of lifespan from Tuong's body. With this, his total non-tradable lifespan has now reached an insane 2,327 years, completely removing any pressure when entering future wrath zones. Moments later, a terrified scream echoes outside. Someone yells to call the police after hearing gunshots, prompting Qin Feng to quickly make his move. Right at that moment, Several police officers begin rushing toward the private suite. Knowing this was the Dongfang clan's meeting spot, they were certain a shootout occurred. Yet, they are stunned to find absolutely zero bodies. It is hard to believe there are no casualties. The entire scene is incredibly bizarre, leaving one officer completely baffled. The private room is heavily trashed, showing obvious signs of a brutal struggle. What he cannot wrap his head around is why nobody is here. He immediately asks his partners if anyone reported seeing a suspect escaping the hotel. To them, it makes no sense. The burning question is, where did the entire Dongfang clan go? It is as if they completely vanished, forcing them to call detectives. Meanwhile, Qin Feng has already slipped away from the hotel, walking into the distance. His next target is the Qin Corporation. However, their main headquarters had already relocated to North America long before the game descended upon the world. Currently, only the CEO's daughter is trapped in Demon City. And trust me, you and I are going to watch how he hunts her down before she escapes. All right, you and I are diving back in. The distance from Shanghai to Mothan is nearly 300 kilometers, taking up to 3 hours on foot. What a waste of time. Qin Feng gets ready to rest, knowing he needs to find a way to escape. He logs back into the cursed game, realizing several silver and gold bosses are still lurking in the ruins, and decides to go on a hunt. Captain Andu reaches out to Sadao, excitedly announcing she has some absolutely fantastic news. She explains that Xiaoyou just stumbled upon a hidden tomb, but a gold-tier resentful spirit is guarding it, making it impossible for them to defeat. Qin Feng is quite surprised and asks how they even managed to find the entrance. Andu reveals that on their way back to the starting city, they took a side path to avoid a few minor monsters. While walking, they realized someone was missing. After searching for a bit, they discovered that Xiaoyou had fallen right into a massive pit. It was a special tomb zone where the party chat channel goes completely dead. Following her down, they spotted a level 12 gold boss chasing them. Luckily, they ran fast enough to escape. She mentions they are back at Shell Town, and if he wants to head to the tomb, she can send over the coordinates. Qin Feng knows that sometimes, pure luck is all it takes. Finding a hidden tomb just because someone took one wrong step in the city ruins is honestly a wild coincidence. He knows that tombs, just like faith temples or cursed ruins, are extremely rare random events in this world. He tells the captain to send the coordinates, and Andu complies, showing the tomb is near the Shell Town ruins. Qin Feng thanks her, promising to sell them any loot he cannot use. He cannot help but admire how smart Andu is. Suddenly, Qin Feng's attention is drawn to an old well. Now, pay attention here, because he looks down, totally confused, wondering if this hole is actually the entrance. With a well this massive, it is hard to believe anyone could just accidentally trip and fall inside. No doubt, that girl Xiaoyou is truly special. Without wasting a single second, Qin Feng leaps straight into the well, and a system notification pops right up. It warns him that he has entered the resentful spirit tomb, and all long-range communications are blocked. Landing on the cold ground, he moves forward. Suddenly, a massive beast emerges in front of him. A level 12 gold grade howling resentful spirit. Qin Feng silently evaluates this towering boss. He never crossed paths with this monster in his past life, but judging by its appearance, he guesses it possesses massive attack power with a wide range, dealing heavy physical damage. This explains why Andu and her team panicked and fled, since the gear he sold them did not boost their defense stats. He estimates that Vuong Man, as a holy shield, has about 5,000 health right now, and would lose half of it from a single hit. Qin Feng silently watches the boss, fully aware that a single blow from that axe means instant death. Combining his release blessing and instant shadow slash skills, Qin Feng strikes with blinding speed, cleanly severing both of the monster's arms. He knows this boss has massive defense, cutting his instant shadow slash damage down to just 80% of normal. But trust me, that does not matter, because this beast cannot survive the follow-up throat cut skill of his release blessing. Suddenly, the severed arms begin swinging wildly toward Qin Feng. A second later, the entire monster violently explodes. But Qin Feng reacts instantly, leaping clear of the blast zone. He is stunned to realize it was a corpse explosion. He admits he was careless for not dodging, but luckily, his blur shadow skill activated, saving him from instant death. The corpse then turns into lifespan. Qin Feng recalls a very similar event happening during his previous life. They had defeated an unfamiliar boss, and when an eager teammate rushed to grab the loot, it exploded, killing him instantly. Entire parties were wiped out this way. While this usually happens with platinum-tier bosses, he never expected a gold-tier boss in this tomb to self-destruct like that. Activating his greedy hand skill, he sweeps up the loot. System alerts flood his screen, announcing that defeating the gold boss granted him 1,010 days of tradable lifespan and 20 evolution points. Plus, his greedy hand snatched a platinum-grade Nightblade skill book. He also bags another 630 days of lifespan and a platinum-tier resentful spirit leather armor. He is pleasantly surprised to receive both gear and a skill book that he can actually use. According to the system, this Dark Nightblade is a powerful platinum-grade assassin skill. It channels dark energy into his weapon, dealing dark elemental damage to all enemies within 5 meters, and boosting dark attack by 500 points. With a 10-second cooldown reduced to 5.7 and a level 11 requirement, Qin Feng is thrilled. This is the exact elemental skill his assassin class needs. Since his shadow class has a higher spirit attribute than strength, his magical power easily outclasses his physical stats. This is exactly why elemental skills like the Dark Nightblade suit him perfectly, and he knows he must focus on his spirit stat to maximize this damage. He currently has 9 strength points and 9 constitution points, 24 agility, and 15 spirit. Qin Feng decides to upgrade this skill straight to epic tier to see what happens. Spending 6 evolution points, leaving 36, the Dark Nightblade ascends from platinum to emerald, then diamond, and finally epic. Stick around to see what crazy tier he reaches next. Consequently, the dark elemental damage range scales from 5 to 12 meters, and the elemental attack rises from 500 to 130. Let's look at this insane skill evolution. The range widened from 5 to 12 meters, with bonus damage jumping from 500 to 130. His expression turns serious, knowing full well that as an area of effect skill, its bonus damage is low, and its total output can't match Shadow Slash. Still, it's a god-tier skill for wiping out massive hordes of small monsters. While Shadow Slash has a 5-meter reach, it only strikes in a straight line, whereas the Shadow Knight's blade deals widespread damage, making it far superior when surrounded by enemies. The system announces that the Platinum Wraith leather armor adds 55 physical defense, 45 elemental resistance, 42 damage block, and 777 health. Requires level 11. Plus, its unique Wrath effect boosts base attack by 30 points whenever he takes damage. Qin Feng heads toward the massive doors, fully aware that the Wrath effect isn't crucial. Still, this armor's high defense, resistance, and block allow him to finally replace the level 5 gold fire spirit armor he's currently wearing. Selling the remaining 20 loot items could easily yield over 10,000 days of lifespan. Now, entering the tomb, he hopes to find rare materials and maybe even a sweet mount. Meanwhile, pay attention here, a massive goblin swings its sword, slicing Xiaoyou and her friend in half. Respawning back in town with her party, their male leader screams in absolute, furious rage. He grabs Xiaoyou by the collar, calling her a useless fool whose brain never grew. He rants that her stupidity is why their team keeps getting wiped out. Because of her, he only has 2 years of untradeable lifespan left. Shoving her to the ground, he warns her never to look for him at school, or else. Her friend rushes over to help her up while the angry leader logs out. The friend suggests Xiaoyou move with her to a small town, mentioning a community group there that assists elderly players and complete newbies who don't know how to play. She clenches her fists, unable to contain her burning rage. Logging out, she rejects her friend's invitation, telling Yan Yan to go alone. Fuming in bed, she grabs her phone and messages Han Han, begging him to power level her. Smirking, Han Han doesn't refuse, but he sets a steep price for giving her a level boost. She must spend the night with him, because he wants to see how the school's goddess performs in bed. Furious, she calls him a disgusting creep, screaming that he's dreaming if he thinks he can use her, and tells him to get lost. But then, a sly smile creeps onto her face. She texts him back, claiming she actually always liked him, but held back because of her brother. Since Qin Feng used to control her, but is gone now, they can finally be together freely. He doesn't buy it, calling her an idiot. He says if she can abandon her own brother, who knows what kind of backstabbing she'd do to him next. After he blocks her, watch closely as she starts messaging everyone. First, she reaches out to a rich heir, inviting him over to hang out and boost her level. But he sees right through her, bragging about his platinum status and women before telling her to get lost. Desperate, she tries her luck with another guy, claiming she's bored and waiting in town. His reply is just as cold, warning her that everyone knows how she scammed Zhang Wei and threatening to test his new skills on her face. Devastated and desperate, she curses all men, realizing none of them are reliable when she actually needs help. In sheer despair, she cries over having only 2.5 years of untradeable lifespan left, completely lost. Tears streaming down, utterly isolated. She suddenly thinks of Qin Feng. He would never abandon her. He must have a solution, so she has to find him. Hours later, in the dead of night, she arrives at Qin Feng's apartment. For a split second, she imagines walking in, saying a quick apology, and assuming he'll immediately forgive her. But she instantly shakes off that thought. She did nothing wrong, so why should she apologize? Preparing to knock, she tells herself she cannot show any weakness like that. She convinces herself that swallowing her pride is temporary. She'll act obedient to get his help, confident he'll agree since he's always doted on her since they were kids. A smug smile forms on her lips as she envisions leveling up and escaping her desperate lifespan crisis. Once safe, she will cut him off completely. What a brilliant plan. Feeling like an absolute genius, she knocks, demanding Qin Feng open the door. She bangs on the door repeatedly, shouting for him. Whining, she wonders if he's asleep, telling him she's finally back. Her voice grows increasingly desperate, begging him to open up. Frustrated, she kicks the door open, only to freeze in shock. Staring into the empty room, she wonders where he went, but gasps when she notices the bed, desk, clothes, and everything else are completely gone. Dialing his number yields zero response. He has vanished without a trace. At that very moment, deep inside the Wraith Tomb, Qin Feng is slaughtering hordes of monsters, quickly reaching the final chamber. Summoning a loyal follower, he recalls clearing over 200 monsters. Trust me, you and I need to see what's next. All right, you and I are about to watch Qin Feng reach level 12. Right in front of him is the final coffin, and he knows opening it summons the tomb's ultimate boss. Hoping for a platinum rank, he watches as the heavy coffin begins to shift. Qin Feng focuses entirely on it when something bizarre happens, creepy. Oppressive energy starts forcing its way into his summon's body through its eyes and mouth. A system alert warns him that his loyal follower has been destroyed. Qin Feng immediately recognizes this as the gold-level boss, the Death Mist. He curses his luck for running into such an annoying monster. Since it has no physical form, it's completely immune to any physical attacks. He recalls that in his past life, someone unleashed this boss, and it ravaged a nearby human base. Tons of defenseless civilians were slaughtered or mutilated. Getting possessed by this thing is basically an instant death sentence. Unless a teammate can cleanse you, or you play a rare class with a built-in cheat death skill to survive. His eyes turn deadly serious as he activates his Shadow Knight's blade. Dark energy instantly begins swirling around his entire body. Now watch closely. Thanks to the skill, he spots its true form hidden in the poison mist. Qin Feng strikes with his daggers, completely destroying the gold-level Death Mist boss. Qin Feng knows this boss is actually tougher than platinum ranks, even though it's classified as gold with only gold-tier loot. Luckily, his newly learned skill, the Shadow Knight's blade, deals magic damage. Its corpse dissolves into lifespan energy, and using his greedy hand, Qin Feng gathers the loot with a sigh. After all that agonizing work clearing the tomb, he really hopes for at least one solid gold-tier item. He receives a rare item, a mount bell. He is absolutely stunned, thrilled that a boss actually dropped a combat mount. This proves Lin Liu's legendary luck is no mere rumor, but absolute fact. According to the system description, this Ghost Knight Wolf Mount Bell can summon a level 11 creature. This beast can both fight and be ridden, requiring the player to be at least level 11. Qin Feng remembers that the Ghost Knight Wolf is the single fastest mount available in the early game. A gold-grade level 11 wolf boasts 148 strength, 155 constitution, 135 spirit, and an impressive 191 agility. The mount levels up with its master, growing stronger over time. However, if the bell is traded, the beast's level resets completely back to 1. Its skills are also amazing. Dash increases movement speed by 245%. while Night Run grants permanent level 1 stealth at night. Attacking breaks the stealth, but adds 120 light damage, with a 60-second cooldown to re-enter hiding. Combo Bite lets it pounce on a target 3 straight times, dealing an extra 267 physical damage. With a 12-second cooldown, Wolf's Howl boosts allies' attack, physical defense, and elemental resistance by 35 for 18 seconds, with a 600-second cooldown. You and I both know a stealthy battle mount is a massive cheat code, right? Qin Feng is basically holding a legendary jackpot. As darkness falls, Qin Feng rides his ghost Night Wolf out of the ruins, heading straight toward his next destination. His plan is simple: hit level 15 and stack enough lifespan to extract this legendary beast into reality. Once offline, he'll log out to assassinate Sai and CC in the real world, eliminating the threat. Passing the massive Zhanghai Coliseum, he remembers its 2 vast underground floors, which form a complex, monster-filled maze, making it the perfect grinding spot. Gliding stealthily, his phantom wolf climbs the walls of the monster-infested Zhanghai arena. As the local beasts begin locking their eyes on him, the phantom wolf leaps forward, and Qin Feng dives from the sky right into the mob. With determination in his eyes, he unleashes his shadow flash slash. The slaughter begins. Meanwhile, deep in the ruins, we see Yu using her sword to take down one of the local monsters. As the monster dissolves into precious lifespan, she finally breathes a sigh of relief. Her teammate, Manhwa Liang, the son of a high-ranking local bureaucrat, starts clapping and cheering. He yells, as expected of our team captain, "Your damage is absolutely insane." Praising her hidden dragon warrior class, he silently decides she will be his. But Yu sighs, noting that this boss is only level 8, yet it took them 10 whole minutes to kill. She honestly can't comprehend how Shadow could take down a platinum-tier boss completely solo. Manhwa Liang flatters her but scoffs at Shadow's achievements, claiming he's just a fragile assassin who hid in stealth to slowly chip away the boss. In his opinion, someone with such a cowardly playstyle will never amount to anything great. Secretly, he is delighted, knowing that Yu has no powerful family backing her up. As an official son, making her submit will be easy. But Yu cuts in, asking if a mediocre archer like him is better suited for cheap tactics. Manhwa Liang falls flat on his butt, stammering that he is a righteous man who would never stoop so low. Looking serious, he claims he heard rumors that Shadow is toxic and a ruthless killer in the real world. He says a cop hunter has level 3 anti-stealth. Trust me, you and I know he's in for a rude awakening. Let's see if they can actually trap Sato, uncover his real-life identity, and take total control over him. He argues that someone like Sato can only be trusted if he joins them. Otherwise, disasters like the Double Mage incident will happen. He's tired of cleaning up Shadow's mess. Anzu and Wang Meng look at each other and start laughing at Mandali, asking him if he's really that clueless. They explain that Sato isn't begging them to clean up his mess. In reality, they are desperately cleaning up after him. Only by doing this can they secure mutual benefits and keep collaborating. To prove it, they bring up Sato's legendary achievements. He secured the first global gold boss kill and the first platinum boss kill completely solo. Furious, Mandali snaps back, insisting that Sato is nothing but a fragile assassin, asking why they cannot easily control someone like that, as long as their anti-stealth levels match. He calls them absolute nobodies. Watch closely now. He snaps at them, turning to Anzu to promise he will personally destroy Sato's reputation and capture him. He claims that when it happens, she will beg for his forgiveness. Meanwhile, Wang Meng asks Anzu what loot the boss dropped. She replies that it dropped a gold priest gear, a silver gear, and a silver skill book. Tapping her chin, she recalls that Sato often sells them multiple gold and even platinum tier gears. This makes her wonder how many bosses he has slain, or if his true talent is treasure hunting. With a serious look, Wang Meng admits she's worried. Anzu gets confused as Wang Meng explains her concern, bringing up the Jiangnan restaurant incident where the entire Dongfang clan was wiped out during a banquet. Then she drops a terrifying theory. If Sato was behind that massacre, should they still keep covering for him? Wang Meng admits she still cannot read Sato's personality, fearing he might actually be a cold-blooded, real-life serial killer. She knows the higher-ups are taking this extremely seriously, and everyone is gossiping about whether Sato is the killer. With a confident smile, Anzu declares that even if Sato did commit the crime, she would still choose to partner with him. She insists that if their superiors refuse to clean up his mess, she will step in and assist him herself. Wang Meng is completely baffled. But I know what you're thinking. Who in their right mind wouldn't support Sato? Just then, their scout arrives with shocking news. There is an arena up ahead, but every single monster inside is already dead. With a grim expression, he reports that bodies are scattered everywhere. Wondering what legendary squad could possibly clear an entire arena, Anzu smiles, instantly deciding to check it out, leaving Wang Meng even more confused by her sudden excitement. Entering the arena, they are shocked to see massive piles of lifespan orbs scattered all over the ground. Seeing the mountain of loot from hundreds of dead beasts, they wonder who could accomplish this. But Captain Anzu knows Sato was definitely here. She suggests searching the area immediately to find him, but Mondali angrily questions how she can be so sure it was Sato's team. Anzu explains it is simple. He is at the top of the rankings, and since their own elite squad couldn't do this, it must be Sato. Mondali furiously boasts that he also possesses stealth skills and could easily replicate this feat if he just had a little more time. Ignoring him with a smug smile, Captain Anzu immediately sends a message to Sato. Seeing how easily he wiped out all those monsters, she assumes he must have hoarded tons of spare gear and skill books, so she asks him to sell them. Mondali gasps in shock as Qin Feng suddenly appears behind him, riding a giant wolf. He falls flat on his butt in fear. Meanwhile, Anzu squeals in excitement, asking Qin Feng where he got such an epic mount. Qin Feng reveals he found this beast thanks to the secret coordinates that Little Break shared with him. Blushing deeply, Little Break mumbles that it is nothing. Qin Feng then agrees to trade with Captain Anzu, telling her to pack up all the items on the ground. Making it clear the standard deal still applies, she nods, knowing they can walk away if they aren't satisfied. She knows Sato's prices are always incredibly fair. But as they talk, Mondali's anger boils over, his eyes burning with pure rage. Feeling deeply humiliated by Sato's overwhelming presence, he silently swears to make them pay for this disrespect. Riding his wolf, Qin Feng ventures deeper into the ruins. The system map shows he has reached level 13, while Justice Enforcement and Wang Meng lag behind at level 10. The Black Goblin Big Lisa is also level 10. Our protagonist now holds 245 years of tradable lifespan and 255 evolution points. Qin Feng is thrilled because clearing the arena ruins rewarded him with a highly coveted gold-tier skill book. The gold-tier skill book is called Silent Stealth, allowing the user to become completely invisible as long as they stay still. As long as they avoid attacking or moving, their active invisibility remains active permanently. Attacking from stealth adds 300 detection piercing damage, has a 120-second cooldown, and requires level 13 to equip. Qin Feng realizes that its true power isn't just enhanced stealth. If used in the real world and combined with his in-game invincibility, and that's where we leave him able to literally vanish in real life. Alright, let's dive in as our main character spends 11 evolution points to upgrade this skill book to epic rank. The skill scales up from gold to platinum, emerald, diamond, and finally epic, boosting his stealth-piercing damage all the way from 300 to 800 points. With the cooldown cut from 120 to 60 seconds, he decides to evolve his other skills too. First, he spends 34 evolution points to bring his poison dart to epic level, pushing it through emerald and diamond to reach the epic rank. The upgrade extends his maximum range to 20 meters, while on hit damage jumps to 400 and inflicts a poison state. This effect deals 100 damage per second for 5 seconds, though it doesn't stack or trigger weak point bonuses. Next, he pours 200 evolution points to upgrade Graceful Release from Legendary all the way to Mythical tier. Weak point damage bonus increases by 300% and the multiplier doubles while keeping the skill at level 5. When activated, it inflicts a throat slit effect, dealing 200% damage per second for 3 seconds. The cooldown drops to 15 seconds, or just 9.7 with his stats. Qin Feng is thrilled by this insane mythical power. Now, except for a few special monsters, every single strike lands on a weak point. He pulls out a necklace, inspects it closely, and decides to evolve it. It is the Platinum-grade Deceiver's Pendant, a perfect accessory for an assassin. It grants 45 physical attack, 20 strength, and 20 constitution. Requiring level 13 to equip, its special effect boosts stealth by 1 level. Combining his skills and gear, He realizes his stealth level has reached level 4. Pay close attention to this part with his gear, and an 83% evasion rate from the Shadow Veil. Absolutely nobody can detect him now. It is the Gold Thief Shadow Veil, an assassin class gear that grants 5 Constitution, 5 Spirit, and 32% evasion. Suddenly, a small explosion erupts, and Qin Feng stops in his tracks to see what is going down. Turning around, a massive creature starts to materialize, a giant worm-like boss with chains for arms and twin razor-sharp blades instead of hands. Qin Feng recognizes her as the Steel Maiden and wonders who could possibly be crazy enough to unleash this boss. He recalls that in his past life, she appeared in the Jiangtu ruins, where over 1,000 players hunted her, resulting in more than 400 deaths. She is actually the guardian of the holy ground called the Holy Church, the second largest sanctuary inside the Jiangyi ruins. His original plan was to deal with Qian before facing this boss. But since she is already here, he decides to fight, leaping high into the air. As a giant wolf climbs the building roof, the boss starts spinning her blade arms, instantly slaughtering any nearby players. She tears through a player in seconds. Witnessing this, the survivors realize she is unbelievably powerful. Before they can even react, she swings her deadly blade arms with terrifying force, cutting down more players left and right. I know what you're thinking, fighting the Steel Maiden is pure suicide. These players are overestimating themselves. Yet, one guy riding a tiger charges in anyway. Qin Feng immediately recognizes Dong Guming, also known as Chen Guming. This guy holds the hidden paladin class, and he is an old acquaintance of Qin Feng. In his past life, they fought for 9 long years without ever settling the score. The guy is incredibly cunning and deceptive. Whenever he was about to lose, he would escape using dirty tricks. Qin Feng recalls that in his past life, the Steel Maiden was defeated by Chen Guming's guild, the Night Sanctuary. That victory birthed the famous Sang Divine / in the West, Sanctuary in the East, since each controlled a different region of the Jiangyi ruins. But the Sanctuary Knights forced new recruits to sign brutal contracts, promising safety while taxing up to 50% of their lifespan. Most of these members ended up as literal slaves, forced to serve the guild's high-ranking players. Qin Feng's eyes widen with pure excitement. This is the absolute perfect opportunity. He swears that this time, Chen Guming will not escape. Meanwhile, the giant boss starts violently spinning her blade arms in a massive circle. Taking advantage of her distraction, Qin Feng uses stealth to land right next to her, his eyes flashing with ruthless intent. Unleashing his Dark Night Ring blade, he instantly slaughters the surrounding players, his body enveloped in a menacing crimson aura. Our boy spins at lightning speed, wiping out every single player in sight. Seeing this, Chen Guming freezes in shock, recognizing the shadow. He demands to know why Shadow is killing his men, claiming there is no grudge between them. Qin Feng materializes right behind him, cold eyes gleaming, as he answers because he does not eat beef. Hearing this ridiculous reason, Chen Guming's eyes widen with sheer terror at Qin Feng's icy arrogance. Using his instant shadow cut skill, Qin Feng instantly executes Chen Guming. As he strikes, he casts the Blooming Curse, right before the dead players respawn back in their town. Back in town, Chen Guming is absolutely furious, still unable to comprehend what Shadow's beef joke had to do with them. His subordinates panic as their lifespans drop to 0. Chen Guming realizes this must be the devastating effect of one of Shadow's skills. He decides to gather his forces for a counterattack. But first, they must relocate to level up and recover their lost lifespan. Among them is Xia, who cannot hold back her tears, desperately wondering why Shadow would target her so ruthlessly. Her lifespan is now on the verge of empty. And that's where we leave it. With the system confirming his Blooming Curse, stole 4 days of tradable and 1 year of non-tradable lifespan from Xia. Alright, you and I are about to watch Qin Feng get absolutely thrilled when he realizes she's part of Chen Guoming's squad. Losing even a tiny fraction of her life force was a dead giveaway of her absolute desperation, forcing her to join the Holy Knights as a dark slave. To him, she got exactly what she deserved. Right then, the boss lunged at his shadow, kicking up a massive cloud of smoke. As the smoke cleared, it was obvious he had dodged the hit using an afterimage. He knew this boss's first phase was actually pretty easy to handle. The boss seemed confused by the heavy chains. Suddenly, the veins in her arms began to bulge, and both of her limbs started spinning wildly. She had no clue what was happening, but Qin Feng's expression suddenly grew serious. He knew her moves were limited to swinging chain swords, executing basic targeted physical attacks or wide area of effect strikes. Watch closely here. Qin Feng materialized right above her, deciding to combo Blessing Release and Plague Blade. This first strike triggers a brutal throat cut effect, unleashing a massive high-damage explosion, while the Plague Blade would detonate with deadly poison 3 seconds after impact. Striking with incredible speed, Qin Feng dealt thousands of damage points directly to the boss. Then, he used a clean throat slit to carve a deep wound. In a blink, her health bar plunged below 50%, and her eyes flared with pure rage. Qin Feng remained totally calm, knowing her real strength as a guardian lay in her terrifying second phase. Once her health drops below half, the demon sealed inside her awakens, reflecting all incoming damage right back at her attacker. Legend even says there is a portal inside the demon's stomach, teleporting anyone swallowed to an unknown zone, rumored to be the bottom of a volcano. However, in his past life, absolutely nobody had ever pulled that off. He suspected some idiots had just confused it with another game's mechanics. Meanwhile, a nearby group of players watched, whispering about how ruthless Shadow was. A platinum-tier boss was summoned by the Holy Knights, but Shadow suddenly crashed the party and wiped them all out. Right after that, he used a single skill to shred half the boss's health in an instant, pushing her straight into Phase 2. While they're talking, you and I can see invisible Qin Feng, locking his gaze onto them, his expression growing serious once again. He knew the Steel Maiden had a fatal weakness in Phase 2. When she attacked, her damage-reflecting effect vanished for a split second. This meant if he timed his strikes perfectly with her attacks, he could completely avoid any reflected damage. But the real issue lay with skills like Shadow Slash, Throat Cut, Plague Blade, and Poison Dagger, which all dealt damage over time. If he used those, he'd still take reflected damage, which would easily kill him at his current level. So, he eyed the players on the cliff. He decided to take advantage of them. One of the players told the others to make way so he could see the action. His name was Anjun, and seeing him made everyone rejoice. And Jun's lackey explained that they had been watching for a while and had already memorized the boss's skills, since she only had a few moves. Smiling, the girl gestured, pointing out that once the boss's health dropped below 50%, she suddenly froze, as her body shifted slightly, signaling she had gained powerful new skills. And right as the boss entered Phase 2, Shadow vanished. And Jun refused to believe that Shadow had fought this boss completely on his own. His eyes flashed with pure anger. He ordered his subordinate, Xiaoyou, to activate her Red Eyes skill to check if Shadow was still lurking around. She nodded and unleashed her ability, summoning a tiny rabbit that hopped close to the boss without drawing her attention. She then reported that she couldn't locate Shadow and assumed he must have left, seeing that her level 3 anti-stealth ability couldn't detect him anywhere. And Jun figured that meant he was truly gone, as he believed having level 4 stealth was absolutely impossible. And Jun leaped down from the building, leaving Xiaoyou slightly confused. He ordered her to keep a close watch and report immediately if Shadow returned. She nodded as Jun landed on the ground and drew his sword. His eyes lit up with excitement, and a confident smile spread across his face. To the other players, he was basically suicidal for trying to solo a platinum-tier boss. However, someone recognized him, having seen him back in the starter town defeating a gold-tier boss without taking a single hit. Everyone knew his class was a Soul Warrior, which granted 100% evasion while rolling, earning him the famous nickname Safety First. Rumor had it he was once a world-class streamer in Soul-like games with lightning-fast reflexes. The boss locked her attention onto him, slashing viciously with arms as sharp as blades. Fortunately, Jun reacted instantly and slid across the ground, narrowly dodging the lethal strike. The boss manifested massive energy arms, but as she tried to crush Jun, he rolled away and dodged yet again. As she tried to grab him, he rolled backward, widening the gap. His subordinates showered him with praise, awestruck by his incredible skill and composure. They highlighted his extreme discipline, never letting greed tempt him into overextending for an extra hit. It was a brilliant performance. One player smiled and said, "He's amazing, dodging every single attack. And honestly, you and I have to agree it was unbelievable. Alright, you and I are diving right into this crazy fight where glowing slashes cover the boss, making him wonder if the Soul Warrior is actually this broken. Curious about this, the dark-haired woman explains that when Quan rolls, it triggers a passive mechanism or a special counterattack unique to the Soul Warrior class. Every dodge or roll automatically counters, dealing direct damage to the boss. So every perfect dodge actually hits the boss while draining her life force. That is exactly why her health bar drops every time he rolls. Xiao smiles and explains that perfect dodging is just the baseline. What truly makes Quan stand out is his devastating offensive power. His strikes are incredibly powerful and precise, turning defense into a relentless, non-stop assault. His skill combos and perfect rhythm make him both untouchable and extremely lethal. Defense keeps him alive, but his offenses are what will end this battle quickly. The boss desperately tries to grab him. Xiao's eyes gleam with confidence, saying that if he dodges successfully while rolling, Quan's next strike ignores 50% of the boss's defense. Quan turns around to face the boss directly, green energy erupting from his body. Seeing this, his allies realize that this glowing aura signals a devastating 4-digit damage strike, and Quan's eyes flash with pure excitement. Just before the boss can even react, he unleashes his massive, fully charged attack. His movements look like a graceful dance, a single slash splitting into 3 fast blurs, striking as fiercely as a falling meteor. With absolute control, he precisely drives his sword right through the boss's openings, carving deep, heavy wounds into her flesh. In a flash, her massive health bar plummets to under half. His crew starts cheering, realizing that before they even noticed, the boss is down to 1/3 health. Quan turns his back with a smug, confident grin, but watch closely, because a sudden, brutal slash strikes him out of nowhere, dealing over 3,400 points of damage. Instantly dead, his allies descend into total panic. They cannot comprehend how he died, since they were certain he dodged every single attack. To make things even weirder, even when their skills hit the boss directly, her health doesn't drop. It was falling so fast earlier, but now, absolutely nothing is working. Qin Feng silently observes Quan's dropped lifespan scrolls and offers a quiet word of thanks. Quan's constant bragging forced the boss to show her moves, making Qin Feng's eyes light up with pure excitement, since he kept up a relentless assault during that time, finally forcing the boss down to 1/3 health. Now, let's pause and look at this. The Soul Warrior's fancy skills dealt great damage, but ultimately led to his downfall. With his class mechanics, he stood absolutely no chance against the Iron Maiden. He cannot attack while rolling, and attacking triggers reflect damage, making it a literal curse. The boss begins to turn, and Qin Feng's gaze locks onto her. He knows things are bad. With her health this low, she is trying to retreat back to the cathedral sanctuary. If she makes it there, she will fully heal, rendering all of their previous efforts completely useless. Qin Feng quietly observes Quan's remaining allies, his expression growing incredibly serious and sharp. He realizes the Soul Warrior's sudden death terrified them, and doubts any of them will dare attack the boss again. Yet, if the boss does not attack, her damage reflection buff will never fade. It is time to get serious. He drops right in front of her, refusing to let her escape. Seeing him appear, the other players are left in utter shock. Quan was just a clown. Shadow is the real master. It is terrifying to realize that all those previous deep slashes on the boss were actually his doing. Xiao cannot believe her level 3 anti-stealth passive failed to detect Shadow's presence. That can only mean his stealth skill is at level 4 or even higher. One greedy player eyes Quan's dropped lifespan scrolls, gulping as he realizes the Soul Warrior's valuable loot is still lying right there on the battlefield, and decides to steal it. With a look of absolute determination, Qin Feng activates his blacklight shield, summoning a glowing golden barrier around himself. This skill generates 10 layers of shielding, each blocking one hit. The boss locks her focus onto Qin Feng as her arm morphs into a deadly blade. She strikes, and Qin Feng knows this is the exact moment he was waiting for. Using instant shadow slash, Qin Feng delivers a rapid strike, staring down the boss. By now, his black light shield has only 7 layers remaining. He recalls that of his 9 instant shadow slashes. The final 3 struck her during her active damage reflection phase. The moment his assault ended, if his blacklight shield had not blocked those 3 reflected hits, he would be dead. Gathering energy in her core, the boss leaps up and unleashes a torrent of purple fire. He retreats quickly, realizing his blacklight shield has been completely shattered. The monster glares at him with pure malice, and Qin Feng realizes the damage from her fire breath is incredibly dense. Even with an 80% dodge rate, it instantly vaporized all 7 shield layers. A fraction of a second slower, and he was history. While he is distracted, another player tries to steal Quan's loot, but Qin Feng spots him, throwing a poison dart straight into his forehead. That player is eliminated. Qin Feng makes it crystal clear that absolutely nobody touches his hard-earned loot. And that is where we leave things, as the system confirms he secured 612 tradable days and 67 untradeable years from Quan. Stick with me, we are starting with the Blooming Curse, absorbing 355 days of tradable lifespan and 20 years of non-tradable lifespan from the limbs. Qin Feng is slightly surprised by this massive hoard of lifespan. It is probably because this guy has never died before. This gets him interested, so he decides against using the Blooming Curse on him. The beast begins to roar, but Qin Feng remains completely calm. He knows he to rely on his Dark Light Shield and Shadow Cuts to slowly wear her down. She unleashes a fierce strike, but Qin Feng dodges easily, causing her arm to crash into the ground. Low efficiency, but it is incredibly safe. While Qin Feng battles the boss, Xiaoyou watches from the sidelines. She is shocked by the Shadow's unbelievable, savage power. She wonders what kind of skills he actually possesses. Before, she did not get how he got the first kill, but seeing him in action, she completely believes in his power. Now, with determination in his eyes, he goes for the kill. Qin Feng moves fast, slicing the boss into pieces like it is nothing. The system confirms the kill of the Iron Lady, granting him 48,000 experience points, 120 evolution points, and the Sanctuary Key. The other players are stunned, unable to believe that Shadow actually soloed the boss right before their eyes. This is why he is number 1. Qin Feng uses Greedy Hand to scoop up the loot, scoring an emerald-grade assassin leather armor with a dark flame gift effect. It grants 95 physical defense, 120 elemental resistance, 77 damage reduction, and 77 constitution points. The special dark flame gift effect applies a stack of dark flame when attacking or defending, capping at 5 stacks. Each stack shreds 7 defense and elemental resistance. But wait. Now, pay attention here. The item notes this effect weakens against emerald rank bosses. Still, he is thrilled, because this single emerald piece beats a full set of someone else's armor. On top of that, it also features that dark flame gift effect which weakens enemy defense and elemental resistance, making it way better than the Soul Purifier drop. Plus, he previously got the emerald level assassin instinct skill, which lets him sense the shadows of stealth units while boosting his anti-stealth resistance by 2 points. Qin Feng decides to upgrade this skill, spending 33 evolution points and leaving him with 97. As a result, his assassin instinct evolves through Emerald, Diamond, and Epic, finally reaching the legendary tier. This boosts his anti-stealth stats from 2 to 5 points. Plus, the legendary effect grants him extreme sensitivity to enemy weak points. That is a 50% boost to critical damage. This legendary anti-stealth skill grants level 5 resistance and 50% extra critical damage. Combined with the graceful release passive, his total critical damage reaches 350%. Now, he can strike enemy weak points with his eyes closed. With 97 evolution points left, Qin Feng decides to max out his Shadow M skill first. It costs 80 points, leaving him with 17. You and I both know how broken this is. Shadow M evolves to Legendary, raising passive dodge to 85% with total damage immunity on dodge. Just then, Captain Aniu and her squad arrive. She greets him warmly and asks if he managed to grab any decent loot. Qin Feng smiles, slightly confused by Captain Aniu's sudden friendly attitude. She admits she hadn't checked the leaderboard earlier and is shocked he reached level 13 in just one night. To her, it is madness. Wang Meng says they grinded all night and didn't even reach half of level 11. His speed is just unreal. Captain Aniu smacks Wang Meng's head, telling him to shut up, teasing that men always level up faster anyway. Qin Feng finds her joke a bit weird, but shifts the focus, letting her know he did secure some good loot. He priced the items at 4,500 days of lifespan. Buying them as a bundle, she transfers the lifespan, and the system confirms the trade. Getting serious, Qin Feng reveals he has another high-value item for sale and asks if she knows about hidden sanctuaries. Captain Aniyu smiles, nodding as she mentions they have indeed heard rumors about these hidden bases. She explains that there are no safe zones inside the ruins of Jiang City 2. However, player groups can claim these hidden sanctuaries as safe shelters, allowing them to store valuable resources and activate protective magic barriers during emergencies to block any outside threats. Qin Feng figures she is only referring to the small bases dropped by gold bosses. She nods, adding that Jiang City 2 authorities haven't secured one yet. She adds that the military in Madu managed to control a medium-sized base, which is how they learned these sanctuaries even existed. Qin Feng pulls a glowing golden key right out of his inventory. Now that she understands their value, he reveals it is the sanctuary base key dropped by the boss he just killed. He tells them this massive sanctuary covers over 800 square meters, suggesting they go back and discuss a fair offer before he decides whether he wants to sell it. Captain Aniyu and Wang Ming are totally speechless. They know that a larger base means much stronger defense systems and highly durable structures inside. An 800 square meter base is big enough to give every official member of the force their own room. And that's where we leave it. She reaches out, eagerly asking him how much he wants for a massive base like this. All right. You and I are diving right back into this madness as Qin Feng decides to negotiate first. He knows that in his past life, this base could fetch 2,005 years of lifespan. Selling it to the government, combined with his current lifespan, would finally let him bring all his gear, skills, and levels straight into the real world. Looking visibly tense, Captain Aniyu accepts his proposal, promising she will report to her superiors immediately. Then, she brings up another favor. They just received word that 7 gold-tier bosses have suddenly appeared together in Dark Moon Town. It is a total bloodbath, so they are offering 10 years of lifespan if the Shadow steps in to eliminate them. Hearing this, he casually remarks that 7 gold-tier bosses do not seem like a massive deal. Even grouped up, the official military could wipe them out over time. So he deduces that if they are begging for his help, there must be something incredibly messed up going on. She gives a thumbs up, thoroughly impressed by his sharp mind. He is absolutely right. They actually isolated and killed one of the bosses. But the damn thing just came back to life. Not only that, but the stats of all 7 bosses suddenly skyrocketed, instantly wiping out her entire elite squad. Qin Feng's eyes widen. He suddenly remembers a rare type of linked group boss capable of instant resurrection. This makes him suspect they are just puppets created by the Cursed Stone Tablet, one of the legendary ancient god tablets. Now pay attention, because if this really is an ancient god tablet, there is no way he is letting it go. He demands the coordinates immediately, and she wishes him luck. In all honesty, the loot dropped by those 7 gold-tier bosses could easily sell for 40 or 50 years of lifespan, and she is throwing in 10 more as a bonus. To be perfectly honest, that is incredibly generous. Riding high on his phantom Nightwolf, Qin Feng speeds through the ancient ruins. But as he passes a massive statue, his eyes suddenly snap wide in shock. Just ahead, a group of hostile players is violently beating a defenseless girl who happens to be Xiao, Qin Feng's younger sister. With a nasty smirk, a woman slaps her hard across the face, accusing her of trying to seduce the guild leader since joining Xiaoyou. Her bruised face is covered in tears, staring down at her with pure rage. She warns Xiao to stay far away from the guild master, unless she wants her pretty face completely ruined forever. As they continue the beating, Qin Feng watches from a rooftop, realizing she got tangled up in ugly internal politics after joining the Shadow Temple. These petty little power plays are honestly nothing new to him. But back in his past life, he was always the one cleaning up her messes. He lands nearby, telling her she needs to stand on her own. Xiao weeps and desperately begs them to stop, sobbing in agony because she genuinely thinks she is going to die. The cruel women refuse to stop, vowing to end her while screaming insults about how many men she must have trashily seduced. Leaving them behind, Qin Feng recalls that beneath the giant statue in the ruins of City 2 lies a hidden chamber allowing players to return to the starting town. You and I both know this is top secret info. Suddenly, a magic circle appears right before him. Teleporting is not free. The first trip costs 500 days of lifespan. The second is 1,000. And the third is 2,000, doubling every single time. Over time, the starting town will evolve into a high-level zone, where basic monsters mutate into deadly bosses and legendary hidden treasures finally spawn. Just like the ancient god tablet waiting for him this time, an item he absolutely refuses to let slip away. The system prompts him, asking if he wishes to teleport straight to the wasteland of the gods' Dark Moon Town. Qin Feng recalls that Dark Moon Town is a late-stage zone that he had never even heard of during his previous life. Without hesitation, he triggers the transfer. The system consumes 500 days of lifespan, instantly warping him to Dark Moon Town, which is curiously packed with elderly folks chatting with each other. Qin Feng is slightly surprised, never expecting this place to be so bustling, and deeply wonders why almost everyone here is so elderly. Nearby, a few players help an old woman to her feet. She sighs with relief, incredibly glad to finally be back inside the safe zone. They remind her that they kept their promise and boosted her to level 3. She gains 72 days of lifespan and now just needs to hand over their agreed-upon cut. The old woman angrily refuses, demanding to know why they want payment when they claim to be a charity, helping her with a kind smile. One player patiently explains they never asked for actual cash during their run. The lifespan that dropped from the monsters they killed was shared with her. Another player says she just needs to hand back that specific part, as agreed. The old woman flies into a rage, screaming that she knows absolutely nothing about any damn agreement. She calls them shameless for demanding money from an old lady. They desperately try to calm her down, explaining that she has misunderstood the situation. They boosted her level completely for free and are only asking for the raw lifespan that dropped from the monsters. They gently clarify that without their party, she would have gotten absolutely zero shared lifespan and far less experience. Shoving them away, she suddenly screams bloody murder for help. She loudly accuses the MA River Guild players of harassment. But out of nowhere, a figure grabs her from behind and slams her to the ground, shocking everyone nearby. It is Qin Feng. He pins her down by the neck, drawing his lethal dagger with pure murderous intent, not hesitating for a single second. With one quick strike, he brutally finishes her. The two players stand there, completely paralyzed, frozen in absolute shock. As her lifespan crystals hit the ground, he tells them to take their share. So, what do you and I think about this cold-blooded move? Let us dive right into a world where players are cheering for a mysterious expert who just saved them. Though Qin Feng casually shrugs it off and walks away. The players pick up the lifespan loot, overjoyed to gain 72 days, and thanking him from the bottom of their hearts. For Qin Feng, not being able to fight inside the town is a major pain. He starts thinking about the Manhwa River Guild, realizing their roots lie in Dark Moon Town. He remembers this guild was actually created for charity to help elderly players survive for free in the wasteland of the gods, eventually earning them official recognition and massive support. In terms of sheer numbers, Manhwa River is considered the largest guild in Hosea. Qin Feng's eyes gleam, thinking that in these chaotic times, having a massive crowd like this is exactly what he needs. As night falls, deep inside the forest, a party is desperately battling a grotesque monster made entirely of mud. It is a duo of mages, and one urges her friend, named Ma, to strike it with lightning. She listens, channeling magic into her staff. Moments later, a crackling bolt of lightning strikes down from the sky, hitting the monster dead on. The party's swordsmen seize the opening, slicing the beast clean in half. Its remains shatter into glowing lifespans, leaving them deeply relieved to survive the fight. The girl praises their skills, but a player named Mare points out that as long as they follow instructions, defeating small monsters is easy. Now pay attention here, because as they walk, a guy asks Yan if her best friend Zhao really joined the Holy Knight Order, since he heard that guild has an incredibly high entry fee. She nods, explaining with a sincere look that she once invited Xiao to join Manhwa River with them. She told her that Manhwa River is a charity guild where players who are not good at the game help each other out. They even have veteran players guiding beginners, but she simply refused to join them. Another player recalls that Xiao already reached level 10, thanks to the Holy Knight Order boosting her. She adds that she heard the membership contract of this guild binds them for a solid 3 years. Once signed, they basically become slaves. The guy knows that even if they helped her reach level 10, they only view her as a tool, nothing more. Honestly, without top-tier skills, it is best to quietly hunt weak monsters to slowly gather lifespan and experience. Just like them, only killing weak monsters and retreating when facing a boss to call for help? Yan sighs, knowing Zhao Jil always felt special because she unlocked a hidden class, making her far stronger than them. Suddenly, a volley of invisible arrows rains down on them. Caught completely off guard, the sharp projectiles pierce their bodies, draining 1,200 health points. The man's body shatters into lifespan points. June panics as that was her father, while her mother bursts into tears. The enemy archer cannot help but smirk, incredibly proud of securing an instant kill with just a single skill. His masked allies tell him to stop talking trash, mocking the Mensa River Guild as garbage that could never harbor real experts. I know what you are thinking. What skilled player would carry these old folks? Well, these thugs think they are total trash as they close in on Yan Yan and her smiling mother. The archer demands they hand over all their lifespan immediately, leaving Joan absolutely terrified. She knows the authorities strictly ban player killing, meaning these ruthless attackers are openly risking everything just to become wanted criminals. The archer points his finger at her with a smug grin, showing he could care less about the law. He stops talking, giving them just 3 seconds to hand over their lifespan. While the player named Sanjay obeys, Yan Yan stands her ground, firmly telling her mother not to give in. She urges her mother to call for backup on the guild channel while she holds them off. Seeing this, the archer orders his squad to strike. They want to slaughter the elders and keep the girl alive for their sick games. The masked thugs charge, but suddenly, a massive wolf leaps out and bites one down. Yan Yan stands frozen, utterly confused by what is unfolding right in front of her. Before the archer can process his shock or take another breath, a swift shadow cleanly decapitates him. It is none other than Qin Feng. As his summoned wolf tears the remaining lackeys apart, he quietly gazes at the archer's severed head. He quickly realizes it was just a shadow clone. Back in town, the archer and his goons respawn, absolutely furious at their sudden defeat. They wonder if it was due to their outlaw status, but even then, their entire lifespans should not have been completely drained. They are stunned, unable to comprehend why all their lifespan vanished, leaving a massive amount dropped on the ground, ready to be claimed. They desperately run back toward the forest, knowing they will die if this keeps up. They must quickly hunt monsters to reclaim their lifespans. At that exact moment, a strange energy surge appears, and soon after, a massive sword of pure energy crashes down on them, paralyzing them instantly. As figures approach, the thugs realize they have finally been cornered for roaming around and attacking innocent players. It is 2 mages. The man holding a skill book declares they are official bounty hunters, acting strictly under the law. They are placing them under arrest, demanding they hand over their real-life information, while the other mage warns them sternly that any resistance will result in their lifespans being deleted on the spot. Back in the forest, beautiful flowers begin blooming from the archer's corpse, leaving Yan Yan in awe. And that is where we leave things today, as a grateful Yan Yan thanks him for saving their lives, while Qin Feng looks down, amazed by Chu Jian's genuine kindness. Trust me, being kind and brave, she is nothing like Qin Xia. He has no idea how they became best friends, but luckily, they parted ways and Qin Feng vanished without a single trace. Realizing this, Yan Yan and her mother are left totally bewildered. Yan Yan picks up the longevity orb, her eyes filled with deep confusion, wondering if this actually contains her own father's lifespan. Her mother is also puzzled, wondering where everyone else went, and asks her daughter why Shadow vanished so suddenly. Yan Yan says she has no clue, only knowing that he is literally the #1 shadow in the world. Elsewhere in the forest, another group of players is gathering. They remember Captain Anyu saying Shadow would arrive in just minutes, but nearly half an hour has already passed. Wondering what he is up to, one curious player asks the other if Shadow can actually defeat those monstrous bosses inside. The other doubts it, pointing out that these bosses can constantly resurrect anyway, making it hard to believe he dared to take the quest. But while they fret over infinite respawns, Qin Feng stealthily slips right past them. As Qin Feng slips away, he knows that the ancient god slab adds both a yin and a yang attribute to equipment. If he gets lucky, these attributes can even completely alter his class characteristics. Someone once saw the world's 7th ranked player summon an ancient god spirit with 7 slabs to obliterate a legendary tier boss. Sometimes, these bosses are completely invisible, having ultra-high stealth, so passing players get killed without ever knowing what hit them. The group bosses spawned by this slab have unique battle mechanics, each possessing entirely different skills. Up ahead, Qin Feng spots several monsters standing there, their eyes flashing with pure malice. At times, these bosses remain totally invisible, with incredibly high stealth, killing players before they realize it. Other times, the real boss is a hidden summoner lurking nearby, In those cases, the boss player's fight is just an endless clone. According to current info, once they are killed, they will simply resurrect every single time. Worse yet, they all gain stacking rage with every respawn. Official info says, killing even one triggers their rage. But let's see what happens if they all die at once. Qin Feng decides to equip his believer pendant first, and summon a devout follower to test the waters. He summons the devout believer, which immediately charges straight toward the bosses and starts attacking. It shaves off over 1,400 points of their health. Enraged, one of the bosses immediately spins around, and in an instant, the poor summon's body violently explodes. The bosses barely even care about the poor summon. Watching this, Qin Feng's eyes grow serious. He realizes they are only level 10. They have no reflect damage, and their stats are just double a regular gold tier boss. Unleashing his shadow knife ring, a strange crimson energy begins radiating throughout the entire area. Next, Qin Feng hurls poison darts straight into their throats, and the boss's bodies instantly begin to fade away. He is slightly puzzled when they drop no loot, but right then, the bosses start fusing into a much more terrifying monster. The giant beast immediately charges right at Qin Feng. Raising his guard, he realizes that wiping them out together was the right move, but now they have entered the next phase. That is when he notices glowing ancient symbols covering the giant worm's entire body. The worm attacks, but he easily dodges the strike. He instantly recognizes the symbols as ancient god script. After decoding and rearranging the specific runes for calamity, heaven, and deity, he translates the boss's true name as Uto, the ancient god of calamity. As the towering boss closes in, Qin Feng briefly hesitates, unsure of his next move. You might be thinking what he is thinking. Should he strike its body parts in the exact order of the runes? After all, he has poured massive resources and research into deciphering this ancient script just to conquer these ruins. Qin Feng slides under, striking the rune on the boss's leg, then hits the arm, and finally targets the symbol right on its chest, causing toxic poison to spew from its body. It opens its mouth and screeches in agony, its body dissolving and collapsing into the water. Qin Feng stays on high guard, waiting for the catch. Right on cue, massive coffins rise from the depths as the boss emerges, shifting its form. Its flesh mutates violently, and before long, several lesser beasts sprout directly from its body, roaring in fury. Qin Feng notices the carvings on the coffins match each monster perfectly. To beat this phase, he must slay each beast right next to its corresponding tomb. He can finally spot the ancient god slab. This is definitely the final showdown, and the monsters are charging straight at him. A flock of crows begins circling the battlefield as he fights near the ancient god slab. Naturally, the attention of every nearby player is drawn to the commotion. They are totally bewildered, wondering if this shaking is an earthquake or the boss throwing a wild tantrum inside the valley. Spurred by curiosity, they head over to investigate. The team's mage asks where Shadow is, but her friend scoffs, saying there is no way he can solo this boss, so he probably fled. But the swordsman freezes, calling them over. And trust me, seeing the empty field with absolutely no trace of the boss or Qin Feng will leave you just as stunned as they were. Alright, let's jump right back into the action. They look around and notice the ground cracking open, wondering if an earthquake killed the boss. Captain Aniu contacts them with orders to retreat, revealing that the Shadow has already dealt with the boss. The players stand there in sheer disbelief, unable to comprehend how a Shadow soloed the boss. The coffins are completely empty and chains shattered. They remember how they doubted the Shadow could defeat those 7 bosses just minutes ago. Yet here they are, 10 minutes later, completely wiped out without Qin Feng ever showing his face. They can only wonder how he pulled it off, especially since those bosses possess the power to resurrect. Now, they finally understand their leader's decision. Meanwhile, under the pale moonlight, Qin Feng is already walking away, holding a strange stone slab in his hands. For him, this harvest is absolutely incredible. His eyes gleam with pure joy as he successfully reaches level 14. Defeating 7 bosses with his greedy hand skill earned him 294 evolution points. Most importantly, he secured this ancient divine tablet. Thanks to its mechanics, authorities won't be able to decode it within a month, causing them devastating losses. Now, pay attention here, he spends 210 evolution points, leaving 175. His Shadow Slash evolves from epic to legendary. Teleportation range increases to 40 meters, stealth duration extends to 15 seconds, and cooldown drops to 8.8 seconds. The skill now unleashes 9 rapid slashes across a 6-meter range, with each strike adding 700 extra attack power. But the most massive upgrade is a brand new effect. Each slash now grants a shield equal to 100% of his max health, stacking up to 9 times and lasting 60 seconds. He is incredibly confident and thrilled because if all 9 shadow slashes manage to land on target, his effective health pool will instantly multiply by 10. His margin for error just skyrocketed. He activates stealth and starts patrolling the area. Knowing his rapid leveling speed, he is sure to hit level 15 in 5 hours. And then it is time to head straight towards Mao. A few hours later, he arrives at the ruins where those furious women are still mercilessly beating Xia. They seem ready to beat her to death. Qin Feng is slightly surprised they are still going. These women are absolutely ruthless. The white-haired woman stretches to take a quick break, complaining that her back and waist are aching. Her friend is furious because her hands are swollen from punching so much. She grumbles that her hands are practically smoking from the beating. Spitting on Xiaoyou, they decide they have done enough damage for today. This beatdown will serve as a harsh lesson. Xiaoyou, her body covered in bruises and cuts, slowly struggles to sit up. She bursts into tears, blaming Qin Feng for everything. She told him to cut ties, and he actually went ahead and did it. Doesn't he know that when girls say something, they usually mean the exact opposite? Clutching her magic staff, she stands up. Fortunately, signing a contract with the Temple Knights means she won't have to worry about survival for the next 3 years. Even though she had to sacrifice 50 years of her lifespan, she still has enough left to grow faster than Chu Jian and the others. She casts a holy healing skill that fully restores a target's health. Once she gets stronger, she will definitely make everyone who looked down on her pay a painful price. Neither Qin Feng nor those crazy women will escape her wrath, leaving everyone in complete shock. And here is the hilarious part. The healing spell targets the stealthed Qin Feng. Poor Xia falls to her knees, totally confused about where her magic went. Meanwhile, at the ruins, several players are battling a massive stone boss. As the team tank struggles to block its crushing blows with a heavy shield, 3 hidden players watch the battle unfold from nearby, and one of them is Qiong Sisk. In her eyes, the people of Dacia are pathetic, sending 18 players just to fight one boss, yet too terrified to attack properly. Her companion winks, telling her not to say that, since they are working hard for their own benefit and should feel grateful. She blows him a playful kiss and laughs, teasing him for being so polite. Still, those Dacia pigs are so weak, they are taking forever just to defeat a trashy gold-grade boss. The players keep pushing, and the boss's health bar drops below half, bringing excited smiles to their faces. The team's mage rallies everyone to go all out, shouting that the boss is almost dead and they must land the final blow. Suddenly, a spear pierces straight through his chest, killing him instantly and converting his body into lifespan points. The killer is one of Qiong Sisk's subordinates, who smiles and mockingly thanks the weaklings for their hard work. Panic sets in as the players realize they are facing the Bichna Gang, a notorious band of thieves made of mysterious women from Dacia and foreign mercenaries. They can't understand how such heartless beasts could exist, willingly guiding foreign invaders to slaughter their very own countrymen. As they charge forward, the leader tells his teammates not to fear and to attack together, since the enemies are outnumbered. Seeing their pathetic resistance, Qiong Sisk vows to slaughter every single one of these Dacia pigs, warning them to prepare for death. Her subordinate draws twin hammers and unleashes a thunder shockwave skill, triggering a mini earthquake that traps the players in the collapsing ground. Drawing her daggers, she moves like lightning and executes the trapped players in a flash, unable to resist mocking them. To her, the men of Dacia are just a bunch of useless fools. With eyes gleaming maliciously, she notes that the Dacia authorities have reported their location, and that is where we leave things in her eyes. The entirety of Dacia is just a filthy pile of garbage. Alright, you and I are about to dive into this survival game where ordinary players stand no chance against rich guilds, while corpses literally transform into lifespan-devouring monsters. She explains that even though their real identities are kept hidden for safety, they must escape Dacia immediately and head to North America. Glancing down, she makes a bold decision to form a guild solely for hunting Dacia pigs. Her companion agrees, but another asks what the name will be. Drawing her sharp dagger, she declares that their new guild will be called Alice. Falling back onto the ground, she starts fantasizing, imagining herself completely surrounded by strong, dark-skinned men. Deciding that's enough for today, she logs out, eager to celebrate the birth of their Alice Guild with a massive, wild party. Waving with a bright smile, Captain Anu greets him, announcing they have arrived and it is time to negotiate the price of the base. Qin Feng asks for the price, and she offers 1,500. To him, that number is way too low. Captain Anu admits 1,500 is low, explaining she fought hard with her superiors to push the final offer up to 2,000 years. Qin Feng agrees to trade right by the central statue. He knows she is incredibly sharp, yet she still tried to lowball him. A short while later, he reaches the statue and spots Captain Anu waiting with a squadron of armored knights. Blushing, she smiles and explains that carrying such a massive amount of lifespan made her superiors nervous, hence the heavy military escort. Qin Feng's eyes narrow with suspicion. But here's the thing, you and I must remember, those authorities have absolutely no clue about his true power, and those guards are weak. Qin Feng hands over the key, and the system confirms the transaction is successful. The cathedral base key is gone, but in return, he gains 2,000 years of tradable lifespan. With the transaction finished, Qin Feng walks away as Anu bids him farewell. The knights are completely baffled, unable to understand why she would throw away 2,000 years of lifespan for a single key. She snaps back that they do not get it. This base can house hundreds of allies, maybe even thousands, and nobody besides Shadow would ever be generous enough to surrender it. Anu's timely trade gives him exactly what he needs. Now, he can fully gear up before heading to Mado. Without wasting any time, Qin Feng starts investing his newly acquired tradable lifespan. Burning 71.2 years, he hits level 15. He unlocks new skills, like the mythic level 1 Blessing of Release, for 161.7 years. The legendary Assassin Instinct costs 71.12 years, followed by 3 epic skills: Shadow Loop, Absolute Stealth, and Dark Hour, costing 36.35, 23.71, and 34.65 years. Finally, he spends 113.89 years on a legendary mount item. Instantly, all of his newly acquired skills and levels are fully synchronized. His real-world strength is now equal to his game power. But wait, his hunger level just hit 90%. He has not eaten in ages. So, he decides to log out and handle his starvation first. Waking up in the real world, Qin Feng opens his eyes inside a cage at Haun Hotel. A group of hostile thugs realize he is finally awake. Drawing their weapons, they aggressively demand that he hand over all his lifespan. Otherwise, he will end up dead like every other resident in this cursed hotel. One thug laughs, gloating that the apocalypse is amazing because he can slaughter anyone he wants. Qin Feng just stares back, cold and expressionless. An annoyed thug barks at him to hurry up and yield, while another begs their boss for permission to rip Qin Feng limb from limb. Their leader thinks Qin Feng is frozen in fear and orders an immediate execution. But before they can swing, a terrifying, heavy energy suddenly floods the room. Activating his devastating Shadow Loop skill, he watches as the entire concrete hotel shatters and collapses into absolute ruin. Grabbing some instant noodles, he realizes that channeling his massive game power into the real world demands an insane amount of calories. At his current level, ordinary food barely does anything. Eating his meal, he knows that after wiping out Guangxi and her Alice Guild, he must secure the Holy Book. Summoning his giant wolf mount, he rides off. He knows she is extremely cunning, far harder to track than Song Feng, but he can use his own assassination bounty as the ultimate bait to lure her in. Still hungry, he heads towards Mado, searching for any food along the dangerous path. Meanwhile, inside the city of Mado, Guangxi is hosting a lavish banquet, praising her loyal and formidable subordinates. Embracing 2 of her favorite companions, she purrs that nothing beats the thrill of diving into the game right after a passionate, exhausting night. The men shower her with praise, calling her skills legendary while jokingly naming her their favorite, wild, hot chick. A lackey suddenly reports that Shadow sent word of Qin Feng's death, demanding an offline meeting in Mado to exchange his head for the final reward. Knowing an offline meeting with Shadow is too risky, she tells them a simple photo proof is more than enough. Her subordinate explains that Shadow avoids using any phones to prevent the prying authorities from tracking his signal. She grins, Realizing Shadow also hates the authorities, with the government crackdown intensifying, if they can recruit him into Alice, those Dacia pigs will cease to be a threat. Therefore, she decides to stage a little performance to test where Shadow's true loyalties lie. She coordinates an in-game meeting first, sending him the coordinates before heading to the ruins. You and I won't want to miss their epic clash. Let's dive into this scene where she sweetly asks if he's there, saying she misses him. Then, she begs him to save someone who's still alive. Meanwhile, Qin Feng is busy meditating. He activates absolute stealth, a broken skill that keeps him permanently invisible as long as he stays perfectly still. Realizing she wants to meet up in-game, Qin Feng chuckles at how clever Cici is playing this. The coordinates she sent for the Soul Academy aren't too far away. He logs into the game, ready to find out what game she's trying to play. A few hours later, Qin Feng arrives at the Mado ruins of Soul Academy. Dismounting his horse while remaining completely hidden, Qin Feng watches as government agents corner Cici. They coldly announce that the authorities have finally tracked down her Green Fang gang, labeling her a primary target, and demand her immediate, unconditional surrender without any resistance, or else they will resort to extreme military force. Smiling, she tells Tiansheng to go back and warn the Dacia officials, reminding them that they are no longer the Green Fang. They are now the Alice Guild. Showing off her stunning figure, she proudly declares their sole mission is wiping out sub-nation players. Tiansheng and his squad flush with pure rage. They curse at her, swearing that the Dacia government will crush her for such shameless and arrogant behavior. Grinning with excitement, she dares those absolute pigs to fight her. Now, pay attention to this part. If they play along, she promises to get even wilder tonight. Little do they know, Qin Feng is watching everything unfold. Tiansheng clenches his fists, furious at her stubbornness, and vows to capture her. But Qin Feng recognizes him as Kill Han, codenamed Tiansheng Jian, a legendary intelligence broker who used to aid the Alice Guild before finally falling from grace 7 years after the game launched. It's highly amusing to him that Cici and Kill Han are plotting this early. He immediately realizes this entire setup is just a test. If he steps in to help Cici, he becomes public enemy #1. But if he doesn't, she might never meet Shadow in the real world. Leaping high into the sky, he begins his descent. Activating his Shadow Ring skill, he decides it's time to show them his true sincerity. A strange, ominous red aura wraps around Tiansheng Jian and his men, rapidly draining their health to 0. The system instantly alerts that he has wiped out Tiansheng Jian and his entire squad. Cici and her crew stand dazed as the corpses dissolve into pure lifespan. Stepping out of the dark, Qin Feng introduces himself as Shadow. Qin Feng walks right up to her, introducing himself as Shadow. Cici stares back, her eyes wide with total infatuation. She can't hide her excitement as her face blushes red. He is just too cool. Completely head over heels for his raw strength, she nearly cries. What a tragic shame that someone like Shadow is just a Dacia pig. She can't grasp why such a powerhouse belongs to Dacia, cursing the entire country for being completely unworthy of him. Meanwhile, her subordinates gasp in absolute horror upon realizing that Qin Feng just dealt over 40,000 damage in a flash. We can both see that this is the insane power of a top-tier player, and they quickly bow to him. Moving like absolute lightning, he slaughters 2 men in the blink of an eye, turning their bodies into glowing orbs of lifespan. With a cold stare, he casually claims he didn't understand them, but assumed they were trying to insult him. Cici freezes in terror, quickly stammering that they weren't trying to insult him, only offer a friendly greeting. Playing completely dumb, Qin Feng apologizes, advising them that to avoid future misunderstandings, they had better speak Dacia language around here. Deciding it's time to talk business, he calmly tells her to put some clothes on first. Smiling, she quickly covers her chest and asks about Qin Feng's head. Secretly, she thinks Shadow is a total weirdo, but she's totally into him. Shadow replies that he indeed brought Qin Feng's head. He explains he can't bring it in-game, but can show her in real life if she wants. Cici opens her system menu and confidently decides to trust him. Having witnessed Shadow's incredible power firsthand, she's fully convinced a man this strong wouldn't lie. Shadow receives 1,500 days of tradable lifespan. As he turns to leave, she smilingly begs him to wait. She proposes a long-term partnership, pointing out he has the lethal skills, while she has the endless cash. revealing she has a brand new hit list target. She invites him to her place tonight. Playfully sticking her tongue out, her face turns tomato red as she promises to satisfy any desire he might have. Curious, he asks who the target is and what the bounty looks like as she logs off. She suggests they meet face-to-face to discuss the details. She guarantees the reward will be many times greater than before, promising she'll be waiting for him at Moport tonight. Qin Feng grows serious, wondering if her seaside residence is actually that luxurious yacht of hers. Meanwhile, not far from the statue, Tian Shengzhen and his squad respawn. He furiously curses Shadow, knowing he'll betray the government. Though he still considers this a massive success. Cece has successfully forged an alliance with Shadow. He realizes those fools in Shanghai are entirely to blame for constantly antagonizing him. He then orders Lin Jingyu to lead the crew in gathering Lifespan first, since a major operation is coming up. Lin Jingyu, a striking white-haired woman, nods her head in agreement. Her legendary in-game alias is Late Night Rain. She weighs the terrifying possibility of Shadow truly allying with Qin Feng. If that's true, they must destroy him even if it costs their lives. And that's where we leave her, staring at her hands and realizing the massive gap between her and Shadow is simply too vast to bridge. She did not even have time to catch his shadow before everything ended. Let's jump in at midnight, when a hooded man boards Qian Cece's yacht, claiming to be Shadow looking for Bichna. Recognizing him immediately, the guards welcome Shadow aboard. They tell him they are ready to set sail, but Shadow just remains completely silent. Deep into the night, the yacht drifts far away from the city. While Shadow is looking away, Qian Cece appears holding a glass of wine. Dressed in an elegant red gown, she offers him a drink and purrs that they have finally met. She never expected him to be this mysterious in real life. But Shadow gets straight to business, asking who she wants dead. Stepping closer, she flashes a playful smile and says getting straight to the point is just too boring. She suggests that with such a gorgeous night and pleasant company, they should leave business for later. Instead, she pours him a drink and raises her glass to toast their wonderful evening together. Shadow takes the glass and, without a single second of hesitation, gulps it down. Qian Cece cannot contain her joy as he sinks into the sofa. She sits right beside him, holding his hand with a smug smile, asking if he feels it yet, revealing that his drink was laced with her own secret formula. Now, pay attention here. She excitedly claims that whoever drinks this will obediently serve her. In her mind, she is laughing, thinking that no matter how strong Shadow is, he is still just a man. But her excitement instantly turns to pure shock as she watches his intense reaction unfold. With drool dripping from his mouth, she sits in front of Shadow, telling him to relax and enjoy. She details her twisted plan, whispering that once they reach the peak of ecstasy, she will pull down his hood to finally see his face. She is absolutely certain he is gorgeous underneath. But for now, keeping a bit of mystery, she starts teasing the helpless Shadow. She is amazed that Daksha has such an incredible man, finally understanding why they call him the ultimate assassin. Suddenly, a scorching wave of heat rushes through her body, taking her completely by surprise. Feeling the intense heat burning her up, she begs him to keep going, crying out that she is ready to reach the climax. But that is when things go sideways. Eerie blue flames erupt from Shadow's body, brutally burning Qian Cece. Completely stunned by the intense heat, she desperately wonders if this is actual magic fire. Right then, a figure appears and snatches the protective crystal pendant from her neck. He is actually surprised she has such a rare item saving her life. It is a gold-grade protective crystal pendant. This powerful accessory grants a shield of absolute immunity to the wearer every 300 seconds. Let's pause here, because the man standing before her is none other than Qin Feng himself. His freezing aura and deadly glare leave her completely paralyzed with fear. She frantically wonders how on earth he is still alive since Shadow supposedly executed him. But our main character decides to drop a bomb, revealing that he is actually Shadow. She stumbles backward, looking at the fake Shadow on the sofa, with eyes wide in sheer terror. The hooded man is actually just a loyal summon our main character called forth to act as his body double. The puppet mockingly thanks her for the good time. The once proud heiress now falls to her knees before Qin Feng, banging her head on the floor while begging for mercy. She desperately offers him her entire remaining lifespan and promises to be his slave, letting him do whatever he wants. Qin Feng coldly demands to know where the 5 foreigners are. Crying, she literally barks like a dog, begging her master to spare her life if she confesses. But before she can even finish her sentence, Qin Feng snaps her neck. While her body twitches, he grabs her phone and realizes the 5 targets are not on board. Still, Qin Feng absorbs 659 years of tradable lifespan. He wanted to wipe them out all at once, but since they are gone, he uses her phone to report the crime to the police. Not far from the luxury yacht, a fleet of police boats speed directly toward the coordinates. A massive massacre has been reported on the vessel, and one of the victims is the prominent heiress of the Chen Corporation. According to the tip, the killer's brutal methods perfectly match Shadow's signature in-game skills, making him the prime suspect. An elite investigation team is immediately dispatched to the scene, accompanied by the powerful Tian Sheng. Knowing that Shadow completely despises the rules, Tian Sheng views this senseless massacre as a direct threat to their nation's laws. Once on board, he plans to use his special corpse tracking skill to locate Shadow and immediately order his forces to open fire with maximum lethality. He is determined to avenge his beloved Cece, no matter what. Swarms of police boats surround the yacht in seconds. Investigating the body of Chen Cece, they quickly discover her cause of death is a clean snap of her spine. With foreign DNA found in her mouth and burns on her skin, Tian Sheng curses Shadow for humiliating her even in death. He gently touches her cold body to activate his skill, Dead Man's Last Words. This skill tracks the killer's exact location for 5 whole minutes. Tian Sheng swears to his comrades that he will drag this criminal straight to justice. But then his eyes widen. He draws his gun, warning his team that Shadow is right there and trust me, we are not ready for what is next. You and I are jumping right into the chaos as he orders a full attack at 6 o'clock. But before he can even turn around, a deadly poison needle pierces his head, shocking everyone. As his body collapses next to Jiang Cheng, Captain Lin Qingchu remains absolutely calm, her eyes filled with pure determination. Shielding her squad, she starts firing and accuses Shadow of murdering the investigator, demanding to know if he wants to become an enemy of the state. Qin Feng tells them not to worry. He explains that he only killed Gu Haonan because the man was a filthy traitor. He leaked classified data to Jiang Cheng in exchange for personal favors, and they can find all the proof right on his phone. An officer unlocks the phone and confirms to Captain Lin that they indeed found secret communication records between Gu Haonan and Jiang Cheng on it. It also reveals that Jiang Cheng is the actual in-game player known as Break. Refusing to believe it, Captain Lin decides to check the device herself. She grabs the phone, but the panicked officer tells her to wait, leaving her completely confused about what secret she is not supposed to see. Her eyes widen in absolute shock at a photo of Gu Haonan and Wang Qi kissing. Opening the gallery, she turns red as a tomato, staring at page after page of highly private and intimate photos of the two men. The nervous officer sighs, reminding her that he did try to warn her first. Now, watch this realization hit her. Shadow's words were completely true, and that previous game kill was just a staged show designed solely to deceive Jiang Cheng. Shadow earned Jiang Cheng's trust just so he could locate her and protect her in the real world. Then, he tipped off the authorities to lure and eliminate Gu Haonan. With a single move, he solved 2 massive headaches for the police. Meanwhile, the officer asks why she is still staring so intensely at those photos. She realizes Shadow is terrifyingly clever. If he ever becomes an enemy of the government, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. Remembering she shot at him just minutes ago, she worries this might ruin relations with the state, even if he probably does not care or hold a grudge. Filled with gratitude, she thanks him for his help and sincerely apologizes for shooting at him earlier. Without hesitating for a single second, she shoots herself in the leg, shocking her officers as she calmly tells them not to panic. With tears in her eyes, she tells Shadow her debt is paid and begs him to keep working with the government. An officer helps her up, saying she did not need to go that far, but she warns them they do not know Shadow's true nature, so caution is always best. Qin Feng watches everything unfold while using his stealth skill, realizing that this woman's real name is Lin Qingchu. She injured herself just to avoid making an enemy out of him, proving she is exactly the caliber of leader Mado's forces need for the future. Meanwhile, let's head back into the game, where monsters spawn near the ruins. A shield wielder jumps into the fight and calls out for Xiao to heal him, prompting her to raise her staff and cast a recovery spell. but she is so clumsy that she accidentally heals a monster instead of her teammate, leaving him shocked as the beast bites him, yelling at her for being useless. Her healing spell keeps restoring the monster's health instead, as another beast devours her friend. Both are quickly eliminated, respawning shortly after with tears welling up in their eyes. Xiao wonders how she died when she didn't see anyone around, concluding it must be Shadow, who targeted her because he found out she wanted to avenge her brother's death. He smacks her head hard, calling her stupid and asking why on earth Shadow would waste his valuable time attacking her. He explains they were wiped out by a platinum boss, the headless assassin Sorrow, asking if she even checked the system notifications. Xiaoyou now has a massive bump on her head, while the angry man snaps that she provoked the boss with her failed heals. He swears if the guildmaster assigns her to his party again, he will literally end his own life right then and there. Right then, the boss descends near them, throwing the man into a panic, and as a strange energy erupts from it, he turns his back on Xiao and runs. Realizing the boss is hunting them down, Xiao's eyes widen with pure terror. She knows this is bad. Meanwhile, night falls over a massive city mansion where someone furiously smashes a fruit platter onto the floor. It is a furious red-haired woman on the phone, screaming at the useless cops on the other end of the line. They had a golden opportunity to kill Shadow and completely wasted it, and she refuses to hear any of their pathetic excuses. Shadow slaughtered her entire Dongfang clan, and their blood cannot be spilled in vain. Yet after years of infiltrating the government, these moles show they are completely useless at the critical moment. She demands that Shadow pay for his crimes, no matter the cost, while behind her stands a young boy gripping a whip. She reminds him that Shadow murdered his father-in-law, asking why he is still hesitating, while an injured woman behind the boy glares with pure evil and confidence. The boy tells his mother he has a solid plan to kill Shadow, prompting her to curiously ask her son, Nan Tian, what his strategy is. She reminds him that the damn game is strictly for those over 18, meaning he cannot even log in yet. Nan Tian's eyes gleam with absolute confidence as he explains to his mother that even though he cannot log into the game, and that's where we leave it. With his plan to provoke Shadow and lure him straight into his father's fireworks factory. Trust me, things are about to explode. All right, stick with me here as they prep their trap, planning to blow up the entire factory when Shadow arrives. That way, tens of thousands of fireworks will become his massive funeral pyre, letting the entire world witness his death. And even if the plan fails, Shadow cannot track them down. A proud smile spreads across the mother's face, realizing they raised their son well, before turning to Zhou and snapping that even her own son is more useful than he is. Zhou does not object, stating that this matter must be kept strictly confidential, since their official stance toward Shadow is still to recruit him. Plus, his two older brothers will definitely not support this extreme action. Hearing this, the mother hangs up the phone, determined to handle everything herself. She approaches her son, looks at the bound woman, and asks why he still refuses to surrender his lifespan. Nanti apologizes, gently touching his cheek and blushing as he admits he briefly lost control and accidentally killed her. Meanwhile, inside the deadly game, specifically at the Mono Ruins, the boss chases down Zhao and her friend, launching a flash attack before they can even escape. Moving like lightning, it slices them to pieces, killing them instantly. Xiao is utterly stunned, unable to believe a boss could be this fast. Moments later, their bodies dissolve into glowing lifespan orbs. Nearby players react instantly, pointing out that they just died completely out of nowhere. And here is where it gets chilling. They realize an invisible killer is among them, assuming it is Shadow. Before they can even take another breath, the monster strikes again, slaughtering them and turning their bodies into more lifespan orbs. Terrified by this, the remaining players flee the area, fully convinced that Shadow has gone insane and is slaughtering innocent people everywhere. Meanwhile, Qin Feng stands on the surface of the ocean, whistling while enjoying the scenic view. Far away from the town, he decides this is the perfect spot to extract his sanctuary. The system asks if he wants to consume 1,315.2 years of lifespan to extract the soul-purifying sanctuary into reality. Since this sanctuary is an underground structure, Qin Feng must mark its precise location on the map. Finally, before proceeding, it warns that any materials overlapping with the sanctuary will be completely erased, requesting a final confirmation of the action. Looking down at the seabed, Qin Feng confirms. Soon, a massive magic circle appears. The sea splits in two, successfully extracting the soul, purifying sanctuary into reality while he watches with a calm expression. Qin Feng decides that now is the perfect time to go find the divine book. Logging into the game, Wang Meng informs him that players have accused him of killing people indiscriminately. However, Wang Meng knows it is not him, since he has not been online. Upon investigation, he discovered a platinum rank boss, currently attacking players, known as the Headless Assassin, whose stealth ability is so incredibly high that nobody can see her. So Wang Meng asks him, "You see it too, right? Can he handle this?" Inside the ruins of the Magic City, the boss massacres every player in the area, leaving only glowing lifespan orbs. Hiding behind the rubble, An Quan cannot suppress his terror, wondering what kind of god-tier boss this is, since even his level 3 anti-stealth ability failed to detect her. The last time, the Iron Saintess was overwhelmed by shadow, making him furious as he flashes a confident smile. He reveals that the only issue is his inability to see the boss. Otherwise, he could easily control her himself. He claims that even if Shadow shows up, he will be helpless against this headless assassin. Panicking, Yanyan tells An Quan to lower his voice to avoid attracting the boss. She then suggests moving to higher ground for a better view. An Quan begins to sneak his way up, but along the way, he steps directly on a banana peel. Poor An Quan slips and falls. Wondering who threw that banana peel, he is cut short as the boss strikes like lightning, slicing Yanyan and her subordinates in half. The bodies of Yanyan and the others immediately turn into lifespan orbs, with An Quan being the sole survivor thanks to his slip. He looks on in pure horror, realizing the boss has wiped out all of his subordinates. Without wasting a second, he grabs a lifespan orb, only to turn around and see the boss raising her hand to execute him. Instead of showing fear, he boldly challenges her, shouting his defiance. As she prepares to strike, An Quan rolls over, only to panic upon realizing he rolled too early. Not wasting a single moment, An Quan just keeps rolling continuously. His eyes widen in confusion, wondering why she has not attacked him yet. He literally begins to roll circles around the boss. Doing this makes him extremely dizzy as he reaches his rolling limit, stopping only to find the boss vanishing from sight. He is so incredibly dizzy that he can barely see anything. After charging her devastating energy, she unleashes her anti-stealth strike directly at the disoriented An Quan. Unable to roll away in time, he takes the hit directly. In a flash, his body dissolves into lifespan, but watch closely now as Shadow suddenly emerges from the void. Qin Feng materializes right above her, utilizing his true anti-stealth strike to plunge his daggers deep into her back, dealing over 28,000 points of damage and killing her instantly, moving so fast she cannot even turn around or sense his presence. Stick with me, you'll be shocked too when he finds out this boss is named Xiaoyou. Minutes before Qin Feng arrived, the guild members at the ruins started trash-talking poor Xiaoyou. They blamed her for casting the wrong spell and waking up the terrifying headless boss. They claimed the boss targeted her and followed her all the way to the spawn point, leaving poor Xiaoyou crying in pure despair. She desperately tried to explain that it was never her intention. Two angry players told the guild leader their squad would never accept her, saying she would only get them all killed for no reason. The leader hissed at them to quiet down before they drew the boss's attention. Glaring coldly, he realized Xiaoyou was absolutely useless in a fight. So, he announced that she would be reassigned to scout out hidden treasure locations. He promised a 3-year lifespan bonus for finding gold stashes and 10 years for platinum. He recalled recruiting her because of her hidden class, thinking they had struck gold. Pointing at Xiaoyou, he decided to grant her just 1 day of lifespan daily from now on, as her constant deaths were a massive waste. A system notification immediately popped up, showing that Xiaoyou had received 2 days of tradable lifespan. Her remaining tradable lifespan was now 2 days, 13 hours, and 32 minutes. Crying with gratitude, she thanked him from the bottom of her heart. Seeing this, the other guild girls got furious, convinced Xiaoyou was just playing dumb. They believed this was her sly plan all along to see the guild leader every day. Now, pay attention here, as they cursed her and vowed to do the same. Lifespan energy suddenly erupted nearby, and someone noticed the boss was named Xiaoyou. Hearing this, the guild leader and his crew were deeply confused. Suddenly, the defeated body of the headless boss appeared, slumped lifelessly on the ground. Then, Qin Feng emerged from the shadows, staring at the leader in dead silence. The leader's jaw dropped in sheer shock. Panicking, He didn't waste a single second, his face twisted in rage as he furiously slapped one of his subordinates. Right then, a strange energy swirled around Xiaoyou. The surrounding space began to warp, leaving her utterly terrified and confused. Her eyes widened in pure, helpless, paralyzing terror. No one had any clue what was happening. Acting fast, the guild leader brutally kicked Xiaoyou in the backside, sending her flying forward. Floating helplessly in midair, Xiaoyou shrieked for help. But in that exact moment, 3 terrifying headless bosses manifested right around her. Sensing the commotion, Qin Feng's cold gaze instantly locked onto her. Captain Aniyu and her squad watched from a dark corner, gasping at the 3 bosses. They quickly realized there were actually 4, then 5 as Shadow wiped one out in a blink. This made them realize why the bosses felt omnipresent. There were tons of clones. "You and I know," she is desperate, crying. She spots Qin Feng's shadow and foolishly thinks she is finally saved. She reached her hands out toward Qin Feng, begging for help and calling him her savior. Hearing that sweet talk from the very person who had betrayed him, Qin Feng's eyes flared with absolute, burning rage. Before the bosses could strike, Qin Feng activated his new Shadow Dash skill, blinking forward to slice both the clones and Xiaoyou to pieces. Xiaoyou died in utter shock, never understanding why Shadow would execute her. The system announced he had slain both the boss and Xiaoyou, awarding him 48,000 experience points, 20 evolution points, and 1,520 days of tradable lifespan. As glowing lifespan orbs rained from the sky, Qin Feng coldly turned his back on Xiaoyou, muttering that she was just unlucky. Qin Feng activated his Hand of Greed to collect the massive loot. He realized that besides her 1,520 days of lifespan, she also dropped glowing orbs of non-tradable lifespan, which the boss had stolen from other players but hadn't digested yet. Captain Aniyu and Wang Meng approached with warm smiles, offering to buy any unwanted loot from him. Qin Feng was slightly amused by how Captain Aniyu and Wang Meng always seemed to pop up everywhere. He calmly told them they arrived just in time, as he knew another sweet farming spot and would lead them there for the right price. He invited Wang Meng and the others, but excluded Aniyu. Annoyed and deeply confused, Captain Aniyu demanded to know why she was banned from going. Pointing his finger directly at Wang Meng, Shadow made it clear that women were strictly forbidden from joining this run. Blushing deeply, she flaunted her gorgeous figure and jokingly accused him of being a sexist discriminator. She playfully sighed, admitting she even planned on seducing him, but now suspected he only had eyes for men. Qin Feng gave her head a playful flick, revealing that a tower of divine power lay just outside the city's northern gate ruins. He explained that clearing its challenges yields legendary rewards, but the non-playable characters inside absolutely despise women, multiplying the dungeon's difficulty tenfold if any female players join. Smiling, Xiaohei bid farewell to Qin Feng and wished him luck. While her friends smiled in admiration, an enraged Captain Aniyu huffed and declared those non-playable characters to be sexist garbage. Vowing to slaughter them after leveling up, she drags Xiaohei to a nearby mountain to hunt monsters. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You won't want to miss what is next. Let's dive in. Qin Feng tells Wang Meng and his crew to follow him, while the system alerts them that the Shadow has sent a party invite. Wang Meng's men are sweating bullets, because it is their first time working with the legendary top boss. But Wang Meng snaps at him, saying this is a rare chance to study the master's movements. Yet, in a blink, Qin Feng is already miles ahead. Panicking, they cannot believe what is happening. The Shadow seems to walk lazily, yet his casual stride is faster than their full sprint. How are they supposed to learn anything like this? They quickly realize his agility stat is just too absurdly high. Checking his inventory, Qin Feng finds over 20 dropped items, and 2 of them are perfect for an assassin. First up is Timon's Jungle Bone Blade, an assassin weapon boasting 388 attack, armor penetration, plus 39 strength and 48 agility. It requires level 15 to equip, and its insane special effect doubles his movement speed for 5 seconds after dealing damage. And when this effect triggers, it also grants a 30% evasion rate. Qin Feng draws the brand new Bone Blade, his eyes gleaming with joy. Its attack power is nearly 80 points higher than his old Plague Blade's 276. Plus, it boosts armor penetration, strength, and agility. You and I know a god-tier weapon when we see one. The second drop is a platinum-grade skill called Shadow Blade, which fires a blade condensed from pure darkness. It deals shadow damage to a target within 20 meters, adding 600 points of raw shadow attack power. On impact, it instantly dispels one random buff up to platinum grade. With a 12-second cooldown reduced to 6.49, it requires level 14. He decides to evolve this skill to legend grade. Even though the single target dark damage is a bit low, he knows that Dispel effect is incredibly useful. Evolving it costs 56 points, leaving him with 219. The skill quickly skips through Emerald, Diamond, and Epic ranks, finally reaching Legendary. This boosts shadow damage by 1500 points and removes any random buff up to legend grade. Cooldown drops to 7 seconds, effectively becoming 3.78. Best of all, it gains a new legendary effect. Hitting weak points refunds 3 seconds of cooldown. Holding his upgraded blade, Qin Feng is thrilled. He realizes that as long as he strikes a weak spot, the skill will refund 3 seconds of his cooldown. This means his actual cooldown becomes a mind-blowing 0.78 seconds. Snapping out of his thoughts, he looks back only to find that Wang Meng and his crew have completely vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers behind Qin Feng, Wang Meng's exhausted men are gasping for air, complaining that the shadow moves way too fast for anyone to keep up. Finally, one of them gasps to his captain that he simply cannot take another step. Wang Meng just grabs the guy by his leg, drags him along, and tells them to shut up and keep moving. Eventually, they arrive at the Tower of Divine Power, deep in the forest, towering so high its peak is lost in the clouds. He tells Wang Meng and the crew that they've arrived, explaining that once inside, an NPC will issue a tough challenge. Let me show you how smart this play is since a better performance makes the NPC overcharge them. Qin Feng tells them to use only 1% of their power. He tells them to relax since they only need to take down a gold tier boss. Turning around, he sees Wang Meng's crew collapsed on the floor, shaking, drenched in sweat, and gasping for breath from trying to keep up with him. Wang Meng struggles to give a thumbs up, telling him not to worry because they will finish the quest. Approaching the tower doors, Qin Feng warns them to only use party chat so the greedy NPC won't overhear them. He explains that passing the trial lets them buy legendary items from this NPC, promising they will not be disappointed. They push open the heavy doors, and Wang Meng's jaw drops as a mysterious, floating hooded NPC appears right before them. The entity welcomes them warmly as friends from Blue Star, mentioning how the rise of the abandoned gods has left them uneasy. He introduces this as the Tower of Divine Power, stating that a completed trial will grant them the right to trade. He bids them to speak when ready, leaving Wang Meng's guildmates stunned to see an actual talking NPC in the flesh. One player quietly asks the Shadow what kind of boss they will be facing in this trial. He casually tells them to just follow his lead, promising that everything is going to be incredibly easy. But their anxious swordsman demands specific details. He wants to know the boss's phases, its exact skill set, and whether this battle is heavy on mechanics or just a raw stat check. He keeps asking, demanding to know if the boss has any mobility skills, any instant kill moves, targeted locks, where its weak spots are located, and how long the fight is expected to last. Wang Meng tells Qin Feng to ignore him, laughing off that his nickname is literally Cautious Old Dog, because a tragic raid that killed 2 teammates made him super cautious. Stick around, because this dungeon run is about to get intense. Alright, you and I are diving into this fight, as Qin Feng tells the NPC they are ready, leaving the swordsman panicked. The NPC bows, welcoming them to the show. Suddenly, a massive portal tears open, and a terrifying boss slowly steps onto the battlefield. A level 20 gold tier obsidian skull puppet. The swordsman's eyes widen in pure, unadulterated terror. He realizes this boss is level 20, while their own highest level is barely 11. Cool and collected, Qin Feng assures them it is fine, and signals Wang Meng to initiate. Following orders, Wang Meng draws his sword and shield from inventory. Using shield charge, Wang Meng rushes ahead, slamming his heavy shield straight into the monster's maw. Furious, the boss instantly strikes back. Luckily, his quick reflexes allow him to block the worst of it. Even so, the brutal impact sends his body flying backward. Qin Feng moves like lightning, catching Wang Meng before he crashes headfirst into the stone wall. The swordsman and archer watch in stunned silence, worrying about their leader. But Qin Feng just glares at the boss, telling the archer to unleash her star beam skill. Next, he orders the swordsman to execute the triple ground slash. Both party members nod in determination. The archer rains down arrows, blinding the boss with pain and creating a perfect opening. The swordsman glides in like the wind, landing heavy, precise slashes. Dark blood spews from the beast's mouth as it roars in fury, slamming its massive fists into the ground. A terrifying aura wraps around its body, while a strange, dark pool of energy begins to materialize beneath the swordsman. Now watch this closely. Qin Feng realizes the boss has gone berserk, warning everyone to stay clear of that black sludge. The swordsman scrambles away from the trap. As the archer barely dodges another strike, Qin Feng leaps high and hurls a shadow blade at the monster. The strike is too fast for the boss to dodge, hitting its face directly and dealing over 4,500 points of damage. Instead of backing down, the boss lets out a deafening roar. But Qin Feng instantly activates a skill to dispel its berserk state. Wang Meng can't help but grin, muttering that such insane damage doesn't even match his regular stats. It is as if the boss stripped off its armor. Smiling, the swordsman jokes that their shadow master is quite the actor. The NPC probably took him for a newbie. Curiously, the archer asks how he figured out that NPC items scale in price with player strength. The swordsman is equally eager to learn exactly how Qin Feng uncovered such a hidden mechanic. Pondering, Qin Feng explains that this game holds deep secrets, with crucial information buried in ancient ruins. He tells them they should ask themselves if they've put enough effort into exploring. The duo falls completely silent, speechless. But look at this. While they're distracted, the boss opens its mouth, and a massive fireball begins to swell. Growing more terrifying by the second, Qin Feng warns that the boss is about to rotate clockwise and breathe fire. He orders them to dodge, explaining that the black oil on the ground will ignite and incinerate them within 3 seconds. Wang Meng and the others quickly scatter, but Wang Meng yells to the swordsman that he's running the wrong way. Realizing it's too late to dodge, Qin Feng commands Wang Meng to activate his invincibility skill and block the blast. Wang Meng obeys, absorbing the entire impact with his shield. Qin Feng immediately commands that once the fire dies down, everyone must unleash their strongest skills and strike with absolute force. The archer fires off a relentless rain of arrows. The swordsman leaps high to strike, while Wang Meng stays close to intercept any counterattacks from the boss. Their coordinated assault works beautifully, and before the beast can even draw another breath, the party unleashes over 25,000 damage to put it down for good. The system congratulates them on defeating the level 20 Obsidian Skull Golem. Wang Meng and the group celebrate in relief. Qin Feng keeps his guard up, knowing the real danger of this boss is its berserk mode once health drops below 70%. Once that state kicks in, its raw power rivals a silver-tier boss. The NPC reappears in the sky to congratulate them, announcing they are the first Blue Star players to clear his challenge as rare items begin to drop. Cackling, the NPC reveals that by sacrificing their lifespans, they can trade with him for the coveted Blessed Divine Tome. The NPC unleashes his aura, causing his name to materialize above his head. He is known as Vickley. Seeing this, the swordsman gasps in shock upon realizing that this entity actually has 6 fingers on his hand. The NPC's eyes glow with menace. Without wasting a single second, he locks his gaze onto the swordsman and summons a devastating bolt of lightning. Dealing over 9,900 damage, the bolt kills him instantly. His body dissolves into glowing lifespan orbs, leaving Wang Meng panicking at the sudden attack, while Qin Feng remains completely unfazed as always. Qin Feng explains that the taboo set by this NPC is directly related to his fingers. He explains that NPCs and players cannot harm each other unless a player violates the NPC's taboo first. Therefore, as long as they never mention his fingers again, they are safe. A burning question remains, and I bet you're wondering too. Can Qin Feng actually defeat this overpowered NPC? He reveals that it is currently impossible. But stick with me, the system is about to expose the dark truth about these NPCs. They are immensely powerful entities from alternate timelines who have achieved divinity, bound forever by ancient and eternal laws. Arrogantly arriving on Blue Star as NPCs, they harvest players' lifespans. Vickley tells them to pick their divine skill books, pay with their lifespans, and get lost. The moment Wang Meng lays eyes on the skill books, he completely freezes. He discovers they can trade their lifespan to manifest real-world daily necessities, like food and water. He realizes these divine books guarantee survival even in a total apocalypse. Just as expected, Qin Feng has led them straight to an absolute goldmine. Wang Meng and the archer are absolutely stunned. To them, Qin Feng never fails to deliver. Their shock deepens when the archer spots a divine book for summoning a mechanical servant, immediately wanting to buy it. Qin Feng spends 9,000 days of tradable lifespan, acquiring the complete set of 9 divine books from Jianghai City. While these books secure his daily survival, Qin Feng has another goal. The Tower of Divine Power offers massive reputation rewards, and he wants them all. Qin Feng calmly tells the NPC that he wants to challenge the highest difficulty. Vickley scoffs in disbelief, telling Qin Feng that his previous performance barely qualified him for the first floor, yet he dares dream of the ultimate challenge. Curious, Qin Feng asks what this challenge entails. Vickley reveals there are 5 difficulty levels, with level 5 being the absolute peak. The boss remains the gold-tier skull-cracking golem, but its attack power, health, defense, and cooldown speed are boosted by 500%. Wang Meng and the archer stand frozen, jaws dropped. A 500% boost? They barely survived, dodging its normal skills. Doubting Shadow can even withstand this. With its health and defense multiplied by 5, they wonder if it's even possible to take it down. Knowing there is absolutely zero room for error in this battle, Vickley glares intensely at Qin Feng. He warns that if Qin Feng dies, all his dropped lifespan belongs to the NPC. Is he truly ready to accept? Qin Feng completely ignores the warning, giving a confident nod to confirm his deadly challenge. Vickley summons a glowing magic sphere, eager to claim this easy prize. To him, these Blue Star players have grown far too arrogant, far too early. They are practically begging for death. Suddenly, the previously defeated boss is resurrected before their eyes. Now, the gold-tier obsidian golem stands tall, powered up by 500%. Qin Feng draws his dagger, knowing 500% is not Vickley's true limit. In fact, he remembers from his past life that Vickley can buff this monster up to 2,000%. This is the perfect opportunity for Qin Feng to test out his deadly new weapon. Now watch closely as Qin Feng fires a toxic dart, activating his Dark Flames gift to shred the boss's defenses by 7%. Next, his Emerald Bone Blade activates, boosting his speed by 100% for 5 seconds, just as the boss unleashes its flame breath. But before the searing flames can even touch him, Qin Feng vanishes without leaving a single trace. While the monster looks around in utter confusion, Qin Feng materializes right behind it, landing on its head to drive his dagger deep into its skull. Triggering his emerald bone feather, the massive beast roars in agonizing pain as Qin Feng vanishes once more, stacking another 100% speed boost. Witnessing Qin Feng's blinding speed, Wang Meng and the archer are left completely speechless. They initially assume he used an invisibility skill with 0 cooldown, but they quickly realize this is something else entirely. Shadow's movement is so insanely fast that it literally looks like teleportation. He prepares Blessing Release to trigger a devastating throat slit effect. Unleashing a lightning-fast Shadow Dash, he strikes like thunder, dealing over 1,000 damage to the boss. Believe it or not, this attack activates Dark Flame's gift, completely shredding 64% of its defense and elemental resistances. Even after taking his strongest hits, the monster's health barely budges. Yet Qin Feng smiles, knowing the ancient divine tablet is doing its job. Without this tablet increasing the stack limit of Dark Flame's gift, each Shadow Dash would only max out at 1,800 damage. Wang Meng's mind is blown as he realizes a single hit shaved off 1/3 of the boss's HP, wondering what kind of god-tier skill that was. This is the very first time the archer gets a clear look at Qin Feng's combat prowess. It resembles the legendary instant Shadow Slash, but the version he knows is limited to only 3 strikes. Meanwhile, Vickley watches silently, deeply shaken. How could a mortal on Blue Star be this insanely powerful so early in the game? Just what is his true potential? Qin Feng's eyes gleam with excitement. It is time to trigger Throat Slit, dealing a massive 200% of his previous strike's damage every second. Gouts of black blood erupt from the giant golem. It roars in agonizing pain as its health bar rapidly plummets to 0. Within mere seconds, the colossal beast collapses, its massive body dissolving into glittering spheres of pure lifespan. The system congratulates him for conquering the level 5 challenge of the Tower of Divine Power, awarding 15 reputation points for clearing every difficulty. On top of that, as the world's first solo clear, he bags 75 extra reputation points. You and I are about to hear a global announcement that changes everything. All right. You and I are about to watch history go down as a player named Qin Feng does the absolute impossible. But instead of being amazed, everyone is just deeply confused. They have no idea what this divine tower even is, since nothing like it exists in their ruined cities. Once again, it is clear that darkness is always miles ahead of everyone else. Vickley is absolutely furious at him. It was all a scam. He curses the cunning Blue Star player, wishing he had charged 1,000 or even 10,000 days of lifespan for each divine book. Summoning a blinding magic orb, Vickley screams at them to get lost and never return. Wang Meng and the archer quickly shield their eyes from the intense glare. Just when they think they are dead meat as the non-playable character unleashes his ultimate strike, Vickley's attack crashes straight down on them. While Wang Meng and the archer are cowering and shielding their heads, Qin Feng stands completely calm. In a flash, they are all teleported right out of the tower. Both of them are completely dazed, with no idea what just happened. Panic sets in, but they quickly realize they are actually still alive. They had simply been teleported out of the divine tower. Qin Feng reminds them there is no need to worry because, as he said, non-playable characters cannot attack them. Having gotten what he wanted, he decides it is time to wrap things up and logs out to grab some food. Wang Meng thanks Qin Feng for leading the team and begs to tag along if they ever get another chance like this. He simply nods as the archer waves goodbye to him. Waking up back in his real-world shelter, Qin Feng watches the system extract 9 divine books. The whole process costs him 90 days of tradable lifespan. Now, watch this. Our guy spends 106 years of lifespan just to buy luxury furniture, daily essentials, cooking ingredients, and a multifunctional robotic maid. Suddenly, a gorgeous dog-eared robotic maid appears right before him. After introducing herself, she promises to take care of everything in the shelter and serve his every single need. Reclining comfortably on his brand new luxury sofa, he orders her to start deep cleaning the entire shelter right away. The maid immediately gets to scrubbing the floors, deciding she will cook up a massive, delicious feast right after. Meanwhile, back in the real world, specifically in Shanghai City, the local authorities are busy investigating a series of brutal murders. The lead detective reports to his superior that this is already the 3rd woman's body they have found this week. Just like the other 2 victims, her limbs were severed and her eyes gouged out. With a serial killer on the loose, the captain asks if they have found any clues yet. The officer explains that the killer seems to know exactly how investigators work, disposing of the bodies right when their tracking skills are inactive. Hearing this, the boss demands to know how long before their top investigator gets promoted. They cannot afford any more delays. This maniac must be caught. The nearby officer nods in agreement. Suddenly, the detective tells them to wait, prompting the chief to ask if he has discovered something new. Let's pause here. Look at his serious expression as he realizes the login times of darkness match the exact hours these girls were murdered. The chief hesitates, knowing that mere coincidental timing is not solid proof. Even so, the officer insists they should start investigating from this angle anyway. He adds that rumors are already spreading that darkness is the killer, claiming the government is hiding it out of fear. The chief waves it off, admitting darkness embarrassed him before. But personal feelings cannot interfere. He simply cannot let his personal bias cloud his professional duty. He promises their tech division will work around the clock to crack this case and bring justice to the victims. After dismissing him with a quick thanks, the chief turns to speak with another officer. Meanwhile, Xiaoyou stares down at the floor, his eyes burning with pure rage. Logging back into the game, Qin Feng silently gazes at the massive castle situated in the Demon City ruins. He recalls this was once the Evil Spirit Academy, a platinum-grade shelter. Though not very hidden, it supposedly has the strongest protective barrier in all of Hosha. The system chimes, notifying him that establishing the Darkness Guild has cost him 2.74 years of tradable lifespan. His plan is simple: conquer this shelter and register it under the guild to establish a sanctuary right here in the Magic City ruins. Leaping forward, he knows these sanctuaries allow instant teleportation, making travel between the Magic City and Shanghai incredibly easy from now on. Activating his stealth skill, Qin Feng slips into the shelter, moving silently through the dark corridors. Minutes later, he realizes that even after reaching the deepest 3rd basement level, he has not encountered a single monster. This suggests a highly powerful squad has already cleared the area. Suddenly, a harsh voice echoes, screaming that she has nowhere left to run. Curious, Qin Feng peeks around the corner, spotting a group of men surrounding a terrified girl who is desperately begging them to stay away from her. They have her cornered right on a narrow bridge, with a boiling river of lava flowing directly beneath her. One of them sneers, telling her not to worry because they will not kill her yet. He claims Lady Dongfeng ordered them to capture her so her son can show her some affection. He demands she hand over her coordinates in the real world, threatening to keep Spawn killing her until her lifespan hits 0. And trust me, suicide won't save her, because the Surahan Guild is already camping her respawn point. You and I will have to wait to see how he saves her. Alright, let's jump straight into this crazy deal with an orange-haired creep. He reminds her that she killed Lady Dongfeng in the game, calculating that she must have stolen at least 30 years of her victim's precious lifespan. The woman remains completely silent, deeply lost in her thoughts. He suggests she hand over those 30 years and play with them for a bit, promising they will let her leave in exchange. With teary eyes full of pure terror, she asks what they want. They just grin, and one of them suddenly drops his pants, leaving her completely horrified by his sick, twisted smile. The orange-haired guy says that's just how they play. She falls silent, turning away with her face completely flushed in anger. Smiling, she asks them to promise they'll let her go afterward. The orange-haired freak happily agrees and invites her to start with him. The bald thug claims he's going next. Her body trembles as she slowly takes a step closer to them. Suddenly, her eyes flash with deadly determination as she lunges at him, aiming a poison dart. Pay attention to this moment. A blindfolded brute slams her to the dirt using his golden furnace skill, calling her a bad girl. With nowhere to run, she can only close her eyes as the orange-haired creep approaches, licking his lips. He warns her it's her last chance, demanding she open up. Instead, a confident smirk appears as she unleashes a highly powerful skill. She slices the bald and orange-haired goons right in half, leaving the blindfolded guy utterly shocked and confused. He can't even comprehend what's happening. Before he can take another breath, her paper talisman wraps around his neck, instantly exploding his head like a watermelon. Qin Feng, watching this entire bloody scene play out from the shadows, instantly recognizes her chain blade class. After wiping out those scumbags, she crushes the orange-haired guy's core, turning their corpses into glowing lifespan spheres. Full of pure hatred, she mockingly sneers at them. He realizes she belongs to the Netherblade class. Staring ahead with intense determination, she vows to slaughter Dongfeng Meng. This deadly girl is nicknamed Ghost Soul. Stepping out, he approaches. Her rare class, like Shadow, is the only hidden path within the entire assassin branch. He recalls that, in his past life, she was easily one of the 10 strongest people alive. But after angering the Chu family in Devil City, her real identity got exposed, making her a target for countless enemies. Even so, she slaughtered thousands before dying of exhaustion. He still remembers how her devastated guild members cried over the tragic news. Now, you and I might wonder who this Dongfeng guy is, because Qin Feng has absolutely no clue. After all, he was the one who wiped out the entire Dongfeng clan. Qin Feng uncloaks, but her reaction is far from friendly. She prepares to attack, assuming he's just another friend of the trash she just slaughtered. Qin Feng denies knowing them, but she furiously charges anyway, telling him to prepare to die. Naturally, he remains totally calm. Activating her chain blade skill, her deadly paper ribbon instantly begins wrapping tightly around Qin Feng's body. But he instantly melts into the shadows, vanishing completely and leaving the ghost soul stunned. Reappearing right behind her, he offers to play along, sending a wave of sheer panic through her eyes. Sensing the immense danger, she leaps backward, activating her own shadow cloak and completely vanishing from sight. Mildly surprised by her vanishing act, Qin Feng decides to use his own shadow cloak, disappearing right after her. Minutes tick by with no action, leaving the ghost soul totally confused. She simply can't find him, even though her unique Netherblade class comes with a built-in level 4 anti-stealth detection. This makes her wonder if this guy is actually the legendary Shadow. Moments later, Qin Feng cancels his cloak, silently catching her off guard from behind. Hearing his voice, panic sets in as she realizes he can still easily see her despite her high-level stealth. Deciding it's time to get dead serious, she unleashes her ultimate skill, the Demon Soul Pursuit. Her paper ribbon glows as a small pink flame ignites above Qin Feng's head, forcing him to reactivate his cloak. Keeping his guard up, Qin Feng backs away, but to his surprise, her chain blade relentlessly pursues him, causing some confusion. Looking closely, he realizes this homing blade can track his exact coordinates in real time. The ghost soul's eyes flash with resolve. She might be blind to him, but her tracking weapon isn't, and no target escapes this pursuit. Qin Feng tries to outrun it, but it's useless as the blade clings to him. Realizing her class completely ignores stealth levels, he respects her power and starts swiftly circling around the ghost soul. By the time she deciphers his grand plan, it's already too late. Still, she refuses to give up easily. But as she tries to catch him, her own paper ribbon binds her body, freezing her completely. Grabbing the ribbon, Qin Feng lifts her up. Trust me. You'll love this, proving he is the shadow, not Dongfang's lackey. Trust me on this one, he tells her she'd already be dead if he wanted, leaving the ghost soul to trust him and beg to be let down. Qin Feng gets straight to the point, asking if the Dongfang Rusi she mentioned belongs to the Dongfo clan of Jiangtu City. Even as she hangs upside down, she nods, explaining that since she married into the Chu family, her relationship with the Dongfang clan is no longer close. He realizes a big fish escaped his net. Apparently, Dongfo was right there when he wiped out the entire Dongfa clan. The ghost soul's eyes widen in absolute shock as she realizes that he was the one who annihilated the Dongfang clan. A rush of excitement fills her, realizing that Dongfang Du and this shadow warrior are actually sworn enemies. She demands he release her immediately, claiming the enemy of her enemy is a friend. Qin Feng cuts his paper bind, letting her crash directly to the ground. Deciding that cooperation can wait, he first demands to know why she wants to kill Dongfang Du. Gritting her teeth, the ghost soul reveals she seeks vengeance for her family. She shares her tragic, dark story from the days before the cursed game even existed. It turns out, Dongfang Du killed her mother in a brutal drunk driving accident, but she got away with it because the Chu clan found a scapegoat. Refusing to accept this, her father searched for evidence to convict Dongfang Min. The very next day, his body was pulled from the river, officially ruled as a suicide. When she went to Dongfang Du's home demanding answers, Chu clan bodyguards beat her half to death, leaving her desperate and ready to end it all. Right at that moment, the cursed game appeared. The very first thing she did upon entering was murder Dongfang Du. But to end her permanently, she had to drain her entire lifespan. After she resurrected again, she hired countless hunters to track down ghost souls, leading to the exact scene he just witnessed. Now, pay attention. Qin Feng silently listens to her story without interrupting. Tears stream down the ghost soul's face as she begs the shadow warrior to help her kill Dongfang Du. Coldly and bluntly, Qin Feng refuses. Refusing to give up, with tearful, sorrowful eyes, she begs him once more to help her slay Dongfang Du. Staring at her, he sees she won't back down. With a sad expression, she promises this won't be a free favor. She offers him everything, promising to work under him and hand over every bit of lifespan she earns. Her gear, her skills, all of it is on the table just to kill Dongfang Du, even declaring she will willingly become his slave. Qin Feng silently observes her, his expression a mix of surprise and proud calculation. He explains that he won't kill her target because it's her own vendetta, and it must be settled by her own hands. Qin Feng is not entirely heartless, promising to support her along the way. However, how far she can actually go will ultimately depend on her own fate. The ghost soul stands stunned, her eyes wide with deep confusion. She has no idea how he intends to help her. With a calm gaze, Qin Feng gets straight to the point. Let's see what happens as he invites her to join his guild, promising to help her finally achieve her vengeance. A system window pops up, announcing that the shadow has invited her to join the Dark Guild. She falls silent in contemplation, but then her eyes light up with joy upon realizing his Dark Guild consists of only him. Wondering if simply joining is truly all it takes, she decides not to waste another single second. She agrees to join his Dark Guild as the system window confirms her choice, and Qin Feng quickly accepts the ghost soul's incoming friend request. Pleased with her quick agreement, he tells her that she now has only one task left to complete her class promotion. Turning his back, he instructs her to figure out what her class promotion is and how to do it, telling her to find him once it is finished. Kneeling on the cold ground, the ghost soul's eyes burn with an absolute sense of determination. Qin Feng warns that if she fails this, she should abandon her revenge. Activating his shadow stealth skill, Qin Feng vanishes from the area. He realizes the potential of her underworld blade class is truly limitless, and that with just a little bit of guidance, she will definitely go incredibly far in the future. He travels deep into the Evil Spirit Academy, where a level 15 boss awaits him, a grotesque woman adorned with multiple spirit heads. It is the Platinum Tier Aberrant Witch Stana. Observing closely, he quickly realizes she acts as the guardian of the entire Evil Spirit Academy. In the blink of an eye, Qin Feng leaps high, unleashing his Shadow Knight Blade Ring on the boss, dealing 2,600 points of damage with a weak point strike. Landing on the ground, he recalls that in this initial phase, only one of the boss's 4 heads is active, and it remains immune to physical attacks. Therefore, he has to rely on elemental skills, even though they deal slightly lower damage. Summoning his Shadow Blade, his eyes gleam with absolute confidence. His pale white bone blade boosts his movement speed, and his Shadow Blade skill instantly resets its cooldown whenever it strikes the target. Qin Feng summons hundreds of Shadow Blades, launching a relentless assault on the boss, sending them piercing straight through one of her spirit heads, dealing over 200 points of damage. This turns him into a literal Gatling gun of fiery elemental attacks. Soon, her golden head shatters to pieces. Trust me, you and I are watching a legend remain completely unfazed. Alright, you and I are diving right into Phase 2 where 3 heads activate at once. Her eyes glow with rage, locked onto our main character. Seconds later, those creepy heads start blasting beam energy from their eyes while she begins her deadly dance, unleashing chaotic attacks everywhere. But for Qin Feng, this is absolutely nothing, requiring 0 effort at all. He slips past the chaos, driving Shadow Blades deep into the boss's head for over 2,000 damage. As she writhes in agony, Qin Feng drops to the ground, turning his back. Ending the show, his final Shadow Blade detonates the boss in a massive explosion. The system alerts him that he has defeated the deformed witch Dostana, earning 50,000 experience and the Platinum Sanctuary key for the Evil Soul Academy. His eyes widen in shock as the system tells him his class can upgrade. Qin Feng immediately hits the upgrade button, and pitch-black darkness starts swirling around his body. His Shadow class advances from Tier 1 to Tier 2. With this, his stats skyrocket. Strength jumps from 9 to 27, Constitution from 9 to 27, Agility from 24 to 72, and Spirit from 15 to 45. This tier advancement triples all attribute bonuses, delivering a massive boost to his strength, constitution, agility, and spiritual power. Because of this, his combat stats, defense, and resistances shoot up. His non-tradable lifespan now exceeds 4,510 years, while his tradable lifespan is over 566 years. He also unlocks his 4th class passive skill, allowing him to strike from the shadows without breaking stealth, keeping those massive ambush bonuses active. His gaze locks onto a golden key, and his eyes instantly light up. His attributes have officially tripled, and his attacks no longer blow his cover. Now, pay attention, because Tier 2 Shadow is a total game changer. Minutes later, outside the academy, Ghost Soul panics as she realizes some old enemies actually dared to return. It is the very trash she wiped out earlier. Only this time, they did not just bring 3 guys, they brought their entire guild. Smirking, the bald guy claims he only slipped up last time because he did not know she had chain blades. With a cocky grin, the orange-haired guy boasts that the entire Surapala's guild is here to make sure she has nowhere left to run. The bald guy lunges forward, shouting that he is not holding back this time. Ghost Soul freezes in terror. Realizing she is in a seriously bad spot, using his Earthcleave skill, the bald guy crashes down, trying to strike her with his massive axe, but she barely dodges in time, confidently slipping into shadow stealth. She thinks she is safe, but suddenly, someone tosses a flash grenade, which detonates right in front of her, forcing her to break stealth and shield her blinded eyes. Seizing the moment, the bald guy stomps his boot onto her head with an arrogant laugh, sneering that it is time to teach her a real lesson. Refusing to yield, Ghost Soul reaches for a small green vial, but before she can drink it, the orange-haired guy stomps her hand and snatches it away. Looking closer, he realizes it is suicide poison, designed to sacrifice half her lifespan just to force a respawn back at town. Amused by her fierce defiance, The creep licks his lips in pure excitement, realizing he absolutely loves her stubborn and unbroken attitude. Ghost Soul shudders in terror as he leans in to lick her face. But wait, watch his eyes pop as a massive system alert suddenly flashes before him, announcing that the Platinum Sanctuary, Evil Soul Academy, now belongs entirely to the Shadow Guild. The barrier has activated, and absolutely anyone who is not in the guild is now marked as a hostile intruder. The system immediately begins purging the intruders as a devastating bolt of lightning crashes down on the gang, instantly vaporizing them into glowing lifespan orbs. Her jaw drops as she realizes the Evil Soul Academy is actually a powerful sanctuary, and now it belongs to her guild. This means in just a few short minutes, her guild leader managed to slay the Guardian and claim the key. Qin Feng also loots a Jade-grade deformed witch ring, usable by any class at level 14, boosting all attributes by 22, and cooldown speed by 30%. Its passive effect expands his skill range by 25% and boosts area of effect damage by 10%. But wait, there is even more. He also gets a platinum-grade highly toxic poison trap, an assassin and hunter skill that deploys a level 5 stealth trap. Any enemy triggering it takes 500 poison damage, gets slowed by 50% for 5 seconds, and suffers damage equal to his full attack power. He can place up to 3 of these traps. Each has a 4.65-second cooldown and lasts 3,600 seconds. He is thrilled that 2 perfect assassin items just dropped. That new ring is incredibly useful since his Flash Shadow Slash and Shadow Nightblade skills are both massive area of effect attacks. This is a massive power spike for him, and his eyes practically glow with excitement. He also sitting on 363 evolution points, which is just enough to upgrade his backstab skill to legendary tier. Spending 340 points, his enhanced backstab officially jumps from epic to legendary. The passive effect now boosts back attack damage from 75% to a full 100%. Even better, the legendary status makes every single strike from stealth automatically register as a backstab. And that is where we leave it today. With permanent stealth and non-stop backstab damage, Qin Feng is now an unstoppable monster. What do you think he will conquer next? Alright, stick with me as Xiaoyou contacts Qin Feng, reporting she found another ruin and asking if he wants to check it out. When Qin Feng asks for her location, she says she is at the Jiangtu City ruins. She explains that the murals on the rocks around the pavilion gate look exactly like the ones back at the starter village ruins. Confused, Qin Feng asks why they haven't explored it yet. With their current progress, they should already be able to face a platinum tier boss. She honestly admits they tried, but after clearing out every single monster to the very end, a teleportation orb suddenly appeared. Yet, when they touch it, absolutely nothing happens. A system notification revealed only the destined one can enter. Naturally, she wondered if her boss is that person. Intrigued, Qin Feng decides to check it out. He tells her to wait and prepare some lifespan, as he is bringing her the new gear he just acquired. Plus, teleporting between the 2 holy lands makes traveling from the Ghost City ruins to Dayang much more convenient. Xiaoyou also mentions that the Zhonghai officials lack lifespan, meaning they can sell directly to the Ghost City residents at the same time. She is waiting at the outer edge of the Jiangtu City ruins, riding a grazing white camel. Soon enough, Qin Feng appears right behind her, asking where the ruins are. Hearing his sudden voice, both she and her camel jump in fright. Xiaoyou snaps at him not to scare her like that, and although he did it on purpose, he lies about being more careful. Now, watch closely as she points down the cliff. When he asks how they even discovered this place, she replies that it is a pretty long story. Xiaoyou turns toward her mount and explains that she actually obtained her ride here, which is a little sheep. While playing with it, a silver tier boss suddenly spawned and terrified them, causing her to panic and slip off the cliff, only to get caught by a tree, which led her to the cave. Climbing down the cliff, she warns him to be careful not to slip. She explains that after respawning, she immediately called Captain An and Uncle Wang Men to explore this place together. Leaping down, Qin Feng remarks that only she could find a place like this. Xiaoyou praises his clean landing, mentioning that Wang Men tried the same jump but slipped and died. They head deep inside the cavern, where she warns that a labyrinth lies ahead, though they already cleared all the mobs. He casually advises her to try and avoid dying from now on if possible. With a confident smirk, he warns that letting non-tradable lifespan hit 0 is extremely dangerous. She promises that she understands. She mentions knowing a skill that drains others' lifespans, but they already have a solid backup to replenish their own non-tradable life. Surprised, Qin Feng asks if they truly found a reliable replenishment method. Raising a single finger, "Okay, I know what you are thinking, but check this out." She reveals they lure monsters that absorbed non-tradable lifespan to a secluded spot. After eliminating them, they store all the dropped non-tradable lifespan, so whenever they run low, they just head there to recharge. Intrigued, Qin Feng remarks that it is a brilliant strategy and asks if Zheng An was the mastermind behind it. Zhao He is stunned that he guessed right, while he recalls that in his past life, Zheng An indeed invented this widely used method. Soon, they reach the teleportation orb. When Xiao He touches it, the system notifies her that she is not the destined one, so it will not activate. She asks Qin Feng to try, explaining that everyone believes this temple might be linked to the one in the starter village. Curious, Qin Feng silently examines the mystical orb before finally deciding to reach out and touch it. And right at that instant, the orb begins to glow as a surge of massive energy bursts out of it. Shielding her eyes in pure confusion, Xiao He has no idea what is happening as he suddenly vanishes without a single trace. Realizing both her boss and the orb are completely gone, her suspicions are confirmed. He really is the destined one. Meanwhile, Qin Feng finds himself inside the ice-tide cave, where remote communications are blocked. Staying on high alert, he immediately activates his stealth skill. The system issues him a new quest to protect the ice-tide crystal, and his attention immediately locks onto the glowing crystal. He recognizes it instantly, recalling that this crystal will trigger a massive ice tide if it takes any damage. Looking closely, he realizes monsters will soon flood from the surrounding caves, doing everything they can to destroy the crystal. Knowing that failure means death, Qin Feng quickly retrieves his deadly poison traps from his inventory. To him, dying is not the issue, but failing this quest is. If that happens, he will never be able to return here or claim the rewards. He knows his only option is to evolve his deadly poison trap. After spending the necessary evolution points, leaving 17 skill points, the Platinum tier skill upgrades to Epic, boosting the trap's stealth level from 5 to 8. Enemies triggering it will take 1200 extra poison damage and be slowed for 8 seconds. The 50% slow effect remains active, and the poison deals damage equal to 100% of his attack power. Furthermore, his maximum trap capacity increases from 3 to 9, while the limit stays at 3600 seconds. Qin Feng places 3 traps at the entrance. The system announces his mutant witch ring activated, boosting the skill range to 25. And that's where we leave it, trust me. You're going to want to see what happens next. Alright, stick with me here. Qin Feng knew the upgraded traps completely covered the path, ensuring that any monster trying to pass through would immediately trigger them. Right on cue, they begin to appear monsters with glowing eyes glaring right at our guy. As a massive swarm of monsters pours out of the cave and rushes straight toward Qin Feng, they trigger the traps, causing thorny vines to snap out, wrap tightly around them, and deal over 100 points of damage. Dust kicks up from the ground, but Qin Feng remains completely calm. Just then, an arrow comes flying in. His eyes instantly turn serious. Right before the arrow can strike, Qin Feng summons a shield and blocks the attack just in time. His gaze locks onto a monster holding a bow, realizing they are dealing with ranged attackers here as well. Outside the ruins, a mage named Dongfang Du meets an orange-haired man, asking if his guild has completely given up on hunting the ghost soul known as Willy. Since she is now a member of the Dark Guild, the man nods, confirming that it is impossible for them and she will have to find someone else to do it. Gripping her magic staff, she questions why he views the shadow as a greater threat than her, calling him a low-class trash. She warns him that she holds his personal information, making killing him in real life incredibly easy. Watch closely as his eyes instantly widen in pure rage before she can speak. Unable to take it, the man snaps, landing a devastating punch to her face that sends her flying through the air. As Dongfang Du crashes to the ground, he draws his dagger and begins relentlessly beating her. He screams that he is completely sick of her, and while he cannot defeat the shadow, he can easily kill her. Furious at being called trash, he repeatedly yells "die" with every single strike. In an instant, she is dead, her body dissolving into floating orbs of light. She wakes up in the real world inside the Chu family mansion. Clenching her gold phone, she shakes with uncontrollable rage, furious that the Sura Palace trash dared to kill her. Dong Fengdu immediately orders her husband to send men and capture every single one of them. Her husband is slightly confused, asking if she means Sura Palace, the group she hired to hunt down the ghost soul. With an outraged expression, she explains that the ghost soul has already joined the shadow, and those cowards backed out because they are terrified of his revenge. Her husband explains that they will deal with those lowlifes once they wipe out the shadow. He announces that he has already sent fighters from the Black Dragon Hall in Mo to hunt him down, reassuring her that the plan has begun. Now, you and I can see the pure, unbridled rage in her eyes, directed at both the shadow and those lowlifes. Filled with dark excitement and absolute confidence, she vows to avenge the Dongfang clan by slaughtering every single one of them. Back in the Icewave Cave, Qin Feng hurls his short dagger, burying it deep into the archer monster's eye, slaying it instantly. Ranged attacks mean absolutely nothing to him because his Shadow Blade skill completely resets its cooldown every single time he strikes a weak spot, making execution as simple as one clean, effortless slash. As the cracked ice wave crystal begins to shatter, a system notification pops up, announcing that the defense quest is complete and his reward is ready. This catches him off guard, making him wonder if the battle is truly over. The crystal finally shatters into pieces, revealing a magnificent golden chest in its place. Qin Feng's eyes lock onto it as he realizes it is an epic treasure chest, slowly reaching his hand forward. The last epic chest granted him the elegant release skill, and now he will see what is inside this one. As the chest opens, a brilliant golden light bursts forth, and a woman slowly materializes from within an NPC. Qin Feng is surprised to see that she is the exact same NPC who guarded his last epic chest. With her eyes closed, she speaks in a strange tongue that Qin Feng instantly recognizes as the language of ancient gods. She reveals that our guy has passed 2 difficult trials and is officially the chosen heir. This is incredibly bizarre. He does not know the language, yet he understands every word perfectly, wondering if it is thanks to his eye of judgment. As her form begins to shift, she reveals that the ancient gods are gone, and he is now the sole heir to the mantle of judgment. The NPC continues to transform, leaving the shadow with nothing to do but watch silently in absolute awe. Piece by piece, her physical form shifts completely, and a third eye opens on her forehead as a massive aura erupts from her body. She tells Qin Feng her name is Asatis, promising to follow him and witness his ascension as the true god of judgment. She then urges him to accept the special gift she has prepared, the summoning bell of Asatis. This bell, crafted by the messenger of judgment using the power of order, allows him to summon her once at level 25, again at level 35, and one last time at level 50. Each summon grants him a unique chance to challenge a special hidden ruin. If he completes all 3 trials, Asatis will join his shelter to unlock skill upgrades, and that is where we leave our hero for now. You and I are starting with some insane luck. Clutching the summoning bell, he realizes while the last temple was level 5, this one is level 15. It blows his mind that Jalizi stumbled onto both of these. Her luck is seriously on another level entirely. Asatis asks Qin Feng to choose a skill, announcing that he has one free chance to raise it to his current level. His gaze sharpens as he starts weighing his options. He knows a skill's true strength always comes down to 2 major things: base quality and level requirements. Although a skill's base quality is completely fixed and cannot be upgraded, he can use infinite evolution to force a level up. Even a basic skill like Shadow Hide can become mythical tier if he wants. On the other hand, the level requirement does not just define when a skill is usable, it determines its overall power. Stat-wise, level 5 Shadow Hide and level 51 are worlds apart. Now, pay attention, because grabbing a high-quality, high-level skill is incredibly rare. But down the road, none of this is going to be an issue for him anymore. He just needs to spend lifespan to level up any skill. Locking in with a confident look, he chooses to upgrade his highest level ability, choosing Graceful Release. Asatis kisses Qin Feng's hand, granting his wish. This mythical skill immediately jumps from level 10 to level 16. His weak point attack multiplier surges from plus 300 to plus 410, and the damage on those spots is doubled. On top of that, activating it triggers a throat slit effect, dealing 310% of the initial attack damage per second for 3 seconds, with a 6.97 second cooldown. Asatis begins to fade, wishing to meet again. Next, A glowing green portal manifests right in front of him. His ticket out of here. Before stepping through, Qin Feng turns back and reaches into the bed to find something else left behind. An equivalent exchange treaty with 3 epic tier charges. It is a pair of epic grade leg guards designed for the assassin class, requiring level 15. It provides 198 physical defense, all elemental resistances, damage block, 19.8 damage reduction, and 19.8 whisper resistance. Its special ability, equivalent exchange, lets him sacrifice any equipment or skill book up to epic grade, randomly giving him a piece of the same rank and quality tailored for his class. Sporting a 1-hour cooldown, he holds the skill book, his eyes sparkling with pure excitement. Think about it, can he get good loot from this? He realizes he can use it for equivalent exchanges. He still has a mountain of gem tier equipment and skill books sitting in his inventory. Now, they can all be traded for assassin class gear. He decides it is time to head back since the loot is so incredible, and he definitely needs to thank Little Break for it. As Little Break waits at the cave entrance with her little camel, Qin Feng steps out. He is surprised she did not use that entire time to level up, choosing to wait instead. Spotting Qin Feng, Little Break is thrilled, revealing she was guarding the exit to prevent anyone from ambushing him. To show his gratitude, Qin Feng gives her a skill book he uncovered deep inside the ruins. Little Break is stunned to see it is a level 13 platinum magic shield skill. Thanking her boss, she knows this will drastically improve her survival. Riding her little camel, Little Break waves goodbye and departs. Qin Feng's body also begins to fade as he decides to log out and grab some food. Inside the ruins of Jiang City 2, there is a silver tier guild called the Sanctuary of the Temple Knights. A wide smile spreads across the guild leader's face as he announces today is an amazing day. The Temple Knights finally have a home of their own. Excitement fills the room when the leader mentions that, although this base is not very big, it is an incredible starting point. With this, they will no longer worry about a boss spawning out of nowhere to slaughter them, securing a safe haven to rest when level grinding. For all of this, only one person truly deserves their deepest gratitude. Recognizing her as the first to discover this place, the guild leader calls her onto the stage, asking everyone for their loudest round of applause. Everyone begins showering Xiao with praise, making her beam with happiness. Standing at the podium, she starts by thanking her master. Her master never stopped teaching her. Next, she thanks her friends for lending a helping hand during her darkest hours. And she even thanks her haters, because their mockery and constant contempt pushed her to grow so much stronger. Hearing this, the women in the crowd cannot help but feel immensely proud of Xiao. Finally, thanking her parents, she wishes they were still alive to see how outstanding she has become, promising she will keep making them proud. The guild leader gently cuts into Xia's speech, asking her to share the struggles and obstacles she had to overcome to secure this safe haven for them. Xia honestly reveals that not long ago, she had a dream where an incredibly powerful warrior guided her, and together they captured this refuge. Although the dream was blurry, the feeling was strangely real, so she visited the location just to check. Amazingly, she actually found it. The others mock her. The mere idea of a guiding dream makes them burst into laughter, refusing to take her seriously. Suppressing a chuckle, the leader thanks her for the wonderful speech and asks if she had any other dreams last night. Gently touching her cheek, she admits she had another dream of a massive, magnificent shelter packed with people. And trust me, you and I are going to want to see this platinum-grade haven in action. Alright, you and I are diving into a world where guild members laugh at our female lead's dreams, joking they'll move to a bigger house soon. The guild master turns serious, calling it an amazing dream, before rewarding her with a valuable prize 1 year of tradable lifespan. With a smile, he puts his arm around her, hoping everyone will follow her example and dedicate themselves to the guild's common good. He claims that as long as they stay united, their guild will surely stand strong and thrive through these chaotic times. The guild leader then dismisses everyone, telling those who need to level up or explore to head out. He tasks Xiaoyou with finding the shelter, encouraging her to work harder since he is placing all his trust in her. Xiao's eyes light up with joy as she nods with a smile. Hours later, staff in hand, she enters the ruins of Jiang City 2. Sighing, worry fills her eyes. She is following the feeling from her dream, but the hidden location is nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, sneaky members of her own guild are secretly tailing her. Pay attention here, because they watch her head straight to this zone. whispering about whether that dream of a platinum shelter was actually real. Seeing her enter the building, they follow. Xiao steps inside and begins walking down a dark tunnel that completely terrifies her. It looks just like her dream, yet somehow feels totally different. Even worse, she gets the creepy feeling that someone is watching her. Closing her eyes, she sighs and tells herself to stay strong, reminding herself that she is a rare life priest, a hidden class, meaning nothing should be able to hurt her. But when she opens her eyes, a grotesque monster with eyeballs in its mouth blocks her path. The horrific sight paralyzes poor Zhao, leaving her screaming in absolute terror instead of fighting back. The beast slams her down and charges straight toward the guild members stalking her. Terrified, they panic, screaming in disgust as they wonder what this creature is. They yell to capture and kill it immediately. But before they can form a plan, the monster wraps tentacles around one girl, forcing the feelers from its mouth down her throat. In a flash, the woman grows weak as the monster completely drains her lifespan. Realizing this creature can suck them dry until they die, her terrified comrades scream and flee in pure, unadulterated panic, without looking back for even a single second. But the creature has no intention of letting them escape so easily. Woken by the screams, poor Xiao opens her eyes in absolute terror, turning around only to watch the monster draining the remaining lifespan of those fleeing women. Quietly and quickly, Xiao scrambles to her feet and begins to run. Coming across a spiral staircase, she rushes down without looking back. She trips, face planting hard, as tears of sharp pain stream down her face. Looking around cautiously, she wonders where she ended up. Right in front of her is a massive, sealed door. Her eyes widen in shock. She is completely stunned, realizing this is the exact entrance from her dream. She actually found it. I know what you're thinking, she's got to report this. So she instantly contacts the guild master, shouting that she found the platinum shelter. Surprised, the leader orders her to stay put. He is bringing reinforcements and tells her to join the party so they can track her location. Zhao joins the party, promising to wait. But right then, her eyes widen in sheer terror as she hears an eerie sound echoing nearby. Turning around slowly, she sees the horrifying monster watching her with a sickening, wide grin on its face. Shaking with fear, she grits her teeth and tells herself to be brave. She can do this. She will defeat this thing. As the terrifying beast stares her down, Xiao stands up and grips her staff tightly, convincing herself she can take it down because she is no longer the weak person she used to be. With a confident smile, powerful energy suddenly surges from her body. Reminding herself she is a noble, hidden-class life priest, she raises her staff and activates her ultimate skill. Poison vines erupt from her staff, wrapping tightly around the beast and draining over 500 points of its health. Thrilled, she cheers as the attack connects. Now the poison will slowly eat away at it while she preps her next move. Pointing her staff, she casts corrosive poison mist, sending a toxic cloud that begins dealing heavy damage to the boss. Its health bar drains rapidly. This corrosive poison is far more toxic and lethal than any standard poison in the game. But the deadly mist begins spreading everywhere. Realizing the danger, panic sets in, and her eyes fill with absolute dread. She realizes she is in a sealed space, and the toxic mist has completely filled the area. This is extremely bad. Gasping for air, she tries waving it away. Zhao cannot hold her breath any longer, but then she remembers she is a life priest with detoxification spells. Raising her staff, she casts the purification magic, causing the toxic poison mist to slowly fade away. Unfortunately, this also cures the monster. Its full attention locks back onto her, and a sickening grin spreads across its face. With tears in her eyes, Xiao accidentally inhales a tiny bit of the remaining poison mist. The effect triggers instantly, and she dies. Her body turns into lifespan points. The system announces that player Xiaoyou has committed suicide. She then revives back at her guild shelter. That's where we leave it, as the guild master pings her chat, demanding to know why she is back. Trust me, you and I are about to watch one crazy survival story. She explains a monster killed her, but the guild leader asks if she means the soul sucker, the gray-silver beast they just defeated. Still, something about her story does not make any sense to him. That soul sucker is incredibly slow with weak attacks, but it drains the absolute lifespan of anyone caught. He simply cannot understand how she survived. Hearing this, a smug smile appears on her face. She tells the leader she committed suicide in sheer desperation, knowing she would definitely die if the monster caught her. Shocked, the leader exclaims that she is absolutely extraordinary for finding the single, ultimate way to survive, while the guild leader continues to praise her, calling her a true genius. She gladly thanks him and says she is on her way, getting excited as she realizes the 3 monsters that stalked her are now completely dead. This is what happens when you dare mess with Qin Xia. Soon, Xia arrives right in front of the shelter door, explaining to the leader that the Platinum Tier Sanctuary lies directly behind this stone entrance. Patting her shoulder, the leader praises her great work and promises a major reward once they seize this place, then orders Dat to lead some men to clear the surrounding area. They must ensure no other players interfere. Dat nods confidently, assuring the guildmaster, "Do not worry." He claims they will take out anyone who dares to interfere, even if it is Shadow, while pointing directly at the shelter door. The leader orders his team to charge, stating they just need to slaughter the guardian inside to claim this place as theirs. Pay attention here, because this is where it gets crazy. Several members approach the door, letting out fierce war cries. They fire each other up to destroy the guardian, loudly proclaiming the upcoming victory of the Holy Knights. As they push forward, a member confusedly reports that the door refuses to open. The leader immediately begins to analyze the situation. He remembers that every single shelter in this game has a guardian, and suddenly, a confident grin spreads across his face. Pointing at the sanctuary entrance, the leader announces that this massive stone door itself is actually the guardian. A warrior swings his axe, striking the stone door for 320 damage. The floating numbers confirm his theory. The door is indeed the guardian, and the group smiles, loudly praising their master's genius deduction, declaring this platinum tier sanctuary is nothing but a free gift. He orders his men to destroy it, and they eagerly shout in agreement. His troops unleash a relentless barrage on the door, instantly kicking up a massive, thick cloud of dust. Meanwhile, multiple system windows flash alerts to Qin Feng, warning him that his Pure Soul Land sanctuary is under attack. The door durability has dropped to 99.3%, while its magic shield remains fully intact at 100%. The system warns that standard teleportation is locked. His only option left is war teleportation, which can only be used once a day. Qin Feng's eyes grow incredibly serious and puzzled, wondering how on earth someone actually managed to find and attack his hidden sanctuary. Let's watch as Qin Feng mounts his wolf and races toward the coordinate. He calculates that given their pathetic damage output, it would take them a whole year to break in, so he casually rides over to investigate. Soon, Qin Feng arrives at the outskirts of the Pure Soul Land, his eyes instantly narrowing as a sudden commotion catches his attention. 2 men are aggressively chasing a woman, shouting at her to freeze and threatening to kill her if she takes another step. A thug wielding a spiked mace cuts her off, mockingly asking where she thinks she is going before she can even catch her breath. With a smirk, the brute strikes her hard, sending her flying, while a nearby purple-haired mage activates his divine chain skill. 4 glowing energy blades rain down from above, pinning her limbs to the ground as she screams in agony. One of them sneers, reminding her that this entire region has already been claimed by the Holy Knights. He asks if she truly thought she could just barge in, but with a glare, she insists she was only passing through their territory. They are clearly just looking for an excuse to rob her. Qin Feng gasps, recognizing her as Yiza, his former office colleague. He remembers she was always kind to him and even warned him about future dangers. Connecting the dots, he realizes the Holy Knights are the ones attacking his beloved sanctuary. Meanwhile, the purple-haired mage barks that, if they claim she barged in, then she definitely did. Smirking, he reminds his comrades that according to their usual rules, he gets to have his fun with her first. The other laughs, telling him to go ahead, but suddenly, a dark shadow moves like lightning, instantly decapitating all 3 of them, and it is none other than Qin Feng. He stares down at her, his eyes glowing with power. Young Xiaoyou stands stunned, wondering if this mysterious savior is Shadow. But those piercing eyes belong to none other than Qin Feng. With a simple snap of his fingers, he activates his skill. His signature Thunderbloom skill causes glowing red spider lilies to violently sprout from the fresh corpses, quickly draining whatever lifespan they have left. He stands amidst the crimson energy, looking completely calm and composed. Nearby, his old friend Yang Ziora watches, and honestly, you and I would be just as shocked. All right, you and I are jumping right into a massive mystery. Staring into his eyes, she feels a strange familiarity, wondering if he is Qin Feng, as glowing orbs of life energy from the corpses vanish into a swirling green vortex. Xiaoyou realizes everything has vanished, leaving her deep in thought about the crazy scene she just witnessed. She can't shake the feeling that Shadow's eyes look exactly like Qin Feng's, but quickly dismisses it as a mere coincidence. She reasons that if Qin Feng really were the overpowered player Shadow, he would never have left his sister behind. Xiaoyou once joined the Holy Knights Guild, where members are treated like actual slaves. Now, our story shifts to Shadow's secret hideout, located just outside the land of pure souls. A group of players led by the Holy Knights Guild leader spots Shadow approaching and erupts into wild, cheering welcomes. All hail Lord Shadow. The guild leader explains his men tried to rob someone and praises Shadow for stepping in to teach them a lesson. He claims that ever since Shadow saved them from the headless assassin, the entire guild has become his loyal fans. The leader keeps kissing up to Shadow, claiming his guild now follows his righteous path, striving to become a guild of light. After all the flattery, he finally asks why Shadow is visiting. Shadow completely ignores the sweet talk and gets straight to business, asking if they are currently raiding a hideout. Startled and highly anxious, the guild leader stammers out a question on how Shadow found out, before hesitantly asking if he is also interested in the very hideout they are raiding. With glowing eyes, Shadow calmly declares that the hideout actually belongs to him. Pay attention to the guild leader here, who literally freezes in shock, unable to believe his ears. His subordinates are equally stunned, their mouths hanging wide open in pure disbelief. Sweating bullets, the leader tries to argue, saying he heard Shadow's hideout is in Magic City, and each player can only own one. One of his men leans in to whisper a crucial detail. If a player forms a guild, that guild can also own its own sanctuary. Shadow confirms it, coldly stating he has a hideout in both Magic City and Zhanghai City. A wave of sheer terror washes over the group. They finally realize they are trying to invade the private domain of Shadow, the strongest player in the entire world. A wave of dread hits them as they look up, feeling like the sky is crashing down. While Xiaoyou stands there in complete disbelief, tears falling. She cannot understand how this sanctuary belongs to Shadow when he never even appeared in the dreams that led her here. Now facing the true master of the hideout, the leader of the Holy Knights immediately drops to his knees in desperation. He bows deeply to Qin Feng, frantically explaining they had no idea this place was his, begging for a chance to make amends. Shadow looks at the holographic screen showing the hideout status, coldly pointing out they have been attacking the gate for a while, making repairs incredibly expensive. With a freezing gaze, he demands his price: 500 years of lifespan. The leader screams in sheer horror at the massive number. The intense stress causes him to pass out. His panicked men shout his name, with one rushing to catch the unconscious leader. He begs Qin Feng for a discount. Standing before them, Qin Feng coldly asks if he even knows how much it costs to repair the gate. When the subordinate admits he has no clue, Qin Feng shuts him down. Moments later, you and I can probably guess what happens next. The leader wakes up in a daze, muttering about the insane fee and wondering how he ended up here. Suddenly, his despair twists into pure rage. He lunges at Xiaoyou, grabbing her collar. He furiously blames her for the entire disaster, screaming that she is trying to ruin him and the entire Holy Knights Guild. With eyes full of shame, Xiaoyou takes all the blame, quietly admitting it is entirely her fault for dragging everyone into this mess. Turning to Qin Feng, she bravely takes full responsibility, begging him to punish her instead and promising to do whatever he commands. She offers her very life, promising to serve as his slave and hand over all her earned lifespan until the debt is paid. Facing Qin Feng, Xiaoyou keeps begging, offering herself to any punishment he sees fit. Beat her, abuse her, just spare her guild. The Holy Knights leader and the others watch, deeply moved by her sacrifice, but Qin Feng completely ignores her. Qin Feng's glowing gaze remains fixed on the guild leader, slowly uttering a specific name: Chen Guming. The leader, whose real name is indeed Chen Guming, is utterly terrified, stammering in disbelief that Qin Feng knows his true identity. Qin Feng then coldly asks Chen Guming if he truly believes Xiaoyou is actually worth 500 years of lifespan. Hearing this, a twisted, maniacal smile spreads across Chen Guming's face. In a shocking move, he charges at Xiaoyou, throwing a brutal punch while screaming for her to die. As his punch sends her flying, He furiously accuses her of making them offend Qin Feng before daring to play the selfless hero. Fueled by jealousy, he screams that she is just trying to get close to Qin Feng to become his slave, which she does not deserve. While Xiaoyou lies unconscious, Chen Guming drops to his knees, continuing to beg. He laments that his plan to get close to Qin Feng has failed, desperately begging for mercy, explaining his guild is too small. Unable to afford 500 years, he offers anything else. Qin Feng agrees to a new deal. And trust me, you and I can't wait to see what it is. Trust me, demanding 100 years of lifespan up front is insane. The remaining 400 years can be paid by bringing him guild members with assassin status, with each member clearing 1 year of debt. Chen Guming is absolutely thrilled by this offer. He claims this task is easy since his guild has over 2,000 members, and it will also help clear his own assassin status. He makes the transfer immediately, and the system confirms Qin Feng has received 100 years of lifespan. Asking Qin Feng to wait, Chen Guming begins summoning all his guild members with assassin status to gather quickly. While the guild members are assembling, Qin Feng decides to put his newly acquired lifespan to use. A system window pops up asking if he wants to spend 7 days of lifespan to repair his damaged hideout. He calmly accepts, and another notification confirms the transaction is complete. The hideout is now completely restored. At the exact same time, all of Chen Guming's guild members carrying the assassin status finish gathering together. Now, watch this. Sadhu unleashes an absolutely devastating attack, sending a massive vortex of dark energy, slicing through 400 people all at once. The system confirms the massive casualty count as the ground becomes covered with glowing lifespan orbs. Wiping out so many players with assassin status also reduces Sadhu's own penalty level, dropping from level 4 to level 3. Chen Guming, leader of the Holy Knights, claps and praises Sadhu's efficiency. He coldly states, those who just died were just troublemakers who broke guild rules and absolutely deserved the lesson Sadhu taught them. Then, Sadhu turns to the guild leader with a brand new proposition, declaring that his entire guild is now responsible for guarding this hideout. Sadhu explains that this is the absolute perfect way to keep all the guild's unruly members in line. He orders them to set up rotating guards, warning Chen Guming that he will be held personally responsible if any future attacks happen. Though he outwardly agrees, the guild leader secretly curses Sadhu, realizing he is being forced to use his own men as watchdogs. Suddenly, a brand new system notification flashes. His other hideout, the Wraith Academy, is under attack, with its defensive barrier taking heavy damage. The system prompts him to use his single daily war teleportation. Annoyed, Qin Feng decides to use his teleportation to deal with this new threat. As glowing blue light envelops him, he wonders who could possibly be stupid enough to provoke him, especially since everyone knows the Wraith Academy belongs to him. Seeing Sadhu disappear, Chen Guming orders his guild to pack up and leave. When a subordinate reminds him of Qin Feng's order, the guild leader points at X, who is just starting to wake up. He cruelly declares she will be the one guarding the hideout. He mocks her, saying this is exactly what she wanted. He strictly orders her not to leave her post and to report any trouble immediately, threatening to drain her entire lifespan if she fails. Now, let's shift our gaze over to the Wraith Academy, a massive Gothic church standing proudly within the ruins. A group from the Black Dragon Sanctuary is relentlessly attacking the main gate, breaking the magic barrier. Just then, Qin Feng teleports directly into the center of the battlefield, landing inside. Standing high on the wall, he looks down at the attackers with sheer confusion. He has no memory of ever clashing with the Black Dragon Sanctuary, leaving him wondering why they target him. Down below, the leader of the Black Dragon Sanctuary rallies his troops for a final strike, ordering everyone to combine their strength into a massive sphere of dark energy. Unleashing their combined attack, the leader roars Black Flame Dragon Magic Breaker, launching a massive torrent of energy that slams hard into the hideout's barrier. The barrier cracks severely, its durability plummeting to just 13%. The attackers cheer, believing the gate is about to shatter, thrilled at the thought of gaining hundreds of years of lifespan. From above, Qin Feng realizes these people are just mercenaries, making him wonder who with a grudge is still alive. Quickly concluding it must be the Fan family, the attackers are suddenly startled by a strange sound. Looking up, they see a massive phantom dragon descending from the sky, as a wave of energy leaves them paralyzed with fear. Their eyes spin in absolute confusion, unable to move. forced to watch as another member points frantically at the sky, where a colossal flaming meteor is hurtling straight toward them, the celestial body crashing violently into the earth, engulfing the helpless targets in a massive, earth-shaking explosion. One of them barely braces himself, but is completely shocked to find he is totally unharmed. Once the flames fade away, laughing in relief, boasting that the meteor only dealt 3,000 damage, and his high stats saved him. His joy is instantly cut short as his head is sliced off, his body devoured by dark energy tendrils before vanishing completely. Moments later, a new group of players arrives, absolutely horrified to find the Black Dragon Sanctuary members already dead, wondering who could have possibly done this. A young pink-haired girl wearing a witch hat immediately suspects the legendary player Qin Feng. Her teammates express doubt, pointing out that they do not see anyone around. But she insists that Sadhu's power cannot be judged by normal standards, and he might be in permanent stealth mode. From his hidden spot, Qin Feng realizes they are Skyom Guild members, identifying the pink-haired Jiang Ying, who has a unique hidden class called Soul Painter. Trust me, you do not want to miss what happens next. All right. You and I can finally see Qin Feng figure out the source of the dragon and those meteors. Turns out, they were all drawn using her magical brush. He recalled that the Soul Painter class was incredibly lethal in large-scale warfare, but utterly helpless against sudden, close-range ambushes. Sensing his presence nearby, Jiang Ying called out, asking to speak with the legendary senior, Shadow. But when Qin Feng's voice suddenly echoed out of thin air, both she and her teammates froze in complete shock. He coldly asked what she wanted. Blushing slightly, she explained that she needed to enter his shelter to find rare items for her class ascension. She promised a massive reward, helping him piece everything together in his head. In his past life, the Skydom Guild had controlled this exact sanctuary. Now, he finally understood how Jiang Ying had stumbled upon it during this quest. He realized his own actions had rewritten history once again. This moment brought back memories of watching her and her famous grandfather on those top-tier, viral gaming live streams in his past life. Her grandfather, Elder Jiang, was the mastermind founder of the elite Skydom Guild, which eventually became one of the strongest factions in the country. Hidden beneath his mask, Qin Feng blushed, secretly admitting that he only knew all of this because he was once a total fanboy. Pushing those memories aside, Qin Feng made his decision and invited them inside to discuss business. Now, watch closely. As he spoke, the massive sealed gates of Wraith Academy slowly ground open, revealing a pitch-black abyss. Deep within the Gothic hall of Wraith Academy, Qin Feng sat majestically upon a colossal throne, dark energy swirling ominously all around him. Gazing down at the Skydom members, he demanded to know their true purpose. Jiang Ying stepped forward, explaining that her unique Soul Painter class required highly specialized ascension materials that could only be harvested from the deep chambers of Wraith Academy. Mentioning rumors of him previously selling a high-priced sanctuary, she boldly offered to buy this entire stronghold from him. She argued that because her class demanded an endless supply of resources, owning this place was their ultimate, logical solution. Qin Feng was genuinely impressed, wondering just how much lifespan Skydom had stockpiled. He silently gave credit to her legendary grandfather. However, he made it clear that Wraith Academy was absolutely not for sale. As a compromise, he granted them guest access to the ground floor. Unsatisfied, Jiang Ying countered, asking to lease the space instead. She offered an insane 500 years of lifespan for a 3-year lease on the first floor. Qin Feng carefully weighed her massive offer. You and I can see right through this. Since he already offered free entry for her quest, her absolute insistence on paying such an outrageous price meant Skydom's true motive wasn't just gathering materials. They wanted to establish a formal, unbreakable alliance with him. As if reading his mind, Jiang Ying sweetens the deal with an even juicier offer. With a mischievous smirk, she promised that if he agreed, her guild would completely wipe out the Black Dragon Palace. The very guild that had just dared to attack his sanctuary would be completely annihilated. Qin Feng was stunned by her sheer boldness, asking if she could declare an all-out war without even consulting her grandfather. Jiang Ying just laughed, genuinely surprised that he even knew who her grandfather was. She confidently declared that Elder Jiang always listened to her, and crushing a third-rate bug like the Black Dragon Palace was a total walk in the park. Impressed by her fierce determination, Qin Feng accepted the deal and tossed the lease contract right to her. The system immediately flashed a notification, confirming that Shadow had successfully received 500 years of lifespan. He told them they could use the ground floor freely, and not to worry about defense barriers because the lava below would automatically regenerate any damage. Once the deal was finalized, Jiang Ying and her guild celebrated their massive victory. As the Skyda members entered his sanctuary, Shadow let out a soft smile. He silently thought that Jiang Ying was even more vibrant in real life than on her popular live streams. Blushing slightly beneath his mask, he shook his head and got back to business, heading straight to the vault where his equivalent exchange skill had previously yielded amazing results. Seeing the cooldown was finally over, he immediately activated Bafix's equivalent exchange once again. Blazing golden energy swirled around his hands as he sacrificed a low-value, useless item. The system announced he lost a wisdom training scroll, but gained blood sword, an incredibly powerful, jewel-grade finishing skill for the assassin class. The deadly blade delivers massive close combat damage while healing him based on a percentage of the pain he inflicts. Qin Feng was ecstatic. Scoring a limit-breaking finishing skill was an absolute massive power boost for him. Ultimate skills like this were famous for completely turning the tide of battle. He realized the base damage of this new jewel-grade skill was double his strongest legendary ability. Seeing its insane potential, Qin Feng immediately invested his evolution points to upgrade Blood Sword to the legendary tier. Its destructive raw damage and healing capabilities skyrocketed instantly. He calculated that with his active buffs, a single slash could deal over 100,000 damage. With plenty of evolution points left over, he decided to upgrade another core skill. He dumped 500 points into his passive stealth skill, evolving it straight to the mythical tier. This upgrade didn't just boost his stealth level, it added a broken new effect. While hidden, his lifespan depletion rate in high-risk danger zones dropped by 90%. Qin Feng's eyes flashed with absolute satisfaction. Trust me, you and I are about to see him conquer the most dangerous high-tier rage zones completely unscathed. Stick with me at level 17. Cao can finally equip that epic Jade tier gear he earned. He equips a new mask, gloves, boots, and a ring. Every single item gives his stats a massive boost. Now his entire set is almost fully Jade tier. But looking at this mismatched, messy outfit, he is absolutely disgusted. Complaining that low-level gear looks incredibly ugly, he instantly swaps his look back to Shadow's iconic, all-black suit. With his power fully upgraded, Qin Feng declares it is finally time to conquer the next hidden lair. We shift to the real world, out in the magical city suburbs. An armored vehicle pulls up to a grand, luxurious mansion. An armed guard asks his buddy how many targets they brought back. The response? They only managed to find 4. The first guard sighs in disappointment. His partner explains that nowadays, fewer people are willing to trade away their lifespans. 4 people step out: a muscular giant, a man wearing a long robe, a guy in a suit, and a hooded girl. The robed man stares at the grand mansion, noting the buyer must be filthy rich. Watch closely. A guard tells them to wait outside while he alerts the mistress. The musclehead complains about being left outside, while the hooded girl impatiently tells them to hurry up, scanning the area. The guard smirked, thinking these idiots are in for a brutal reality check. Inside, Dongfang Du appears with her young son, Nan Tian. She coldly demands if they are the lifespan sellers, ordering them to convert their years into light spheres and drop them. The giant smirks, asking if she is kidding, since they have not even seen a single cent of their payment yet. Dongfang Du's face turns dark and her eyes glow fiercely as she warns them to hand over their lifespan if they want to live. Suddenly, armed guards flood the room, surrounding the 4 sellers with assault rifles. The man in the suit raises his hands in fake surrender, but a wicked grin spreads across his face. He asks if she is trying to rob them, just like they rob others. Before he can even finish, a guard rushes them, but Dongfang Du freezes in total shock at what happens next. The robed man reveals his hidden insect master class, summoning a swarm of glowing bugs and smugly declaring they just found themselves a very rich, fat prey. Right at that moment, the hooded girl's eyes gleam as she orders her crew to clean house, ready to rob Dongfang Du blind. All hell breaks loose as Dongfang Du's guards open fire, but the muscular seller summons a massive golden shield. It is a platinum rank skill golden circle wall, completely blocking the gunfire. The guards grow frustrated, unable to break his defense. The giant leaps high into the air and slams his shield down, unleashing a devastating shockwave. You and I both saw that coming, right? The suited man displays insane agility, effortlessly dodging the gunfire. He slides smoothly on the ground, pointing his finger like a pistol, and firing a blast of energy that kills a guard in a fiery explosion. He has the hidden class, one-handed marksman, shooting lethal magic bullets from his fingertips. The chaotic battle spills deeper inside, as the hooded girl flies through the air, unleashing a swirling blue energy slash that cuts down multiple guards. While one guard desperately screams for backup, she wears a hysterical, manic smile, charging straight at Dong Fangdu to take her life. But just as her blade approaches, she is brutally kicked out of midair. A new face appears, a massive bodyguard with a fully bandaged face, creating a protective vortex of energy around his mistress. He warns Dong Fangdu to be careful, as their opponents are players with hidden classes. Furious, Dong Fangdu orders to capture them alive, intending to turn them into slaves who will harvest lifespan for her young son. Her bodyguard, Ni, warns the odds are only 50-50. The man with the golden shield realizes their opponent also possesses a special class, while the master's mechanical insect buzzes loudly in the air. Dong Fangdu's fierce bodyguard stands amidst a swirling purple fog, surrounded by the bodies of fallen guards. He calmly observes the four sellers, recognizing them as elite hunters targeting the wealthy, armed with one-shot kill skills and high-tier defensive armor. With a satisfied smirk, he remarks they must have pulled off this stunt successfully many times. The robed insect controller smiles confidently, confronting the bodyguard. He hopes the bodyguard has farmed enough levels and gear to actually make this a fun fight. Cloaked in a terrifying purple aura, the bodyguard does not flinch. He sneers, mocking them as nothing but arrogant children. The insect master declares the battle has begun, unleashing his swarm to attack. He screams for the guard to die. The mechanical bug fires a blinding golden beam, but the guard dodges effortlessly. Now that's a move you and I won't forget. He snatches the lightning-fast mechanical bug right out of midair. The entire rogue squad is completely stunned. The controller screams in absolute panic, unable to comprehend how anyone could catch an insect flying at 200 kilometers per hour. With a cold snort, the bodyguard unleashes a strange purple aura from behind, before crushing the insect in his powerful grip, leaving them speechless. He casually drops the remains to the ground and stomps it into dust. And trust me, we need to pay close attention to the massive purple barrier he just erected around this area. The bodyguard proudly announces his unique hidden class, the Origin Master of Plague Fumes. He claims his goal is to spread filth beyond humanity before coldly saying, "All right, here I come." With a terrifying, glowing glare, Dong Fangdu's Master of Fumes bodyguard prepares his lethal strike. He launches into the air with terrifying speed, completely catching the rival team's muscular fighter off guard. As the bodyguard delivers a powerful high kick, the muscular brute merely sneers at him, challenging him to break through his ironclad defense. But as he blocks, the bodyguard's rear unleashes a destructive blast of gas, shattering his golden shield and slamming him violently into the ground. The terrified insect master screams for backup. The one-armed sniper orders to fire, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts, but the bodyguard effortlessly dodges them all. The sniper mocks him, calling a leap into the air suicide against a gunman, leaving him with absolutely nowhere to run. However, the bandaged bodyguard recovers and tightly clenches his glutes, triggering a massive sonic shockwave. The blast hits the one-armed sniper dead on, shattering his glasses and instantly ending his life. Standing over the corpse, the bodyguard notes that the sniper's cultivation level must have been pathetic to die from a mere shockwave. Seeing his ally fall, the terrified insect master turns tail and runs in sheer panic, but a hand reaches out and grabs his head, stopping him cold. The bodyguard grips the trembling man as he begs for his life. He calmly assures him that he won't die, explaining that with 2 dead and 2 alive, he has fulfilled his promised 50% survival rate. Next, he casually questions what exactly happened to their invisible ally, mentioning his earlier toxic gas should have left them stunned and terrified. The trembling man explains that the hooded girl wasn't with them, and the 2 brothers are already dead. He adds that they don't even know her, as she only got off the bus with them to sell her lifespan. The scene shifts to the Leaning Magic Tower, a structure resembling the Leaning Tower of Pisa on the outskirts of the Magic City ruins, with a glowing purple magic circle hovering atop it. Sato appears as a blurry ghost-like figure in the ruined city. Now, pay attention here. He notices the guardian monster is completely gone. which means someone else definitely got inside first. He steps through the massive, frost-covered inner doors. Looking around, Sato knows this leaning magic tower is a massive, multi-tiered library and a giant maze filled with deadly traps. He recalls legends of a horrific monster sealed deep within a princess cursed and transformed into a beast by an evil white dragon. As he sweeps through the library, he spots signs of looting. Realizing another group has already pushed deep inside, he remembers that the top-floor teleportation mechanism is located in this very area. He quickly locates a glowing book bizarrely titled Postpartum Care for Sows. Knowing that pulling this book activates the spell, he tugs it and is instantly engulfed in a blinding flash of light. He materializes on the tower's rooftop, hovering right behind two players who are left completely stunned by his sudden arrival. Looking out at the rooftop arena, he sees a massive group of players battling the tower's guardian, a colossal tentacled creature known as the Despairing Princess. Watching this unfold, you and I can see their weak gear and high death toll, making it incredibly impressive that they even made it this far against such impossible odds. His focus shifts to the group's leader, a long-haired, gray-haired woman shouting commands to rally her troops. She screams at them to not fear death and just respawn back. Sato instantly recognizes them as the Faker Heavy Industry Guild, led by Hoang Haifeng. In his past life, Faker Heavy Industry was a massive corporation. Once the game collapsed, their leader, Hoang Huifen, acted fast, converting all corporate assets into lifespan to form a guild with her employees. He recalls she was a magician, a powerful support class with a signature teleportation portal that moves armies across the battlefield. Watching from afar, Sato analyzes their strategy, knowing this portal is incredibly overpowered. It sets up a stable entrance and exit, creating a reliable path for anyone to pass through. By placing the entrance near the respawn point and the exit near the boss, fallen players can immediately rejoin the fight and reclaim their dropped lifespan. Sato remembers this exact tactic made them one of the top 20 guilds in the country during his past life. But he knows that against this particular guardian, the level 18 platinum rank boss, the Despairing Princess, that tactic is totally useless. This boss possesses a terrifying ability, absorbing a slain player's lifespan 100 times faster than normal monsters. This means that every single fallen player only serves as raw fuel to make it even stronger. Sato realizes this attrition will force the princess to evolve to Jade rank, fully healing. Trust me, you and I are not ready for what comes next. Trust me. Sato knows this reckless move will wipe out the team, costing enough lifespan to destroy their guild. Deciding to intervene, Sato leaps down and lands right in front of the guild leader, Huang Huifen, startling her. She stares as he offers to slay the boss for them in exchange for 1,000 years of lifespan and all assassin loot. Huang Huifen freezes, stammering as she realizes she is standing right in front of the legendary Sato. Calmly confirming his identity, he issues a stark warning, telling her and the guild that they stand absolutely zero chance of winning. He advises them to either accept his offer or retreat immediately. Before Huang Huifen can respond, an arrogant young man steps up to challenge Sato, furiously demanding who he is to tell them they cannot win. He sneers at the demand for 1,000 years of lifespan, calling Sato insane and telling him to get lost. Huang Huifen tries to stop him, crying out for Wang Rujing to show respect, but she is too late. Before she can finish, Sato grabs his face. With a swift, ruthless motion, he hurls the young punk right into the guild's portal. Just as Huang Rujing stumbles out on the other side, Sato unleashes his Dark Knight Shadow Slash skill, sending a devastating wave of crimson and black energy that slices the boy in half while obliterating the portal. As the bloody remains of her subordinate rain down, Huang Huifen screams. Turning to Sato, she demands to know why he destroyed her portal. She admits her son insulted him, but argues a light lesson would have been enough. With his glowing golden eyes, Sato stares back and calmly tells her that she will soon understand. He repeats his offer of 1,000 years to handle the boss, then vanishes, leaving Huang Huifen and her guild completely speechless. Here's the thing you and I need to watch carefully. Sato knows the boss is about to evolve, and their constant resurrection tactic will only strengthen it until they are all wiped out. But his true motive is actually much more practical. Summoning his ghost wolf, he reasons that while the guild's destruction is trivial, losing 1,000 years of lifespan is a massive deal for them. He lands confidently in the ruined city. He knows the remaining guild members will feed the boss enough lifespan to trigger its evolution, and the pulsing light from the tower is the ultimate sign. His master plan is incredibly simple. Once the boss reaches its peak gem rank, he will kill it for a much grander reward. But as he prepares to wait, a message arrives from Ghost Soul. She excitedly reports that she located Dongfang Zhu inside a suburban villa, but he is guarded by a powerful, high-level player who nearly ended Ghost Soul's life. Sato tells her to meet him at the dry bone field to report the details, highly impressed that she tracked someone down in this massive magic city. Before long, the two assassins meet in the desolate, bone-filled wasteland. Sato asks her to describe Dongfang Zhu's bodyguard. Ghost Soul explains that he is a fast, powerful melee fighter whose main attacks strangely emit some sort of hot steam. I know what you're thinking, but get this. He can see through stealth and is surrounded by a 10-meter shroud of smoke, which Sato immediately recognizes. He explains that she ran into a player from the Hidden Plague Origin class, and that smoke is their level 1 skill. The plague field detects any physical body within its range, completely rendering her stealth ability useless. He explains that this class can buff their body and self-heal using plague energy, and at higher levels, they are rumored to be virtually immortal. Hearing this, Ghost Soul is terrified, despairing over whether she even has a chance at revenge. But then, Sato reveals their fatal weakness. While the plague strengthens the host's body, it slowly corrodes their mind. He states that a weak mental defense is their greatest vulnerability. He then tells her that her own underworld sword class can also evolve, transforming into a Yellow Springs Wraith at level 2. As he speaks, a colossal, emerald-green demon manifests right behind her, its eyes glowing with eerie light. Ghost Soul stands frozen, her own eyes flickering with a faint glow as she realizes her true, hidden potential. Amidst the desolate dry bone field, Sato urges Ghost Soul to ascend to level 2 to break her limits, calling it her true path. Stunned, Ghost Soul asks how he knows so much about her class. Instead of answering, Sato leaps onto the top of a massive tombstone. From there, he says this game runs extremely deep, advising her to stay resilient because a solid foundation is the ultimate key to legendary power. Ghost Soul's heart fills with determination, realizing his own unfathomable strength is the result of non-stop, brutal training. Sato reveals that this creepy graveyard is the absolute perfect place to level up because the monsters respawn rapidly, helping her upgrade her underworld chain blade. However, he warns that this place is incredibly dangerous since all the monsters are elite types, boasting triple the health, defense, and attack of normal enemies. To show her how it's done, he explains that with the right technique, it is quite simple. He then charges a group of mobs, destroying them effortlessly by targeting their weak points. Ghost Soul watches, her face flushing with pure awe as he suddenly teleports back to stand right beside her. Sato encourages her to give it everything, explaining that only by risking it all can she finally complete her bloody path of revenge. And that's where we leave them. Sato vanishes, leaving Ghost Soul alone to walk her path of vengeance. Let's dive in. She quietly realized that the exact moment he mentioned that troublemaker, a wave of intense, unmistakable bloodlust radiated directly from him. Meanwhile, at the ruins of Jianghai City, the sun is setting. Xiaoyou is resting on the ground, leaning against her loyal white camel. Exhausted from her long exploration, she feels starving. But checking her map, she decides to push on just a little further to finish the area. While resting, she notices a strange, glowing black fruit lying on the ground. Curious, she picks it up, thinking it looks just like a plum. Without hesitation, she takes a big bite and is delighted by how delicious it is. Suddenly, a system notification pops up, announcing that she has gained 50 experience points. She is amazed that a simple piece of fruit awards experience. Looking up, she spots a long trail of those identical glowing fruits and gets excited. She follows the trail, happily munching along, with each single fruit boosting her by another 50 experience points. Her feast is interrupted by a message from Captain Anu. He urgently orders Xiaoyou to the infected coast, explaining that Manelian has been captured by the boss. He has over 500 years of lifespan, so they need her help. Xiaoyou checks her map and replies that she is already in the area. Captain Anu tells her to wait, promising they will arrive shortly. Still following the glowing trail of fruit, Xiaoyou mutters complaints about how useless Manelian is, but her mind quickly drifts back to those incredibly sweet, juicy treats. As night falls, she climbs to the top of a hill and stops. Astonished by what lies ahead, the trail of fruit leads her to the desolate infected coast. There, a small, snail-like creature sits at the end, seemingly the source of the fruits she just ate. Don't blink, because a horrifying scene unfolds right here. A massive, bloated monster with multiple jagged-toothed mouths across its back is tightly clutching a tiny, screaming humanoid creature. With fruit juice still smeared across her face, Xiaohei stands dazed, wondering what kind of boss this giant creature is. Her eyes drift to the ground, where two players lie motionless, and she recognizes one of them as Manelian. She realizes this grotesque beast is indeed the boss Captain Anu warned her about. The giant creature sits before a massive bowl, sinking its teeth into the tiny being it was holding. The system window identifies the boss as the Soul Devourer, Andalia, a level 20 Jade rank monster. The monster then crushes the tiny creature in its hand. Xiaohei watches in horror, realizing that the boss isn't eating players, but is devouring another monster instead. The beast then tosses the bloody remains into its giant bowl, starting to mash them together into a truly disgusting meal. Captain Anu and his squad arrive on the hill, finding Xiaohei still observing, and he asks if she has spotted Manelian and the boss. As the group watches from the hilltop, Wang Meng cries out in shock that it is a hidden Jade rank boss. Meanwhile, Captain Anu looks completely disgusted by the creature's revolting habit of cannibalizing other monsters. Still chewing on her fruit, Xiaohei adds a curious detail. For some strange reason, the boss hasn't attacked any players yet. Captain Anu strongly advises the squad to monitor the situation and avoid acting rashly, admitting they are completely outmatched by a Jade rank boss and desperately need backup. They continue watching, utterly baffled by the boss's strange behavior as it begins to squat down incredibly low. They wonder what it could possibly be doing, until Rose, one of the squad members, hesitantly guesses it might be taking a dump. You and I both know where this is going. Their worst fears are confirmed as glowing purple spheres emerge from its rear, making Xiaohei scream. Inspecting one of the fresh spheres, they comment on its peculiar shape, suddenly realizing that it looks identical to a sweet plum. A horrifying realization flashes through Xiaohei's mind as her eyes dart between the fruit in her hand and the monster's backside. The delicious plums she ate were literally the monster's droppings. Her face turns completely pale as Anu and Wang Meng stare in utter shock. Xiaohei shrieks in sheer terror, silently dropping her fruit as the reality of what she did sinks in, frantically wondering what she just consumed. While Captain Anu and Wang Meng try to quiet her down, her scream is far too loud, and the massive Soul Devourer slowly turns its head. Its terrifying gaze is now locked dead on them. The giant beast towers over them. As it opens one of the massive mouths on its back, a chilling roar echoes like the whisper of an ancient, gluttonous god. The entire group freezes in absolute terror, instantly realizing they are in grave danger. Following the Soul Devourer's terrifying roar, the entire world seems to warp and distort around Captain Anu and Wang Meng. A strange wave of energy washes over them, turning their eyes glowing red as they scream in agony, clutching their heads as a maddening, insatiable hunger completely consumes their minds. Xiaohei watches in utter confusion as Captain Anu and the rest of the squad dash past her in a state of absolute frenzy. Ignoring the monster entirely, they run straight toward the giant bowl containing the bloody meat mixture the boss was preparing. Hysterically, they plunge their hands into the sickening mixture and begin stuffing the raw meat into their mouths, desperately muttering how hungry they are. As they gorge themselves, their bodies begin bloating abnormally, their faces swelling round. From her hiding spot, Xiaohei watches in horror as her friends gorge themselves mad. And honestly, it leaves us wondering, why is she the only one immune to this curse? You and I are about to see her question answered in the absolute worst way possible, as a giant Soul Devourer casts a massive shadow over a swelling party member. It easily grabs and stuffs him fully intact into one of the gaping mouths on its back, swallowing him whole. Witnessing this horror, Little Break finally understands the boss's terrifying mechanic. She screams in horror that the boss targets the fattest person in sight. Realizing her elite squad is completely outmatched, a panicked Little Break concludes their only remaining hope is to call that one man. She quickly contacts Sato, explaining they've run into a secret Jade-tier Soul Devourer boss at Delgear, and that Captain Anu and Wang Meng are next on the menu. Sato's expression instantly changes the moment he hears that name. He realizes this is the exact bloodline monster he's been searching for, thinking Little Break is truly his lucky star. He tells her to send the coordinates, and says he will be right there. Cut to Sato at a glowing cave entrance, noting he already holds keys to 3 other platinum lairs in this MMO. He decides now is the perfect time to hunt the bloodline beast, especially since the desperate princess worm is nearing her final evolution. Shortly after, Sato arrives at the polluted shore. A relieved little break greets him, pointing straight ahead when he asks about the boss. Panic-stricken, she cries out that Captain Anzu and Wang Meng were swallowed, begging him to save them. As they watch, the giant worm squats down, straining as if it's about to relieve itself. To their absolute disgust, it expels a giant, transparent purple sphere containing the terrified face of Manaliang. Both Sato and Little Break watch in horror. Little Break screams that the boss just pooped out Manaliang, fearing the exact same fate awaits Anzu and the rest of the crew. Now, pay attention here. Sato explains that this soul devourer serves the ancient god of gluttony, using whispers to force players into a state of endless eating. The fatter they get from overeating, the more the boss targets them to slowly digest their actual lifespan. He reveals the only way to gain immunity is by doing something unspeakable, eating the boss's waste. He adds that despite the sheer disgust, rumor says it actually tastes pretty decent. Then, seeing Little Break completely unaffected, he slowly starts asking if that implies she has eaten. Blushing and bursting into tears, a trembling Little Break cuts him off, begging him to stop right there. With tears streaming down, she begs Sato to save her friends. Without a single word, he leaps into action. Charging toward the vibrating sphere, holding Manaliang, he snatches the sphere out of midair, but instead of freeing the trapped player, he hurls it straight back at the giant boss. The sphere, featuring Manaliang's terrified face, slams with immense force directly into the monster's soft underbelly. The beast roars in agony as a thick, milky fluid erupts from the multiple gaping mouths on its back. The violent impact forces the creature to regurgitate everyone it had previously swallowed. Captain Anzu, Wang Meng, and the rest are coughed up, landing in a slimy, soaking wet heap, but thankfully still alive. With the team safe, Sato's eyes gleam gold as a massive, blazing red aura wraps around him. He triggers his mythical Unshackled release skill, immediately followed by the legendary Instant Shadow Slash. A torrential storm of glowing cyan energy slashes down on the Soul Devourer, dealing tens of thousands of damage per strike. I know what you are thinking, is he going to finish this now? Well, Sato sees his ultimate bar is full. He unleashes his final move, Blood Sword. A massive blade of pure crimson energy forms and slices vertically straight through the beast, dealing 1,032,015 points of damage in a single blow. The global system broadcasts that player Sato from Gear has achieved the world-first kill of a secret jade worm. Little Break stands on the sidelines, her jaw dropping in utter disbelief. She screams at the sight of that million-plus damage counter, calling his power absolutely insane, while the global announcement of Sato's victory shocks players worldwide. Some players lament that Gear is bound to rise now, while others scramble to recruit him. One salty player furiously claims that Sato's ancestors belong to their country. Meanwhile, Sato is completely bathed in golden light as a flood of system notifications fills his vision, granting him massive experience, gear, and rare skills. Most importantly, he acquires the Soul Devourer bloodline, being prompted to activate it with a polite thank you. He knows bloodlines are a special system where slain boss monsters bestow their ultimate power directly to the players. A compatible bloodline can skyrocket your stats. You and I both know he's choosing to activate it. A violent purple aura erupts around him as the bloodline effect fundamentally mutates his base attributes. Every point of strength now grants 3 physical attack, while Constitution gives 50 health and 5 defense. His speed spikes by 32%, and every spirit point yields 3 elemental attack and 5 resistance. He also unlocks 2 brand new bloodline skills. The first one, Soul Devourer, lets him absorb any class-specific skill for massive attribute scaling, though it dramatically increases his appetite by 200%. As for the second skill, alright, let's look at this insane ability. His giant maw lets him create a massive energy mouth to swallow enemy attacks, healing himself based on the absorbed damage. After reflecting on this new power, he realizes the potential of swallowing skills to boost his attribute modifiers, understanding that these modifiers are what drive his overall stat performance. For example, 1 point of strength usually grants him 3 physical attack points. The boss conveniently dropped a bronze-tier venomous blade skill. He initially dismissed it as useless junk, but it turns out to be absolutely perfect for a quick test run. He immediately uses his Soul Devourer skill to crush the skill icon. The system confirms the action, announcing that his strength scaling has increased from 3 to 3.3 physical attack points per stat. At first, he feels disappointed since a bronze skill only gives a 0.3 boost. But then, a crucial realization hits him. The Devoured skill is now classified as a passive ability, meaning he can actually evolve it. Without hesitating, he spends 242 evolution points to upgrade the Consumed Venomous Blade skill from bronze all the way to legendary. The results are absolutely mind-blowing. The system alerts him that his strength conversion has jumped from 3 to a whopping 5 physical attack points. Now think about this. If he keeps devouring and leveling up his skills, his attribute scaling could easily become hundreds of times stronger than any normal player. A determined smirk spreads across his face as he mutters that he is invincible once again. With the battle finally over, Captain Aniyu, Wang Meng, and the rest of the crew are safe, but they are covered in sticky slime and still bloated from the boss's gluttony debuff. Wang Meng tearfully thanks Sato for saving them, incredibly relieved they were not excreted by the boss like M and Alien were. While the others try to recover, Little Break rushes over to Captain Aniyu, who is still completely bloated, hugging her tightly and reassuring her that she looks beautiful no matter her shape. Once everyone shrinks back to normal, Captain Aniyu approaches Sato to discuss payment, explaining that the Jiang 2 officials are currently low on lifespan and do not care. Sato tells her not to worry, suggesting they can pay him back by tracking down replacement assassin skill books instead. Captain Aniyu agrees instantly. With the deal finalized, Sato vanishes into a dark vortex of energy. As the quest wraps up, Aniyu calls for her squad to head home. As the group leaves, Mana Lion is left rolling around inside a purple cage. Crying bitter tears, he begs everyone to promise they will never speak of this humiliating moment. The exhausted party reluctantly agrees. Our story shifts back to the Magic Tower, right after Sato leaped off the very peak. High up on the summit, the fierce battle against the Despair Princess rages on. The tentacled boss is down to her last 1/3 health bar. Guild leader Hoang Hui Fen urges her squad forward, ordering her healer, Xiao Cui, to cast the Tree of Life skill. Xiao Cui complies, summoning a massive glowing tree made of pure green energy to sprout up, constantly healing all guild members. Hoang Hui Fen rallies her soldiers, shouting that because Sato destroyed their teleportation portal, dying is simply not an option. You and I can feel the hype as she rallies them for victory. Reinvigorated with energy, the guild's frontliners charge forward as the entire team unleashes their ultimate coordinated strikes on the weakening boss. Believing they have won, Hoang Hui Fen celebrates with Xiao Cui, praising her healer class for carrying them to victory. However, their celebration is violently cut short as the Despair Princess counters with a devastating tentacle whip, shattering a warrior's shield and killing him on the spot. The boss then closes her eyes, starting to absorb a strange green energy flowing out of the fallen player. Her eyes snap open, now glowing with a malicious gold light. Hoang Hui Fen and Xiao Cui watch in absolute horror as the boss's power surges. The Despair Princess unleashes a colossal shockwave of blazing fire energy, completely engulfing the entire top of the tower. The remaining guild members are caught in the blast, incinerated to ash instantly. When the dust finally settles, nothing remains but a massive, glowing green egg on the altar. Surrounded by the floating lifespan orbs of the fallen players, the boss's health bar is now completely filled back up. The Despair Princess has evolved. Coiled inside the giant glowing green egg is a woman with long, pale blue hair. The system window identifies this new form as the Egg of Despair, a level 30 Jade tier boss with 10 million health points. Meanwhile, back at the headquarters of the Faker Heavy Industry Guild, the defeated members start to respawn. Wang Daiking, Hoang Hui Fen's son, rushes over to his mother in a panic, asking what went wrong and if they managed to take down the boss. Hoang Hui Fen explains that they reduced the boss to just a sliver of health, but she suddenly fully healed, transformed into an egg, and unleashed a devastating wipe mechanic. In shock, Hoang Hui Fen realizes that full recovery only happens during boss evolution. Her mind flashes back to her brief encounter with Sato. Recalling his offer and warning that her strategy was doomed, the truth finally hits her. Sato knew all along that the boss was going to evolve. He predicted their Zerg tactics would fail, only serving to accelerate the boss's evolution process. She understands that a platinum boss, evolving into a jade tier boss, is something her guild stands absolutely zero chance of defeating. Accepting defeat, she concludes that their only option left is to track Xiaoyou down for help. Back on the Silent Summit, Xiaoyou's invisible form materializes before the massive green egg. Let's see what he does to this despair egg next. Alright, you and I are jumping into a crazy battle where Xiaoyou realizes this jade-grade boss is mutating way too fast to be a normal evolution. He notices this massive egg has zero attack power, making him wonder if it is just a brief middle phase before an even stronger boss hatches. Deciding to act, Xiaoyou leaps into the air and hurls a dagger charged with dark energy straight at the egg. The blade strikes, dealing over 28,000 damage points, but it barely scratches the boss's massive health bar. Using his spirit form, Xiaoyou realizes its 10 million health points are equal to an epic tier boss. The egg feels extremely weird, so he cannot let it hatch. Fortunately, despite its massive health, the strategy to beat it is actually pretty simple. He knows this egg cannot detect stealth at all, meaning it is completely blind to his presence. His plan is to spam attacks to charge his ultimate skill, and once it is fully ready, he unleashes his blood sword, sending a massive wave of crimson energy crashing straight into the egg, dealing over 100,000 damage and causing massive cracks to spread across the entire shell. Xiaoyou stands firm amidst the shattered shell, knowing that defeating a blind and stationary target is just a matter of time, when suddenly, something bizarre catches his attention. After shattering the egg of despair, Xiaoyou is shocked by what he finds. Not a monster, but a pale green-haired girl, lying unconscious on the cold floor. The system identifies her as the Princess of Despair, but she is only level 1 with just 10 health points. Appearing right next to her, Xiaoyou is completely confused, realizing this must be the princess's true form. Now, watch closely, because Xiaoyou remembers a legend about a princess cursed by a white dragon, and looking at her 10 health points, he wonders if he must kill this fragile girl. He summons his dagger to end the battle right here, but suddenly hesitates. While he hesitates over this bizarre situation, his delay turns dangerous as a massive black vortex with blue lightning erupts in the sky. To his absolute shock, a massive skeletal dragon begins to emerge from the swirling portal. The system warns him of a new threat, the cursed white dragon, a terrifying level 100 legendary monster. With the egg of despair shattered, the giant skeletal dragon charges out of the portal, unleashing a devastating strike towards Xiaoyou, who is left utterly stunned, wondering why a legendary grade boss has suddenly appeared. As the beast roars, Xiaoyou realizes this is a hidden boss, meaning the legend of the cursed princess is actually true. Down on the ground, the Princess of Despair, now in human form, slowly begins to wake up. Xiaoyou watches in disbelief as she rises and floats toward the skeletal dragon, flying directly toward the terrifying beast. Let's pause for a second, because instead of fighting, she gently hugs its snout as her body burns away, revealing a glowing red heart in her chest. The princess dissolves completely into a blinding light right before the dragon's face, wrapping the massive beast in a brilliant glow. The cursed dragon's skeleton collapses, leaving Xiaoyou confused as only a glowing red heart remains, floating slowly right toward him. The system alerts Xiaoyou that he successfully stopped the resurrection of an ancient god, granting him the cursed heart. This item offers him two distinct choices: consume it to become the god's minion at the cost of his lifespan, or shatter it for a legendary item. Faced with this dark choice, Xiaoyou carefully weighs his options. Consuming the heart might grant insane powers, but its description warns of a parasitic curse that could let the god consume him. Deciding the risk is too high, he crushes the beating heart, causing it to explode in a flash of brilliant, blinding light. Xiaoyou is shocked by the explosion's force as the light completely swallows him. Once the light fades, he realizes he has been teleported to the top of the magic tower, but everything feels different. Looking closely, he realizes he is now in a horned knight's body. Looking down at his armored hands, he wonders if he has triggered a special trial or some old memory. Right then, a young green-haired princess runs over, calling him Adis, while a white-haired horned boy sits on the wall nearby. The princess asks if he is planning to leave her side once again. Adis smiles apologetically, explaining that monsters are attacking the harbor, and as a kingdom guardian, he must go help them. The young princess calls him a liar, reminding him of his promise to teach her how to ride the wind today. She protests that the harbor is a 7-day trip, accusing him of lying to her just like her father always does. Pointing her finger, she declares that all men are despicable liars, leaving Adis awkwardly trying to calm her down while asking where she learned such harsh words. He pulls out a beautiful silver scale, calling it a promise scale, explaining that anyone who breaks an oath under its witness will lose their wings forever. Blushing, she refuses, not wanting him to lose his wings, and that's where we leave our heroes today. Alright, let's jump into a story where Adis promises not to break his word, telling her to trust his legendary wind riding. With that, he unfurls his massive, magnificent white wings. Looking at him with sparkling eyes, the princess praises how cool and beautiful he looks in his dragon form. Before taking off, Adis promises to return for dinner, leaving his 3 shadow guards behind to keep her company. With those final words, Ice leaps into the sky and flies away. While waving to wish him a safe journey, the princess feels a wave of determination, declaring that since Ice is working so hard, she cannot fall behind. Ordering the shadow guards to follow her, she plans to gather ingredients so she can prepare a massive feast for Aes's return. At this moment, the shadow realizes he is witnessing a memory sealed inside a cursed heart, capturing the painful past of a desperate princess and Adis, the white dragon. The memory reveals heartwarming moments of the princess gathering forest mushrooms with the shadow guards, meeting a strange rabbit, and fishing by the peaceful lake. Their peaceful kingdom stretches out, with a tilted magic tower looming in the distance. Though exhausted, she is incredibly happy as she serves a massive feast she prepared all by herself. She proudly boasts about bizarre dishes like steamed stones and volcano pizza, claiming these are Adis's absolute favorites. She waits, hoping he will return soon. But watch closely here. As night falls, she falls fast asleep right at the table. An old servant gently wakes her up, advising that it is very late and she needs to rest. Pointing out the cold food, she startles awake, realizing how late it has gotten. Panicking, the princess asks the old servant where Adis is, wondering why he still hasn't returned. Looking solemn, the servant replies that according to news from the front lines, the battle is raging fiercely, and General Itis might be heavily delayed. Refusing to believe it, the princess claims Adis is the kingdom's ultimate guardian, making any enemy look like helpless sheep to a slaughterhouse. However, the servant gently explains the terrifying reality of their situation, revealing that the enemy nation sacrificed tens of thousands of lives to summon a horrific, godlike monster from the deep sea. He describes it as a colossal entity the size of an entire city, covered in endless tentacles and terrifying eyes, so dreadful that a single glance can drive anyone mad. Hearing this, the princess's confidence begins to waver. She worries that even someone as incredibly strong as Ias is fighting a losing battle. Suddenly, her eyes widen in pure horror, as the promise scale she holds shatters into pieces. Realizing this means his promise is broken, she plunges into absolute panic. She knows that if he fails to return before midnight, he will lose his wings forever. Grabbing her scholar servant Luen, she begs him to take her to her father, a legendary dragon knight, who might know how to break the scale's curse, completely ignoring the old man's protests. She drags him along, desperately explaining that if he loses his wings in battle, his end will be tragic. But get this, when she bursts through the doors, Adis is standing there, completely untouched. He calmly asks why she is in such a frantic state. Flooded with relief, the princess rushes forward and hugs him tightly, crying tears of joy that he has returned safely. Holding her back, Adis gently reassures her that he will always return because of their promise. Still clinging to him, she admits she was terrified after hearing how bad the front lines were. Scholar Lewin cautiously asks General Itis about the fierce battle. With a confident smile, Adis explains the fight was quite troublesome and tedious, but the issue is resolved and the army can handle the cleanup. Lewin praises him as the kingdom's true protector. Adis then walks over to the feast, complaining of hunger and asking the princess if she personally prepared all this food. She proudly confirms it, though she sighs that it has probably gone cold. Adis eagerly digs in, saying it doesn't matter because it tastes incredible anyway. As he eats, the princess affectionately tells him to slow down so he won't choke. Scholar Luwen watches them with warmth. Later, atop the tilted magic tower, Ace declares it is finally time to learn how to ride the wind, as promised. However, the princess lets out a big yawn, and Aias asks if she is sleepy. She explains she is exhausted from preparing his feast all day, suggesting they start tomorrow instead. Still wanting to fly, she sits down, clings to his leg, and begs him to transform and take her out. Ice hesitates, reminding her that the king strictly forbade him from taking her on such dangerous rides. The princess gets upset, grabbing his armor and scolding him for being late. She brings up all her hard work on the meal and calls him a promise breaker again. Sighing, Adis agrees, but makes her promise not to tell the king, or he will face severe punishment. The princess immediately beams, her anger vanishing. Ice closes his eyes as swirling blue energy surrounds him, initiating his epic transformation. In a brilliant flash of light, he transforms into a magnificent white dragon, leaving the princess in absolute awe of his majestic form. She approaches the colossal white dragon, gently touching his snout, and softly whispers for him to be careful. Swirling blue energy excitedly lifts the princess into the air, placing her on Adis's head. He tells her to hold on tight as they prepare to take off. With a single powerful flap of his wings, Adis soars into the night sky, gliding high above the ground. From the tower, Luen and a shadow guard watch them fade into the starry night. And that's where we leave them, with the princess looking down at the world in absolute wonder. Let's dive into the story where she marvels at the beautiful world 8 saw from above. Adis asks if she finds it beautiful, and she wholeheartedly agrees as they soar past a massive, ringing bell tower. The princess asks if he will protect this place forever, and after a brief silence, he solemnly vows to do so. Now, sleeping peacefully on his back, she whispers a thank you, and the memory shows Adis gently tucking her in next to her teddy bear. Once she is settled, he quietly leaves the room, taking one last look before gently closing the door. Later on, Adis is seen speaking directly with the king. The king anxiously notes Adis is severely injured, asking if the beast he fought was truly that powerful. But the exhausted protector just smiles to reassure him. He insists his wounds are not fatal and just need time, adding that he incinerated the monster to ash using dragon fire. But the king remains dead serious, revealing reports of an enemy nation conducting a dark ritual, warning that a terrible wave of destruction is about to sweep the entire continent. He warns Adis that everyone must prepare, as even a mighty dragon like himself cannot escape this looming, terrible danger. Standing firm under the dark, heavy skies, Adis swears his loyalty, accepting his liege's terms. Later, we see the mystical leaning tower peaceful under a canopy of stars. But the peace shatters as the scene cuts to broken armor and pools of blood, signaling that a devastating battle has taken place. Adis is on his knees, his armor completely shattered and his body covered in bloody wounds. Coughing violently in agonizing pain, he clutches his chest, where a strange red object is embedded, black veins spreading across his skin. Now, pay attention here, because the story jumps 5 years into a dark, war-torn future, where a terrifying army besieges the kingdom. Soldiers and civilians scream in pure terror as the enemy unleashes an army of monstrous, inhuman beasts upon them. Everyone flees for their lives, desperately screaming for help as the ruthless invaders crush everything in their path. Vicious, crimson beasts overrun the entire city, tearing through the streets and unleashing absolute, chaotic carnage everywhere. Watching from a high balcony, the king witnesses the sheer chaos as the monster horde floods the capital. He grimly notes that their sheer numbers are overwhelming, muttering that the Moraga Empire has truly lost its mind. He realizes the enemy wants to drag the entire world to destruction with them as their black banners fly, while the terrified princess desperately runs through the chaotic streets. She screams Idis's name, desperately shouting that the enemy has breached the city's outer walls. She spots Adis sitting quietly atop a high wall, flanked by his 2 shadow guards, calmly watching the slaughter. She runs up, begging him to fight, crying that their soldiers cannot stand against these inhuman beasts. Why is he not intervening? She begs him to save them, but his calm reaction is not what we would expect, as he says he was looking for her. He orders her to stay inside the magical leaning tower, assuring her it is safe and that she must not leave. She agrees, but urges him to defeat the enemy. Yet Adis refuses, stating he will stay to protect her, leaving her confused and angry. The princess asks what he is saying, sharply reminding him of his duty. She insists he is the protector of the kingdom, and his duty is to save everyone, not just her. Desperately pointing to the city below where soldiers are being overwhelmed, She cries that the capital is falling and people are being slaughtered. She insists it is his duty to transform into a dragon and burn the enemy to ash, claiming she only needs his 2 shadow guards to protect her just like before. Adis only bows his head in silence, and then begins to explain the origin of the enemy's power. He reveals that years ago, they discovered the Moraga Empire performing a forbidden, dark ritual known as the Abandoned by God. The ritual is chillingly simple. One can sacrifice their own lifespan to summon these horrific, inhuman monsters. The more lifespan sacrificed, the more terrifying the beast. Adis explains that no sane person would ever trade their life for a monster under normal circumstances. But he adds that for the dying Moraga Empire, this desperate ritual has become their only hope. Unrolling a map, he explains that Moraga is an inland archipelago, rich with a rare magical plant called Blood Harmony. Growing only there, it radiates a powerful magic that extends their people's average lifespan to 700 years. Thousands of years ago, conflict from their land threatened to engulf the continent, so they sent powerful emissaries like Adis to other nations to end the endless wars. Bound by a sacred covenant, these emissaries served designated kingdoms, lending their immense strength to protect the weak. They successfully maintained the balance of power and brought peace. However, the king of Moraga realized they had gravely underestimated the malice of humanity, as the presence of these powerful emissaries revealed a terrifying truth to other nations. The long-lived people of the Moraga Empire were viewed as the ultimate threat. Soon, other leaders secretly agree on a single goal to completely annihilate his people. Stick around, because we are just getting started. Alright, let's explore the endless tragedy of the Moraga Empire, struck down by curses, plagues, and deep division. Even their own guardians turned against them. Other nations relentlessly plundered the territory of Moraga, continuing until the sacred blood flowers finally withered and died. Without those flowers, the balance of power shattered, and the Moraga Empire lost its very last shred of value. The death of that final blood petal triggered a devastating, apocalyptic avalanche. The Moraga Empire was invaded, their people slaughtered by former allies. The sole reason behind this horrific tragedy was pure human greed. Other nations simply could not stand Moraga possessing valuable resources that they themselves did not have. Struggling in the dark, the dying people of Moraga clung to one final hope, a ritual abandoned by the gods. As terrifying purple energy flooded a room piled with bones, the ritual began. This was no longer a ritual, it was a curse. Everyone in Moraga was branded, their lifespans draining away, as monstrous beasts grew inside their bodies, eventually tearing their way out. And those beasts had only one singular goal, the absolute destruction of humanity. Now pay attention. Adis turns to the princess, his face etched with agony as he prepares to reveal the curse's consequences. As she listens, Hates reveals his face. Covered in hideous bloody growths, he sorrowfully explains that he can no longer transform into a dragon. From now on, he can only turn into a monster. The princess stares in horror and shock, stammering his name and asking why this happened. S continues, exposing a deep secret. He explains that very few know the true identity of the Moraga tribe, the dragon race. Messengers like him were called guardians of the kingdom. The princess's eyes widen as she finally begins to grasp the horrifying truth. Standing on the wall, Adis tells her that an unstoppable wave of darkness has swept the continent, signaling the end of humanity. Because of that, he declares his only remaining wish is to protect her, and her alone. Meanwhile, the brutal invasion rages on. Ruthless red monsters devour innocent civilians, crushing them underfoot while hunting down anyone who dares to hide. An endless swarm of beasts pours from the smoke and flames, breaching the kingdom's very last line of defense. From a high balcony, Scholar Len grimly reports to the king that the monster numbers are still rising. He begs the king to retreat now that the capital has fallen, but the king firmly declares they have nowhere left to run. He explains that the Leaning Magic Tower is the central source of all their grand sorcery. If it falls, the mage's power will crumble, leaving them completely helpless to stop the invading horde. The king decides to join the fray himself, leaping onto the battlefield. His glowing sword slices a red beast clean in half. Panting amid smoke and rubble, he leans on his sword. He reflects on how fast time flies, remembering when he first met AT. Back then, they looked the same age, even though Ates was nearly 100, which is just adulthood for his tribe. As a beast charges, let's remember with him the inseparable years they once shared. They fought together, drank together, and shared everything. A blast of purple energy hits him, recalling how it all changed. As the king aged, Aias remained forever young. This drove them apart, as Aias couldn't understand the heavy choices a king must make. The king sadly concludes that Aias could never understand humans, and humans could never truly understand ethos. The king stands alone amid the flames and ruin of his kingdom. His mind drifts to the moment that changed everything, his daughter's birth, remembering how S gently cradled the newborn princess. Watching them back then, the king had found new hope in the deep love they both held for the child. Suddenly, a massive threat looms before the king. A shadow beast with glowing purple eyes charges a sphere of blue energy for a final strike. The king looks straight ahead, his expression calm as he accepts his tragic fate. The creature unleashes a devastating energy beam. As the brilliant light consumes him, the king's body disintegrates. His final thoughts are filled with regret. A massive explosion tears through the castle, signaling the king's ultimate fall. From the leaning magic tower, the princess watches the distant explosion in total despair, crying out in absolute horror. Beside her, Artis calmly states the capital has fallen, predicting that the monsters will arrive very soon. Right on cue, a flock of black-winged creatures swoops down. A shadow guard shouts a warning as they slam violently into the tower's protective blue barrier. S reassures the princess that the tower's powerful barrier is practically impossible for the monsters to break. Suddenly, a wounded scholar Len appears. The princess turns around, calling his name in complete surprise. Leaning on his staff, the scholar tells Aest he came on the king's orders to escort the princess away. As she frets over his wounds, Eris agrees to use wind magic. But trust me, we have to see if their escape route is ready. Stick with me, because we are diving into a tragic story where Scholar Lewin confirms preparations, but the princess hesitates. Scholar Lewin breaks the devastating news. The king has fallen, leaving the princess completely frozen in shock. He explains the king arranged her escape to a neighboring land for her safety. Terrified, she asks if Aidas will go with them. Aidas turns to her with a sad smile, asking where he could possibly run. He reveals the monsters below are his own kind, the Mariga. He admits he is the enemy of everyone, and no matter where he hides, humans will hunt him down and kill him. Kneeling on the wall's edge, he looks down at the swarming beasts and accepts his grim fate. He declares that where a night falls becomes a dragon's grave, and that is where he belongs, swearing to protect it with his life until his last breath. Hearing his solemn oath, the princess's expression shifts instantly from deep sorrow to unwavering determination. Suddenly, using wind magic, she leaps away from Scholar Lewin and flies toward Aidas. Landing right before him, she boldly declares that if he stays, she will become his dragon knight. She reminds him this is her homeland, and she will fight by his side to protect it. She proudly claims her windriding skills are fully mastered, asking how they can make their pact. Aidas looks up at her, utterly speechless and awed by her fierce loyalty. Deeply touched by her devotion, Aidas gently takes the princess's hand in his armored glove, offering a soft, melancholy smile. He accepts her request, presenting a silver scale of promise. Aidas explains this will serve as the sacred bond between them. Just like the old days, she smiles radiantly, happy that their contract is so simple. Now watch closely, because just as she happily seals the promise of forever, Aidas cuts her off with a devastating twist. He states their actual promise is to never see each other again. Her face turns pale, her eyes wide in disbelief. Before she can react, Aidas unleashes a powerful blast of wind, blowing her and Scholar Lewin far away. As they fly off, he entrusts her safety to the scholar. The princess screams his name, filled with shock and betrayal as she is swept away. Alone on the wall surrounded by wind, Aidas whispers for her to go, declaring that her place is not a dragon's grave. Suddenly, the scene turns horrific. Scholar Lewin's eyes glow a demonic red as he drives his hand into her chest, ripping out her beating heart. He coldly tells her that she does have a place where she belongs, a place meant for mere humans. Aidas watches from the tower in utter horror at this brutal betrayal, while the princess stares blankly as her life fades away. With his final breaths, the dying scholar gasps out a warning for Aidas to stay on guard, revealing that the Mariga tribe are not the only ones carrying a dark curse. His face is instantly consumed by a grotesque red tumor, and a massive, tentacled beast erupts violently from the scholar's body. It snatches her still beating heart and devours it whole. Laughing madly, the beast mocks Adis, savoring the delicious flesh and life it just swallowed, asking if killing his beloved is sweet revenge for being burned by dragon fire long ago. I know what you are thinking, this is absolute madness, as the monster laughs hysterically. Holding up her lifeless, dangling body along with her bloody heart before the white dragon, it sneers and asks if killing his beloved is enough payback for the agony of his flames. In one final act of pure cruelty, the monster squeezes its fist, crushing the princess's heart to pieces. Furious, Adis and his two loyal shadow guards prepare to face the grotesque, towering abomination. Their eyes ignite with the burning light of vengeance. One guard, the Shadow of Sorrow, transforms into a black vortex to catch her falling body. Meanwhile, the other guard charges forward, unleashing a flurry of devastating slashes that shred the beast's tentacles to pieces. The monster sneers, dismissing the attack as useless, while the Shadow of Sorrow kneels to cradle her cold body inside a protective blue aura. A single, heavy tear slips silently from beneath the Shadow Guard's armored helmet. With her final, fleeting breath, the princess faintly whispers Adis's name before dying in the guard's arms. Even as its host's flesh is torn apart, the grotesque entity never stops mocking Adis. It sneers that the tiny fraction of life sacrificed by the White Dragon clan was barely enough to summon a fraction of its true form. It reveals its parasitic seeds have been planted everywhere, lying dormant inside hosts, waiting for the perfect moment to hatch. Just like it did with that old scholar. The creature, Xiaoyou, continues its wicked psychological torture, reminding Adis that beasts born from his very own kin are currently overrunning the entire world. It points out that Adis himself is deeply cursed and could transform at any moment, reminding him that he always knew she would face a tragic end. Xiaoyou mocks his utter powerlessness, whispering that he is too weak, and that he might even be the very monster destined to kill his princess. The beast takes sick pleasure in detailing his hatred and sorrow, his consuming anger and absolute despair, calling them beautiful, exquisite emotions. Suddenly, it whispers a dark temptation, promising Adis that it has the power to change everything. Xiaoyou whispers that it can hear his racing heartbeat, declaring itself to be an all-powerful ancient deity. And that is where we leave it, with a chilling offer to help Adis save his kingdom. All right, you and I are about to witness a dark bargain. He can revive the princess, but it requires a simple transaction. The price Xiaoyou demands is for Ates to offer up his own heart, as he kneels alone on a high wall surrounded by winged monsters. Ates sinks deep into thought over this impossible choice. He weighs two paths: let the princess die in the tower, devoured by monsters, or accept the deal to make her his dragon knight, so they can protect the kingdom forever. Meanwhile, from its fading body, Xiaoyou urges him to make a choice, warning that its current vessel is disintegrating and time is quickly running out. Having made his choice, Ates performs the ultimate sacrifice as blood splatters with a sickening sound. His shadow guards watch in absolute horror. Driven by desperate love, Ates tears his own beating heart straight out of his chest. Xiaoyou applauds him, claiming he made the right choice. He then blesses Ates's heart, sending it floating into the sky amidst a brilliant, blinding burst of raw energy. Destiny will beat forever, as the dark entity explains the terms of their contract. His beloved will receive his heart, reborn with immense, overwhelming power. And even without a heart, Ates will neither die nor ever become a soulless beast. Don't blink, that glowing heart descends, merging right into the princess's body. Xiaoyou declares Ates will become her guardian dragon, destined to stay by her side forever. He roars in agony as the transformation begins, sending a massive pillar of purple energy erupting from the magic tower. His entire body twists and contorts until he morphs into a massive, terrifying skeletal dragon. He lets out a fierce roar, wrapped in swirling blue flames. In this monstrous new form, Ates leaps from the tower walls. Now a guardian dragon empowered by Xiaoyou, he soars across the battlefield, raining destructive fire down upon the 7 monsters below. This marks the start of his eternal vigil beside the resurrected princess. As the skeletal dragon Ates unleashes his fiery wrath, Xiaoyou's voice echoes, narrating this grim tragedy. The dragon's fire incinerates everything below, wiping out both the invading hordes and the kingdom's remaining helpless citizens. Xiaoyou boasts that Ates's power is now enough to erase the entire kingdom as the beast continues to incinerate the capital. Only then does the entity reveal the horrific twist of their contract. He reveals that all the lifespan stolen from those who perish in the flames will converge into a single, concentrated point. As purple lightning strikes the charred, leaning tower, the entity's true, sinister purpose is finally exposed. Atop the tower, the revived princess screams in absolute agony. With Atis's cursed heart beating inside her chest, her body begins twisting into pure, corrupting darkness. Dark energy overflows as grotesque, monstrous limbs sprout from the shadows. She is completely swallowed by a colossal, horrifying tentacled beast, serving as its new, living power core. As the princess transforms into a hideous monster. Now here is the pivot. Xiaoyou triumphantly declares, all that stolen lifespan is his, yet he still broods over his currently weakened state. He laments that his power is still too weak to possess the dragon race directly, forcing him to use humans as temporary hosts. Yet, he remains confident, believing it is only a matter of time before he uses the white dragon to harvest the remaining lifespan he needs. The mutated princess looks up at the skeletal dragon eights soaring high above, wondering why he has not returned now that the kingdom lies in ashes. To her, his behavior is incredibly bizarre, when suddenly, two glowing silver scales materialize right before her eyes. Xiaoyou instantly recognizes them as scales of promise, realizing they represent the sacred vows the white dragon made prior to their contract. The first vow is to never see the princess again, and the second is to forever guard the kingdom's towering spires. In a sudden fit of rage, Xiaoyou finally understands Atessa's final act of defiance. Atessa had anticipated the entity's twisted trap, using his own vows to bind himself to the magical leaning tower, imprisoning himself far away from the corrupted princess. Xiaoyou curses the white dragon, furious that he chose to become a soulless sentinel. Refusing to let this defiance stop him, Xiaoyou vows to turn this very tower into his dark lair, draining the life from anyone who dares approach, swearing that one day he will fully resurrect and conquer the entire world. The tragic vision fades, leaving only the image of the lonely tower standing in the endless flow of time, before we snap back to the present on the ruined, dark rooftop. Purple energy still lingers in his hands. He broods over the tragic story he just witnessed, wondering if these vivid images were merely part of a game's lore. But his gut screams otherwise. The vision was far too real, exposing the origin of these beasts as actual, forgotten history. Suddenly, swirls of deep purple energy erupt around him, as a system alert congratulates him on unlocking a new mythic-grade skill, Shadow of Sorrow. This broken ability summons 3 shadow clones for 7 seconds, perfectly copying his skills to deal 100% damage. The skill description holds a heart-wrenching detail. These shadows were originally created by the legendary white dragon, Hades. To protect what mattered most, Hades used his raw willpower to sustain them for 15 years without letting them fade. Shadow looks at his glowing purple hands, recognizing the skill. And trust me, you and I both know that quadrupling his damage in an instant is going to make him absolutely unstoppable. Alright, let's look at the absolutely terrifying power of this mythic skill. A barrage of system notifications floods in, rewarding him for beating the trial. He unlocks the key to the level 19 Leaning Tower of Magic's secret area, racking up evolution points, rare gear, and high-level skill books. Among the loot is a gate key and a map for a level 20 zone called the Withered Bone Ruins, a place Shadow has never even heard of. Opening up his old map, he spots the Withered Bone City sitting on an island in the middle of an inland lake. By its location, it clearly belonged to the Moraga Empire from Axie's stories. Convinced this new zone is connected to the homeland of the White Dragons, Shadow is pumped, certain it holds massive secrets and legendary treasure. Even though it is a level 20 zone and he is only 19, he decides he will head there very soon. But first, he holds up the beautifully crafted golden key to the Magic Leaning Tower secret zone, planning to put it up for sale. The scene shifts to the headquarters of the Faka Heavy Industry Guild. Inside, Wang Huifan and her guild members gather to lick their wounds after a crushing defeat. One player asks what their next move is. Admitting they cannot beat the new Jade tier boss, a member suggests their only option is to reach out to Shadow for help. With a heavy sigh, Huifan agrees, planning to use her connections in Zhanghai City, who are close with Shadow, to act as a middleman for them. Right then, get ready for this, because Shadow suddenly appears right behind her. He calmly says they do not need to go through all that trouble when they can just trade directly. The other guild members, including Huang Zijing, are frozen in shock by his silent entrance. They gasp his name in sheer panic. An angry Zijing instantly accuses him of sneaking around and demands to know what he wants. Shadow just strolls forward calmly, pointing out that if he actually wanted to hurt them, they would already be dead by now. He casually mentions that their base's barrier had a gap, which is exactly how he walked in. Still visibly shaken, Huifan asks what trade he is talking about. In response, Shadow holds up the beautifully carved golden key. He offers to sell them the key to the magic Leaning Tower secret area, asking if she has any interest in making a deal. The guild members are completely speechless. They recognize the key, realizing Shadow must have taken down that Jade tier boss, a feat they find absolutely unbelievable. Huifan immediately jumps on the offer and asks for his price. Shadow states the price remains the same, 1,000 years of lifespan. While his mother is ready to accept, Zijing blows his top in fury. He screams, calling Shadow a shameless fraud and accusing him of planning this from the very start, pointing an angry finger. Zijing rants about his theory that Shadow attacked him first, using that chaos to destroy the portal, cut off their reinforcements, and get their entire squad wiped out. And now, he is pretending to be a hero while selling them the key at a rip-off price. Zijing claims he has never met anyone so utterly vile. Huifan sternly orders her son to shut his mouth, but he refuses to listen, desperately trying to convince his mother that they are being played. He argues the key should have been theirs, and they cannot let Shadow profit off their guild's misery. But Shadow remains completely unbothered by the tantrum. Shadow calmly asks what he wants instead. You and I both know this guy's about to make a ridiculous demand. He demands Shadow hand over the key and compensate the guild with 800 or 1,000 years of lifespan. Shadow sarcastically congratulates Huifan on having such an outstanding son, then shocks Zijing by actually agreeing to do exactly what he wants. With a freezing stare, he sets a new price of 1,800 years, not a single day less. Initially triumphant, Zijing laughs to his mother that this is how you handle guys like Shadow. But his smug grin quickly turns to absolute horror as the reality of the new price sinks in. He stammers, asking Shadow what he just said. Shadow patiently explains that he originally came here to do business in good faith. That is why he did not strike back when insulted. But since Zijing crossed the line, the friendly discount is gone, and the price is final. Pushed past her absolute limit, Huifan swings around and slaps her son hard across the face. Furious, she orders her members to drag Zijing away to grind levels, banning him from returning without her permission. As he is dragged out, he still whines, asking why she hit him before he could finish talking. Huifan turns back to Shadow, deeply apologizing and asking if there is any way he could reconsider the price. Shadow coldly repeats his new offer, 1,800 years, and he will not say it again. Exhausted, Huifan agrees, admitting it is still a fair price since she heard he sold another zone for 2,000 years. However, she explains that their recent massive losses mean they cannot pay the full amount up front. She begs to pay in installments, and Shadow agrees. He demands 1,000 years immediately, and he will return in 10 days to collect the remaining 800. Relieved, Huifan thanks him and finalizes the deal. The system window pops up, confirming she received the key and Shadow gained 1,000 years of lifespan. As he fades away, Shadow bids them farewell, noting that the Faka Heavy Industry Guild actually has some solid potential. Selling them a top-tier zone will help elevate them into a powerhouse force on the Great Dai server. With their new grinding ground secured, Huifan announces to the guild that the Platinum tier secret zone is theirs. But to pay off Shadow, she slaps a 50% lifespan tax on the entire guild. She admits the tax is steep but calls it a necessary investment, urging them to grind harder than ever. The members rally with new resolve. Meanwhile, in the Sunset Forest, you and I watch a small group trying to reason with Zijing. Stick with me here as a girl warns to Qin he is wrong. But he angrily brushes her off, muttering a dark vow to make darkness pay sooner or later. Their conversation is suddenly cut short when a guild member spots a silver tier boss, the terrifying human-faced Spider Emperor. While the group charges forward to attack, Qin suspiciously slinks to the back. His allies warn him about the boss's poison, but he just nods half-heartedly. Instead of helping them, he turns and flees into the woods, abandoning his squad. As he runs, he curses them all as complete idiots for thinking they can handle this beast. He is totally disgusted by that preachy girl, genuinely wondering what his mother was thinking trying to set them up. Finding a secluded spot, he crouches down in rage, convinced his entire guild is nothing but a bunch of cowards playing it way too safe. He believes they will never grasp that the true path to power means seizing every single opportunity. He concludes, darkness must have done the exact same thing to become so insanely strong. Flash of a wicked smile. Qin reveals he is far smarter than his gullible teammates think. He sneers, whispering that trying to face darkness without a solid plan would be pure suicide. Then, he summons an engraved dark jar with a creepy, glowing red eye, calling it a treasure obtained from Yang Jade Tier. The system identifies it as the Abyss Jar. By reaching inside, the user can randomly pull out a powerful, game-changing skill. Now watch this. Despite the 48-hour cooldown, he reaches inside and pulls out a deformed, squirming piece of flesh. The system alerts him that he got an epic-grade skill, Abyss Puppet Curse. This dark magic lets him turn any dead body into a loyal puppet under his absolute control. Retaining every single skill they had in life, Qin laughs maniacally, completely drunk on his new power. He plots his next move. If he can just kill darkness, he'll turn him into a permanent slave and become truly invincible. As his laughter echoes, the Abyss Jar pulses with a terrifying, sinister, purple aura. A final warning flashes. The Abyss holds incredible power. But when you look into it, the Abyss stares right back, hinting at a very dark fate for Qin. Deep within the bone fields, a desolate graveyard inside the ruined magic city, night finally falls. Mid-battle, Shadow Soul uses her energy-infused paper ribbons to bind and pierce a skeletal monster right through the eye. With one precise slice, she decapitates the beast, dealing over 5,600 damage. A system alert pops up, announcing her weapon has upgraded to gold tier and she has officially gathered enough experience to promote. Standing amidst the fading energy of her defeated foe, Shadow Soul exhales a deep sigh of relief. She confirms her readiness. With absolute determination shining in her eyes, she accepts the class advancement. A brilliant magic circle erupts beneath her feet as a massive pillar of purple energy surges upward, wrapping her in a dramatic transformation. Once the light fades, the system displays the details of her powerful new evolution. Her weapon is now the gold-tier Underworld Chain Blade, capable of changing shapes, and her class has evolved into Underworld Evil Spirit. This Tier 2 class grants her a passive stealth ability and unlocks two brand new skills, Underworld Eye and Underworld Touch. The system explains that Eye is a devastating mental attack that traps targets in illusions, while Touch lets her track rivals using their unique aura. Check this out with me wrapped in a blue aura. Shadow Soul now wields a weapon that looks like a terrifying giant scythe. The system alerts her that she will now deal double damage to lower-level enemies, with a 50% chance to inflict a burning effect. With golden eyes glowing, she feels stronger than ever. This speed, power, and mental magic will help her avenge her parents and crush both Dongfeng Yue and the Plague Spreader. Shadow Soul immediately sends a message to Darkness, her mentor, proudly reporting that she has reached Tier 2 and will soon repay his guidance. Watching from a rooftop, Darkness notices she has logged off, instantly realizing her hunger for revenge is driving her straight to Dongfeng Yue. He recalls his past life. Shadow Soul got her revenge, but sparing a mere dog allowed a beast tamer to track her, exposing her identity and triggering a massive hunt by elite clans. That brutal war devastated the Orthodox faction, and Shadow Soul eventually died of pure exhaustion, plunging the Magic City region into absolute chaos. Darkness silently reflects on her incredible potential, but worries her youth and unstable mind will make her reckless. To stop her from making that same fatal mistake, he decides to log out and find her in the real world. The scene shifts to the massive Dongfeng estate on the outskirts of the Magic City, shrouded in a toxic, bone-chilling mist. Two guards on patrol complain about their miserable shift. Chatting about girls, one of them points out that Madame Dongfeng is still incredibly hot. The other agrees, and they start fantasizing about getting past her guards to have their way with Dongfeng Yue. Suddenly, one of them spots movement in the mist. An illusion of Dongfeng Yue appears right before their eyes, wearing a sexy black dress and kneeling provocatively. Stunned, the guards stammer, asking why she is out here alone and wearing something so revealing. Leaning close, the illusion whispers that she can't stand her pathetic husband anymore and desperately needs a real man's touch, asking if they are ready, completely bewitching them. The drooling guards can't believe their luck, but trust me, they are about to regret this big time. Alright, you and I are watching two guys argue over who goes first with that tempting illusion. The cunning demon illusion of Dongfang Yue suggests they can both have some fun. Before they can even react, a streak of purple energy slashes through, instantly decapitating them both. Their headless bodies collapse as the illusion fades. Dark energy spews from their necks while a magical ribbon swirls around them. The shadow spirit emerges from the darkness to grab her weapon, instantly leaping away to escape the estate grounds. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yue's powerful bodyguard, Master Feng, is relaxing peacefully on a hammock. With razor-sharp senses, he mutters that a little mouse has snuck inside. Landing on the roof as light as a breeze, the shadow spirit pauses to quietly assess the situation. Suddenly, she gasps in horror as Master Feng dives down at insane speed, grabbing her by the throat midair as they both crash to the ground. He unleashes his signature move, sending a shockwave slamming into the earth, creating a massive explosion and a deep crater. Master Feng pins the shadow spirit down. "Pay attention here," he mocks her, bragging that the estate's gas barrier easily detected her intrusion. Recognizing her as the little girl who escaped him before, he grabs her neck and declares she won't run away this time. The shadow spirit struggles desperately, her face twisted in a mix of pain and terror. Lifting her high by the throat under a fierce purple aura, Master Feng notes she has grown stronger. He muses that with more time, she might have become a fun opponent. His face twists with excitement as he confesses he really wants to kill her right now while she struggles. The guard battles his inner thoughts, telling himself to wait until she is stronger, but immediately rejects it. Admitting he is losing control, he growls in hesitation. His grip tightens, making a bone-chilling cracking sound. Panic sets in as he realizes he accidentally crushed her neck. Terrified, he drops her lifeless body to the ground. He screams out in despair. Suddenly, he freezes as a purple energy claw stabs straight through his chest from behind. In utter disbelief, he turns to see the shadow spirit behind him. Her arm pierces his back, and his victim was just a decoy. Now, you might be wondering how that is even possible since he was absolutely sure she died. Her eyes glowing a fierce crimson, the shadow spirit reveals the truth. He was trapped in her illusion from the very beginning. The power of her new skill, the underworld eye. Coldly, she tells him to die. Slashed by her energy claw, Master Feng struggles to grasp how he fell into her illusion. Staring him down with glowing red eyes, the shadow spirit explains his fate was sealed the moment he made eye contact. A quick flashback reveals the illusion began the second he grabbed her throat, forcing him to accept defeat. The guard collapses. Standing over him, the shadow spirit admits he was a worthy opponent. Her victory is cut short by a racket. Dongfang Yue throws open the window, angrily yelling about the noise and threatening to fire everyone. Her anger turns to pure horror as she watches her powerful bodyguard's body dissolve into black smoke down in the courtyard. Panicking, she screams that there is an intruder and calls out for help. Armed guards rush into the hall, taking up defensive positions to protect Lady Dongfang and search for the assassin. The commotion wakes her son, Nam Thien. Rubbing his eyes, he asks what is happening. Dongfang Yue warns him an enemy has breached the estate and orders him to stay put. However, Nam Thien sits up with a confident smile, telling his mother not to be afraid. Declaring he is 18 and a player, he promises to protect her. Touched, Dongfang Yue hugs her son, wishing his father was even half as brave. As they kiss, the window behind them creaks open. Startled, they pull apart, and Dongfang Yue demands to know who is there. Out in the hallway, the guards' bodies are dissolving into shadows. Dongfang Yue stares in horror, unable to comprehend how everyone died. Her mind races, wondering if the shadow spirit uncovered their ambush plan. Right then, the ghostly figure of the shadow spirit appears behind her, asking what plan. Dongfang Yue spins around to face the cloaked threat. She demands to know her identity and motive, claiming they have no grudge. The shadow spirit calmly asks if Dongfang Yue really does not recognize her. With her glowing red eyes flashing fiercely, the shadow spirit commands her to look closely and remember the terror. Dongfang Yue realizes the assassin is the girl she thought was dead, cursing the fact that she is still breathing. Before Dongfang Yue can react, an energy blast pierces straight through her. Standing over her fallen foe, the shadow spirit declares her a demon who must pay with her life. Inside the bedroom, Nam Thian and his dog hide under the blankets in absolute terror. The shadow spirit reveals her motive. Dong Feng Yo slaughtered her parents. So now she will end her right in front of her son. Collapsing in tears, Dong Feng Yue accepts her fate, but desperately begs her not to harm her son. The shadow spirit sneers, lifting Dong Feng Yue into the air with energy as Nam Thian desperately cries out for his mother. Dong Feng Yue keeps begging, claiming her son is completely innocent. And that is where we leave this wild showdown. Let's dive into this crazy showdown. As a furious shadow soul screams, demanding if Dongfeng Yue ever expected this day. With a final, roaring challenge, the shadow soul unleashes a devastating blast, completely vaporizing Dongfeng Yue's body in pitch-black energy. From the bed, Nan Tian and his dog watch in absolute terror as the panting shadow soul finishes her vengeance. She turns her glowing red eyes toward the bed, where Nan Tian freezes in pure dread, and once the revenge is complete, she finally exits the room. She steps outside, leaving Dongfeng Yue's corpse on the floor while Nan Tian and his dog watch her leave, trembling in fear. Watch closely here. The moment she vanishes, Nan Tian's terrified look twists into a truly wicked grin. He admits he was sick of his mother's control, actually thanking the shadow soul for putting her down. His little dog's eyes glow crimson, eagerly waiting to feast on the girl's flesh. But before the shadow soul can get far, a strange sensation washes over her, forcing her body to suddenly freeze in place. She spins around in panic, only to find several dark figures hovering in the air, completely surrounding her. In the bedroom, Nan Tian points from his blankets with a truly devilish grin. He finally unleashes his true power as a dark necromancer, commanding his massive army of the undead to capture her alive. Now check this out. Those figures are actually revived corpses, heavily boosted by his magical power, while retaining their living abilities to trap her. Suddenly, a massive explosion shatters the mansion wall, blasting the shadow soul right out of the building as she screams in agony. Outside, the undead horde swarms down to finish her off, while she lies there completely helpless. A one-armed marksman aims a lethal energy blast right at her head, but as he fires, black spikes block the hit, saving her just in time. The powerful shockwave knocks back the undead minions, leaving the shadow soul utterly confused as she looks up at this sudden rescue. Back in the bedroom, Nan Tian, who is hiding, gets yanked up by his hair, screaming in absolute horror. Standing above him, crushing the demon dog underfoot while clutching his head, is Wang Feng. He glares at the shadow soul through the broken wall, sharing one final lesson. That forgiving your enemies is being truly cruel to yourself. Wild twist, right?